The Conjugal Dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Primitivo Mijares. To the Filipino people, who dramatized in the Battle of Mactan of April 27, 1521 their rejection of a foreign tyranny sought to be imposed by Ferdinand Magellan, that they may so on recover lost courage and with greater vigor and determination rid the Philippines of the evil rulio of a homegrown tyrant with the same initials. About the author. By Chris D. Cabeceres, written in 1976. Primitivo Tibo Mijares is a 44-year-old newspaperman's newspaperman, the highlights of whose life may even be more colorful than the man he writes about in this book. For, really, what will Ferdinand E. Marcos be, if I take away his self-serving and self-created World War II exploits? Mijares went through that world conflagration experiencing as a young boy a tragedy and horror that would have driven hardened and matured men stark raving mad. He was but 12 years old when he came upon the mutilated bodies of his slain mother, dead from the bayonet thrusts of Japanese soldiers, and his father, dying from both Japanese bayonet and bullet wounds, in the smoking ruins of their home. Mijares was to narrowly escape death from the massacre and burning by retreating Japanese soldiers of his hometown of Santo Tomas, Batangas, in the Philippines, only because a few hours earlier he had led as the eldest child his other younger sisters and brother out into the country to clear a field for planting. While his gunsmith father, Jose, was busy turning out homemade pistols called locally as Paltiks for the resistance movement, young Mijares served as driver or cochero for the family's horse-drawn rig, cartila, used in the delivery of vinegar to outlying towns. In between supplying guns to the guerrillas, the Mijares family was engaged in the fermentation of that liquid so necessary to the Filipino palate. When the Japanese military one day decided to commandeer all the horses in the town, Mijares persuaded the Japanese to allow him to drive his carretilla home to unload the empty vinegar jars before surrendering his horse. But along the way Mijares pretended to be yelling orders at his horse, although actually he was shouting, in the local dialect unknown to the Japanese soldiers riding beside him, to his townmates to hide their horses. After World War II, the 4 Mijares orphans were distributed among their mother's uncles, with the girls joining an uncle in Borneo, now Sabah, and the boys staying in the Philippines. Tibo went to school near Baguio where his uncle, an agriculturist, was stationed. He edited the high school newspaper, was elected president of his graduating class and finished as valedictorian. Mijares became the youngest editor of the Baguio Midland Courier, the biggest city newspaper, in 1950. He became a full-pledged reporter the same day he joined the defunct Manila Chronicle on August 15, 1951, covering all the major beats. Nights Mijares pursued his college studies, finishing his Bachelor of Arts degree in 1956, and Bachelor of Laws in 1960, at the Lyceum of the Philippines. He passed the Philippine bar examinations also in 1960. Tibo figured in the most tumultuous events of his country. He was with Arsenio H. Lacson, the best and most colorful mayor Manila ever had, when Lacson, under the machine guns of armed forces' armored cars, practically cursed into retreat back to camp, the first attempt to impose martial law in the city. Tibo was both a star witness and active participant in the greatest single upheaval to hit the Philippines. The full story is, of course, in this book. Contents. Author's foreword. 7. Acknowledgement. 9. Chapter I, A Summer Night in Washington, D.C. -10. Chapter 2, Manila Gate, 34. Chapter 3, Twilight of Democracy, 48. Chapter 4, A Dark Age Begins, 83. Chapter V, Infrastructure of Martial Law, 111. Chapter 6, The Other Villains -143. Chapter 7, The Reign of Greed -157. Chapter 8, The Unholy Trinity -176. Chapter 9, Too Late the Hero -194. Chapter X, The Loves of Marcos, 218. Chapter 11, Philippine Gulag, A Paralysis of Fear, 227. Chapter 12, The Era of Thought Control, 266. Chapter 13, American Tax Dollar Abets Repression, 301. Chapter 14, International Protection Racket, 329. Chapter 15, Spineless Judiciary Legit's a Pretender, 339. Chapter 16, Plans in Perpetuity, 365. Chapter 17, Whither Marcos. 389. Photo section, 411. WBWT. Author's picture. 6. Author's foreword. This book is unfinished. The Filipino people shall finish it for me. I wrote this volume very, very slowly. One could have done with it in 3 months after my defection from the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos on February 20.1975. Instead, I found myself availing of every excuse to slow it down. A close associate, Marcelino P. Sarmiento, even warned me, "Baka mapanis yan. Your book could become stale." While I availed of almost any excuse not to finish the manuscript of this volume, I felt the tangible voices of a muted people back home in the Philippines beckoning to me from across the vast Pacific Ocean. In whichever way I turned, I was confronted by the distraught images of the Filipino multitudes crying out to me to finish this work, lest the frailty of human memory, or any incidental landasan, consign to oblivion the matters I had in mind to form the vital parts of this book. It was as if the Filipino multitudes and history itself were surging in an endless wave, presenting a compelling demand on me to San Francisco, California, perpetuate the personal knowledge I have gained in the infamous machinations of Ferdinand E. Marcos and his overly ambitious wife, Imelda, that led to a day of infamy in my country, that Black Friday on September 22, 1972, when martial law was declared as a means to establish history's first conjugal dictatorship. The sense of urgency in finishing this work was also goaded by the thought that Marcos does not have eternal life and that the Filipino people are of unimaginable forgiving posture. I thought that, if I did not perpetuate this work for posterity, Marcos might unduly benefit from a Laurelian statement that, when a man dies, the virtues of his past are magnified and his faults are reduced to molehills. This is a book for which so much has been offered and done by Marcos and his minions so that it would never see the light of print. Now that it is off the press, I entertain greater fear that so much more will be done to prevent its circulation, not only in the Philippines but also in the United States. But this work now belongs to history. Let it speak for itself in the context of developments within the coming months or years. Although it finds great relevance in the present life of the Filipinos and of Americans' interest in the study of subversion of democratic governments by apparently legal means, this work seeks to find its proper niche in history, which must inevitably render its judgment on the seizure of government power from the people by a lame duck Philippine president. If I had finished this work immediately after my defection from the totalitarian regime of Ferdinand and Imelda, or after the vicious campaign of dictatorship to vilify me in July-August 1975, then I could have done so only in anger. Anger did influence my production of certain portions of the manuscript. However, as I put the finishing touches to my work, I found myself expurgating it of the personal venom, the virulence and intemperate language of my original draft. Some of the materials that went into this work had been of public knowledge in the Philippines. If I had used them, it was with the intention of 7. Utilizing them as links to heretofore unrevealed facets of the various ruses that Marcos employed to establish his dictatorship. Now, I have kept faith with the Filipino people. I have kept my rendezvous with history. I have, with this work, discharged my obligation to myself, my profession of journalism, my family, and my country. I had one other compelling reason for coming out with this work at the great risks of being uprooted from my beloved country, of forced separation from my wife and children and losing their affection, and of losing everything I have in me name in the Philippines or losing life itself. it is that I wanted to make a public expiation for the little influence that I had exercised on the late Don Eugenio Lopez into handpicking a certain Ferdinand E. Marcos as his candidate for the presidency of the Philippines in the elections of 1965. Would they Filipinos be suffering from a conjugal dictatorship now, if I had not originally planted in Lopez's consciousness in 1962 that Marcos was the unbeatable candidate for 1965? To the remaining democracies all over the world, this book is offered us a case study on how a democratically elected president could operate within the legal system and yet succeed in subverting that democracy in order to perpetuate himself and his wife as conjugal dictators. I entertain no illusions that my puny work would dislodge Ferdinand and Imelda from their conceitedly entrenched position. However, history teaches us that dictators always fall, either on account of their own corrupt weight or sheer physical exhaustion. I am hopeful that this work would somehow set off or contribute to the ignition of a chain reaction that would compel Marcos to relinquish his vice-like dictatorial grip on his own countrymen. When the Filipino is then set free, and could participate in cheerful cry over the restoration of freedom and democracy in the Philippines, that cry shall be a fitting finish to this, my humble work. April 27, 1976. 2. Acknowledgement. I would need an additional chapter in a futile attempt to acknowledge all the help I received in producing this volume. However, I would be extremely remiss if I did not acknowledge my debt of gratitude to the librarians at the Southeast Asia Center, University of California at Berkeley, and the thousands of Filipinos in the United States and back home in the Philippines whose enthusiasm for, and dedication to, freedom and democracy guided my unsteady hands in an unerring course to finish this work. The author. 9. Chapter I. A summer night in Washington, D.C. The capital of the United States of America had always incited in me the inner feelings of love of country, a feeling which I seem to overlook while I am actually in my own terra firma on Philippine soil. It is as if one is given a sudden urge of imbibing, and seeking to belong to a vital footnote to history. Except for this latest trip of mine which I was pondering this sultry summer night on June 16, 1975, every time I visited Washington, D.C., which, to me, stands out notably as the capital of the United States but also of the democratic Western world as well as the *J.'s allies in Asia, I always felt that I was invested with a sense of mission for my country, even though my trips to this capital of the world had always been undertaken by me in my capacity as a simple newspaperman. So it was the way I felt in June, 1958, when, as a young reporter for the now defunct Manila Chronicle, I first set foot on Washington, D.C. My first trip to Washington, D.C. was in connection with my coverage of the state visit of then-President Carlos P. Garcia. The thought alone of going to Washington, D.C., that square mass of land carved out of the territories of the states of Maryland and Virginia, becomes so inspiring. Being in D.C. itself gives one a sense of history. As two great journalist observers of Washington, D.C. put it, the numerous national monuments that give Washington its physical and spiritual identity are as revered by the home folks as they are by the thousands of tourists who come streaming in every year at cherry blossom time. Indeed, a great many people attempt to make it to Washington, D.C. not only because they seek to honor America's great national heritage, but also because they want to be part of it, in however small a way. But on this summer night of June 16, 1975, one felt that somehow I just might be a part of the history of the United States and of my country, the Philippines, or perhaps as an insignificant footnote, but certainly a part of the historical record of one of the chambers of the bicameral Congress of the United States of America. In the midst of such heady thought, I was, however, sobered up by a warning given earlier by former Senator Raul S. Manglapus, president of the Movement for a Free Philippines, that I should not expect too much presumably by way of publicity out of this visit to Washington, D.C. I should rather think of my mission in Washington, D.C., Manglapus suggested, as a bold strike for a great national struggle being waged by Filipinos back home in the Philippines. I told Manglapus that I was going to Washington, D.C. in response to an invitation of a committee of the United States Congress. I will not be seeking headlines. I am not going to perform any heroics. I told myself that I almost did not make this trip to the US Capitol, were it not for the foresight and valued assessment of a graying Bataan warrior who, while his colleagues are enjoying the blissful luxury of retirement and quiet life, has taken on a second struggle for the freedom of his country. It was Col. Narciso Manzano, USA retired, a Bataan war hero whose exploits are documented by Gen. Carlos P. Romulo in his book, I Saw the Fall of the 2. Philippines, who brought my name to the attention of, and insisted on my appearing before, the best forum available as of now to any struggle for the peaceful overthrow of a dictatorship, the United States Congress. It is an historical irony that one of the few really effective fighters in the United States against a dictatorship that has engulfed the Philippines is this authentic and unassuming hero of the Battle of Bataan. Manzano is a no-nonsense, brutally frank man who used to coach soccer teams in Manila. Now supposed to live in retirement in San Francisco, Manzano has proved to possess more energy than several men half his age. Not given to unnecessary delays and red tape, Manzano instead has waited for no man and depended on no one in carrying out his one-man battle against despotism in the Philippines. He staked his very life fighting a despotism imposed by foreigners during the dark days of the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. The man is now waging another heroic battle against a homegrown tyranny. Manzano has flooded the U.S. Congress and the White House with telegrams, personal letters, mostly handwritten, documents and press clippings pointing out why American officialdom should not support the dictatorship in the Philippines. Manzano even managed to convince television stations in the San Francisco area to grant him free airtime in refuting single-handedly the overpowering propaganda of the Manila Marshal regime in the United States. In fact, Manzano and Antonio Garcia, MFP information officer, were the only two persons who supported me mightily in my decision to go to Washington, D.C. Manzano used some of his contacts on Capitol Hill to make sure that I would be heard in committee by the United States Congress. It was the case I was about to state, and the very decision I have made toasted such case, before the U.S. Congress that gave me a sense of purpose, Amos Zion for my country, and a sense of entering the threshold of history. At the time, I tried to relate the feeling I had to the fact that, the United States of America, on the eve of its bicentennial, had found a most auspicious if regrettable, occasion to dramatize the wisdom of its founding fathers in opting for a responsible living presidency at the apex of government. I imaged delegates to the Continental Congress rejecting overwhelmingly in 1776 certain well-intentioned proposals that the former British colonies of North America embrace a dictatorial form of government for the newly independent nation. I thought that the situation that was presented the United States of America 199 years after its launching into independent nationhood was the exemplification of the principle of taxation with representation. People pay heavy taxes as the price of their having a voice in the affairs of government. The propitious occasion was, of course, the forced resignation of President Richard Milhous Nixon on August 9, 1974, under the pressure of an impending impeachment trial in the wake of the Watergate scandal. It demonstrated in ringing tones louder perhaps than when the bells of Philadelphia tolled the end of the British rule over the North American colonies that, under a rule-of Republican government of the United States of America, no man, however nigh and mighty he might be, can be above the law, and the great American system founded in 1776 would know how to deal with a man who places himself 11. above the law or tampers with sacred and hallowed institutions of the United States of America. I was thinking at the time that, whatever condemnation might be reserved for the ill-fated Nixon presidency, Nixon, alone of all people, acted heroically to make the American system work by his resignation from the premier White House post. Nixon himself, being a part of that system, knew exactly what to do when the fateful event came upon its hour. Never for a moment, it seems, did Nixon think that all the screaming agitations within various sectors of U.S. society to have him disciplined for his breach of faith were an illegal conspiracy of the rightists, the centrists, or the leftists in collaboration with members of the American media, youth movements and general American public, to overthrow the duly constituted government. Oft United States of America. The conditions in Washington, D.C. and across the continent of the United States at the time of Nixon's Watergate crisis suited to a T the description of conditions in the Philippines a few months before September 1972, as described by Romulo, in his capacity as Secretary of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines, before the Commonwealth Club of California on May 24, 1973, in San Francisco. Romulo declared that the Philippines at the time was mired in the other darker depths of democracy, the bickering, the factionalism, the corruption, the aimless drift, and more than these, the rebellion of the alienated XXX. Romulo's employer in the Philippines viewed and interpreted the conditions in Manila in a different light, in a most absurd way. And yet, freedom-loving Americans viewed the agitations in their country in the wake of the Watergate scandal, agitations which also paralleled Philippine conditions resulting from official corruption, abuses, and ineptitude, as developments that are as serious and as normal as that with which democracy is faced and for which democracy does, in its own tedious, humane, and noble way, ultimately found the proper solutions. As for Nixon, he obviously viewed all the exercises resulting from Watergate, concerted or disparate as they may have appeared, as a solid indication that America no longer wanted him to rule, for he had lost his moral and legal authority to lead the country from the seat of ever-living presidency. He saw the light, that democracy rejuvenates itself in the system of government of the United States by the very act of renewal offered by its own people in the system. Indeed, Nixon could have contrived some serious crises, like plunging America into a new war in Indochina or provoking some economic crises that might have compelled his tormentors to forget Watergate in the meantime. As a matter of fact, in Manila at the time, the Department of Public Information, on instructions from the Office of the President, encouraged coffee shop talks that Nixon would hold on to the presidency by provoking some world crises that would require Americans to close ranks behind their president. Nixon did indeed agonize over the decision he had to make in bowing to the superiority and workability of the American democratic system over and above the personal or ethical interests of one man, be he the President of the United States or the lowly street cleaner. And, as Nixon agonized personally over his duty to strengthen the fabric of the American system of representative government, voices of sympathy, admiration, and condemnation for his strength of will in his hour of crisis crisscrossed the world. 12. Siang Si Nixon, Kaibigan pa naman natin. Kung mayroon sana siyang martial law powers at may lakas ng lub na kachalad ng Sir Natin. Okay na okay lang siya sa White House. Yasanang abuso sa kanya, what a pity for Nixon, considering that he is our friend. If only he had martial law powers and had the courage like our sir to exercise the powers, then he would bestable in the White House. He wouldn't have to take those abuses, criticisms from Congress and the American media, among others. Oo na sana, pero yang ganiang powers na kachalad dito sa atin. Yes, but he doesn't have such powers under the American Constitution as we have under ours. The dialogue at the time was between Philippine President Ferdinand E. Marcos and his wife, Imelda Romualdez Marcos, as they talked about the difficulties of President Nixon at the hands of Judge John Sirica, and the Select Senate Watergate Committee and the House Judiciary Committee, chaired by Senator Sam Ervin and Rep. Peter W. Rodino, Jr., respectively, not to mention the unrelenting independent investigations of the mass media. The scene of this dialogue was Marcos's public study room, where the First Lady had stopped by after disposing of her own callers for the day in her music room. The First Lady, who spoke first, really felt sincerely sympathetic to the beleaguered President Nixon, whose administration had initially given backing to the military-supported new Society of President and Mrs. Marcos. And now, it was the sincere wish of the Conjugal rulers in Manila that President Nixon should be able to set up just the kind of military government that the Duumvirate have in the Philippines, so that the American chief executive could extricate himself from the tightening noose of the Watergate scandal. The smug Conjugal leaders of the Philippines knew exactly what they were talking about. They had just done in their country what they had hoped Nixon would be able to do in the United States. They had availed of, to their personal advantage, an extreme measure provided for an actual emergency by the Constitution of the Philippines under the provisions of Article 2, Section 10 Paragraph 2, which stated, "The President shall be the Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces of the Philippines and, whenever it becomes necessary, he may call out such armed forces to prevent or suppress lawless violence, invasion, insurrection, or rebellion, in case of invasion, insurrection, or rebellion, or imminent danger thereof, when the public safety requires it, he may suspend the privilege of writ of habeas corpus, or place the Philippines or any part thereof under martial law." As early as the date of their improvident dialogue on Nixon's predicament, which was about December 1972, the Marcoses of the Philippines were already forming definite ideas about extending the influence of their conjugal rule in the Philippines into the United States of America. This is because they have found out rather painfully that the military-backed new society launched by Marcos has not drawn significant support among the overseas Filipinos, much less among the rank-and-file Americans in the U.S. mainland. On another occasion, the First Lady revealed during one of her noonday talks with the people around the President, which included myself, that Primitive, Mijares 13. President Nixon had given his personal blessings to the imposition of martial law in Manila. Mrs. Marcos disclosed that President Marcos had an overseas telephone conversation with President Nixon a few days before September 21, 1972. Her recollection of the phone conversation was that Marcos told Nixon that bombs were exploding all over Manila and that communist-instigated demonstrations were assuming uncontrollable proportions, that he, Marcos, is under compulsion to proclaim martial law to protect the integrity of the Republic and its interests, including the varied American interests in these lands, and that Nixon told Marcos to go ahead with his plans because Nixon wanted to see if martial law would work here. Mrs. Marcos revealed that President Nixon wanted to find out how well Marcos would be able to wield his powers as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to extricate himself from his political troubles. The implication of her statement was that Nixon knew very well in advance Marcos's political plans when the Philippine president sought the U.S. president's clearance to impose martial law in his country. At the time, Nixon himself was already facing seemingly insurmountable political troubles arising out of the Watergate scandal. The First Lady claimed that Nixon wanted Marcos's martial law to work effectively because he might find need for a model which he could adopt later on in the United States. "We are actually doing Nixon a favor by showing him here in the Philippines how martial law can be wielded to save a president from his political troubles," Mrs. Marcos declared. Contrary to the wishes of the Marcoses, President Nixon did not choose to concoct any device or stratagem that would have allowed him to avail of the Commander-in-Chief provision of the United States Constitution, suspend civil and political rights and thereby silence all criticisms and opposition to his rule in the White House. Nixon chose resignation and temporary infamy at his St. Helena in San Clemente, California, as his own heroic contribution to the cause of strengthening the fabric of the democratic system of government in the United States of America. It was the peaceful, orderly, and legal manner by which the United States system dealt decisively and unerringly with Nixon's Watergate that made the eve of the U.S. bicentennial more meaningful, its system of removing an arrogant unwanted chief executive becoming the object of hope and aspiration in desperation among oppressed and tyrannized peoples, like the 45 million Filipinos now groaning under a yoke set up by a homegrown tyrant. And when oppressed peoples think of the American system, with its living presidency, the microcosm of their thoughts, aspirations, and hopes for life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness turns hopefully to Washington, D.C., the capital of the world where people can look up to a Washington Post to expose government venalities and official shenanigans without fear or favor. Filipinos look up to Washington, D.C. as their own special capital city, too. There are justifiable grounds for this attitude, although the ultranationalists in me country would denounce it as colonial mentality. Momentous events have taken place in Washington, D.C. that helped shape the destiny of that 7,100-island archipelago known as the Republic of the Philippines. It was in 14. Washington, D.C. where, at the turn of the century, then President William McKinley had a divine inspiration, one that convinced him that it was the mission. *1 C-123, printed record of the hearings of the Subcommittee on International Organizations of the Committee on International Relations, House of Representatives, U.S. Congress, Series of 1975. Of the United States to civilize and Christianize the Philippines, it was that divine inspiration which impelled McKinley to decide to order the U.S. Far East Fleet, commanded by Commodore George Dewey, to destroy the Spanish fleet off Manila Bay, thereby paving the way for the colonization of the Philippines by the United States. Thus, upon the establishment by General Wesley Merritt of an American military government in Manila, on August 14, 1898, President McKinley, who was girding for a re-election, intoned, "The Philippines are ours, not to exploit, but to develop, to civilize, to educate, to train in the science of self-government." As the Philippines came under American rule, Filipinos never faltered in their desire to govern themselves. Numerous missions and resolutions were dispatched to the United States by leaders of the Philippine independence movement even as the Philippines enjoyed benevolent American rule, enjoying protection of the Bill of Rights as found in the U.S. Constitution. All the agitations for self-rule for the Filipinos ultimately resulted in the passage by the chambers of the U.S. Congress of two similar Philippine Freedom Bills, one introduced by Senator Millard Tydings in the Senate and the other authored by Congressman John McDuffie in the House. Enacted by the United States Congress and signed into law by President Franklin D. Roosevelt, the so-called Tydings-McDuffie Act was accepted by the Philippine legislature in behalf of Filipino people on May 1, 1934. The Tydings-McDuffie law provided for the establishment of a Commonwealth government and recognition of Philippine independence on the 4th of July immediately following the end of 10-year period from the date of the Commonwealth inauguration. More importantly, the Tydings-McDuffie law provided that a constitution, subject to approval by the President of the United States and to ratification by the Filipino people, 3 shall establish a republican presidential form of government for both the transition Commonwealth and the Republic to be declared independent. Independence was granted the Republic of the Philippines on July 4, 1946. Asterisk 2. President Franklin D. Roosevelt approved the Constitution as drafted under the terms of the Tydings-McDuffie Law on March 23, 1935. 3. The Filipino people ratified the Constitution by an overwhelming vote on May 14, 1935. Thus, from 1947 to 1961, the Philippines marked its Freedom Day on July 4. In 1962, a Philippine president, Diosdado P. Macapagal, reset the day of Philippine independence to June 12, the date in 1898 when Gen. Emilio Aguinaldo proclaimed the independence of the Philippines from Spanish rule from the balcony of his home in Coit, Cavite. The Filipino people, however, continue to celebrate July 4 as Philippine-American Friendship Day or Republic Day. The radical move of Macapagal was described by admirers as 15. Nationalism of the highest order, but what could not be erased was the observation that the change was effected in the wake of the rejection by the U.S. Congress in February, 1962, of an omnibus bill which would have granted Philippines additional war payments to the tune of $78 million. Included in the proposed additional war damage payments was a personal claim made by a certain Ferdinand E. Marcos for $8 million to compensate for food and war material he allegedly supplied the American guerrillas in Mindanao during Japanese occupation of the Philippines. The U.S. War Damage Commission had earlier rejected the Mindanao during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines. The U.S. War Damage Commission had earlier rejected the same personal war damage claims of Marcos as fake. 4. 4. See chapter on Too Late the Hero. One of the fiery supporters of President Macapagal on his transfer of the date of Philippine independence was then Senator Ferdinand E. Marcos, who delivered an emotional oratory denouncing America's ingratitude for the Bataan sacrifices of Filipino soldiers, like him. In the course of his fiery speech, Marcos even went through the motions, along with another senator, Eulogio Balao, whose heroic exploits in the battles against the Japanese have never been questioned by anyone, of returning to the United States Embassy in Manila all his 28 war decorations, most of which he had obtained 17 years after his alleged heroic exploits in the war. 5 Ibid. Marcos's act of returning his war medals to the United States Embassy prompted then Senate Majority Leader Cipriano Primitivo, Sr. to ask rhetorically, how can he return those medals to the U.S. Embassy when all but 2 of them are Philippine decorations which he obtained only a month ago and 17 years after the war? In any case, when Marcos himself became president of his country in 1965, he upheld the decision of Macapagal and to this day leads his nation in celebrating Independence Day every 12th day of June. Washington, D.C. is thus of special significance to the Filipinos. There was even a time when Filipinos, especially the newspapermen, considered going to Washington, D.C. a special pilgrimage in much the same spirit that a Filipino Muslim looks forward to a visit to Mecca in Jeddah, a lifetime obligation. Thus, Filipino newsmen found themselves in the 50s and early 60s making amid scramble for the much-coveted Fulbright and Smith-Mundt travel grants offered through the State Department in order that they could acquire the status symbol of having made the trip to Washington, D.C. Lately, however, the status symbol has had some changes, with Filipino newsmen considering that the trips to Moscow or Peking are the current musts for media men. The outstanding symbol of a Filipino newsman's achievement in Washington, D.C. is, of course, Abelardo Alvalencia, the first Filipino correspondent of the Associated Press before World War II, who is now doing some press and public relations work for the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. I imagine that the patriotic feeling that Washington, D.C. awakens in me when I am within her fold works similarly for most other Filipinos who are awed by the relevance of the U.S. Capitol to their own lives as citizens of the Philippines. It was in Washington, D.C. where Procolo Rodriguez, Jr., the man largely responsible in preventing the Commission on Elections from being used. 16. By the ruling Liberal Party in 1965 in cheating then presidential candidate Ferdinand E. Marcos, launched the first protest against martial law by staging on September 25, 1972, a one-man demonstration in front of the Philippine Embassy. It was also in Washington, D.C. where another Filipino, Napoleon Lecoco, Sr., single-handedly invaded the Philippine Embassy and held hostage the Filipino envoy, Ambassador Eduardo Z. Romualdez, for 11 hours to dramatize a demand that his son, Napoleon, Jr., be given an exit permit from the Philippines. 6 In so doing, Lecoco, Sr., a former Manila newsman and crusader against graft and corruption in government, heroically called world attention to the tyranny, oppression, and repression going on in the Philippines. 6 Lecoco, a native of Masbate, Philippines, entered the Philippine Embassy and held the ambassador at gunpoint on November 18, 1974, demanding the release by the martial regime in Manila of his son, Napoleon, Jr. He said that his son, who has been granted an immigrant visa by the U.S. government, was being deliberately blocked in his attempt to leave Manila in retaliation for the anti-martial law activities of the elder Lecoco in the U.S. The martial regime capitulated to Lecoco Sr., granting his demands in exchange for the release of Ambassador Romualdez unharmed. There is the general observation among Filipinos at home and abroad, however, that, if the envoy had not been a Romualdez, the martial regime would not have yielded so easily to the demands of Lecoco. The ambassador happened to be a first cousin of the First Lady. There must be in the atmosphere or conditions that are a monopoly of Washington, D.C. that would induce men to take actions that, viewed singularly as such acts, would lead other ordinary men to conclude that such actuations are foolhardy, such as the actions taken by Rodriguez or by Lecoco, who are both Filipino immigrants in the United States. And yet, a district court in the District of Columbia rejected a defense argument that Lecoco, Sr. acted in a state of sanity in holding Ambassador Romualdez hostage in exchange for his son. On the night of June 16, 1975, one was assessing the impact of Washington, D.C. on the lives of Filipinos, including mine at the very moment, in much the same way perhaps that John W. Dean III must have pondered his own predicament while preparing to blow the whistle on his former boss. It could have been just a coincidence, but I could not help thinking that I was an insider in the Marcos administration in much the same manner that Dean was in the Nixon White House, and that what I was about to do the next day, June 17, was to expose a gargantuan political scandal that would dwarf the Watergate scandal which broke out in Washington, D.C. just 2 years earlier. On June 17, 1972.1 was studying the words I would have to utter for the June 17, 1975 affair of mine, serenely on that sultry summer night of Washington, D.C. amidst the comfort of the fairly efficient air conditioning system of room number 733 of the Midtown Motor Inn, an ideally located motel almost midway between the White House and the U.S. Capitol building complex, with address at 1201 K. Street, NW. Washington, D.C. My room phone rang and, after some hesitation allowing it to ring a few times more, I grabbed the receiver to say, "Hello?" "Yes." "Operator," interjected a voice from one end of what surprised me then as an overseas call, a call that would later turn out to be a notorious episode in the history of the Philippines. "The man answering is my party already. Tibo, Botis. Si. "Just a moment, Mr. Secretary," interrupted a decidedly oriental female Primitivo Mijares 17. Voice, so familiar to my eardrums as that of an overseas telephone operator from Manila. And so much more familiar was the clear voice of the man who now wanted to establish urgently a line with me, 10,000 miles away. I could recognize his voice in spite of the waterfall-like hissing sound that an overseas telephone connection makes. After all, I have been associated for years with the now agitated possessor of that voice. I have carried on overseas telephone conversations with him 3 times a day for over a 1-month period from San Francisco, New York and Washington, D.C. on a quasi-state affair of the highest priority rating. The project in which I was involved at the time had highest priority rating because a principal was the female half of the ruling duumvirate in the Philippines, the First Lady Imelda R. Marcos. It was not only the consideration of her personality that made the project of such high priority, it was what she wanted to accomplish that made me and other hirelings of the dictatorship in the Philippines work in earnest. She wanted the American media to take notice of her in a favorable light as she pulls as programmed at that time another diplomatic coup in the United States to match her diplomatic triumph in being able to visit China's aging chairman Mao Zedong in Peking in September, 1974. The Philippines' First Lady was sorely irritated that the international media have played down her triumphant Peking trip. Only the controlled Manila press spoke glowingly of her achievements in the field of diplomacy by her China visit. She blamed Information Secretary Francisco S. Todd for having previously poisoned the foreign press against her. I was asked to help out in the new image-building project for Mrs. Marcos in the United States. I was their all-around propaganda man, especially on projects where the official link of the government must not be established, if they should fail. My mission was to establish in my private capacity contact with the overseas Filipinos opposed to the martial regime in the Philippines. The job I had to do was not an easy one, otherwise, it could have been just assigned to one of the officials or staff employees of the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C., or the Consulate General in New York. But I was brought all the way from Manila to handle this particularly messy job. "So, Mr. Mijares, you have become their Donald Segretti," quipped Alejandro del Rosario, city editor of the defunct Manila Chronicle and no information attaché at the New York Consulate, as he reported to me on orders from Ambassador Ecobedo Pineda, the Consul General to New York, to assist me in the prosecution of my mission. We set up headquarters in one of the rooms of the Commodore Hotel 42 N Street in New York City, avoiding being seen at the Philippine Consulate in order to maintain the cover that I was contacting the exiles on my own initiative. He was soon joined by public relations practitioner Jose T. Tumbocan, with whom I was supposed to be traveling on private business. If my mission had been a sure thing, it just might have been grabbed instead of being delegated to me, by Benjamin K. Ocoy Romualdez, the favorite brother of Mrs. Marcos. An ambitious, rapacious, and insatiable man, he wants to be known as the Kissinger of the Philippines because he had 12. Performed for President Marcos some diplomatic troubleshooting which, He said, should place him on equal stature with U.S. State Secretary Henry Kissinger, but coffee shop wags in Manila have already dubbed him Kokoy Singer, or the man who's got kukuy on his head. Kokoy realized the difficulty of my assignment, but he thought that I just might be able to do it. He almost did. The mission flopped, not because of lack of goodwill on the part of Filipino exiles or of resourcefulness on my part, but because of the stupidity and penchant for duplicity of Kokoy himself. My mission was discussed and cleared beforehand by Kokoy with President Marcos. Coordination was then assigned to the man who was now so eager to talk to me on this night of June 16, 1975, by overseas telephone. I made sure myself, however, that it was really the President's desire that I fly to the United States as I did on October 21, 1974, to arrange a meeting between the Philippines' bejeweled and extravagant First Lady and the Filipino exiles who constitute the overseas opposition to the martial regime in the Philippines. The First Lady had persuaded her husband President to allow her to go to New York to inaugurate on November 14, 1974, the $8 million Philippine Center on Fifth Avenue. Of course, Leandro Quintana, business editor of Philippine News, swears that the First Lady of the Philippines, aside from doing official chores for Marcos, had been observed by him strengthening her Israeli connections at the Carlyle Hotel in New York, specifically with an Israeli violinist. When I said my goodbyes to President Marcos on October 19, 1974, to undertake the Get Manglapus mission, the President gave me specific instructions on the line I should take in talking to the former senator. Marcos did not entertain any illusion, much less a desire, such as which Mrs. Marcos had, on the dismantling of the apparatus of overseas opposition to his dictatorial rule in the Philippines. He gave me the impression that he would as a matter of fact prefer to have a semblance of an opposition from abroad to the martial regime. Also, he wanted a man of Manglapus stature to lead such a movement. Marcos told me that the last emissary he had authorized to see Manglapus goofed. The emissary was retired Philippine Navy Commander Juan B. Maluyan, a townmate of Manglapus and former comrade in the guerrilla movement during the Japanese occupation. He instructed me to reiterate to Manglapus the message he had authorized Maluyan to convey, that Manglapus could concentrate on graft and corruption among top military commanders in attacking the martial regime, and that he should also condemn old society politicians for driving Marcos to declare martial law. I surmised that the objective of Marcos in seeking to convey a message to Manglapus was to make the former senator do what Marcos could not himself do, upbraid the military commanders on their deep involvement in graft and corruption under the martial regime. At the same time, Marcos also wanted to prevent possible unification of domestic and overseas anti-martial law efforts by alienating Manglapus from the sidelined political leaders back home. After spelling out his instructions to me, Marcos advised me to return to Manila as soon as possible since the Media Advisory Council has to be organized. I told him I had already drafted and passed on to Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave a decree replacing the MAC with 14 smaller censorship and licensing councils. The decision to abolish MAC was made by Marcos on October 15, 1974, during a conference which was attended by Bulletin Today publisher Hans Menze, Secretary THIRD, and myself. The contact with the Filipino exiles, specifically elements comprising the Movement for a Free Philippines, which is headed by former Senator Manglapus, was programmed principally for the First Lady. It was to have had certain sinister purposes which not even President Marcos figured out when he put his stamp of approval to the project. He did not even realize that the amount of government funds he had approved for the First Lady's trip would be multiplied no less than 10 times in an arm-twisting method that only an extravagant First Lady like Mrs. Marcos is capable of doing. Firstly, the contact with Filipino exiles was to be held out to Marcos himself by the female half-oft ruling duumvirate in Manila that, everywhere Imelda might be, whether she be in mainland China or continental America, she becomes an instant hit. Her irresistible charms work on heretofore antagonists, opponents, and bitter critics of the conjugally managed new society in the Philippines. Secondly, it was going to be exploited later on as a death blow to the overseas opposition to the martial regime in the Philippines. It was to be a ruse, the plan being to make it appear that the exiles led by Manglapus had sought the kind-hearted help of Imelda in seeking forgiveness for their anti-martial law activities in the United States. As a matter of fact, during her stopover in Honolulu on her way to New York, the First Lady read a statement that her dictator husband was offering amnesty to all overseas Filipinos who feel they might have committed a crime or crimes against the new society. It was a ridiculous offer because, as every student of law realizes, no citizen of a country, excepting those in the diplomatic service, can be held liable for any act he may have committed outside the territorial limits of his country even though it be a violation of his country's laws. Thirdly, the feat of making the exiles surrender to Mrs. Marcos was also going to be beamed to President Gerald Ford in order to compel a decision on his part to receive the First Lady at the White House, an expected happening that Imelda and Cocoy figured would complete the scenario that Imelda Romualdez Marcos is a hit whether she be with Mao or Ford. Cocoy was supposed to have started the groundwork for the White House conquest by Mrs. Marcos, having convinced his brother-in-law that he was the best man to do it in view of his strong connections in the State Department. However, when Cocoy received negative feedbacks on his efforts to make his sister crash into the White House, he decided that the First Lady should make a big show-off contacting the dissident Filipino exiles. The show was expected to do the trick in the program to stampede Ford into receiving Imelda. However, none of tricks resorted to by the First Lady or her sockless brother ever worked on Ford. But they never got bored being rejected by Ford. There apparently are several reasons for the failure of the continuous assault by the First Lady on Ford's White House. 7. 7. Despite the visit made by President Ford to the Philippines in December 1975, the White House doors are still tightly closed to Mrs. Marcos. The Ford visit should not be viewed as an endorsement of the martial regime. Secretary of State Kissinger had himself leaked out to the American media a story that the Philippines and Indonesia were included in the Ford safari through Asia in order to downgrade the importance of Ford's visit to Peking. One of them is that President Ford is not in favor of lending the prestige of his office to totalitarian regimes, especially so in the case of countries which have enjoyed expensive experiments in democracy at the expense of American taxpayers and which experiments have been brought to naught by the whims and caprices of homegrown tyrants. The other reason is said to be very personal, that the First Lady, following a cue from President Marcos, had snubbed Ford when he visited Manila some time ago as a minority leader in the House of Representatives. That was before Ford became an appointed U.S. Vice President and later as an appointed U.S. President. And then, Ford is said to be wary that a visit by Imelda would necessarily include a chat with Mrs. Betty Ford, an encounter that might contaminate Mrs. Ford with the ideas of Imelda on jet-set parties and expensive junkets abroad and on meddling in the affairs of state. All the varied details and ramifications of the deceitful plan to get the First Lady to hold a reconciliation conference with Manglapus and company, as well as other aspects of the image-building project for the First Lady were matters I have had to discuss for over a 1-month period, 3 times a day over the transoceanic telephone with the man who now so urgently wants to establish telephone contact with me. The sound of anticipation from the man speaking at the other end of the line was discernible to me even 10,000 miles away. After all, I have said an irritated hello, yes, as I answered the intermittent ringing of my room phone. I recalled that the man who now wants to talk to me was a man who was almost as thorough and as methodical as the president we both used to serve. I have had occasion to discuss with him over the transoceanic telephone in November 1974, even such details of Mrs. Marcos's trip involving the air transportation to New York of a battalion of security agents belonging to THEP Residential Security Command and how they should be shielded from the Media people of New York. He would remind me over the phone that I should be meticulous in misleading the Manglapus group on the number of free-riding blue ladies and other government officials ordered to go to New York to provide the crowds which would adulate Mrs. Marcos. Always, the man would remind me that it was the desire of the president that Mrs. Marcos be made very happy in New York and persuaded to stay there a little longer, obviously to keep her off his back while the president undertook matters of utmost concern to his own personal well-being. This particular overseas phone caller and I were among a handful of the closest assistants of dictator President Marcos. We had direct, unrestricted access to the heavily isolated dictator virtually 24 hours a day, although our entry into the Marcos corridor of power was paved in different ways. Although I was functioning strictly as a newspaperman, covering the political beat for the now defunct Manila Chronicle, I worked closely beginning the year 1963 with then Senate Minority Leader Ferdinand E. Marcos on instructions of my publisher, the late Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr., the acknowledged president maker in the Philippines in those days. The reason was that, as a political writer, I successfully convinced Lopez that then Senator Marcos should be backed by the Lopez political economic power in resting. 2.1. The Senate presidency in 1963, as he, Marcos, was the presidential timber best equipped to dislodge the incumbent president, Macapagal. In the 1965 presidential elections *8 Marcos eventually won the presidency in 1965, and won re-election in 1969, but I stayed on in my job as a newspaperman with the Lopez Empire. *8. See chapter on Too Late the Hero. When Marcos and Lopez broke up their alliance in 1972, I chose to side with Marcos, and was thus compelled to transfer to Marcos's newly established newspaper, the Daily Express. Thus, even before the imposition of a dictatorial martial regime, I found myself closely collaborating with Marcos in news management under conditions of a still very free press in the Philippines. Upon the imposition of martial law on September 21, 1972, I assumed the role of a media czar for the regime with my election as president of the Malacanang-controlled National Press Club of the Philippines, my assumption of the position of chairman of the Media Advisory Council, and my being held out personally by President Marcos as the sole conduit between the military government and the practicing media. Considered a man outside government, I performed various functions for President Marcos. I was generally accepted as an ex officio member of the Marcos cabinet, having access to all cabinet meetings and even closed-door military briefings. While functioning as chief propagandist for Marcos, I also served as a devil's advocate, a role which I had taken to heart in my honest belief that the imposition of martial law in the Philippines was a temporary emergency measure to save the republic from a communist takeover. It was a me pursuit of the devil's advocate role, which Marcos himself assigned to me in view of my non-official status in the palace, that eventually led to my disenchantment with the regime. On a number of occasions, I have had to denounce corruption and abuses of leaders of the defense and military establishments, and somehow they managed to find out about my memoranda to President Marcos on these matters. Some military officers actually proposed that I be arrested and placed in the military stockade without prior notice to the president on charges that I was a former staff member of the defunct Manila Chronicle. However, the military establishment had it on good authority that he was highly thought of by President Marcos and, in their view, it was politics not to antagonize a man who had such an influential and powerful friend. To be sure, there were early attempts on the part of the military's Office for Civil Relations to bring me within the pale of its emergency jurisdiction over mass media. 91 had invariably brushed off such attempts to make me clear my 9. See chapter on Era of Thought Control. Writings with the OCR with the statement that they have presidential clearance. At that time, the military just didn't know the role I was playing for the martial regime. However, the OCR officers have heard about my easy access to the president. One day in December, 1972, Colonel Noes Andea, Osirchief, felt called upon to summon me to the OCR office at Camp Aguinaldo. He did consent to see Andea, but only after I had cleared my trip with the president himself. Marcos asked one of his presidential assistants to monitor my trip to the OCR office. It turned out that Andea wanted me to explain a piece I had written in my Primitivo Mijares column, PM Views, which was critical of Senator Gerardo A. Roxas, president of the suspended opposition Liberal Party. Andea said it was a new society of me to have assailed Roxas in the manner that I did. I answered him that that particular column was ordered by President Marcos himself. As a matter of fact, I told Andea, a presidential assistant was waiting for a telephone call at Palace from the OCR chief so that he could authenticate my claim on who writer that the Roxas column be written the way it was published. Andea did make the call and he got his answer. Later, the presidential assistant told me that he added a few more words to this effect. It is the president's desire that you do not waste the time of Thibaut Mijares by asking him to explain to the military what stories the president hated him to write. Andea turned very apologetic later on. He stressed that it was not the desire of the OCR to question the orders of the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces. The good colonel, who later on became a close personal friend, explained that the OCR merely wanted to do its job of policing media. I utilized my conference with Andea to let him and the military know the nature of propaganda work that I was doing for Marcos. Fortunately, I had with me at the time some of the handwritten directives of President Marcos on what columns I should write and what stories I should program for the Daily Express and the other newspapers allowed to publish. I had with me President Marcos's own handwritten story ideas which I was supposed to stagger for the Christmas holidays of 1972 to 1973. At that time, Marcos was already preparing to cancel the scheduled plebiscite on the martial law constitution, 1973, and to call the first referendum among the Baranais. I showed the handwritten notes of the president to Andea. After that conference, my stock with the military soared to new heights. Andea could only plead with me that I let us in the OCR know once in a while what major news stories I would be farming out one or two of the president so that we can coordinate. Andea added that I really would know best how to develop the column and news story ideas dictated by the president. The military, and subsequently the entire nation, were to accept as a matter of course that anything that appeared under my byline in the newspapers were the thoughts of Marcos. The truth was that there was hardly any column I had written which I cannot support with physical evidence of the handwritten directive of Marcos on how a particular column should be written. Most of the pieces I had written as news stories or columns about how excellent were the thoughts, acts and deeds of Marcos were actually dictated by Marcos to me. He was, therefore, not a free agent when I wrote about the thoughts of Marcos's in me columns in the Daily Express publications. My column was more generally accepted as President Marcos' views and not as Primitivo Mijares' views. When Information Secretary Todd had suspended newspaper columns in April 1973, the President ordered Todd in writing the following day to reinstate PM views immediately. I started entertaining second thoughts about my support and propaganda work for Marcos towards the end of the year 1973. It is difficult to pinpoint the exact point in time when I did. But it must have been right after December 30, 1973, which was the day Marcos's second and last term in office under the 1935 Constitution ended. At about that point in time, I began to realize 2.3. That Marcos imposed martial law, not to save the country from a communist rebellion and to reform society, but to hold on to the presidency for life and as a dictator. I decided then that I would have to eventually jump Marcos's ship. However, I felt that I could not dissociate myself quietly from the Marcos regime. I somehow had to make public my rebellion against Marcos's plan to become the Philippine ruler for life. The Filipino people never gave Marcos a mandate to rule for life when they elected him to the presidency in 1965. I wanted to perpetuate into the records of history the machinations of a man dead set on becoming a dictator in his own country. When I felt I was ready to defect from the Marcos regime, I contacted a worthy ally, former evening newsman Chris D. Cabaceres, and asked him to tell Alexei Esclamadue, editor-publisher of the Philippine News, about my plans. Chris wrote under his byline the story of my defection on February 20, 1975. I was not expecting any telephone call that late night of June 16, 1975, as he have already parted company with Proculo Rodriguez, Jr., who had accompanied me earlier in the evening for dinner at the residence of a friend, Betty S. Torres, at Silver Spring in Maryland. The only man who could conceivably call me at that late hour was Cristobal Manalo, former legal counselor at the Philippine Embassy, fired by Marcos in September 1972, because he was an Iglesia Ni Cristo *10 member. However, he could not have known. *10. A highly politicized religious sect, established by Bishop Felix Manalo before World War II, the Inc. supported Marcos to a man in the 1965 and 1969 elections. When he no longer needed their support after the 1969 elections, Marcos started classifying the Inc. people, along with the Lopezes, as unscrupulous oligarchic pressure groups. See also Chapter on Twilight of Democracy for an account on the battle for custody of the Inc. radio station complex in Quezon City, where I was billeted at the time. I must confess though that, during the almost 4 months preceding this trip of mine to Washington, D.C., I have stood most of the time in morbid fear that a telephone call such as the one I am now called upon to receive might just intrude into my life. I was irritated that a phone call would somehow interrupt me at the time of my study of a speech, the preparation for which has just been as long as the fear I have entertained that that kind of telephone call might come. For the phone call turned out precisely to be about that speech I was studying in my room at the Midtown Motor Inn in Washington, D.C. The phone call came at that point in time when, while reviewing my speech, I was recollecting the circumstances of an earlier visit to Washington, D.C., and comparing them with the reason for my current trip. Somehow I could establish a link. The fare I used for my flight from San Francisco to Washington, D.C. was the unused return portion of my plane ticket, which was issued to me in Manila when I left the Philippines on October 21, 1974, to pursue my mission for the First Lady. I recalled that it was the First Lady who ordered me to fly to Washington, D.C. from New York on the night of November 18, 1974, to help out in rescue operations for Ambassador Eduardo Romualdez, who was then being held hostage by Lecoco inside the Chancery. Having been informed earlier that Lecoco was a former newsman, Mrs. Marcos decided that I should rush to Washington, D.C. and try to establish a dialogue with the ambassador's captor. It seems that Cocoy, who had flown earlier from New York, had called up Z4, the First Lady, that he had been unsuccessful thus far in establishing any contact with NAP. Marita Manuel, a staff writer of the Daily Express assigned to the press corps of the First Lady, contacted me at the Hotel Roosevelt suite of National Media Director Gregorio S. Sandana, where members of the support groups for the First Lady's New York trip then had converged on hearing about the siege in the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. But before I boarded the 9 p.m. commuter flight of the Eastern Airlines out of LaGuardia Airport, I took time out to place an overseas call to the man who, on this night of June 16, 1975, wanted to talk to me by overseas phone. I told him briefly about the siege at the Philippine Embassy, and then warned him that the First Lady's mind was being poisoned by some courtesans to the effect that Nap Lecoco was she's protege, and that, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Marcos had asked me for his home phone number at New Manila in Quezon City, presumably to give him a call and initially mark him for the needed immolation for the predicament that had befallen her cousin, the ambassador. Thus, when the First Lady's call came through to the house of this man, he was ready with a believable reason that obviously saved him from premature political damnation by the conjugal dictatorship in the Philippines. These things flashed so fast in my mind, even as I held my Midtown motel room phone receiver and heard the Manila overseas operator courteously cut off the caller from the Manila end. "Just a moment, Mr. Secretary." "Sir, this is an overseas call from Secretary De Vega. Are you Mr. Mijares?" I answered hesitantly, but managed to say, "Yes, this is he." Then I heard another familiar voice, which I can identify anytime anywhere as that of Agent Arturo Boquiron of President Marcos's study room communication cubicle, stating, "Doc Nandito Nasi Mr. Mijares. Hold the line, sir." My overseas conversation with Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. De Vega and his principal was reported to the outside world in the widely syndicated column, Washington Merry-Go-Round, of Jack Anderson and Leigh Whitten, on July 2, 1975, thus. Marcos tried bribing witness. Washington President Ferdinand Marcos, the Philippines strongman, offered a witness a $50,000 bribe the other day not to testify on Capitol Hill about corruption and tyranny in the Philippines. The witness, Marcos's former press censor Primitivo Mijares, was prepared to tell the uncensored story of the Marcos regime to a House International Relations Subcommittee. On the eve of his testimony, Mijares received a personal call from Marcos in Manila urging him not to testify. Then an aide got on the phone and offered him the $50,000. The money actually was deposited in a San Francisco branch of Lloyd's Bank of California in the names of Primitivo Mijares and Ambassador Trinidad Alcancel, the Philippines Consul General. Thus Mijares couldn't withdraw the $50,000 until the Consul General countersigned the check. Mijares not only went ahead with his testimony but informed Chair Mandan Fraser, D-Min, of the bribe attempt. Fraser's office notified the Justice Department, which is investigating. We have confirmed that $50,000 was deposited in the names of both. 7.5. Mijares and Alcancel in savings account No 0662-46062 at Lloyd's Bank of California. The bank's records show that Alcancel removed Mijares' name from the joint account on June 18, the day after Mijares testified. By Mijares' account, he simply became disgusted with Marcos and sought asylum in the United States. An approach was made in May to persuade him to come home. A colonel in Marcos's presidential guard, Romeo Achoco, looked up Mijares in San Francisco. Over coffee and donuts in a 24-hour restaurant, they talked about a book that Mijares is writing about the Marcos dictatorship. He plans to call it the Conjugal Dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda. The colonel was soothing. He said Marcos would talk to me about my complaints, recalled Mijares. But the former press censor felt he knew Marcos too well to trust him. The colonel's visit was followed by a series of telephone calls from Ambassador Alcancel, who had heard that Mijares would be a star witness at Fraser's hearings on U.S. Philippines problems. The Consul General tried to persuade Mijares not to testify and, when Mijares refused, to pull the punches. In return, the former censor was promised that Manila would help him. He flew to Washington, nevertheless, to testify and checked into a downtown Washington motel. Not long afterward, on June 16, he received a call from Manila. It was Marcos, Mijares told us. He started out by calling me by my nickname, Tibo. He asked me not to testify, because of what it would do to his new society. I told him it would be difficult to back out since I was already under the committee's jurisdiction. He told me his assistant would tell me something that they had something for me. Then presidential aide Guillermo de Vega got on the line, according to Mijares, and began speaking in a mixture of Tagalog and Spanish to confuse possible wiretappers. The aide said $50,000 would be awaiting Mijares in San Francisco if he didn't testify. But if he went ahead with his testimony, warned the aide, it would be a declaration of war. Mijares held firm. 2 hours before he was scheduled to take the stand, he received a call from Alcancel imploring him not to testify, reiterating that the money would be on hand in San Francisco. But the one-time censor, having renounced his former way of life, tonight witness chair and testified in detail about vote fraud, corporate theft payoffs, illegal jailings and general corruption. Mijares laid all these crimes right at the door of Marcos, his family and cronies. Nor did Mijares spare himself in his testimony. Now he is trying to convince U.S. immigration authorities that there is a place in the United States for a newspaperman on the run from totalitarianism. In compliance with a suggestion from John M. Salzberg, staff consultant to the House Committee on International Relations, I prepared an affidavit. Z. Detailing the circumstances of the bribe offer and submitted it to the committee *11. *11. Executed on July 10, 1975, in San Francisco and verified by Bernard Baylock, a notary public. 7. That at about 11 o'clock in the evening of June 16, 1975, EST while I was reviewing my opening statement to be given to the committee. I received an overseas telephone call from Manila. The person at the other end turned out to be my very good friend and former colleague at the Malacanang Palace, Presidential Assistant Guillermo de Vega. He told me he was calling from Festudy room of President Marcos and that the president wanted to talk to me. Our telephone conversation, as far as I can recall, went on as follows, after the usual amenities. Secretary de Vega, Tibo, Gusto kong makasap ni sir. Tibo, sir meaning President Marcos wants to talk to you. President Marcos, Tibo, Pud bang huwag ka nang sumipat sa kamitan yan? Alarn mo, marami na tayong problema dito. Bakamadagdagan mo pa. Mabuti pa I bumalik ka na kaagad sa San Francisco. Tibo, would it be possible for you not to appear before the committee? Your testifying may add more to our problems. It would be better if you return to San Francisco immediately. Mijares, but, sir, there is no way I can back out now. I have already placed myself under the jurisdiction of the subcommittee. President Marcos, here is Gimo, Secretary de Vega, and he has something to tell you. Then transferring the telephone to Secretary de Vega. Secretary de Vega, Tibo, Bumatsi Kanadayan and Trining will arrange for you Cinquenta in San Francisco. Tibo, I suggest you get out of that place right now and return immediately to San Francisco where Ambassador Trinidad Alcancel will arrange 50 for you. Mijares, Mogs, a nickname I use in addressing Secretary de Vega, Hindi na Pud. Nasabiko nasa Kamite na Nandito Naako sa Washington. I have to testify. Secretary de Vega, it is impossible now to withdraw. I have already informed the committee that I am now in Washington, D.C. Secretary de Vega, liong figure I libo. The figure are thousands. And you will get another 50, meaning $50,000, when you leave the United States. Since you may not want to come home to Manila, you may want to go to Australia to be with your sister. We will send you another 50 upon your arrival there. Mijares, Salamat na lang, Mogs. Pero, hindi kita pudeng mapagbigyan. Thank you anyway, Secretary de Vega, but I cannot accede to your suggestion. Secretary de Vega, I will not accept your negative answer now. Pag-aralan mong mabuti iyan, Tibo. Consider this proposal carefully. You know very well that, if you testify, that would mean a declaration of war on your part against us here. Mijares, I realize that, and you can be sure I will act accordingly. Goodbye, document. Secretary de Vega, Sig na, Tibo. All right, Tibo. Take care of Primitivo. Mijares 2.7. Yourself. Trining, Ambassador Trinidad Alcancel, will contact you. 8 that, at about 8:45 a.m. EST of Tuesday, June 17, 1975, 5:45 a.m. San Francisco time, the day of my scheduled testimony before Congressman Fraser's committee. I received a long-distance call from Ambassador Trinidad Alcancel from San Francisco. Alcancel, in so many words, made me understand that he had received instructions from President Marcos to give me $50,000, which he has been authorized to draw from the Philippine National Bank Agency in San Francisco. Presuming that I would no longer testify before the committee, Alcancel asked me to take the first available plane to San Francisco so that he could deliver the money to me. I told him that I could not change my plans anymore, even if I wanted to. However, he insisted that he was going to the Philippine National Bank the first hour that morning to arrange everything. Then he hung up. In dangling the $50,000 for my non-testimony and another $50,000.00 for my departure from the United States, President Marcos was obviously quite sure that he was making me an offer I would hardly be able to refuse. Yes, every man has his price. I have just been offered mine, and the dictatorial regime that goes by the false facade of sponsor of a new society in the Philippines could sit serene, insured for the price of $100,000 against atom aging exposed by an insider in a forum where the new society would get third most. Either by oversight or some providential happening, the martial regime of Marcos miscalculated. It failed to reckon with that little possibility that I might also be influenced by the highfalutin principle that there are things in this life which are more precious than gold, like the duty and obligation I owe to myself, my family, my profession, my country and its history. Dictator Marcos was so sure. He had been assured by his consul general in San Francisco, Alcancel, that I have softened and ripened for a bribe 4 months after my dramatic defection from the Philippine government. Alcancel had surreptitiously interviewed my close confidants in San Francisco, among them being Lino Sarmiento and Crisostomo de Ibarra, and he had gathered the valuable information that I was now living in a state of utter penury, unable to meet my obligations, let alone my requirements for my daily bread. The reports that have reached Marcos in Manila through Alcancel were correct in a certain sense. And so, they thought, I was ripe for the picking. My situation was, however, more in the nature of being impecunious. Having operated as a man and as a leader of men on terms sound conscionable by any yardstick, Marcos obviously overlooked the possibility that any man, even I, could hearken to the voice of conscience as I did. One such voice of conscience that I will always treasure in my life is that of Antonio Garcia, a colleague in the newspaper game in the days before Marshal Lawand, now information officer of the Movement for a Free Philippines. 12 When I bade Tony goodbye on June 15, 1975, as I prepared to fly from San Francisco to Washington, D.C., he gave me a most valued pep talk, thus, Padre, you have an appointment with history. Our suffering countrymen will emblazon in bold letters their gratitude to you for what you will do in Wash. Z2. Inkton, D.C. *12. *12. Garcia was delegated by Manglapus in early November, 1974, to hold talks with me in New York on my proposal for a meeting between MFP leaders and Mrs. Marcos. With advice from Hermie Rotia, who knew how I operated in Manila as a newsman, Garcia opposed the proposed conference between Mrs. Marcos and Manglapus. Behind closed doors, he demanded that it be held in public. Cocoy rejected the proposal that the conference be open to the U.S. news media. I had already made a choice even before such choice was ever presented to me in concrete and tempting terms by that overseas phone call from President Marcos. I restated this choice or decision almost a month before my scheduled testimony before two persons who would fully appreciate such a decision on my part. They were D.H. Soriano and Juan A. Perez, chairman of the board and publisher, respectively, of the Daily Express, for which I worked as a reporter-columnist from March, 1972, until my defection in the United States. D.H. and Johnny had sought me out in late May in San Francisco on their own, having come in from New York where they negotiated certain contracts for the Daily Express. They were not about to negotiate with me to go home, rather, they wanted to satisfy themselves that a personal friend, their ace reporter, was at least in good shape and knew what he was doing. As a matter of fact, D.H. and Johnny made it plain that they would respect my wish to be left alone if I didn't want to meet them at all when they requested that I be put in touch with them by Ms. Lourdes Pobalt, widow of the late newsman Augusto Pobalt, who is now employed as a family health worker by the City County of San Francisco. Over cups of coffee at Naper Tandy's of the Hyatt Hotel on Union Square, I assured them that I am still able to keep body and soul together. Would it not be better if you abandoned what you are doing now and come to terms with the president? I am sure the old man would welcome you back. Johnny suggested. I answered D.H. and Johnny in the language we three fully understood as newspapermen. I happen to have a scoop, I said, a big story. I then posed the question to my two former colleagues in the Philippines: if you, as newspapermen, have an exclusive story of wide public interest, would you sit in it as you are now advising me to do in this case? I really got the newspapermen in D.H. and Johnny. They looked at me with just one question on their faces. What do you mean, Thibaut? And so I reminded them of things they themselves knew very well, about me relationship with President Marcos and the female half of the ruling duumvirate in the Philippines. Of course, DH and Johnny both knew this more than anybody else. They knew that, as a reporter columnist of the Daily Express, I had devoted more time to serving the president as a propagandist and press censor than in actually earning my pay in the newspaper. Although there were different managements, I knew I was serving the interests of one entity anyway. President Marcos owns the Daily Express. Both DH and Johnny knew that I was that close to the first family. I could enter his inner sanctum at any time, except when he was doing very personal things. Z9. The Philippine News *13 put it more succinctly this way in reporting on my defection. 13. Issue of February 2027, 1975, page 1. Mijares is the only private newsman as a matter of fact among the few persons who could go in and out of the palace study room and talk to the president without having to go through frisking by security agents. He does not have to have a prior appointment as most people who want to see the president are required to submit to these days. As a matter of fact, Mijares displays a blue pass personally handwritten by Marcos requiring him to be with the president from the time first presidential caller comes in the morning until the dictator retires for his afternoon nap. Mijares wangled the handwritten blue pass because he has to consult the president on topics for his daily trilingual column, PM Views, which had come to be known as President Marcos's Views. It is widely known in Manila that Mijares became National Press Club president upon the suggestion of Marcos, who wanted to keep an eye on the media people, most of whom the Philippine dictator had labeled as subversives or enemies of the state for their critical writings on his pre-martial law government. Marcos even strengthened Mijares' hand by naming him the MAC chairman. It was in his capacity as MAC chairman that Mijares once had to act as hatchet man for Marcos in investigating Arnold Zeitlin, bureau manager of the Associated Press in Manila, for Zeitlin's reporting on the rebellion of the Muslims in southern Philippines. Both DH and Johnny knew the unique and special role have had to perform for the conjugal dictatorship in Malacanang. Having fortunately walked the corridors of power in the official seat of the powerful duumvirate, I became privy and witness to the sinister manipulation of one man and his scheming wife during a dark hour in the tragic life of my country. This was my scoop, my exclusive story. I owe this story not only to myself as a newspaperman, I owe it to my suffering family, which I have had to temporarily deny my fatherly love and attention in my pursuit of my rendezvous with history. I owe it to my country and its correct history. I set my appointment with history when I defected from the dictatorial regime of Marcos on February 20, 1975.1. Feel I must continue to honor my commitment to history. I consider this a sacred duty, the performance of which should put my country's history in its proper perspective in order that it can render its just and unflinching verdict on the power grab pulled by Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos in the Philippines on September 21, 1972. It was with this tone of conversation that I bade goodbye to DH and Johnny at Napertandi's that afternoon. What we are really interested in finding out, reiterated DH, is that you are okay. Take good care of yourself, Thibaut. If I had a terrific story like yours, and if I had the credentials to tell it as you have, I would certainly do just what you seem determined to do, Johnny declared in the true newspaperman's way. Just make sure, Thibaut, you don't. 30. Salsal asterisk I asterisk 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 14. Your story. Asterisk 14. The literal meaning of this word in English is masturbation. However, as it has been developed as Filipino newsman's lingo, it means over-embellishment, or complete concoction, of a news story to make it appear plausible. Johnny, there is no need to salsal. My difficulty is how to confine everything I know in 500 printed pages, I quipped. For DH and Johnny, my task was simplified into a case of a newsman writing a scoop. However, for my friend and now suffering comrade, Antonio Garcia, my upcoming testimony before the Subcommittee on International Organizations, of the House Committee on International Relations, was my fateful appointment with history. I prepared for that appointment with history. Earlier, Salzburg informed me that I would have 15 minutes to read a prepared statement before the committee, which is chaired by Rep. Donald M. Fraser, D-Min, when I testify in June 17, 1975, as the rest of the time would be utilized by the committee members to question witnesses. I realized that 15 minutes would be too short for me to be able to spell out the lurid details of the story of an evil man's lifetime planning to become his country's first dictator. Would it be possible to submit a lengthy memorandum which I could submit to the committee as an integral part of my testimony? Fortunately, Salzburg answered that it would be perfectly all right. I then decided to look at my forthcoming testimony before the Fraser Committee as an opportunity to make public an outline of the book I have promised myself upon defection that I would write for posterity, not as a money-making venture. Questions are, of course, being raised why I jumped from the Banig to thesis/G*15. *15. This is a take-off from a Tagalog saying, which runs, Bumalas sa Banig at Lumundog sa Sahig. The figurative meaning is that one who was wallowing in luxury or something good abandoned it for a worse or uncertain lot. I have answered this by stating that what I am trying to do is to protect the integrity and patrimony of the country from the merciless plundering by Marcos and his gang. In civil law, the children have the right and obligation to take court action against their own parents to protect their legitime from being impaired by the improvident spending of their parents. It was in this spirit that I took the actions I did on February 20, 1975, and other occasions. I will persevere in this course of action. I spelled this out in my defection statement of February 20, Toit. History fated me to bear witness at very close range, and even champion, the imposition by President Marcos of martial law in the Philippines on September 21, 1972, ostensibly to suppress an escalating communist rebellion and to establish a new society. As Malacanang reporter of the Daily Express, which is owned by the president's family, I became among dictator Marcos's mere handful of trusted confidants at the onset of martial law. As a media man, it then fell on my lot to support and justify the imposition of martial law. On my shoulders were entrusted an intensive and continuing campaign to bend the Filipinos' 31 mind toward accepting what the one-time defendant in a murder case for the cold-blooded shooting of a political rival of his father had decreed. I saw myself as nothing less than Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, with oft-times more powers and prerogatives than Marcos's own docile, self-serving and egotistical information secretary, Francisco S. Todd. But I needed no convincing about the justice of FM's cause. Having covered Philippine Congresses and Philippine presidents from the proclamation of Philippine independence on July 4, 1946, I could see that what we started out to do was in the right direction. With the spreading violence and upheavals in the old Philippine social and economic structure, martial law seemed the only way for the salvation of my poor and ravished country and people. In a word, this patriotic task assigned to me by history I did with all the honesty and sincerity of feeling I could muster. But now, also with equal, nay, even more honesty and sincerity, I find I must sever my bonds with the so-called new society. The false facade I saw, the mask that is the smiling martial law irreversibly shorn off the face of its author, and the real appearance of what after all is a stern despotism is bared for all to see. President Marcos has, wittingly or unwittingly, consciously or unconsciously, digressed and treasonably betrayed with full and gleeful collaboration of top associates and relatives, mostly in-laws, the avowed objectives that we originally set out to do more than 2 years ago. By their rapacity and unbridled appetite for political and economic power, Marcos and his gang has transformed the terms New Society and Bagong Lipunan into New Scandal and Bagong Likuman, respectively, to fit into a parroted term of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago into a dreaded version of a Philippines Gulanan Archipelago. In due time, I shall have the occasion to bear the gory and intimate details, as only a trusted, erstwhile, insider could have gleaned, of the notorious scandal going on in the Philippines that would make Watergate a drop in the bucket and President Nixon a piker placed side by side with Marcos. As an insider, I must cry out with all the vehement protest I could muster that the martial regime of Marcos was nothing but an ill-disguised plot to perpetuate himself, his wife and/or son in power by consolidating the political and economic resources of the country under his control. What President Marcos is doing in the Philippines, it has now dawned on me, is in accordance with a long-studied, methodically prepared plan to take over an entire country politically and economically for himself, his family and his cronies, preparatory to setting up an empire. And for all this, Marcos has jailed innocent people, on fabricated charges, ranging from alleged economic opportunism to plotting his assassination. Incidentally, I know for a fact, as I have gleaned from investigative reports to which I have gained access, that there is no iota of evidence about the mafia having goofed 8 times in having Marcos killed, much less is there any evidence that would link anybody now in military custody to any attempt on the life of the president. I shall be dealing on these points in the coming weeks, and with other matters involving the manipulation of the Supreme Court and the Constitutional Convention, all to suit dictator Marcos's objectives. Since the moment of my decision to sever ties with Marcos comes on 3Z. The eve of the holding of a multi-million peso farcical affair blatantly pervades the Philippine referendum, I must dwell on this point immediately. Their referendum is going to be a farce, the results are a foregone conclusion. Note of all the patriotism and honesty of Commission on Elections Chairman Leonardo B. Perez can stop the gang of Marcos from reporting that the people voted overwhelmingly for the continuation of the martial law administration. I know whereof I speak. I was one of the few persons who fabricated the results of the referenda held in January, 1973, and in June-July, 1973. Having made my decision to disengage from, and eventually expose files of the Marcos military dictatorship, I must, at the same time, beg the forgiveness of some good men within the Philippine government for whom I have nothing but admiration and goodwill. I wish they would take some risks in the interest of return of democracy in the Philippines as with this step I now make. This step I now take, knowing that it transcends all personal and official consideration, risking as I now do even the very lives of my wife and children in the Philippines. With this step, I must abandon my country temporarily and seek asylum in the United States of America along with my associate attorney, Crisostomo de Ibarra. For I must now cry out to articulate the anguished cries of sorrow and pain of the millions of oppressed and dispossessed Filipinos. Having lost their civil liberties at the onset of martial law, they are now in grave danger of losing their hard-earned patrimony in the hands of the rampaging dictator Marcos and his gang. I might have added but found it unnecessary to state that I was probably naive to think that in the changed situation in the Philippines, as in the martial law situation, ideals would prevail, not realizing early enough that, as authoritarian regimes go, the ruling clique must perforce get the lion's share of everything. I have tried to explain fully the rationale, as well as my sorrow and regrets for the present course of action I am taking in a document which I hope would reach my family and my countrymen in the Philippines someday, although I have doubts if most of them would ever understand my motives, considering that the martial regime's propaganda machine had launched an overkill campaign to destroy my image and credibility with what is known as black propaganda. To my mind, the point that should be grasped is not whether I am a good or bad man, but whether I tell the truth about the martial regime in the Philippines. Most of the things I have said and now write about extensively have been or are matters of public knowledge among the people of the Philippines. I am just here providing some heretofore unknown, but logically acceptable links to fit things into the Marcos jigsaw puzzle of perfidy in my country. 33. Chapter 2 Manila Gate. For a foreign head of state to attempt to bribe a congressional witness is unprecedented. The amazing story began a few months ago when Mijares walked out of Malacanang, the presidential palace, after 3 years as Marcos' confidant and propagandist. Thus read a key portion of the widely syndicated Washington merry-go-round column of July 2, 1975*1. How true it is that Washington, D.C. has always been a situs for airing, and of and violent settlement, of disputes between opposing factions of certain foreign governments. It is a favorite hunting ground for foreign governments in their recruitment of American senators and congressmen who might be willing to make trips to their countries where the special guests could be wooed with wine, women, and whatever. The general idea is to improve the attitude of U.S. Solons towards a beleaguered foreign government which might be having a bad image in official Washington or in the U.S. mass media. One of those established by Washington, D.C. observers as notorious for his massive lobbying campaign in the U.S. Capitol was Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo, who had earned such a bad image of corruption and repression in his country at one time. However, it has been reported that Trujillo's brilliant entertainment in the homeland, and the highly effective representation made by his ambassador have also succeeded in bringing about an improvement of the Trujillo image in Washington, D.C. In another area of counter-lobbying in the U.S. Capitol, agents of opposing foreign interests have resorted to assassinations in pursuit of their objectives. One victim of such assassinations was Colonel Yosef Allen, military attaché of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., who was gunned down on July 1, 1973, by a group of assailants who escaped by car in the Maryland area. The Voice of Palestine radio in Cairo subsequently claimed that Allen had been executed by their agents in reprisal for an assassination a few days earlier of an alleged Palestinian Black September representative in Paris. Philippine lobbying in Washington, D.C. as well as its Trujillo-like penchant for wooing visiting American officials has not received much denunciatory notices from the U.S. press. Obviously, much more attention has been concentrated on the authoritarian government which President Marcos imposed in Manila on the eve of the conclusion of his constitutionally allowable 8-year hold on the Philippine presidency. It is a fact that the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda in the 34 Philippines is one of the more notorious lobbyists in Washington, D.C. There was even a time when a Philippine ambassador, now late Gov. Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez, a brother of Mrs. Marcos, resorted to adobo diplomacy by regularly distributing once a week to selected American senators and congressmen, and State Department officials adobo *2 to go. When Mrs. Marcos heard about her ambassador brother's yeoman intestinal diplomacy in Washington, D.C., she even sent Cocoy a Filipino cook to enable him to pursue and expand his adobo diplomacy. The duumvirate wielding the powers of government in Manila have not spared anything in going all out to woo visiting dignitaries, especially those oft U.S. brand. Expenditures running into millions of dollars were unnecessarily incurred to put up a so-called spontaneous 1 million crowd welcome for visiting President and Mrs. Gerald Ford in Manila, the money presumably coming from the $100 million foreign aid the United States doles out to the Philippines yearly. On one occasion in 1973, the conjugal leaders in Manila broke precedent by tendering a state dinner, an honor usually reserved for visiting ranking officials of foreign governments, for Washington Post publisher Katharine Graham and a team of staff writers. But the wining and dining did not influence the Graham team. It wrote objectively on the Philippines situation with the same seriousness that the Washington Post has chronicled the story of the Nixon-Watergate saga. When clippings of the posts were telexed to Malacanang, Mrs. Marcos ruefully stated that she and President Marcos obviously wasted their time, money, and effort on the Graham team. The lobbying by Marcos in Washington, D.C. and in Manila for his new society among U.S. officials has not chalked up much success. Thus, he became more apprehensive when he learned that his former confidant, would tell all before a committee of the U.S. Congress. So, he tried on a new tack, a $100,000 bribe offer. In a rare display of great interest and faith in the story of a foreign chief of state attempting to bribe a witness of the United States Congress, Jack Anderson agreed with his associate, Leigh Whitten, that a second column coming up on July 3, 1975, was in order. That follow-up Washington merry-go-round column read thus: Ex-aide reveals Marcos's corruption. Washington. Yesterday we reported that Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos offered a former confidant, Primitivo Mijares, $50,000 bribe not to tell the U.S. Congress what he knows about corruption in the Philippines. Today we can reveal the story that Marcos tried to cover up. It is another Watergate scandal, Philippine version, a story of high crimes and misdemeanors, ranging from abuse of power to misuse of government funds. 3.5. The story is told in a 24-page memo, which Mijares submitted to the House International Organizations Subcommittee. In the memo, he freely confesses his own dirty work for Marcos. The memo details how Marcos won re-election in 1969 using some of the same tactics that Richard Nixon picked up in 1972. Mijares describes the Marcos campaign as the dirtiest election ever held in the Philippines. Marcos used goons, guns, and gold, his former confidant, charges to win the 1969 election. The strategy was to create an atmosphere of disturbance, which called for Marcos's strong hand to control. The Philippine president, according to the memo, had military personnel infiltrate the ranks of demonstrators to explode bombs in their midst and to instigate the demonstrators into committing acts of violence. Philippine Air Force infiltrators allegedly lobbed heavy explosives in front of the U.S. consular offices, and armed forces psychological warfare units conducted bombings on Manila's water system, City Hall, and the bathroom of the Constitutional Convention. The violence was later blamed by Mr. Marcos on the Maoist People's Army. The incidents that Marcos secretly encouraged, Mijares alleges had their innocent victims. When a bomb exploded inside a department store, for example, a family man who was buying a gift for a child observing its birthday was blown to bits. A conscience-stricken police sergeant later confessed he had planted the bomb on superior orders, claims Mijares. To improve his press notices, Marcos allowed heavy borrowings from the Philippine Bank, according to the memo, so a toady could buy UPA media empire. Allegedly the pro-Marcos media even collected part of their salaries from the president's contingent fund. These tactics worked so well, charges Mijares, that the re-elected Marcos continued using them to take over dictatorial power. Under the Philippine Constitution, Marcos was limited to 2 terms, but he had no intention of retiring. He continued to whip up a crisis fever. He staged a supposed landing of combat weapons, for example, along the coast of Dagoyo. Mijares claims the weapons were planted by a special operations group of trusted military men, but Marcos loudly blamed a foreign power and Maoist guerrillas. There was also a faked ambush, Mijares charges, involving a Philippine official's car. By exploiting these incidents, Marcos had the country psychologically ready for his proclamation of martial law on September 21, 1972. With a great show of benevolence, he proclaimed a so-called smiling martial law. He quickly restored order and gave the citizenry respite from turmoil. But he also closed down opposition newspapers and jailed recalcitrant editors and rivals. Marcos asked a constitutional convention to put a stamp of legitimacy upon his dictatorship. But when the delegates showed a little independence, the memo states, he caused the arrest and detention in military stockades of delegates and bribed floor leaders of the convention with money and favors. To make doubly sure the convention gave Marcos the powers he Primitivo Mijares 36. Wanted, alleges Mijares, the results were manufactured by a group headed by the president's favorite brother-in-law, Gov. Benjamin Romualdez. Mijares had personal knowledge that the convention vote was rigged, he writes, because I was a member of that group. Just as John Dean later confessed his role in the Nixon scandals, Mijares describes how he ordered the takeover of a newspaper, investigated an Associated Press reporter, prepared phony stories on revolutionaries and committed other outrages on Marcos's orders. The Mijares memo then tells how Marcos's military regime has gone absolutely corrupt. The dictator parceled out to his cronies the licenses to smuggle in luxury goods and to smuggle out sugar, copra, lumber and cement, charges Mijares. Military supporters have been given fabulously lucrative rackets in Manila to run as they please, he adds. Through front men, according to Mijares, Marcos has taken over agricultural lands in northern Luzon, the Visayas, and Mindanao. He also allegedly controls oil concessions, a huge export business, a free trade zone in Mariveles, and even a claim on some buried World War II Japanese treasure in the Sierra Madre. Mijares also claims that Marcos has misused some of the $100 million in U.S. aid he gets each year. The greatest part of U.S. medical aid, for example, goes to the United Drug Company, the biggest pharmaceutical firm in the country, which is owned by a front man of the president, alleges memo. Yet the U.S. State Department, swears Mijares, has thwarted Marcos' democratic opponents by supporting the Philippine martial regime. Alerted by the 1-2 punch delivered by the hard-hitting syndicated columnists Anderson and Whitten, major newspapers and news agencies in the United States and all over the world sought follow-up stories on the expose from whatever quarters or sources they could. News agencies, notably the Associated Press and the United Press International, flashed their follow-up stories worldwide. Great interest in the follow-up stories which anybody could supply was evinced particularly by the newspapers which carry the Anderson column. Among the articles that came to our attention were those written by newsman Dan Gordon III and newsperson Molly Burrell IV. Gordon's front-page article in the Nevada State Journal is typical of the press coverage of the bribery expose. However interesting the story on Marcos's reprehensible attempt to bribe a congressional witness turned out to be, there just wasn't enough space in the columns of Anderson or in the news stories to cram the intimate and lurid details of the bribery episode, or the gory reasons for the dastardly attempt of a foreign chief of state to commit a federal crime on American soil. I myself didn't have enough time to tell the U.S. Congress earlier what I really had to tell about the dark night of totalitarianism that has engulfed my 37 hapless country. I could do it in only 8 pages of prepared testimony which he had to read hurriedly before the Fraser subcommittee, reserving the rest of my materials in a memorandum of 24 pages which I appended to my prepared statement. My opening statement read: I have come to call the attention of the United States Congress to what appears right now as just another Southeast Asian sore spot. This seemingly inconsequential trouble spot could, however, develop into the proportion of a Portugal gone communist in the context of America's global defense system. Before I go any further, I would like to express my appreciation to the members of this honorable committee for this rare privilege of being able to bury certain hitherto unknown facets of the Southeast Asian sore spot. It is about a dictatorial martial regime that has supplanted by paramount force its Republican government of what once was pridefully known as the show window of American democracy in Asia. I fancy myself here right now as speaking in behalf of my 45 million countrymen now groaning under the yoke of a ruthless dictator. The tyrant has clamped down a harsh authoritarian rule with the guns of martial law in a country that has enjoyed for 72 years the blessings of freedom under a democracy. Let me trace the origin and pattern of this new tyranny in Asia. On September 21, 1935, as established beyond reasonable doubt by a Philippine court, a young man, an expert rifle marksman by his own account, fell dead with a single rifle shot a re-elected congressman. This happened less than 2 days after the re-elected Solon had defeated for these con time the father of this young man. Of course, the Supreme Court later acquitted this young man on a technicality. 37 years to the day after that celebrated murder of a congressman, or on September 21, 1972, this same man, nearing the end of his second and last term as president of his country, having wizened to the ways of dictators Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, and Perón, and anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, with evident premeditation and long, methodical preparation wielded a more powerful weapon, this time the entire armed forces of his country, and snuffed out, not just the life of one man, but the light of freedom from an entire nation by placing the Philippines under martial law. The martial regime, now turned corrupt, ruthless, and tyrannical, is showing all the signs that have inexorably driven free nations to the communist tentacles. The man who was condemned to life imprisonment by a trial court for the murder of his father's political conqueror on September 21, 1935, and the man who must face a terrible verdict of history for killing democracy in the Philippines on September 21, 1972, are one and the same man, Ferdinand E. Marcos. How Mr. Marcos methodically plotted to kill democracy in the Philippines just because he did not want to be an ex-president at an early age, 55, how he wielded the terrible guns of martial law to instill and maintain a pervasive climate of fear and repression, and how he continues to entrench himself in the presidential palace in a bid to reign for life and establish an imperial 32 dynasty in the Philippines shall be the thrust of my testimony today. I was an unwitting tool in some of the plans of Mr. Marcos for the imposition of martial law. As a matter of fact, I was the first newspaperman to write the full story of the imposition of martial law 12 hours before its official announcement. I have access in advance to the original copies of martial law proclamation and the first 6 general orders issued by President Marcos. I subsequently became a willing tool in the execution of measures designed to stabilize the martial regime. I became a close confidant of President Marcos, at times performing the role of a Joseph Goebbels and wielding greater powers in the propaganda field than his own official information secretary. And I performed my duties faithfully until it dawned in me that what I was helping to get entrenched was not a regime of constitutional authoritarianism dedicated to the establishment of law and order, and of a new society. I began to realize that it was nothing but an infamous design dedicated shamelessly to the establishment by the law of gun of an imperial dynasty in the Philippines. If I now take a strong position against the martial regime of Mr. Marcos, I do so with the sense of outrage of one who has been so thoroughly betrayed. I was hoodwinked into supporting the imposition of martial law. It should not take any longer for the armed forces generals and other influential civil officials still supporting Mr. Marcos to realize that they, too, are being hoodwinked. The truth will soon come out, and history will vindicate me, that the reasons used by President Marcos in imposing martial law were deliberately manufactured by Mr. Marcos himself in a manner that makes Hitler a piker in his burning of the Reichstag. Initially, the Filipino people dutifully supported Mr. Marcos. We had no other choice. With a series of deliberately contrived crises that created a fearsome atmosphere of anarchy, Mr. Marcos made the people lapse into a state of paralysis. He made the terror-stricken populace lose respect for duly constituted authorities and confidence in the ability of democratic processes to maintain law and order. Then he wove a labored tale of national horror which he eventually enshrined as gospel truth in the Martial Law Proclamation, number 1081. We all went along with Mr. Marcos. We convinced ourselves that in a developing country, like the Philippines, with limited resources and great demands by the population on such resources, a firm authoritarian regime would be best equipped to bring about and maintain a program of development with the allocation of resources on the basis of priorities. While I went along with the martial regime, I never shook off my training of 22 years as a cynical newspaperman. As I walked the corridors of the constricted center of power in Malacanang, I utilized my cynically observant qualities. I began to discover after the first year of martial rule that the so-called program of building a new society was nothing but an ill-disguised plan of Mr. Marcos to perpetuate himself, his wife and or son, Ferdinand Jr. in power, by consolidating the political, military, and economic resources of the country under his firm control. What is now being forced down the throats of Filipinos by the guns of martial law is a long-studied, methodically prepared Oriental design to take over an entire country politically, militarily. 3. And economically for Mr. Marcos, his family, and cronies, preparatory to setting up an empire in Southeast Asia. Originally, the empire was programmed to include a portion of the former British Crown colony of North Borneo, now known as Sabah under the Federation of Malaysia. And to achieve his ends, President Marcos plotted to place his country under martial law as early as 1966, having decided then that he would win a re-election in 1969 at all cost. Upon his imposition of martial law, he jailed all his political enemies and media critics, along with youth activists whose only crime was to ask the custodians of power to give them a better government, the professionals who dared support the militant youth business tycoons who resisted attempts to gobble them up, on fabricated charges ranging from alleged subversion, economic opportunism to plotting the president's assassination. Let me go into some specific areas of the martial rule. 1. Upon his assumption of the presidency on December 30, 1965, Mr. Marcos positioned himself for a long rule beyond the constitutionally allowable two-term tenure which should have ended on December 30, 1973. His master plan called for winning re-election in 1969 at all cost, declaration of martial law at least 1 year before the expiration of his second and last term on December 30, 1973, packing the Supreme Court and the defense establishment with his hand-picked followers, capture of the local governments, and contriving crises after crises to justify a Marcos-led military putsch. 2. Having imposed martial law, Mr. Marcos ordered the arrest and detention without charges of his political opponents, business rivals, militant student and labor leaders, and media men, closed down the newspapers, radio and television stations, confiscated properties of political opponents and business rivals, proceeded to reallocate the entire resources of the country to just a few favored families, and sought to clothe his regime with a semblance of legality by extorting a new constitution from a convention then in session. 3. The martial regime is an authoritarian government gone absolutely corrupt. 4. The corruption of the martial regime is not confined to the insatiable acquisition of the country's material resources, but extends to the exercise of power itself. Having proclaimed martial law, he proceeded to bribe, coerce, and slash or intimidate the Constitutional Convention members into drafting a new charter dictated by him. For lack of time, or as an afterthought, he then ordered the falsification of the Journal of the Convention to insert explanatory notes by delegates for the hastily prepared provisions considered vital to his constitutional dictatorship. 5. Realizing after testing the waters that the new constitution would not be ratified in a regular plebiscite, Mr. Marcos cancelled the scheduled plebiscite and went the regular ways of dictators by submitting the charter to a so-called referendum. 6. The new constitution, on which Mr. Marcos relies for the constitutionality of his regime and the legality of all its acts under martial law, was not validly ratified by the Filipino people. There was no referendum at all. The results cited by Mr. Marcos in declaring the ratification of the new constitution were manufactured by a group that included your humble 40. Witness. 7. As the media confidant of Mr. Marcos, I orchestrated the reporting of stories on the referendum and other undertakings of the regime that were designed to stabilize the new government. 8. A dictatorial regime as it is, the martial government of Mr. Marcos has become all the more oppressive and corrupt in view of the meddling of his wife, who has turned the martial regime into a conjugal dictatorship. 9. Aside from plundering an entire nation, the conjugal dictatorship is likewise misappropriating the various items of United States assistance, military, economic, cultural, etc., to the Philippines to entrench itself in power and for personal glorification. Towards the end of my testimony, I will request the Honorable Chairman of the Committee to allow me to submit a lengthy memorandum, complete with exhibits, containing detailed elucidations on the points I have raised in this opening statement. The committee will most probably be besieged by coached witnesses refuting my allegations and assailing my credibility. If any one of them can make an honest claim that he has entered the presidential study room inside Malacanang without going through security and the appointments office, then he can speak with some competence. There are only 6 persons who may succeed in calling me a liar by coming before this committee and testifying personally under oath. They are President Marcos, the First Lady Gov. Romualdez, Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave and Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. De Vega. Suffice it to say, at this point, that the faces of martial law I have pictured to the committee bring to mind a sharp repartee made by the leader of our independence movement, Don Manuel Luis Quezon, to a spokesman of the proposition to make the Philippines a state of the United States. Better a government run like hell by Filipinos than a government run like heaven by Americans. The United States could not, even if it wanted to, have given us a government like heaven, but certainly a Filipino is now giving the Filipinos a government like hell. In the light of the foregoing, I respectfully suggest that, In aid of legislation, the committee take into account the following points. 1. Mr. Marcos is not a de jure president of the Philippines. He is usurper, at best a de facto ruler, who holds power in a classic demonstration of a motto of China's Mao Zedong, whom Mr. Marcos had just visited, that power flows from the barrel of a gun. 2. The lack of a designated successor, or a provision in the new constitution for orderly succession, in case of Mr. Marcos's demise or removal from office, for whatever cause, gives investors in the Philippines, especially foreigners, no guarantee of stability. 3. The Marcos regime, having gone corrupt and betrayed the rising expectations of a weary people, may soon become easy prey to a real communist conspiracy, which is allowed to flourish underground, while legitimate dissenting groups are mercilessly repressed. 4. The U.S. government cannot just fold its arms on the Philippines, with which it has had a long tradition of friendship and history of tutelage in. 41. Democracy. In the light of the traditional American policy of fighting its defensive wars outside the American continent, the Philippines becomes America's special concern because it is a vital link in the U.S. worldwide defense network designed to keep wars away from American shores. 5. A Philippines gone communist could present the U.S. with a problem in its defense arrangements similar to what is now the so-called Portugal Trojan horse. 6. Freedom-loving Filipinos desirous of overthrowing the dictatorial yoke of Mr. Marcos are stymied by the posture of support the State Department has shown for the martial regime, various organized groups waiting for a clarion call to shed blood for the restoration of democracy in the Philippines are even more fearful that they might face American troops and arms from Clark Field, if they should take up arms to overthrow the Marcos regime. We are not even asking the United States to come to the aid of the freedom-yearning Filipinos and actively assist them in overthrowing a dictatorial regime. We want to restore democracy to our ravished country by our own resources, animated only by our unquenchable thirst for freedom. We only ask that the United States stand aside, state categorically that it does not, and will not, support a dictatorial regime that has by now all the hallmarks of an incipient Vietnam gone communist. The opening statement I read before the committee was, of course, only a cassel of the story of the terrible dark night of dictatorship that has devoured the Republic of the Philippines. It was this story, so damaging to his claim of legitimacy as Chief of State of the Republic of the Philippines, that President Marcos tried to prevent me from telling the American Congress and people. However, the bizarre bribery attempt made by President Marcos to silence me did not end with the first offer he made to me in Washington, D.C. on June 16, 1975. The bribe offer followed me all the way back to San Francisco, thereby establishing a second stage, or perhaps, a second criminal act, in the attempt of dictator President Marcos to stop me from talking about his martial regime. The first attempt involved an offer made to me by Marcos of a bribe amounting to $100,000 as quid pro quo in the following manner. 1. $50,000, if I would withhold my scheduled testimony, or in the alternative, to tone down my said testimony, on the events leading up to the imposition, and during the first 3 years, of martial law in the Philippines before the Subcommittee on International Organizations, and 2. Another $50,000.00, if I, upon compliance with the first condition, would leave the United States and reside in another country. Australia was suggested because I have a sister who resides in Perth, Australia. I rejected the offer and testified as scheduled at 2 p.m. on June 17, 1975 before the Subcommittee on International Organizations, denouncing the one-man military dictatorship of Marcos in the strongest and most authoritative language yet used against Marcos in a forum where it really counted so much. I confided the bribe offer at about 8:30 a.m. on June 17, 1975, to San Francisco lawyer Gerald N. Hill, to John Salzberg, staff consultant of the Subcommittee on International Organizations at about 11 a.m. on June 18, 1975, to Leigh Whitten, an associate of columnist Jack Anderson, at about 5 p.m. 4Z. On June 18, 1975, and to Abelardo Al Valencia in Washington, D.C. at about midnight of June 16, 1975. The second stage, or perhaps the second criminal act involved in this bizarre case, developed when columnists Anderson and Whitten, the meticulous and exhaustive investigative reporters that they are, started looking into the bribe offer themselves on June 26, 1975. The columnists' investigations, which included telephone calls to the Philippine Consulate General in San Francisco, must have somehow alerted Ambassador Alcancel to a forthcoming column of Anderson. Evidently in panic, Alcancel obtained clearance from President Marcos to offer me the lump sum of $100,000 on the following conditions: 1. That I would immediately leave for Australia, 2. That he would desist from publishing my book on martial law, and 3. That I would repudiate the testimony I have given before the House Committee, disown the Jack Anderson columns and all other press statements or public pronouncements I may have made after my defection on February 20, 1975. An affidavit embodying the conditions sought to be imposed on me in exchange for the $100,000 was drafted and prepared by Ambassador Alcancel, presumably at the Philippine Consulate General on Sutter Street in San Francisco, on a consulate typewriter, and delivered to me on June 26, 1975, by an employee of the consulate, Crispin Padigas. Pieced together, the activities into which Alcancel dedicated himself upon direct instructions from President Marcos constituted a brazen attempt by Aiden Asian dictator to tamper with sacred and hallowed American institutions, i.e. seeking to prevent or pervert the testimony of a congressional witness. This incident came at a time when the policy-making branch of the United States government had decided to initiate an inquiry into the wisdom of the U.S. government's continuing pouring of millions of U.S. taxpayer money in the form of foreign aid to unstable dictatorial regimes in Southeast Asia. This was necessitated by the debacle in South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, which required the sacrifices of 56,000 Americans killed and 500,000 others wounded, not to mention the $200 billion in money and war materiel poured into that lengthy war. President Marcos realized, perhaps belatedly, that the Fraser Committee hearing would learn for the first time the gory details of his dastardly act of betrayal of democracy in the Philippines when he placed my country under martial law on September 21, 1972. He tried bribery to stop me. Lately, he has come out with a denial of the bribery attempts. Residential ipsa loquitur. This is a Latin principle of law which states that the thing speaks for itself. A check for $50,000, drawn by the Philippine National Bank Agency in San Francisco in favor of Alcancel, on June 17, 1975, and deposited jointly in a savings account in Alcancel's name and mine with Thel Lloyd's Bank California main branch in San Francisco, also on the same day, which was the day I was to testify on the Philippine Watergate. The day after I testified, or on June 18, Alcancel returned to the bank and cancelled my name from the joint account. These undeniable events constitute the res or the thing. I call it the smoking gun. Just how the smoking gun was discovered is a matter that one may say was a providential happening. I reported it to the Fraser Committee in this manner in Articles 12, 13, 14, and 21, of my July 10. 43. 12. That, upon my return to San Francisco, I immediately inquired about the bribe money from my sources, particularly, with the Philippine National Bank, which would be the logical instrument for such a transaction from the Philippines. Luckily, I discovered that during the first banking hour of June 17, 1975, on the day I was to testify, the Philippine National Bank had feverish activity relating to the rush issuance of a $50,000 check in favor of Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel, the Consul General of the Philippines in San Francisco. My sources, however, could not tell me what Ambassador Alcancel did with the check. However, I was also informed that all transactions with the Philippine National Bank are being facilitated by three correspondent banks in San Francisco, namely Wells Fargo Bank, First Western Bank and Lloyd's Bank of California. 13. That, on the basis of the information I had gathered, I started checking by telephone with the Wells Fargo Bank, and then with the First Western Bank if any transaction of $50,000 involving myself was recorded by them. I was given by both banks a negative answer. 14. That, when I checked with the Lloyds Bank of California, the person who answered my telephone inquiry was a certain Mr. Roger Paul, who luckily for me, was the very same person who handled the transaction of Ambassador Alcancel. Mr. Paul informed me that at an early banking hour on June 17, 1975, a person who identified himself as Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel opened a savings account jointly in his name and my name for the sum of $50,000, $50,000. The number of the savings account was 0660-46062. The corresponding deposit slip was made in both our names for the full amount. When asked where I was so that I could sign the signature card of the bank, Ambassador Alcancel reportedly told Mr. Paul that I was out of the country. Mr. Paul then informed me that the following day, June 18, 1975, the same person, Ambassador Alcancel, went to the bank again, and changed the name of our joint account to his own name alone. The account number of the savings deposit was changed to no 0662-46063. 21. That, at about 3 p.m. on July 1, after preliminary contact with the Lloyds Bank of California, I was accompanied by my lawyer, attorney Gerald N. Hill, and Alex A. Esclamadug, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Philippine News, to the Lloyds Bank of California office at 201 Montgomery Street, San Francisco, in order to personally inquire about the circumstances surrounding Alcancel's $50,000 transaction. Then and there, we were able to discuss the matter with the bank's operations officer Mr. Jerry R. Stanton, from whom we got the following information. A. That early in the morning of June 17, 1975, Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel brought a Philippine National Bank, San Francisco agency check number 4905 dated June 17, 1975, for the sum of $50,000, payable to Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel. A Xerox copy of its face is attached hereto as Annex E. The check was deposited to a savings account which was opened in the name 44 of Trinidad Q. Alcancel and Primitivo Mijares. The number of the savings account was 0662-46062. A Xerox copy of the original deposit slip, Bank Form No. S150, 09-74, is attached hereto and marked as Annex F. B. That, the Philippine National Bank check was endorsed on the back as follows: pay to the Lloyds Bank California for deposit to savings account no 0660-46063 in the name of Primitivo Mijares, signed, Trinidad Q. Alcancel. A Xerox copy of the signed endorsement is attached hereto and marked as Annex G. C. That, the following day, June 18, 1975, Ambassador Alcancel went to the same bank and at that time the account name was changed to the sole name of Alcancel, Trinidad Q. A universal credit slip stamp substitute was executed for the sum of $50,000. A Xerox copy of the form is hereto attached as Annex H. D. That, Mr. Stanton could not find in the records any other signature card with the joint account name of Trinidad Q. Alcancel and Primitivo Mijares. Mr. Stanton indicated that if there was any signature card bearing joint name aforementioned, that he has no knowledge as to what happened to it. Mr. Stanton further stated that the reason for the two account numbers was a mistake of the clerk who handled the transaction. E. That, the amount of $50,000, is still in deposit with the Lloyds Bank of California, 201 Montgomery Street, San Francisco, in the personal name of Trinidad Q. Alcancel. However, Mr. Stanton informed me that I have no right to stop any transactions on the account because my signature does not appear on the corresponding signature card and that, based on the nature of the endorsement on the back of the check, the amount can be withdrawn by Ambassador Alcancel at any time. The attempt of President Marcos, through his most trusted presidential assistant and his consul general in San Francisco, to bribe me out of the congressional committee witness stand and then out of the United States of America was more than just a case of obstruction of the American system of justice by a foreign chief of state beyond the territory of his dictatorship. It is in truth and in fact a dastardly attempt by a tin-horn Asian dictator to extend the dirty and ugly hands of Marcos's dictatorial martial regime into the heartland of freedom-loving America. Obviously, Marcos, heady over the relative ease by which he had seized power in Manila, wanted to test a new political theory, the nomenclature by which he describes all steps he undertakes against the grain of democracy. He wanted to test a new political theory that he could tamper with sacred and hallowed American institutions from the seat of his military regime in Manila by obstructing the proceedings of an investigation by a proper committee of the United States Congress. In Malacanang, he rules with an iron hand, secured in the thought that he had already successfully tampered anyway with an institution of democracy which the United States had painstakingly set up for almost half a century in Asia by 45. His imposition of martial law in the Philippines in 1972. The other apparent objective of Marcos in offering me a handsome bribe was to silence the opposition set up by overseas Filipinos to the despotic military rule that has engulfed the Philippines. Marcos's objectives are quite understandable considering the stakes involved, his crime in trying to buy me out of the House Committee hearing not having been his first anyway against democracy. The most merciful thing that might be said about the bribe attempt is that Marcos simply wanted to stop me from giving the damaging testimony that I gave to the Fraser Committee. Marcos has never failed before. He figured neither the risk that I just might reject his bribe nor the dire consequences that would ensue from his failure to make me shy away from the committee hearing. After all, Marcos and other past Philippine presidents have always had their way with Mother America. U.S. aid in terms of millions of dollars squeezed out of the hard-working American taxpayers regularly come almost as a matter of course. Thus, when Marcos proclaimed martial law in the Philippines, he took it for granted that his military dictatorship, nicknamed the New Society, could undertake, as had his pre-martial law administration as well as others before him, activities that earn Washington's condemnation, if committed by governments other than that of America's former ward in Asia. It seems that Marcos hasn't realized that the rules of the game have already been changed. He himself changed the rules by which he should be handled in the United States when he proclaimed martial law in the Philippines. Marcos discarded the institution of democratic fair play and humane conduct by which the delicate art of government should be pursued. His very move was one of the underlying reasons for the decision of the United States Congress to conduct an inquiry into the U.S. foreign assistance program, including the dole out of millions of dollars to the Philippines. The U.S. Congress wanted to determine the wisdom of pumping millions of American taxpayer money into authoritarian regimes that go against the very objective of foreign assistance, which is the expansion of the frontiers of freedom and democracy all over the world. It was Marcos's own conduct of an oppressive and rapacious authoritarian government that made me renounce a rule of doggish, loyal service to him. He had the gall nevertheless to assume that I was still his man whom he could keep away from a congressional witness stand with a bribe offer. Now, other rules are changing for Marcos. The United States government has decided to investigate the bribe. The attempt to silence me, and the later attempt to make me recant my congressional testimony, were not the first of acts of similar nature committed by the martial government of Marcos by way of exportation of martial law to the United States. The exportation of Marcos's martial law has an altogether different objective from the exportation made by Fidel Castro of his Cuban Revolution. Marcos's main desire is to silence criticisms and opposition abroad by both Filipinos and friends of the Filipino people in order to minimize possible alarm that might be raised by foreign governments, particularly the United States, over the repression and plunder that the military regime has launched in the Philippines. The Manila government has prepared a blacklist of Filipinos residing in Primitivo Mijares 4B. The United States who cannot return to the Philippines without being subjected to reprisals for their anti-martial law activities. Pictures of these blacklisted persons are posted at every point of entry in the Philippines, including Clark Air Force Base, so that they can be seized and detained any time they land in the Philippines. The list includes American citizens of Filipino descent. Even the so-called Balikbayan program, which was launched by the Marshall regime to induce Filipinos abroad to visit their homeland, is part of the overall program of the regime to conceal the Philippine Watergate. It has neutrally boosted the Philippines' dollar reserves as claimed by Tourism Secretary Jose D. Asparas. Marcos also exports his martial law to the United States through the vehicle of a well-oiled propaganda apparatus. Wherever possible, Marcos or his minions summon relatives of blacklisted Filipinos to Manila and order them to write their kins in the United States to stop their activities against, or their criticisms of, martial law in the Philippines. The Manila regime has not hesitated to crack down on news organs of Filipinos which have been critical of the dictatorship. The glaring example is the pressure applied by President Marcos on the Filipino-owned travel agencies which are raking in on the Balikbayan project, to withdraw their advertising from the Philippine news and shift them to the propaganda organs operated by Gov. Benjamin Coco y Romualdez in the United States. The shenanigans that President Marcos would still resort to in order to ensure the stability and long duration of his authoritarian regime in the Philippines are still inconceivable, but, considering his satanic record and infinite capacity for diabolical cunning, I expect him to go to great lengths. The stakes are so high and are still escalating for Marcos to leave anything to the normal behavior of a man. The stakes in his new society could even involve his own neck and those of the persons collaborating with him, including the diamond-studded neck of Imelda whose wrinkles have been stretched a lot Ash Wednesday. Marcos already made a dastardly attempt to shield from the American government and people the Machiavellian design for his infamous power grab in the Philippines when he sought to offer me a bribe to keep me out of a House committee hearing. His bribe offer appears so reprehensible when one takes note of the fact that Marcos did it to conceal the gory ways by which he went about dismantling the apparatus of a democratic government set up by the United States in Asia. It becomes specially condemnable considering that the bribe offer constitutes an attempt by a tin-horn Asian dictator to tamper with sacred and hallowed American institutions. It sounds so alarming when the fact emerges that it was done on the eve of the celebration by the United States of America of the bicentennial of the launching of the first great American experiment in democracy. To my mind, it betrayed Marcos's utter contempt for the principles of democracy, which he dismantled in the Philippines, whether they be established in the Philippines, in the United States of America or anywhere else. 47. The attempt to tamper with a congressional hearing in the U.S. was Marcos's contemptuous way of saying, "Happy birthday, America." It was his assalto *5 to Mother America. However, Marcos cannot stop my irreversible course. I made an appointment with history when I defected from Marcos's regime, and I kept my date with an important chapter of Philippine history when I testified before the Fraser Committee. I will continue to honor my commitment to history, and specifically to the journalistic profession in that, having fortunately or unfortunately walked the corridors of power during a dark hour in the life of my country and having been privy to the sinister manipulations of a scheming man and his more ambitious wife, I would perpetuate my knowledge and observations on this abominable chapter in the history of my country. Chapter 3. Twilight of Democracy. Dusk was settling on the ancient city of Manila, with the sun that gives the oriental metropolis its most beautiful sunset slowly sliding away behind the clouds beyond historic Corregidor and Caballo Islands. The eastern horizon was aflame with layers of red clouds, a phenomenon which a Batangas farmer would undoubtedly interpret as a portent of heavy rains, perhaps stormy days ahead. Out in Project 6, Quezon City, where I resided, my immediate neighbors Lolo and Lola Adama, parents of former advertising sales girl Fanny Adama who now resides in New York City, beckoned to my youngest son, Luis Manuel, who was driving around on his mini motorcycle. In mixed Ilocano and Tagalog the two old folks advised my boy to go home because they feared that something terrible was in the offing. Their gauge, or the basis for their superstitious belief, was the prolonged mournful howling of dogs and the cackling of chickens in the neighborhood. The phenomenon observed by Theodore Adarnas manifested itself almost throughout the country that afternoon. 48. The setting sun over Manila Bay gave a snugness to President Marcos's private study room at Malacanang that early evening of September 22, 1972. Marcos sat serene in his study, glancing once in a while at the bevy of red telephone receiver sets which linked his office with military camps all over the country. What am I about to do? Marcos must have asked himself. Then, he imagined that in whatever direction he would be looking there would be soldiers sealing and closing down newspaper offices and radio and television stations, soldiers knocking at and or down locked doors and inviting or dragging out forcibly persons previously listed in an order of battle to go with them in a van, camps filled with men and women who have made the mistake of disagreeing with him or acting rather headily in seeking to consign Marcos prematurely to the dung heap of a lame duck presidency. How pitiful they would soon be, he must have mused. Marcos pressed a button in his intercom, and when an ever-ready aide responded to say yes, sir, he commanded, get me Secretary Enrile. And then, with his line to the communications room aide still open, Marcos muttered to himself, Mazia dong mabagal ang mga dong yan kung kailan pa naman kitanggan magmadali. Those people, without alluding to anyone in particular, move so sluggishly at a time when I want them to move fast enough. Within a few minutes, he determined that his Secretary of National Defense, Juan Ponce Enrile, had left his office at Camp Emilio Aguinaldo *1 rather early in the day. *1. The main building at Camp Aguinaldo houses the office of the Secretary of National Defense and serves also as the Armed Forces General Headquarters. Originally named Camp Murphy in honor of Frank Murphy, last American Governor-General in the Philippines, the camp was renamed in 1962 in honor of the President of the First Republic. He was located by Sgt. Arturo Boquiron, agent on duty at the communications room near the President's study room, in the house of a friend. Somewhat irritated, Marcos ordered Enrile in the following manner: Secretary Enrile? Where are you? You have to do it now. Yeah, the one you discussed this noon. We cannot postpone it any longer. Another day of delay may be too late. Continuing his orders, obviously after being interrupted with some remarks by Enrile, Marcos went on, make it look good. Kailangan sayuro I may masaktan o kung mayroon mapatay I mas mabuti. Maybe it would be better if somebody got hurt or killed. Oh, hala, Sieg, Janv, Okof.eo ahead, and be sure the Sturv catches the big news and news watch. And call me as soon as it is over. My newsman's instinct told me that I would be handling the biggest news story of my life. I gained some inkling on the unfolding drama days earlier from the President himself. He instructed me during one of our luncheon sessions to prepare a situationer, a news roundup, on the encounters between elements of the government's armed forces and the Communist New People's Army, the landing of combat weapons and war materiel for the phase along the coast of Dagoyo in Palanan, Isabela, the terror bombings in Manila and suburbs, and violent demonstrations of the radicals. Make sure that the Daily Express puts out the situationer on or before Sunday, September 24, 1972, Marcos said to me. Tell them it is a direct. 44. Instruction from me. As Marcos completed his phone conversation with Enrile, I could not stop jitters over my body. I pondered the seemingly inextricable depth of cooperation I was extending Marcos on his irreversible course of action. At this stage, I felt some sense of guilt, largely because weeks earlier I had a lively discussion with my first 3 children, Perla and Pilota, who were then high school students at St. Teresa's, and Jose Antonio, also a high school student at Lourdes School, all in Quezon City. All 3 of them and my youngest, Boyet, have mockingly called me a Marcos Tuda, lapdog. They sang the tune that Marcos was an incompetent president who has not responded to the needs of the country for reforms. They said they were learning early in school and from schoolmates that the establishment which Marcos represents can no longer stem the tide of change and reform as demanded by intellectuals, professionals, businessmen, students, peasants, and laborers. Even the seminarians, priests, and nuns had joined the forces for change and progress, they said. For the police and education reporters, it looked like there would be no sensational stories which they would be able to utilize to shove off from above the newspaper fold, those salsal stories usually pounded out of the typewriters by the byline-hugging reporters from the Malacanang or the Palace Beats. It has been a pleasant development since the advent of the decade of the 70s that the education reporters, deprecatingly looked down upon as the deadbeat news hounds, have come up on their own as they teamed up with glamorous police reporters to write about student activism and other demonstrations in the Manila metropolis. But this night of September 22, 1972, there was no scheduled demonstration. There was nary a hint in the police blotter that any group or groups were forming at the university belt to march along P. Burgos, the traditional route of demonstrators, or Mendiola, which leads to the gates of Malacanang Palace. Tito Teddy Lawai Santos, a former driver for police reporters turned police reporter himself for the newspaper with the widest circulation Manila Times, summed up the activist front for all the police reporters how usually converge 4 p.m. at the Manila Metropolitan Police Headquarters on U.N. Avenue with a call to Crispilo Icban, Jr., the Times city editor, thus, June Tahimik ang Bayan. The town is quiet. Don't expect any earth-shaking story from our end. As a matter of fact, Teddy Lawai and most members of the Newman's tribe would not be turning in any stories for a long time to come. Brig. Gen. Gerardo Tamayo, MMP chief, soon joined the police reporters, shaking his head and muttering, "I don't like it, boys. It's too quiet for comfort." Jerry's sixth sense as a policeman was loudly telling him this could be the proverbial lull before a big storm. Not being up to the minute on the news, jittery housewives huddled in thousands of homes with their young ones in Manila and environs, wondering when the family breadwinner would come home. So fresh still in their mind was the incident involving a father who, while buying a gift for a 3-year-old daughter celebrating her birthday, was blown to pieces by a bomb exploded by an alleged communist terrorist on busy Caradeta Street in Sta. Cruz, near the Quiapo Church. Families waited, too, for their student daughters or sons who might get caught in whirlpools of troubles that demonstrations, whether staged by students or workers, usually generate. In the editorial offices of the Daily Express, the newspaper established by Marcos through a silent front man, Ambassador to Japan Roberto S. Benedicto, managing editor Neil H. Cruz teased staff writers Marita Manuel and Jorge Arago about their cabusician too. A vulgar term for meticulousness. As they demanded to review once more a special article they have jointly written 2 days earlier on an interview with Senator Birigno S. Aquino, Jr., the no one tormentor of our then invisible publisher. Marita shouted that, if the staff members only had a bigger editorial office, then she and Jorge wouldn't be bothering people with their looking for typeset stories. This prompted ever-alert Enrique Pocolo Romualdez, the editor-in-chief, to butt in, "Don't worry Marita, we will assign you the biggest cubicle when that guy but finally yields this entire compound to the Daily Express." Makati Mayor Nemesio I. Yabut, an early supporter of Marcos who is now all washed up with THEP resident ever since the killing of Delfin Cueto *3 at the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel, had given Marcos his word during the inauguration of Daily Express printing plant on May 7, 1972, that he would cede a vacant lot titled under his name to the president for the expansion requirements of the new paper facility. *3. Cueto, said to be a half-brother of President Marcos, was a labor leader from Agasan who allegedly tried to set up some protection rackets in the affluent suburb of Makati, Rizal. In May 1972, Yabut intoned that Makati elected only one king, and that's the new mayor. A few days later, Cueto was gunned down by Makati policemen in self-defense. As Marita found the typeset copy of her article, she shouted to Jorge saying, "Halika, Tinan Moito. Come, look at this." Ninoy Aquino said, "If Marcos declares martial law, he better get me within the first few hours or he won't get me at all." Ano kaya, tumakbo kaya si Ninoy sa Sierra Madre? What do you think, Will Ninoy flee to Sierra Madre? I Hindi, SAU.S. Embassy si Yatudungo, CIA Adayan. Oh, no, he would run to the U.S. Embassy. What's he a CIA agent for? Arago replied. The old residence of the late Mayor Arsenio H. Lacson on Amim Shah in Sampalik, from where venom had spouted from the mouth of the irrepressible mayor who in his lifetime had fought unceasingly against government abuses, official graft and corruption, and any slight evidence of a creeping dictatorship from Malacanang, appeared quiet, deserted from the outside view. Inside, however, Antonio Garcia was seething with rage over another piece of evidence of the continuing corruption within the administration of President Marcos. He was looking at the time at a handwritten note of Marcos Directagarcia's friend and boss at the time, Rice and Com General Managurbani Villamer, to issue a permit for the landing in La Union of several shiploads of rice imported from abroad by Congressman Jose D. Asperas and Eduardo Cojuanco and Defense Secretary Enrile. Earlier, then Supreme Court Justice Julio Villamer, father of the RCA chief, warned his son that he could be sent to jail if he implemented the Marcos directive on the rice. 51. Shipments which were illegal since only the RCA was authorized to import cereals. Garcia recalls that the directive was in Marcos's own handwriting, which Garcia, at that time, thought should have been leaked to the press. Garcia mentally wrote the story for Jose L. Guevara, columnist of the Manila Times, and Willie Ng, of the Manila Daily Bulletin, his favorite contacts among the metropolitan newsmen. Garcia thought he would have to add as backgrounder some of the notorious activities that the relatives of President Marcos, his mother Dona Josefa Idrolin Marcos and his youngest sister, Ms. Fortuna Baby Marcos Barba, in the operations of the Rice Agency. Garcia recalled that in the more recent weeks, mother and daughter Marcos engaged in virtual black marketing of rice while there was a severe shortage of Supliof the cereal throughout the country. Dona Josefa had been making demands on Villamer that certain parties be given RCA retailers license because they are supporters of the Dona Josefa Marcos Foundation. Fortuna was also badgering Villamer for similar concessions. At one time, Villamer refused to receive Fortuna as she kept circling the block on Gituazan, Quezon City, where the Villamer residence was located. An angry Fortuna was heard by Villamer's guard shouting, "The president will hear about this." 4. Villamer was the first state official to be fired by the Marshall regime. Garcia had only recently quit as assistant administrator for public affairs of Social Security system in disgust over the misuse by Marcos of the facilities of the system. Garcia had denounced the use for 1 year in 1968 and 1969 by Marcos, in his re-election campaign, of 50 brand new Toyota Jeeps of the SSS, which the institution purchased from a corporation controlled by a Marcos front man, the Delta Company, and of the printing press of the system. The SS press was operated at night by personnel of the National Media Production Center for printing black propaganda materials against Marcos's rival for THEP residency, Senator Sergio Osmina, Jr. In the case of young Villamer, he decided to deady Marcos in the unloading of the illegal rice for which the RCA had paid dearly when martial law was declared. When the first issue under martial law of the Marcos-owned newspaper, Daily Express, hit the streets, Villamer was presented as the first important government official to be dismissed for corruption. This diabolical smearing of a young Harvard-trained technocrat, scion of a respected justice, was also in retaliation for the humiliation suffered by Marcos's mother, Josefa, and Marcos's sister, Fortuna Barba, over the repeated denials by Villamer of their demands for bigger rice allocations for their clients. Amidst a setting of anarchy, public confusion, terror, and despair, the two great expressions of the Filipino people's continuing desire to preserve democracy in the island republic were functioning, if groggily. The latest, the Constitutional Convention called in 1970 to draft sweeping and fundamental structural changes in the government and society, was still reeling from the unexpected defeat on the floor of a so-called Ban Marcos resolution and the surprising victory of the faction favoring the shift of the structure of government from the existing presidential to the parliamentary form. 5. See Chapter V for more detailed discussion of this point. SZ. Earlier, the whole nation was shocked by the revelations of Delegate Eduardo Quintero, a former ambassador and province mate of the First Lady, that meetings of convention delegates had been called in the Malacanang presidential palace where bribe money was given and taken. Although Quintero was generally hailed as a hero, he eventually found himself the accused rather than the complainant, following a vicious process of de-glamorization applied to him under the baton of no less than President Marcos. The Convention Committee on Privileges, which investigated the Quintero expose, held by a split vote, 5-4, that his charge that the bribe money was given and taken to cause the defeat of the Ban Marcos resolution and the adoption of the parliamentary system was baseless, and, by inference, that he was to blame for raising them in the first place. 6 A criminal charge was filed against Quintero. With the strange twist on the Quintero case, the charter meet was in no mood to work overtime. Former President Diosdado P. Macapagal, the CONCON president, adjourned the sessions early on that day of September 22, 1972. 6.1 was the major propagandist in the apparatus set up by Marcos to deglamorize Quintero. I had to go to Tacloban City in June and coordinate with Coco y Romualdez and Secretary de Vegan gathering dirt on Quintero. The major center of open, public concern over the unfolding national drama was Congress, where the delicate balancing of the contending factions of democracy engage in the art of give and take, with some abuses that were better tolerated than suppressed altogether. Senate and House leaders had agreed earlier not to adjourn on September 21 as earlier scheduled, but to gavel the current special session, the third for 1972, to sign die adjournment in September 23 instead. In the House, there was nothing much to do. It had already disposed of the major bills assigned to the extra meet. All it had to do was wait for the Senate to act on these bills, and for some bicameral conference committees to report back on their task of reconciling Senate-House differences on certain administration bills. Speaker Cornelio T. Villarreal was busy signing a mountain of vouchers which he would have to leave behind to take care of the allowances which House Secretary Inocencio B. Pareja would have to distribute to the congressmen during Villarreal's absence. Villarreal was to leave on September 23 as head of the Philippine delegation to the International Parliamentary Union Annual General Assembly in Lima, Peru. The other ranking member of the delegation, recently ousted House Minority Leader Justiniano S. Montano, had left earlier on September 21 for Tokyo en route to Lima. With Montano on the same Air France flight to Tokyo in September were newsman Jesus Bigomia of the Manila Daily Bulletin, Amante F. Paredes, of the Manila Chronicle, and Feliciano H. Magno, of the Daily Mirror, who have wangled through Congressman Roque R. Ablan, Jr. non-revenue airline tickets to join the delegation to Lima. In the Senate, there was greater concern for the national welfare. The main topic was what would happen, or what the senators would do, if Marcos declared martial law. Oh, Kuyang Gil, hey, Brother Gil, Senator Jovito R. Salonga, a liberal, sought to attract the attention of Senate President Gil J. Puiat. S3. According to the thesis of Pepe here, you should be president of the Philippines by December 30, 1973, if Marcos should declare martial law now and suspend the elections in November next year. Ah, come now, let's not kid ourselves about Marcos, replied Puiat with the ever-present smile on his face. Both Puiat and Salonga were sincerely convinced that Marcos was not about to relinquish the presidency at the end of his term on December 30, 1973. But they did not know just what steps Marcos was planning to take to perpetuate himself in power. Senator Jose W. Diokno had delivered a few days earlier a privileged speech warning Marcos that, if he proclaimed martial law in order to stay in office beyond December 30, 1973, he would be violating the Constitution. Diokno said that the lawful president of the country after high noon of December 30, 1973, would be whoever is Senate president at the time. The more proper subject of martial law was being dealt with by the upper chamber's whiz kid, Senator Benigno S. Aquino, Jr. at the time. Aquino told worried senators and newsmen that he believed that Marcos has laid out plans and has finally decided to impose martial law. However, Ninoy expressed the belief that Marcos would not declare martial law until after December 1972. Aquino said Marcos would not dare institute a military regime and run the risk of facing a hungry nation. He pointed out that the devastating July-August floods would cause the country another rice shortage. In the meantime, Aquino said, he would continue to expose the fake landing of arms in Dagollao and Marcos trained terror squads roaming the streets of Manila in the hope that these infrastructures for the imposition of martial law would be dismantled by Marcos. Aquino recalled talks he held a month earlier, about August 19, with former Manila Mayor Antonio J. Villegas, who had urged him to flee the country because martial law was in the offing. The Tarlac senator expressed surprise that Villegas had more or less the same Marcos martial law plans that Himself, Aquino, had uncovered. The only difference, Aquino noted, was that the martial plan which Villegas told the senator about had no code name, while the plan that fell into Ninoy's hands was codenamed a Plan Sagittarius. Villegas had developed wide contacts within the intelligence community to know that the martial plan of Marcos was for real. He left for the United States in August 20, 1972. Aquino was prepared, however, to fight the imposition of martial law up to the last minute. He said that he was not about to oblige Marcos with the spectacle of an Aquino fleeing to the hills or to a foreign country on a threat of declaration of martial law. But if Marcos declares martial law, he will have to get me within the first few hours, or he will never get me at all. Aquino restated a line he had given 2 days earlier to interviewers Marita and Jorge. As Aquino was regaling Senate reporters with anecdotes, another group of beat reporters, those assigned to the Defense Department, were cursing the DNDPIO for inefficiency. The jeeps that usually took them to their respective offices in Manila have not arrived. They had no significant story to turn into their desks, and yet they were going to be late for their deadlines. They didn't realize at the time that the delay in the arrival of the jeeps was intentionally planned. The newsmen were going to be used by Secretary Enrile. Just as Aquino was saying his long goodbyes to the Senate reporters, Puet having adjourned the Senate session to enable members of the chamber S4 to attend the various bicameral conference committee meetings scheduled for late that evening, an aide of the Tarlac senator rushed to his side with a typewritten note. Upon reading the note, Aquino blurted, "Here it is, boys. The Times reporter has just phoned in a story that Secretary Enrile's party was ambushed by unknown gunmen near some bushes along the Wack Wack Golf and Country Club. The secretary was unhurt, but his white Mercedes-Benz car was riddled with bullets at the back. He was not inside his official car at the time of the ambush. No member of his party was hurt." And the report states that a check on slugs recovered from the bullet-riddled car showed that the mo matched those recovered from Dagollao in Palanan, Isabela. This is it, boys. That guy Marcos must be escalating things. Let's go listen to Jose Mari Velez's big news. Maybe we can have more details. I'll look into this, and I will get in touch with you guys later. As Aquino rushed out of the Senate session hall, the journalists almost tore a man, but especially Free Press staff writer Philemon Tute, started thinking aloud that the government announced discovery of a shipment of arms purportedly for the New People's Army, at Dagollao Point in Isabela, and the series of mysterious bombings that took place in the greater Manila area may have all been a product of a suspected Malacanang-managed Bureau of Plant Industry for the month of August and the first 3 weeks of September, 1972. Only in one case was a culprit found. A constabulary sergeant assigned to the firearms and explosives section of the Philippine Constabulary confessed responsibility for the bombing of Joe's department store in Caradue, in Sta Cruz, Manila on September 5, 1972. Always ever ready to throw off any suspicion, Malacanang announced an obvious implementation of the communist terror plan have resulted in the bombing of the Philippine long-distance telephone company exchange at East Avenue, and of the Philippine Sugar Institute building at North Avenue, both in Quezon City, on August 17, of a water mains on Aurora Boulevard and Madison Avenue, Quezon City, on August 19, of the Falam Life building again on August 30, of the armored car and building Gophe Philippine Banking Corporation as well as the buildings of the Investment Development, Inc., and the Daily Star publications, on August 30, of the City Hall of Manila, on September 8, of the water mains in San Juan, Rizal, on September 12, of the San Miguel building in Makati, Rizal, on September 14, and off the Constitutional Convention area at the Quezon City Hall on September 18. Malacanang said the terror bombing program of the Communists included the attempted bombing of the Congress building on July 18, when an unexploded bomb was found in the Senate Publications Division, and the attempted bombing of the Department of Foreign Affairs on August 30. Out in the city streets, blue-painted cars and buses marked with the words Metrocom in dull red letters cruised near the buildings of Manila's newspaper, radio and television stations, this time filled with troopers from the Philippine Constabulary Metropolitan Command. People did not mind them as the vehicles went about what had become an apparent routine exercise of passing, parking, and then leaving the media buildings and surrounding areas. 3 weeks earlier, when the Metrocom exercises were first noticed, people were led to believe that the troopers were sent to provide security, a special life for the Daily Express, against vandalism by violent demonstrators. The SS. Metrocom is around to protect us from demonstrators, was a common comment among the media men. Only this night, the Metrocom vehicles were not showing signs of pulling away from their assigned areas for the usual trip back to Camp Crame. By this time, President Marcos was back in his study room in Malacanang after a 9-hole round of golf at the Malacanang Park. The big news top announcer Jose Manveles and Channel 9's News Watch at 8 p.m. have announced the news of Enril's ambush. Henry Hallison was preparing to do his thing on his nightly newscast, The World Tonight, over Channel 2. But Marcos was certain those scheduled news programs would go through as planned. What he wanted was a direct report. He thought that something might have gone awry with the nest of emergency telephones right beside him. Why didn't any one of them bring in the call he had been waiting for? The nest of red telephones were Marcos' emergency link to the country's military installations, including the offices of the Defense Secretary and the Armed Forces General Headquarters at Camp Aguinaldo. The communications network was financed in its entirety with American tax dollars. The equipment that U.S. markings, they must necessarily be so, because they were bought with American taxpayer money from American suppliers. They were part of what was known as continuing U.S. foreign assistance program to the Philippines. The network was set up for Marcos by the U.S. Agency for International Aid. The justification was that the Philippine president needed instant communication facilities for all the various regions to oversee the Peace and a Rider campaign as well as the vital national economic development projects all going on at the same time. The principal rationale for foreign aid, however, is that it must be utilized to expand the frontiers of freedom and democracy in their recipient country. Soon, one of the phone rings, and Agent Boquiron, audibly excited, shouts simultaneously into the intercom to announce that Secretary Enrile was on the line. Picking up the ringing phone, Marcos says automatically into the receiver, "Hello, Johnny, how did it go?" Then, in answer to what evidently was a long verbal report, Marcos intones good. Okay, Johnny, implement my proclamation. And just in case any major problem crops up, don't hesitate to call me. Be sure you get Aquino Diogno and Rosas. They must not get away. I will be up all night to monitor direct reports from other areas. Oh, Sieg, Johnny, good luck. Good night, sir. Enrile replied. The president turned to the intercom once more and barked an order to Agent Boquiron, "Get me General Ver." In no time at all, the president was talking to Gen. Ver about the ring of steel that must be thrown around the palace, and they reviewed the number of escape plans to be followed should the undertaking just signaled into execution by Marcos go awry and require therefore, Marcos's involuntary flight out of Malacanang or the country with his family and official retinue. Satisfied that the General's Presidential Guard Battalion could cope with any emergency, even that arising from any rebellious 5B military unit, Marcos signaled the country's entire military establishment into full operation that night. With that signal, President Marcos let loose a shocker as he placed the entire Philippines under martial law. It was sweeping as it was swift and shockingly fast. But the really shocking fact was that the act didn't seem to shock the members of Congress, particularly the opposition Liberal Party leaders, lending credence to the belief that most of them knew about it. Or, perhaps, the most worrisome possibility of all has become reality, the possibility that politicians, so engrossed in their politics of survival, including the employment of private armies, and corrupt money-making ventures, have little control of themselves to resist the imposition of martial law. In my testimony before the Fraser Committee, I capsulized the initial days of the proclamation of martial law in the following words. President Marcos announced formally at about 8 p.m. on September 23, 1972, that he had placed the entire Philippines under martial law as of 9 p.m. September 22, 1972, by way of effective implementation of a martial law edict, Proclamation No. 1081, which he had signed on September 21, 1972. 2 months later, he told a convention of historians that he really signed the proclamation on September 17, 1972. The deceitful manner by which martial law was imposed in the Philippines by Marcos was so characteristic of the man who has learned to live by a gunslinger's credo of shoot first, explain later. Former Executive Secretary Rafael M. Salas once described the Marcos style as the evolution of two experiences. Salas said these are Marcos's experience with domestic politics in the locos, where there are two methods, violence or money, and his experience in Congress, where there are really no rules. In short, any type of dissimulation or chicanery or bribery or coercion is applicable. The deceit employed by Marcos in the imposition of martial law was in the implementation of Proclamation No. 1081 ahead of the official announcement. Marcos also displayed the same callous contempt for the elementary requirements of democratic rules on prior publicity of presidential acts affecting the liberties of the people when he suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus on August 22, 1971, in the wake of the grenade bombing of a Liberal Party rally at Plaza Miranda towards midnight on August 21, 1971. The suspension of the writ was announced by Marcos only on August 23 at 4 p.m. or almost 2 days after the implementation of Proclamation No. 889, from which Marcos' secret police derived authority to round up alleged subversives. By his proclamation of martial law, Marcos became the dictator president of the Philippines. Having consolidated, and made certain of, the support of the government armed forces, Marcos assumed all powers of the state and placed all government agencies and instrumentalities under his personal control, including the judiciary. He laid down the infallibility of his one-man rule by declaring in a public document *7 thus. 57. I do hereby, further, order that the judiciary shall continue to function in accordance with its present organization and personnel, and shall try and decide in accordance with existing laws all criminal and civil cases, except the following, italics ours. 1. Those involving the validity, legality, or constitutionality of Proclamation No. 1081, dated September 21, 1972, or of any decree, order or acts issued, promulgated, or performed by me or by my duly designated representative pursuant thereto. 2. Those involving the validity, legality, or constitutionality of any rules, orders, or acts issued, promulgated, or performed by public servants pursuant to decrees, orders, rules and regulations issued and promulgated by me or by my duly designated representative XXX. Then, Marcos bought additional insurance on the loyalty of the government armed forces by increasing by 150% the monthly base pay of all commissioned officers, from second lieutenant to general. *8. The salary increase was effective October 1, 1972. As a one-man ruler, Marcos suddenly developed amnesia. He forgot that his battle cry in the 1965 presidential election campaign was that this nation can be great again, and that upon his inauguration on December 30, 1965, he translated his election to the presidency as a mandate for greatness. All of a sudden, by the end of September 1972, there was a set of brand new slogans for a new order, proclaiming that the imposition of martial rule was ordered upon him by divine providence to save the republic and build a new society. The new society, Marcos declared, will come into being with the people having a new sense of discipline, uprightness, and love of country. With the onset of the new society, the Filipino people slowly realized that public order had been restored and the crime rate has dropped dramatically in the sheets of government press releases. In addition, the people have had to contend with the spectacle of a martial rule that paved the way for 1. Shutdown of, and imposition of government control over, all media and their means of giving out information. 2. Arrest and detention, in most cases without charges or complaint, of thousands allegedly involved, wittingly or unwittingly, in a conspiracy to overthrow the government. The long list of detainees included prominent oppositionists, outspoken journalists and publishers, Constitutional Convention delegates who were against the idea of prolonging the term of Marcos beyond December 30, 1973, student leaders, professors, intellectuals and union organizers. The common denominator for the persons rounded up was that they protested at one time against the gross social and political injustices perpetrated or condoned by Marcos. 3. Placing of all public utilities under military supervision. 4. Banning of mass action in rallies or demonstrations, of criticisms of public officials and of the inalienable right of workers to strike and picket. S2. 5. Closing of all schools for 1 week. 6. Imposition of curfew from 12 o'clock midnight to 4 o'clock in the morning, reduced later to from 1 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning. 7. Carrying of firearms outside residence without the permission of the armed forces of the Philippines became punishable by death. 8. Suspension of the departure of Filipinos abroad, except on official mission. Why did the Filipino people, the vociferous champions of civil liberties and freedom of man that they are, submit so meekly to the imposition of martial law? A key to this attitude may have an explanation in the memoirs written by the late American jurist George Malcolm, who, on writing about the Philippine independence movement, observed, "It is true that Filipinos will tell you in strict confidence that they do not favor independence, but that, they cannot say so publicly." Why is this? The principal reason is the desire of the Filipino to say the thing that pleases, and he assumes that Americans are enemies of independence. Italics ours. The terrible truth is that, after those series of bombings and violent demonstrations, few people doubted other stories of escalating communist activities, however implausible they may have seemed to leaders like Aquino and the skeptical newspapermen. Thus, the people accepted with open arms the imposition of martial law as a substitute for the worsening conditions, even though they may have been warned that such situations were being contrived by Marcos and his psychological war agents. The people were sick, tired, and weary in the wake of those unsolved bombings, riots, ambushes, graft and corruption, inefficiency and official chicanery. The climate of fear and repression created by Proclamation No. 1081 drove the people into a passive attitude towards martial law. The opposition was cowed because Marcos clamped its leaders in jail, and others who were allowed to go free were told in clear and unmistakable language that they could just be arrested and detained by the military. The timing of the imposition of martial law was heavily dependent on Congress being in session and Senator Aquino being available for the planned arrest. Marcos's sense of history told him that, even after the declaration of martial law, Congress must be allowed to hold at least one session before it is gaveled to adjournment, in order that history can record the fact that Marcos did not close the lawmaking branch of government by his proclamation of martial law. His thinking then had something to do with his plans for the Constitutional Convention. Of greater importance, however, was the consideration of Aquino's arrest. He was number 1 in the order of battle outlined in accordance with the martial law plan. Marcos was particularly agitated early in the morning of September 22, 1972, when he was informed about a story coming out in his own Daily Express quoting Aquino's threat to escape Marcos's martial law dragnet. if he is not arrested within the first few hours. An Aquino leading a resistance movement in the hills would have rendered martial law inutile and, of greater gravity, exposed Marcos's very life to Aquino's will. Thus, the Enrile ambush had to be staged so that Aquino could be caged. I shudder in disbelief that Aquino did not avail of a 40-minute interregnum in the night of September 22, 1972, to carry out his threat to evade Marcos' dragnet when he might have done so before his arrest at about 12:10 a.m. on September 23. Aquino had the full 40 minutes to flee to some temporary haven from room 1701 of the Manila Hilton, where he was meeting with other members of a Senate House Conference Committee on an omnibus bill amending the tariff code. The 40-minute lease on freedom that Aquino could have had was offered him in 3 separate ways by men who were not themselves certain about the justice of what they knew was going to be done to the Tarlac senator. Behaving in the best traditions of people at war, buying insurance just in case their side at the moment did not achieve complete victory, the offerers were Secretary of Defense Enrile himself, then Press Secretary now Information Secretary Francisco S. Todd, and Col. Romeo Gayton, Chief of the Rizal Constabulary Command. All 3 told me in confidence months after the imposition of martial law that they gave Aquino a chance to escape the Manila Hilton that fateful night of September 22. Just how those goodwill messages were relayed to Aquino, the 3 did not tell me. Anyhow, colleagues of Aquino told of several phone calls received by the senator at room 1701 before his arrest. The nagging question still is, why didn't Aquino take advantage of the warning that martial law had been declared and that he was going to be arrested? One theory is that Aquino might have suspected that the friendly calls from Enrile, Todd, and Gayton could be a ploy set up by Marcos to make him flee from the Manila Hilton so that he could be gunned down as an ordinary fugitive. Another theory is that Aquino, along with other political leaders, erroneously assumed that, even if Marcos declared martial law, there would still be a free press to make heroes and martyrs out of those who would be detained by the soldiers of Marcos. How little background they have on the capacity of Marcos for overkill operations. The last men with whom Aquino enjoyed the spirit of freedom were Senate Majority Leader Arturo M. Tolentino, Senators Ambrosio Espadilla, Lorenzo G. Tevez and John H. Osmina, and House Majority Leader Marcelino R. Veloso, among others. They were in session at room 1701 of the Manila Hilton Senate House Conference on the Tariff Code. At about 11 p.m., Aquino started receiving telephone calls, and each time he got through answering a call, he would turn pale for a few seconds before becoming his usual bouncing self. The last call that Aquino got came at about 12:10 a.m. of September 23, when most of those inside the room noted Aquino shouting into the receiver, "Pumanhit ka. You come up." Then, Aquino motioned Sonny Osmina to follow him to the bathroom, where he declared, "Sonny, I think I am going to be arrested. Martial law has been declared." Young Osmina insisted that Aquino inform their other colleagues about it. Emerging from the bathroom, Aquino addressed his colleagues, "Gentlemen, Marcos has just proclaimed martial law, and I am being arrested. The arresting team is downstairs at the hotel lobby waiting for me. But, I told Col. Gayton to come up here and get me by himself. I promised him that my boys won't fire at him. But a dark chapter is inserting itself once more into our troubled history. I hope and pray that the dark night descending upon our beloved country would come to an early end. It's been nice being with you, gentlemen." In disbelief, Senator Padilla remained seated and kept saying, this cannot be," as he puffed endlessly at his pipe. "Are you sure, Broad? Are you sure that martial law is upon us?" Senator Tolentino kept asking. Before Aquino could satisfy all questions, Col. Gayton, a former constabulary captain whom Aquino took care of as his protege, promoted to major and then lieutenant colonel and appointed as Tarlac constabulary commander, came gently knocking at the door in quest of Aquino. Gayton apologized to the members of Congress for his intrusion, as he handed Aquino a brown envelope which contained a Xerox copy of an arrest and detain order signed by Enrile. When Aquino demanded the original before he would go with Gayton, the PC commander, with his gun holster noticeably unhooked, declared that he had personal orders from President Marcos to arrest the senator. A massacre right then and there could have immediately ensued, but Aquino was quick to shout to his bodyguards, "Tahimik lang kayo, mga bata. Take it easy boys. Do I have any choice?" Aquino asked Gayton. "Not anymore, sir." "I am sorry, sir." Gayton replied. Aquino shook hands with all his congressional colleagues and whispered some instructions to his boys before he went out peacefully into the dark night of infamy that Marcos had signaled from Malacanang. Radio newscaster Ronnie Nathaniels was waiting anxiously to inform his DZHP radio audience on the 2 a.m. broadcast that Senator Aquino had been arrested by government troops. But he never did go on the air. Metrocom troopers entered his studio shortly before 2 a.m. and told everyone to go home, martial law is on. Shortly before 2 a.m. Reherson Sonny Alvarez drowsily answered a telephone call from Lapida Acancio, a television directress and younger sister of Senator Aquino. She called to inform Sonny that Ninoy had been arrested by the military and that Marcos has declared martial law. Alvarez immediately slipped out of his rented UP Village apartment, which had also served as a common office for himself, and fellow convention delegates Sotero H. Laurel, Capulong, and Rocco. He hid out in the house of a friend for several days, but informed convention president Diosdado Macapagal that he was alive and well. Alvarez had ascertained earlier that he was among the convention delegates being sought by the military for custodial detention. Instead of turning himself in, Alvarez collaborated with some fellow convention delegates in the production of an underground propagandano sheet right in the city of Manila. It was at this point that the military issued a shoot to kill order for Alvarez. On learning about the shoot to kill order, Alvarez turned down repeated overtures from his own political ally, Isabela Governor Faustino D.Y., and Delegate Celso Gongan, that he surrender peacefully and support Marcos in the Constitutional Convention. 61. When he finally convinced himself that life was becoming so uncomfortable for him in Manila, Alvarez sought the help of some convention delegates from Mindanao in making an escape to Sabah through Zamboanga and Sulu. He made good his exit from the Philippines via that route in late November, 1972. Alvarez proceeded to Germany and then somehow obtained a visa to the United States, where he joined Manglapus in setting up the movement for a free Philippines. The arrest of Aquino at the Manila Hilton was to be duplicated in 1,000 other places all over the country wherever those persons listed in the AFP order of battle may be found. Some of them were forcibly dragged out of their homes, as in the case of Luis R. Mauricio, general manager publisher of the anti-Marcos Kislap graphic magazine, which published the lurid details of Marcos' romance with Hollywood starlet Dovey Beams. The arrest started on the late night of September 22 and continued for several days, as some of the military's quarries were either absent from their homes or have temporarily eluded arresting teams. The deployment by Marcos of the entire armed forces to enforce martial law turned out to be an unnecessary show of force. As a matter of fact, the entire exercise of martial law was absolutely unnecessary, if the objective were only to fight off the pockets of rebellion going on in the countrysides. The only instance of armed resistance to the military efforts to enforce Marcos' martial law edict involved a pitched battle between guards at the Iglesia Ni Cristo compound in Diliman, Quezon City, near the University of the Philippines, and constabulary troopers. A team of PC Metrocom troopers, acting on orders issued by Enrile and by authority of the President, sought to padlock the Conjugal broadcasting network, which operates radio station DZEC and a television station under construction within the IN compound. However, the armed Inc. security guards would not let the Metrocorn troopers enter without direct orders from the religious Supremo, Bishop Irano Manalo. And the Inc. guards would not dare wake up the religious Supremo at the ungodly hour of 3 a.m. Neither would the heady Metrocom troopers wait for word from any god, except Marcos. The Metrocom team leader declared that his group would force its way through. And they tried. However, the Inc. security guards, who were armed with Thompson submachine guns, blazed away at the first two arrogant Metrocom troopers nearest the Inc. gates, and they sought cover to await the wave of assaults they were anticipating from the rest of the raiding teams. Sure enough, the Metrocom raiders, apparently thinking that the declaration of martial law had scared the daylights out of the Inc. guards, sought to assault the fortress, but they were held at bay. The Metrocom raiding team was almost wiped out to a man in the ensuing 30 minutes of gun battle with the fanatical Inc. guards. The Inc. guards had by this time not suffered any major casualty, except superficial wounds from the aims of the Metrocom soldiers. In interregnum, the leader of the raiding team radioed for reinforcements from Camp Crame, just about 2 miles away. Enrile, who was at his war room at Camp Aguinaldo monitoring precisely 62. The kind of incidents as the one in progress at the Inc. compound, gave orders that the reinforcing troopers should stay beyond range of the guns of the INK guards until he himself could arrive at the scene of the only armed resistance to martial law. The Secretary of Defense correctly assessed the situation. The Inc. guards were not resisting the entry of Metrocom troopers to protect the radio station. They just don't want the constabulary to enter the compound, which they consider to be sacred and forbidden grounds to anyone without the blessings of Bishop Manalo. By the time Enrile reached the Inc. compound, angry Metrocom troopers have already accounted for 12 dead Inc. guards. They were crying for more blood to avenge the death of their comrades in the earlier skirmishes. Using a bullhorn mounted on top of a Metrocom car, Enrile approached the INK guard under a white flag of truce. He shouted repeatedly through the portable, "This is Secretary Enrile, your friend. Stop shooting. Martial law has been declared by President Marcos. The military has come to close down your radio station. We are not interested in your church or other properties. If you don't lay down your arms, we will finish you off with all the might of the armed forces of the Philippines." Presently, the leader of the Inc. guards emerged at the gates and sought a conference with Enrile. Under a flag of truce, the two talked, and the Inc. radio station was eventually sealed and taken off the air. There were some who eluded arrests by various means. Former Ambassador Imelda R. Mutuk avoided arrest when the First Lady, Imelda, demanded that Mutuk's name be taken out of the order of battle, arguing that Imelda had collaborated with her in some projects to win over certain hostile delegate factions in the Constitutional Convention to the side of Malacanang. Mutuk's name, along with several thousand others, was included in a so-called custodial detention list prepared by Marcos and the military high command. The persons included in the list are either political enemies of the president, political enemies of the president's political friends and/or business and economic rivals. They were to be taken into custody by the military upon the imposition of martial law, not because they are subversives, but to prevent them from agitating, or organizing themselves, against the new order. However, most of the persons listed in the order of battle fell into the Marcos martial law dragnet. None of the members of Congress or the delegates to the Constitutional Convention tagged for arrest ever tried to escape. By their readiness to submit to arrest, they immediately disproved the accusation that they had conspired with the communists to overthrow the republic. As a matter of fact, one of the most wanted men, Joaquin P. Rosas, publisher of the Manila Times, who was out of his case on city residence when a raiding Metrocom team went there to arrest him, drove by himself to Camp Crame and placed himself in military custody on being informed by his wife over car phone that martial law had been declared and that he was being sought by the troopers of Marcos. No leader of consequence wanted to leave the country during a month period before September 22, even in the face of convincing proofs that Marcos was sculpturing the rapidly deteriorating situation to justify a declaration of 63. Martial law. It was precisely their fear that martial law was imminent that made them firm up their individual resolve to be in the Philippines, when Marcos takes what they thought would be an irrational plunge towards political suicide. They believed then that martial law would give them the colorful scenario to become national heroes. Besides, none of them wanted to be accused by anyone that when martial law was imposed he was conveniently out of the country. It was going to be a priceless badge of honor to be arrested by the military when martial law is declared. One man who thought he was going to be arrested along with the critics of Marcos was former Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr. When Marcos suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus on August 22, 1971, then Speaker Laurel, Jr., one of the foremost champions of civil liberties, roundly criticized the president. He called Marcos's act a monumental affront to civil liberty, the grounds given by the president for the suspension grossly exaggerated, and Marcos, an unpopular president, embarked on a fishing expedition for evidence if not on a deliberate campaign of intimidation, harassment, and persecution of political enemies. Laurel cried, "Let the president declare martial law. Let us close this Congress. Let the strong survive." Thus, during the first few days of martial rule, Laurel would shout at his favorite hangout on Roxas Boulevard within hearing distance of heady military officers, "Why doesn't Marcos, a dictator whom I helped rise to his present status, order my arrest now? Why is he punishing a Laurel this way?" Laurel and the other political leaders critical of Marcos were so oblivious of warnings raised by the leading Philippine weekly news magazine, The Free Press, 20 months before September 1972, that Marcos was contriving a situation to justify a declaration of martial law. The Free Press periscoped what life would be under martial law in this wise, *9 issue of January 23, 1971. With the courts and Congress reduced to impotence and the independent press shut up, with publishers who dare to disagree with Marcos placed under house arrest or in concentration camps where they would be joined sooner or later by outraged justices of the Supreme Court, senators and representatives who would not lick the boots of Marcos, as well as others who would not submit to tyranny, the nation would be polarized. The Philippines would be divided into Marcos collaborators and those who love liberty and are branded misguided elements, as during the Japanese occupation, and declared enemies of the Marcos state, XXX. Life under a regime of martial law or a Marcos military dictatorship would be little different from life during the Japanese occupation. How many would submit to it? And how would Marcos ever dare restore civil law? Would he dare to leave Malacanang? Would he not be compelled to declare himself president for life, that is, a dictator forever? And how long would forever be? This warning went unheeded. No national leader would betray the slightest sign of fear of martial law within himself. Nevertheless, a number of prominent Filipinos who were also in the order of battle, Priority A, were able to leave the Philippines before September 22, 1972 under circumstances which they now advert to with spiritual pride as the will of God. Eugenio Lopez, Sr., patriarch of the Lopez economic political empire, had left earlier in June to receive an award from his alma mater, Harvard, and from 64. There decided to go on his annual foreign sojourn, which usually lasts from 3 to 4 months. Salvador Araneda, social thinker and proprietor of the Fide Institute and Araneda University, left for the United States to visit his daughter. Actually, Araneda wanted to cool it, having been bitterly disillusioned by the defeat in the Constitutional Convention of the Ben Marcos Resolution. He was one of the outspoken critics of President Marcos in the convention. The challenger of Marcos in the 1969 presidential elections, Sergio Osmeña, Sr., left Manila on September 16 on a trip that he had kept postponing. He did not want to leave because Cebu City, whose mayorship he assumed on Jan. 1, 1972 for the fifth time around, had serious financial problems that required his personal attention. "I was told by the Blessed Virgin to leave the country," Serging recalls with piety. Osmeña had made a promise to Julio Cardinal Rosales, who is the Archbishop of Cebu, that he would make a pilgrimage to Lourdes, France, in mid-1972. The Cardinal suggested that a bath in the blessed waters at the shrine of the Most Blessed Virgin in Lourdes might cure the numerous physical infirmities he suffers as a result of the bombing at Plaza Miranda 10. See chapter on infrastructure for martial law. When Osmeña finally left for Lourdes, with his wife, Lords de la Rama, and son, Tommy, he took a route that would have taken him to Los Angeles then to New York, and Washington, D.C. for a medical checkup at the Walter Reed Hospital and projected talks with his friends in the State Department, and then to France. He was still in Los Angeles when martial law was declared. The initial reaction of Lopez, Araneda, and Osmeña upon learning that Marcos had declared martial law in Manila was to return post-haste to the Philippines and join the expected public outcry against the palace move. Besides, they have vast private interests in the Philippines to protect. However, they decided that prudence may be the better part of valor and waited for developments from home. Only one of the more prominent leaders who had left Manila before the advent of martial law seems comparatively satisfied that he got out when he did. He is former Mayor Antonio J. Villegas, who now lives in Portola Valley with his family. Villegas, tagged as one of the luckiest and successful men in the small jungle of Manila, was able to spirit some of his liquid assets out of the Philippines. Villegas assumed the premier post at Manila City Hall upon the death of colorful Mayor Lacson on April 15, 1962. He won an election to the mayoralty in his own right in 1963 and a re-election in 1967, despite the personal campaign waged against him by President Marcos and the First Lady. However, he failed to win another term in the 1971 elections, losing his post by a slim margin to Congressman Ramon D. Bagatsing, a liberal, who used to be a hatchet man for Marcos in his capacity as chairman of the Presidential Agency for Reforms and Government Operations. Villegas attributed his defeat to the emotional backlash of the Plaza Miranda bombing. Villegas left Manila on the day Bagatsing was sworn into office on January 1, 1972, for San Jose, California. B5. Where he had been making quiet preparations to settle down since 1970. However, Tony returned post-haste to Manila a fortnight later when his father, Epifanio T. Villegas, warned him that investigators were trying to lay the blame on him for the Plaza Miranda massacre. The former mayor demanded that charges be filed against him by investigators instead of vilifying him for the grenade bombing by innuendo in press releases. He was never charged. During his fight to protect his name, Villegas got information from his friends in the defense and intelligence establishments that Marcos was about to declare martial law. In a series of meetings with Liberal Party leaders and friends, the last being with Senator Aquino Jr., on August 19, 1972, Villegas warned his colleagues about the Marcos plot, telling them at the same time that they would not have his family caught by the Marcos power grab. He finally took members of his immediate family out of Manila on August 24, 1972, 4 weeks before martial law was declared, and brought them to the United States. Former Senator Manglapus was one man who didn't want to leave the Philippines, mainly because of the imminent declaration of martial law. He was out of Manila barely 24 hours when word reached him in his Tokyo hotel that Marcos had finally done it. His wife, Pasita Manglapus, got through to these nader before Armed Forces Signal Corps men had shut off the overseas circuits off the Philippine long-distance telephone company and managed to inform him that martial law had been declared and that soldiers have come to their Makati residence to arrest him. Pasita said that the soldiers would not believe that Raul had left for Tokyo in the afternoon of September 22, that they had to search every room and closet and in the backyard to make sure that their quarry was not just hiding out within the compound. Manglapus' initial reaction was anger at Garcia for having forced him to leave and consternation that he was out of the country when martial law was declared. He wanted to fly back home and join the resistance movement. He packed his flight bags and headed for the Haenda airport, hoping to catch the first available flight to Manila. Fortunately, no Manila-bound plane was flying out of Tokyo, as Haenda had received word that the Manila International Airport had been closed to all air traffic by Philippine Air Force supervisors assigned to secure the port of entry for the martial regime. When Manglapus received news that the missing in action had been reopened to international air traffic as of September 25, by which time overseas telephone communications have also been restored, he telephoned Pasita and advised her that he was on his way back home. He explained his decision to return. "But there is no resistance battle to join here," Mrs. Manglapus protested, all your fellow politicos and allies in the fight against Marcos have been jailed, others are either cowering in fear, waiting to be arrested at any time, or have openly pledged their support to the martial law regime. It turned out that, during the 36-hour isolation of Manila by overseas telephone and telegraph facilities from the outside world, Mrs. Manglapus busied herself, contacting Rawls' friends on what she should tell him when they get the chance to talk again by overseas phone. The almost unanimous advice given was that Manglapus, lucky enough at having eluded arrest, should proceed immediately to the United States and organize the overseas opposition to the Marcos martial rule. They opined that any parliamentary resistance to the 66 regime would have better chances of succeeding, if world attention could be drawn to the power grab pulled by Marcos. Manglapus, they advised Pasita, would be a most articulate Pacific crusader against martial law in the Philippines. He could better exploit his contacts and sources in the State Department and other foreign governments, having been a foreign secretary and well-traveled leader of the young Christian social movement in the Philippines. Are you sure this is their collective advice? Manglapus demanded to know of his wife. And when he was assured that it was, Manglapus declared, all right, I fear for your safety, but no sacrifice would be too great. I will do it. But you must assure the people you have been talking to that they should never collaborate with Marcos, they should not fall for a possible intrigue that I will organize the overseas opposition to martial law so that I will be imposed by the U.S. as a NGO din DM in the event of Marcos's fall from power. Manglapus then proceeded to Honolulu, where he prevailed upon 2 American citizens of Filipino descent who were campaigners in his earlier bid for the Senate to make a trip to Manila and arrange for the escape of Pasita and her children. Senator Edward Kennedy worked out the grant of an entry visa for the U.S. for Mrs. Manglapus and company once they have left the Philippines surreptitiously and reached the safety of a third country. Unknown to Pasita was that the anxiety of her husband over her and the children being completely at the mercy of Marcos was such that he was determined to return to the Philippines. This was the second time in the life of the selfless man that there was to be no hesitation in sacrificing himself for his loved ones if no other choice were possible. In the book, Under the Red Sun, a bestseller after World War II, author Forbes J. Monahan related how Raul refused to flee even after being repeatedly warned that the dreaded Japanese military police were on the way to arrest him for publishing an anti-Japanese underground newspaper. If escape, Manglapus explained, they will take my mother instead. Manglapus was picked up by the Japanese soldiers, tortured in the dungeons of Fort Santiago in Manila, and was given a choice to do propaganda work for the enemy or die. Manglapus refused to collaborate with the Japanese and escaped execution, Monahan said, only because an order had come from Tokyo in October, 1942, to woo the Filipinos by showing clemency to political prisoners. Manglapus was court-martialed and sent to prison from where he escaped in August, 1944, to join the guerrillas in the hills. Only an offer of Tony Garcia to join him in going back to the Philippines with the condition that they first attempt to smuggle the entire Manglapus family out made Raul reconsider his plan to return to the Philippines without delay. Manglapus may have been touched by the readiness of Garcia to leave his own family, then safe in San Francisco, and the argument of his longtime aide and political associate that Manglapus was indispensable to the organization of a movement for the restoration of Philippine freedom in view of lack of Filipinos in the U.S. with sufficient stature willing to fight Marcos openly. Manglapus was scheduled to leave for the United States as early as July in accordance with a program he had authorized Tony Garcia and 2 other Ateneo graduates to prepare for him. Actually, it was Garcia who sold the original idea of the program to Manglapus, which included speaking engagements and conferences with Filipino groups in the United States for the purpose of drawing their support to the infant Christian social movement in the Philippines. But Manglapus refused to leave during what he called a critical hour in the country, partly because there were those talks about the possible imposition of martial law. He also wanted to stick it out in the Constitutional Convention, where he was the chairman of the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms, so that he could continue his opposition to further invasion by Marcos of the Charter Meade. Indicative of Marcos's successful forays into the convention was the defeat of the Ben Marcos resolution and the adoption of proposal to shift the republic's government from the presidential to the parliamentary form. But Manglapus' refusal to leave for the US had already caused 2 postponements of his programmed speaking engagements. So, on September 20, an impatient Antonio Garcia barged into Manglapus' law office in Makati and jokingly told his secretary, Evelyn Ibarra, that he would give our boss a talking to. Tony told an irritated Manglapus to leave now and fulfill your speaking engagements. We are losing face with the Filipino leaders in the US who have so willingly organized these conferences where you have been scheduled to speak. These people are potential contributors to the campaign chest of the CSM. Besides, 2 postponements of your schedule is just too much. Garcia declared. Manglapus reminded Garcia that martial law was imminent. What will people say if martial law finds me out of the country, Tony? I will never live down their taunts that I deserted them during a critical hour in our country's life. The CSM leader declared. Well, you can always come back. Garcia put in the clincher that finally led Manglapus to assure Tony that he would leave for the US within 48 hours. Manglapus not only did not return to Manila upon the imposition of martial rule, he was soon joined in the US by the man who providentially taunted him, vigorously argued with him, to leave the Philippines when he did. It was when Garcia finally teamed up with Manglapus in the United States that the plan to set up the movement for a free Philippines began to take shape. Garcia himself was supposed to leave for the United States with Manglapus. However, he decided to stay behind for just a few days in order to tend to the final details of his plan to set up a packaging plant in Quezon City. The spectacular escape of Garcia from the Philippines right under the very noses of the military supervisors of Marcos at the Manila International Airport is one blunder the martial regime will never be able to live down. This man who had given Marcos hell in the media during the 1965 presidential elections and should have been arrested on the night martial law was implemented escaped through the missing in action on a special passport on account of a comedy offers on the part of confused airport personnel. Garcia abandoned the Lacson residence on M. Earnshaw Street when he learned of the imposition of martial law. He slept in the house of a squatter in Makati, Rizal, by night. During the day, he intentionally entered Camp Aguinaldo on the pretext of having been summoned by the chief of the Judge Advocate General's office, Brig. General Tagumpay Nanadiego, whom Garcia, 68, had never met before. Garcia, who has been associated for almost a decade with Manglapus as the closest aide to the brilliant senator and one-time presidential candidate, thought wisely that the Army headquarters at Camp Aguinaldo would be the last place Metrocom troopers would search for the alter ego of Manglapus. Garcia was gambling on the chance that Nanadiego would remember the own story, albeit a small one, that Garcia caused to be published in Manila newspapers announcing the candidacy for a congressional seat that Nanadiego, then a retired colonel, was aspiring for in Quezon Province. Garcia did the free publicity job for Nanadiego several months before the imposition of martial law upon the request of a Nanadiego nephew. It was a now or never time, Garcia decided upon entering the army camp, for him to collect an IOU. Aware that it was only a matter of time when he would be arrested and thrown into jail together with those who had, at one time or another, wrote stories critical of Marcos, Garcia kept pestering Nanadiego, who did remember Garcia's gratis et amore work for him, for an exit permit which at that time and for 2 months after that could only be granted by Secretary of Defense Juan Ponce Enrile. In one of those days, Garcia had to quickly scamper away from Nanadiego's office when he saw Todd and Undersecretary for Home Defense Jose M. Crisal, who both knew about his close links to Manglapus, coming in the office of the Yago head together with all the ranking generals of the martial law regime. If Todd and Crisal saw Garcia, they would have demanded to know why Garcia was not in a military stockade. Anyway, after waiting for several days under sun and rain and standing in the mud outside an army building together with hundreds of others also seeking exit permits, Nanadiego handed Garcia his passport, saying that it had been signed. However, Nanadiego told Garcia that it was not Enrile who had signed the passport but just one of my boys. Garcia concluded that Nanadiego simply wanted to get rid of him, knowing that an unauthorized signature would not be honored at the airport anyway, or that Nanadiego fell for the matter of life and death story about the Garcia children being sick in the United States and left alone at home while Mrs. Garcia was at work as commercial analyst in the Philippine Consulate General in San Francisco. Garcia's wife was promptly removed from her position and ordered to go home with her entire family after it was ascertained that Garcia had indeed escaped from the Philippines. At any rate, Garcia decided to risk departure on the strength of that signature, which Garcia in America later learned was that of Undersecretary of Munitions Manuel Salientes. Ironically and significantly, Nanadiego and Salientes were later summarily removed from their positions. Garcia brought this 2 small traveling bags, which he was later to claim to airport officials contained confidential government documents after cleverly checking them in, and booked passage to Hong Kong, a route which he decided would not arouse the suspicion of the military. He correctly figured that any traveler making extradited flight to the United States in the early days of martial law would be heavily screened at the Manila International Airport, which was under the direct control of the Philippine Air Force. Garcia waited until it was almost boarding time before he showed his ticket and checked in his 2 small bags to give the ticket agents no opportunity to verify the story that he was on a rush confidential mission for the army, and thus 6. Had no time to obtain the Enrile signature and clearances from the Office of President of the Philippines, the National Bureau of Investigation, and the Department of Commerce and Industry. Clearance from the DCI was required of him since he was traveling on a government passport, being the husband of a commercial analyst. Since he turned out to be the only passenger leaving Manila that day, the airline personnel were happy to find something to do and so promptly dispatched Garcia's bags to the waiting plane after having been assured by Garcia that he had all the necessary clearances. When the ticket agents found that all that was valid of Garcia's papers was the tax clearance which obtained before martial law from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the poor agents did not know what to do, since they could not very well cross out Garcia from the passenger list, having already loaded his bags on the plane. That was when Garcia set into play his planned bluff and bluster act, setting off a comedy of errors that enabled him to escape. Garcia told the bewildered agents in the proper conspiratorial tone of his secret assignment for the military arrangements, for which, Garcia said, were already known to the immigration officials on the 2nd floor. The airline people were so relieved to have their problem taken off their hands that they promptly waved Garcia onto the migration counter upstairs. When immigration officials demanded arrogantly why his passport did not contain the signature of Enrile, Garcia thought that his gambit had finally come to naught. But he knew that to sheepishly back away would make matters worse, so he tried his last card. Garcia raised his voice and cursed the migration people for their lack of interest in the doings of the new martial law regime. He ordered the officials to check with the office of the president at Malacanang and asked to speak to General Nanadiego, knowing full well that arson at the missing in action had made all telephone lines inoperative. When one immigration official dared ask what Garcia's confidential mission was, Garcia shouted, "You sob, I already told you it is confidential and you want to know what is confidential." But when Garcia demanded immigration to stamp his passport with approval to depart, the spirit of survival among the officials overcame their awe of Garcia's diatribes on civilian bureaucratic stupidities. They produced copies of Enrile's decrees that only his signature was to be valid on passports. They reminded Garcia that they were only following orders and that they had Familia Esto support. When Garcia told the officials that they would bear the responsibility if he missed his flight and the possible loss of the documents already on the plane, the immigration people played Pontius Pilate by requesting Garcia to check with the military authorities at the transit lounge of the burnt-out airport building a mile away and to come back for the immigration approval if the military said okay. After cursing the officer collecting airport fees for trying to stop him from boarding the transit bus from the Miramar check-in building for the trip to the transit lounge at the missing in action terminal because he was not yet cleared by immigration, Garcia simply boarded the vehicle, hiding the immigration embarkation card jutting out from his passport that gave him as a passenger not yet allowed to depart. 70. Garcia's well-calculated move to check in at the last moment and the ensuing hassle over his lack of the required signature produced the delay he had hoped would deny airport officials the time and equanimity of mind to verify his story. If there were military authorities at the transit lounge, Garcia never saw them. The ground stewardess, probably harassed by the pilot to get that solitary passenger delaying the flight up on the aircraft, told Garcia to get on board quickly. The desire of Marcos to keep the presence of the military to a minimum at the ports of entry to show the world that the Philippines was still under civilian control helped make the escape of a man who was to figure mightily in propaganda work exposing Marcos to the world. Up to this day, there is no record in the Philippines of Garcia having left the country. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, Garcia phoned his wife in San Francisco to warn her about being tricked into flying to Manila for some emergency reason at the very time that her husband was winging across the Pacific to rejoin her and their children. The Garcia Odyssey must be rated as one of the great escapes from the Marcos dictatorship, not only because of its almost just like in the movie's circumstances, but more so because the man who made that hijira was to again make hell for Marcos and those promoting his regime abroad. It was partly Garcia's sixth sense and devil's advocate skepticism that stymied my assignment to stop the scheduled demonstrations against Imelda Marcos at the inauguration of the Philippine Center building in New York City in November of 1974. His astute analysis of our plans and intentions frustrated trap Cocoy strategists had set for Manglapus that would have discredited and wrecked the movement for a free Philippines. As I later told audiences in America after my defection, the MFP had more success with me than I with them. In a way, the vigilance of Garcia precipitated my own gradual and smoldering inclination to break with the Marcos dictatorship. I had intimated to Garcia during our first meeting October of 1974 in a small restaurant across the Commodore Hotel in New York City my growing disenchantment with the Marcos government. That was supposed to be first of a series of face-to-face meetings between a panel of MFP officials and representatives of the Marcos administration to discuss terms and conditions for a possible meeting between Manglapus and Imelda. Garcia was elected by the MFP to head the panel to meet with my own panel. He was later to tell me after my defection that he believed I was becoming disillusioned with Mr. Marcos, but, Garcia, told me he thought I was merely buying insurance. Like Garcia, Col. Eleuterio Terry Magtagal Adavoso, head of the Rachunter's guerrillas during the Japanese occupation and one-time Secretary of Labor under President Macapagal, eluded the first arresting party sent out to get him from his Paranaque residence. By that time, Adavoso, who has been accused of allegedly conspiring with Sergio Osmina, Sr. in an alleged plot to assassinate Marcos, hid in the houses of friends, transferring at night and never spending more than 24 hours in one place. When his friends in the military establishment, whom he had contacted, obtained assurances for him that he would be allowed to stay in a hospital under arrest, Adavoso yielded to an emissary of Secretary Enrile. Newsman Ecobedo o Granada, of the Manila Chronicle, and Luis D. It. Beltran, of the Evening News, also eluded arrest that night. However, their more distinguished colleagues who belonged to that exclusive band known as the Gang of Marcos Critics, notably Teodoro M. Locsin, Sr., publisher of the Free Press, Napoleon Rama, senior staff writer, also of the Free Press and delegate to the Constitutional Convention, Amando Doranilla, newly named editor of the Manila Chronicle, Maximo Salivan, columnist of the Manila Times, and Imelda Rizio Cruz, of the Manila Daily Bulletin, Jose Mariveles, newscaster of Channel 5, Rosalinda Galang, of the Manila Times, Rolando Fajal, of the Talaba, Goang Quan, of the Chinese Commercial News, Veronica Yuyaidung, wife of deported Rizal Yuyaidung, Rogelio Arienda, radio commentator, and Francisco Soc Rodrigo, Talaba columnist, fell quickly into the Marcos martial law dragnet. Senator Jose W. Diokno was arrested at 3 a.m. at his Roxas Boulevard residence. Granada hid out for several days in the house of a friend. When he sought me advice, through an intermediary, on what he should do, I said, if Ernie is in the greater Manila area, he should surrender to the constabulary because the item assigned to get him might become trigger-happy with each unsuccessful day of looking for him. Granada and Beltran were eventually surrendered by Col. James G. Barbers, Deputy Chief of Police of Manila, to Camp Crame authorities. But what puzzles the newsmen's tribe in Manila is the arrest of Ruben Cuzapag, of the Evening News, Roberto Ordonez, of the Philippines Herald, and Manuel F. Almario, senior staff member of the Philippine News Service. Cuzapag was a vociferous habitué at the National Press Club, so with Ordonez. Almario, on the other hand, was an ardent participant in the impromptu debates at the NPC bar who had written a few articles in praise of China's chairman Mao Zedong. Ordonez had at one time done an in-depth series of articles on units of the New People's Army operating in the Bicol area. To console them, however, for what they felt was an unwarranted arrest and detention by the martial regime, NPC wags offered the salve that they were probably charged with impersonating a radical. Why not, the NPC wags would shout, hasn't the martial regime made humor-mongering a punishable offense? While most of the Manila newsmen are trying to bear up to the difficulties under the martial regime, one strong-willed intellectual has steadfastly refused to compromise with the dictatorship. He is in hiding from Marcos's agents. Buthe is busy grinding out mimeographed news sheets for the underground press. This man, Antonio Zumal, former two-term president of the NPC and versatile day-off reliever in the editorial staff of the Manila Daily Bulletin, bears watching. Although he has reportedly teamed up with the New People's Army without necessarily being a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, Zumal is likely to surface one day to be an outstanding leader of his country. Tony's elder brother, Col. Jimmy Zumal, is a ranking officer in the intelligence division of the Presidential Security Command. Young Zumal was once openly denounced by Marcos for alleged links with a group of arms suppliers to the NPA. Zumal denied the charge vehemently. He even swore to his brother Jimmy that he was not a communist. 12. On the night martial law was declared, Zumal was as usual having a late-night drinking spree at the NPC bar. He was summoned to the telephone by a caller at about 1 a.m. on September 23, after which he invited some of the boys to transfer with him to Taboy's Cinco Litros, a small bar at Ermita whose owner could sing lewd songs even in polite society. Zumal's group took a cab from the NPC. On the way, he told his colleagues, including Bobby Ordonez, that martial law has been proclaimed. When the taxicab reached the Rizal Monument area on the Luneta along Roxas Boulevard, Zumal commanded the car to stop and told his companions that he was getting out. "Please take care of the fare, Bobby," he said, addressing Ordonez. To the rest, he said, "This is going to be a long night. I hope we will meet when the dawn of freedom breaks. All right guys, let's all try to stay healthy. Till we meet again." Tony faded into the night. A rumor floated by the Department of Public Information claims that Zumal has been killed in an encounter with a PC patrol in Bulacan. I know that they is very much alive. As a matter of fact, he eluded a PC raiding team in May 1974, in a safe house in Bulacan where former newsman Sator Ocampo and Jose F. Lacaba were apprehended with printing paraphernalia for the underground press. Ocampo and Lacaba indicated that the raiding team missed catching Zumal by just about 30 minutes. I am confident Tony will continue to elude other teams. Zumal was the first NPC president to have declared war on Marcos's martial law. He was followed by then-incumbent NPC President Eddie B. Monteclaro, who was authorized by martial law government to travel to New Delhi in February 1973, to attend a One World conference. Instead of returning to Manila, Monteclaro denounced the martial law government and proceeded to the United States to seek political asylum. I became the third NPC president to denounce Marcos. However, I collaborated long enough with Marcos to convince myself that the imposition of martial law was just a stratagem employed by the president to perpetuate himself in power. There were others who didn't have to wait to declare themselves against the imposition of martial law. Juan Quijano, the incorruptible lawyer of the Philippines Free Press and lawyer later publisher of the Chinese Commercial News, and newscaster Fred Espaldon of DZMT and Channel 5, hacked away on Marcos for what they termed as a power grab. Quijano was in Taipei at the time martial law was proclaimed, having left Manila earlier on August 12 to be on hand for the release of Quinton Yuyidung on August 14 from imprisonment in a Taipei military garrison. He and Quinton proceeded to the United States in December. Later, Quijano was informed by friends in the military that the Armed Forces High Command had found him guilty of treason for having uttered statements against the martial regime while he was in Taipei and upon his arrival in the United States. Espaldon, on the other hand, went on record in the West Coast as the first Filipino to go on the air and submit to press interviews assailing the Marcos power grab in the Philippines. Espaldon was in San Francisco at the time, having left Manila on September 6 on a scholarship grant from Stanford University. "We expected martial law to be resorted to by Marcos," Espaldon declared in one of his radio-TV interviews, "but there is really no justification for it. It is 73. Simply a device to perpetuate himself in power." Having issued that kind of fighting statement, Espaldon felt that his student visa in the U.S. was not good enough. He could be reached by the long arm of martial law. Again, he went on record as the first Filipino to seek political asylum from the Marcos dictatorship. Two other escapees from the Philippines who are active in the anti-Marcos dictatorship movement in the United States are Eli Velez Pamatong and Danny Martinez. As the man who denounced the Concon Payola, Pamatong was high on the list of persons to be arrested upon the declaration of martial law. He and Martinez escaped through Sabah, where they were jailed by Kota Kinabalu authorities as Marcos spies. They were deported to the Philippines via Palawan. In Palawan, they took another small boat to Brunei, where they were again jailed by local authorities. Somehow, Pamatong and Martinez got a letter through to the Philippine consul in Singapore. They wrote that they were stranded employees of a Philippine lumber concessionaire in Indonesia and they would like to be documented as Filipinos. They were issued Philippine passports to enable them to go back to the Philippines. Instead of returning to the Philippines, they proceeded to Tokyo, where they contacted a United Nations representative on refugees who asked them to choose any two countries where they would want to seek refuge. Pamatong and Martinez chose the United States and Canada, and then the UN official documented them as refugees for Canada, not the US. However, en route to Canada, Pamatong and Martinez obtained a permit to spend a few days in the United States. They decided to stay in Los Angeles, where they are prosecuting their anti-dictatorship campaign. Martinez now works as a secretary to former Senator Sergio Osmeña, Jr. Now, a question most often asked is whether the United States government had any advance knowledge of Marcos's plan to impose martial law. Of course, the U.S. Embassy in Manila knew about it. As a matter of fact, the full text of the martial law plan, officially baptized as the Contingency Plan, was already in the possession of American Ambassador Henry Byrood weeks before martial law was effectively and officially imposed in the Philippines. However, no other man outside President Marcos knew the exact time and date when martial law would have to be declared. Although he has deceived many on any number of things, including his wife but mostly the Filipino people, Marcos was not prepared to deceive the United States government on the imposition of martial law. After all, Marcos already knew that Ambassador Byrood knew that the Philippine President was set to impose martial law. He was not about to incur the hostility of the United States government by springing a complete surprise on the power grab he was going to launch. President Marcos summoned Byrood for a luncheon conference on September 22. I myself was going to have lunch with the president on September 22. However, I partook of my lunch together with Agent Boquiron in the communications room near the study room when Marcos told me earlier in the day that he was having a closed-door luncheon conference with the American envoy. I have been having lunch with the president almost every day during the 74 last 3 weeks preceding the imposition of martial law upon his instructions. Most of the time Secretary Enrile would also be around, and occasionally so-called Under-Secretary of Justice Efren Plana, who was former Defense Undersecretary. It became almost an added duty on my part to lunch with THEP resident during those days because Marcos's lunch hour, which was about 2 p.m., was the most convenient time for both of us to discuss the news stories that should emanate from the office of the president. Ever since I joined the Marcos Zone Daily Express as its Malacanang reporter, it had become my duty to discuss with the president what stories I would write, and subsequently share with the other Malacanang beat reporters, which could be beamed to Congress, the opposition quarters and other sectors to prepare their minds for the imposition of martial law. Earlier that day, I walked up to the palace a little early on instructions of Marcos the day before. When I found the official study room still empty, I went inside the communications cubicle where I saw that Agent Boquiron had neatly arranged the presidential papers consisting mostly of memoranda and notes which had come in during the night and early in the morning from cabinet members and other quarters. As I signified my intention to rummage through the papers, Boquiron said, "Oh, ito, sir. Baka may mapilot ka na magandang ibalita sa column mo. Here the papers are, sir. You might be able to pick out some materials for your column." Then, recalling that I play Monte, a Spanish card game, Boquiron added, "Did you have any luck last night, sir?" I got his message and I pulled a P50 bill out of my pocket. Boquiron left me alone to read through a paper that could give me the biggest story of my newspaper career, although I realized then and there that I wouldn't be able to write it for the next day's paper. I consoled myself with the thought that I might be able to include it in my memoirs if I ever find the need to write one in my graying years. But now I find myself writing the story for the first time, not in my memoirs but in this document, this instrument of my fighting faith, my own written contribution to history, which I am confident will neither be the first nor the last. The presidential paper that drew my undivided attention for almost 30 minutes from the moment I handed a P50 bill to Agent Boquiron was a freshly typed memorandum of 2 pages, single-spaced, on the stationery of the Office of the Secretary, Department of National Defense, and signed by Enrile. It was addressed to the President, naturally. The Enrile Memorandum, dated September 22, 1972, started with this line: "In connection with your scheduled conference this noon with U.S. Ambassador Byrode, may I remind you that the matters outlined herein below, as we have discussed yesterday, should be emphasized by UXXX. My recollection of the wordings may not be as accurate as I have quoted them, but I am certain that I have reproduced the tenor of the opening sentence of the Enrile Memorandum." The memorandum made an outline of what the President was to tell Byrode were the vital justifications for the imposition of martial law. At first blush, it would have appeared that the Defense Secretary was dictating to the President on what to tell the U.S. envoy. However, the presidential line suggested by the Enrile Memorandum for the Marcos Byrode conference was not an unusual orchestration of the President by a subordinate. Then as now the President always got a proposed script from the appropriate 75 office or officer on what profound ideas, lines, and even jokes to utter in any important conference where a prepared speech would not be in order. Sometimes, 2 or more such proposed scripts came from different quarters. It is not known just who among the palace assistants started the practice of orchestrating the President. One of the most dutiful and most followed script writer was the late presidential assistant Guillermo C. de Vega. I found no rival script for the President to adopt in his meeting with Ambassador Byrode. I assumed then and I confirmed this subsequently that the President hardly departed from the outline of the Enrile Memorandum. Thus, in his usual vague way of hinting about a planned course of action, a device he often resorts to when he is compelled to telegraph a message much against his will, as in the instant meeting with Byrode, Marcos told the American ambassador that the Maoist-oriented New People's Army was about to seize the city of Manila, having obtained shipments of combat weapons and ammunitions from a foreign power, that only a resort to martial law could stop the advance of the Npays who are being provided with aid and comfort by the country's oligarchs, and misguided youth, intellectuals and clergymen, that martial law would be needed to stop the wave of nationalism fanned by the Supreme Court decision making it mandatory for Americans to divest themselves of land holdings and shares of stocks in companies organized under the Parity Amendment, *11 That the President needs an authoritarian rule to effectuate drastic reforms in the country. And that a martial regime would be easier for the United States government and private business to deal with than the political system of shared responsibility among the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. The President chose to be deliberately vague about the timing of the imposition of martial law, giving Byrod only the impression that he might do it within the coming weeks, but not earlier than the next week. Towards the end of the conference, Marcos, in accordance with the Enrile script, informed the U.S. envoy that units of the armed forces around the Clark Air Force Base and Subic Naval Base were being augmented to ensure the protection of these bases against probable attacks by NP elements. The message would have been clear to Byrod, that interference by American troops from Clark Field or Subic Base with the imposition of martial law will be repelled by Philippine troops, trained and equipped by the United States. Surprisingly, a few weeks after the declaration of martial law, a U.S. Navy ensign and 3 Marine privates inspecting the outer perimeter of Subic Naval Base were killed in an ambush allegedly staged by supposed remnants of a hook liquidation squad from Bataan. The incident occurred just a few days after receipt by the Presidential Security Command that there were unusual troop activities within the Subic Navy base. As Byrod left, Marcos summoned me to his private study room to give me instructions on how I would have to guide the other palace beat reporters with my own prepared news story on the meeting of the President with the U.S. envoy. "Sir, can we now write the line that you had informed Byrod that you were going to impose martial law?" I asked the President. He answered, "Huwag. 76. Mo munang sabihan iyan. Don't say that yet." Marcos then dictated his story. "Let me see." The President looked at the ceiling and then, facing me, started the story for the day. "Sabihin Mona lang, just say, that the President conferred with Ambassador Byrod at lunch, that I informed him about the assessment of the military on the worsening peace and order situation in the country, that the President outlined to the Ambassador the options available to him under the law and the Constitution, that emphasized to the Ambassador that I have already utilized to no avail the first 2 options to combat the escalating communist rebellion, namely, the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus and the calling out of the troops to quell lawless violence and rebellion, that the Armed Forces General Staff had advised the President to utilize all constitutional means to protect the integrity of the Republic. You must stress that point, that I have already utilized the first 2 options to no avail. At this point, I interrupted the President to warn him that he is definitely forewarning everybody that he was about to impose martial law. "Why don't we just announce it, sir? Anyway, the opposition leaders as well as your nacionalista critics would know about this story, as they have people monitoring the city desks of newspapers for advance information on us from the palace," I suggested to the President, still trying to be a newspaperman out for a good story. "Oh, yes, let everyone be forewarned that I am about to impose martial law. Anyway, I have been warning that I would not hesitate to impose martial law, if I find it necessary in the interest of national security," the President answered. "It's the timing that is important as far as we are concerned." Obviously derailed in his development of the story for the day by my interruption, the President ended our session by saying, "Oh, Sig, I ka na ang maglagan palabak sa storya, okay, you may embellish the story the way you want it. And try to work out the story with Secretary Todded *I****************** 12 Nason Basia? Where is he, anyway? *12. The way Marcos addresses his cabinet members and other ranking officials of his administration, either orally or in writing, is the gauge of his temper respecting that official on any given day. He was showing his displeasure for the press secretary when he referred to him as Secretary Todded. He usually called him Kits and the other ranking officials also by their nicknames, even in his handwritten notes to them, to indicate that they were in good standing with him. Note how he addressed Enrile in the early evening of September 22, 1972. I wrote the story without any help from, or consultation with, Todded. However, as a courtesy to him, and since I have had to use the Xerox machine, of the Malacanang press office to be able to dish out copies of my finished story to the Palace beat reporters from the other Manila newspapers. I furnished Todd a copy of my story so that he could use the same to brief the other representatives from radio and television and the foreign media. It was an SOP, standard operating procedure, which I had imposed on Todd ever since I began representing the Daily Express in the Palace beat. This same SOP was followed for more than a year from the date of the imposition of martial law. The spectacle of Todd briefing newsmen on presidential stories I have dished out to them in advance became the talk of the coffee shops. I am quite certain that hardly had Ambassador Byrode stepped out of the IT presidential study room that fateful noonday of September 22 when he started telling himself that the real reasons for Marcos's resort to martial law were definitely more tactical than philosophical and that the so-called reforms were going to be more cosmetic than basic. But since martial law was going to be good for the United States, it was good enough for Byrode. He was, after all, an American diplomat sent by his government to protect American interests in the Philippines, not a Filipino patriot about to starve fighting for the civil liberties of the Filipinos. The gusts blowing across the islands of a political aflamed Philippine archipelago in the late 60s and early 70s were not of such velocity as to constitute a justification for the imposition of martial law. However, President Marcos discerned the national fever burning over certain aspects of national humiliation, cynicism, and despair of a weary people. Marcos observed and studied the emergence of an organized and militant movement for change. He took note of the fact that the movement brought about a loose coalition among intellectuals, professionals, small businessmen, students, peasants, laborers, and employees, and even elements heretofore inactive in the political field, i.e. the seminarians, priests, nuns, and Catholic school students. Together they started questioning the injustices of the social and political system. With increasing support from the elite of the two major political parties and the influential media, the movement generated nationwide support through massive demonstrations and teach-ins. But it was clear that the movement never sought the destruction of democracy in the country. They wished to preserve it as they sought to police and protect their ranks from numerous infiltrators who were mostly military intelligence men in mufti. A significant victory of the coalesced groups came during the election's 4 delegates to the 1971 Constitutional Convention. About 1/3 of the delegate seats were won by progressives and independents who later formed a potent bloc to push through sweeping and fundamental structural changes in the government and society. The organized reform movement did not rest on its laurels, i.e. victory in the election of convention delegates. It attended to the much-needed politicization of the people in democracy. Of this political transformation taking place in the Philippines, Father Bruno Hicks, an American Franciscan missionary deported later by the martial regime who now lives in Stockton, wrote, "I saw more and more Filipinos getting into the political arena. I saw simply conscientious peasants forming their own political groups, expressing themselves, beginning to vote independently of their landlords and employers." Father Hicks then asks, could this have been the reason why martial law was declared, because democracy was just beginning to work, and the grievances of the masses were finally getting organized, getting aired, bringing pressure to bear on the political institutions? As Marcos took note of the pressure brought about by the reform movement, he even sought to ride the crest of the new wave. Marcos had become an apostle of change himself, but of a different hue and color. I recall a number of occasions when the First Lady, Imelda, would despairingly talk of how the new coalition of progressive and independent elements seemed to present a formidable threat to the plans of the First Family to 78. Stay in power. Marcos was unperturbed, he had other things in mind. Marcos started tossing his own theories and ideas on the burgeoning movement for change during an informal session with some of his cabinet members following the accreditation in Malacanang of a newly arrived ambassador of a foreign country. Members of the cabinet are usually invited to such accreditation ceremonials, which usually take place at about 10 a.m. at Malacanang Reception Hall. After the accreditation ceremony, the president sits down informally with members of his official family. On one such occasion a member of the cabinet, as if on a cue from Marcos himself, opened up with an observation that the violent demonstrations were being supported, nay openly encouraged, by the media which, he added, has even used freedom of press as license to abuse the president and his wife. In any meeting of THEP resident with his subordinates, only Marcos may speak lengthily on anything, the others may interrupt with only one or two short sentences, unless he has an anecdote to relate that is calculated to make the president laugh. When THEP resident said "ah," which was his signal for anybody talking at the time to shut up and give way to him, all eyes turned to the chief executive. True, he stated, the confrontation started by the reformist groups with the government was becoming dangerous, posing a threat not only to the party in power, but to the entire establishment. There is even a real possibility, Marcos declared, that a new political party made up of young, ambitious men and women who have succeeded in identifying themselves with the interests of the masses in opposing foreign capital and the elitists, may replace the Nacionalista and liberal parties. A cabinet member, who has never been known for being tactful, boldly asserted that the demands of the demonstrating groups focused exploitation of Philippines by American business interests and on the need to restrict the United States on the use of its military bases in the country. The cabinet member had spoken more than 2 lines, he was not supposed to do that. The president cut him off. And as if speaking with a prepared script, Marcos then revealed that he has been assessing the possible adverse results that the Parliament of the Streets might bring about in the Philippines' relations with the United States. The president pointed out that there was a real possibility that the U.S. would get out of the Vietnam War, thereby requiring greater protection for the U.S. naval and air bases in the Philippines as insurance against probable expansion of Soviet power in Asia. Marcos added that the approaching end of parity demanded a trade agreement equally favorable to U.S. business interests which have just suffered setbacks in the newly handed down decisions of the Supreme Court. And Japan, which is being urged by the United States to expand in Asia so that she can share in the protection of the area from Soviet expansionism, needed favorable business terms also in the Philippines. Marcos noted that the Senate had not seen it fit to ratify the pending Philippines-Japan Treaty of Amity, Commerce and Navigation. Then the tactless cabinet member became pertinent for Marcos's purposes. It was as if he himself was following a script prepared by whoever drafted the president's own script for the day. What we need then, Mr. President, is martial law so that you can continue your good work for this nation. We need martial law to protect the two-party system, and we need it to protect the Republic. 79. From the rebels. We also need it so that you can protect the U.S. bases, secure U.S. investments and allow other foreign investors to help in the development of this country. Sometimes known as the Secretary for Air Pollution because he would butt in on any subject under discussion in any cabinet meeting, this particular cabinet man was all of a sudden the darling of Mr. Marcos. He had performed well perhaps, according to the script. However, Marcos played it cool and coy. The president said he would keep suggestions of the cabinet members under advisement, and he would act in the best interest of the Republic. But he has driven home his point. He had delivered his message to the cabinet, and the other people outside Malacanang whom they would be calling the moment they stepped out of the palace gates. Marcos added as a parting shot that the so-called reform movement was not strong enough, the demonstrators were not aggressive enough. He had plans all by himself to exacerbate the revolutionary situation. When Marcos had done so, he made his decision known also to Ambassador Bayrod. Verily, the myth is now closing down on Filipinos at home and abroad that the declaration of martial law in the Philippines was caused in part by the failure of American-style democracy to cope with the growing pains of development in a country dominated by vested interests and oligarchs. Marcos just did not prove equal to the increasing sophistication of the Filipino electorate who, on realizing their frustrations and the frustrating acts of Marcos, have had to take to the streets, organize the so-called Parliament of Streets, which the incumbent president immediately branded as rebellion. Martial law, therefore, was more than just a vehicle for a power grab confession or failure or lack of capacity, to handle the open bargaining process so necessary to Philippine political and economic development. In his first book, entitled Today's Revolution, Democracy, Marcos recalled an accusation that Filipinos could not make an honest revolution in 1896*13. Now Marcos wants his imposition of martial law known as a democratic revolution. Is this an honest revolution? When Marcos first telegraphed his message as early as 1971 that there was a pressing need for a democratic revolution from the top, as the dictator would now want his despotic rule known, his former executive secretary, Rafael M. Salas *14 found an occasion to ridicule the president's posture as a revolutionary by stating in an interview with Quijano de Manila, pen name of former Free Press staff writer Nick Joaquin, thus, how can Marcos call it a democratic revolution? Does he mean it was not a working democracy before? Revolution means change, usually it comes from below. If it's going to be from above, the word is reform. Terminology is unfortunate. Again I go back to my statement that morality is necessary to make any form of reform credible to the people. *15. There was nothing in the Philippine situation that would have generated panic or hysteria. Just a year before the imposition of martial law, the prestigious RAND Corporation surveyed the Philippine situation on commission from the U.S. Agency for International Development. The RAND report underscored among others the fact that 1. The political system appears to be stable and generally responsive to the desire of most people. 2. The economy appears to be performing better than commonly thought and is spread broadly across the country. 3. Crime is not a national problem. Violence and fear of violence are concentrated in a few areas. 4. The HMB, dissident group, are not a serious threat to the government. The only emergency condition that existed on or about mid-1972 revolved around the personal and political fortunes of President Marcos and his ambitious and insatiable wife, Imelda. It was a fact at the time that the second and last legally elective term of Marcos was barely 1 year away from an ignominious end. Influential leaders of the two major political parties, including ranking leaders of the president's own Nacionalista Party, were openly talking about how Marcos and his wife would have to be made to answer to the people and the courts of law and equity for the unabashed abuse of power, and rampant graft and corruption that pervaded the Marcos II administrations. The corruption of the Marcos administrations even compelled Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, to revise its profile on Marcos to include therein an observation that Marcos was incredibly corrupt, having amasadas of the year 1969 a total asset of cash and other holdings in the Philippines and various foreign countries, including the United States and Switzerland, to the tune of $2 trillion. At this time, Marcos was also faced with the personal dilemma of an Imelda Marcos who decided to set in motion a process that would make herself a candidate to succeed her husband as president of the Philippines. Imelda had already been meddling in the exercise of the powers of the presidency, including her unashamed use of public funds. Imelda as president and Marcos the first man? It was a grim prospect which challenged the chauvinism in Marcos, a negation of his own decision that power cannot be allowed to slip from his effective control as long as he was alive. Marcos then mustered enough courage to put his foot down on Imelda's ambition while they were cruising on board the presidential yacht, RP 777, around Manila Bay, in the latter part of June, 1972. The quarrel became so violent that the First Lady scratched Ferdinand on the face. Marcos slapped her so heavily on her beautiful face that she fell to the floor. Later, Marcos announced that his wife had suffered a miscarriage and blamed it all on the unfair criticisms on Mrs. Marcos by elements of the Sikh society, including his media critics. It was also a time when Marcos felt that all the frustrations of his political career was coming his way. There were the merciless criticisms by his political opponents and even from his own party, the untrammeled and ever-increasing crescendo of assaults on his integrity by the free-swinging Philippine news media. To Marcos, all these constituted poisoned darts and arrows which he could not evade because he deserved them and more simply because 21. There were democratic niceties and rules with which he had to abide in his conduct of the affairs of state. Damn the legal niceties, damn democracy and free speech, he thought. With only a year left in his second-term presidency, there certainly would be no time at all to even up scores with political opponents, newspapermen, and the allegedly abusive oligarchy. An entire lifetime freed from the shackles of guarantees of civil liberties was needed. Marcos must have his vengeance. That was the emergency situation that faced Marcos in mid-1972, it was very personal to him. Even from the single consideration that Marcos must carve out a nice niche for himself in Philippine history, there was a pressing emergency situation. The tightening noose of circumstances showed that unless Marcos took some drastic steps, the inevitable verdict of historian Marcos, as of 1972, would be that he was nothing but a scoundrel. Watergate is really peanuts, a mere drop in the bucket, compared to the chicanery that Marcos indulged in upon his assumption of power in the Philippines in 1965. At its worst, Watergate was a fumbling attempt at espionage to ensure an election campaign overkill by President Nixon's campaign strategists and a subsequent attempt at cover-up. In the case of Marcos of the Philippines, the regime is engaged in a series of cover-ups for numerous cover-ups. My own assessment that martial law was resorted to by President Marcos as a means of perpetuating himself in power and covering up for his malfeasance and nonfeasance during his corrupt and abusive INIA presidency in Malacanang is borne out by various quarters. From the dark confines of his solitary cell at Fort Bonifacio, the headquarters of the Philippine Army, AFP, in Makati, Rizal, imprisoned Senator Aquino, Jr. gave his own angry insight into the sanctimonious claim of Marcos that he imposed martial law only as a means of saving the republic from its enemies. Aquino declared. Mr. Marcos says he declared martial rule to establish a new society. But what he created is the oldest society recorded by history, a society of absolute rule by one man who in various epochs was called a pharaoh, a shah, an emperor, a king, a duce, a caudillo, a furor, a chairman, or a president. Mr. Marcos says a new constitution has been overwhelmingly ratified by the Filipino people in January, 1973. This new constitution ordains a drastic change from a presidential to a parliamentary form of government. But what we have today is a worse centralized presidency, a totalitarian regime where both legislative and executive powers have been merged under one man. We have a parliamentary government without a parliament. Instead of moving forward to parliamentary democracy, we moved backwards to the very extremes of presidential authoritarianism. Mr. Marcos says he has checked, if not eliminated, the privileges and the rule of an entrenched oligarchy. Yes, the rule of the few has been eliminated. It has been reduced to the rule of one. Mr. Marcos misses no stroke in his incessant flogging of the old society as if he is a complete stranger to that old society, having come from outer space in September 21, 1972. 2Z. Lest we forget. It was during his incumbency, as early as 1966, when documented rake-offs from public works contracts reached into the millions, when he encouraged the proliferation of private armies and the smuggling by his political henchmen of high-powered weapons with impunity, when 26 Muslim Jabata volunteers were murdered in cold blood in Corregidor, when our republic nearly got embroiled in a foreign adventure with a neighboring state to secure a power of attorney granted by the heirs of the Sultan of Sulu to Mr. Marcos. It was during his incumbency when our currency was debauched and devalued by an unprecedented 58% as a result of wanton election spending overkill in 1969. Mr. Marcos squandered almost $900 million to re-elect himself as per the findings of the Senate Committee on Finance. We are still hurting from that disastrous devaluation. It was during his incumbency when despairing youth took to the streets to denounce his abuses and misrule, when several idealistic young demonstrators were mowed down in cold blood while some others were picked up during the night by agents of the law and disappeared forever. It was during his incumbency when the prestige of the House of Representatives hit rock bottom with the revelation of scandalous fund transfers from Malacanang to finance and rig the elections of hand-picked Marcos-type Constitutional Convention delegates. It was during his incumbency that a constitutional convention was openly, flagrantly, and shamelessly subverted with fat payola envelopes, triggering a massive exposé of lurid payoffs in the very precinct of Malacanang. And when his con manipulations began to falter, Mr. Marcos declared martial rule, jailed the independent and opposition leaders who opposed his wishes in the convention, and rammed through a Marcos constitution in record time. It was during his incumbency when a few favored presidential cronies cornered billions of loanable funds of government financing institutions while the rest of the business community starved for capital, when the national economy teetered on the rink of near total collapse as a result of massive graft and gross mismanagement, and when, finally, the Filipino lost his freedoms and the flame of liberty was snuffed. XXX. Chapter Eva Dark Age begins. A long dark night for the Philippines was what Senator Benigno S. Aquino, Jr. perceived in the early dawn of September 23, 1972, as he was arrested by martial law enforcers at the Manila Hilton. The long dark night that descended on the Republic has now disgorged its monstrous two-headed offspring in the dictatorship of Ferdinand E. Marcos, made conjugal by the consuming personal ambition of his number one wife, Imelda Romualdez Marcos. Marcos baptized the conjugal dictatorship as the New Society, and Primitivo Mijares 23. Alternately, as a regime of constitutional authoritarianism operating under the aegis of martial law. But this is merely a resort to semantics. Martial law by any name is dictatorship. It becomes a conjugal dictatorship when the ruler's one wife not only enjoys the privileges, but also wields with greater gusto and irresponsibility the powers of the dictator. Marcos made no bones about his role under the new order when he went in the air at 7:30 p.m. on September 23, 1972, to announce his martial law proclamation, some 22 hours after he had given his military collaborators the command to start arresting his political opponents and closing down the media establishments. Several hours before the scheduled announcement of martial law on the air, Marcos directed Press Secretary Francisco S. Totted to rehearse a broadcast voice that would have all the braggadocio and scary tone of an advance barker of a conquering army. Veteran radio announcer Vero Perfectao was originally tapped by the president to do it, but a jealous Totted ordered Vero get lost. Thus Totted barked the Marcos edict through his nose. XXX. It is imperative for the undersigned President of the Philippines to assume greater and more effective control over the entire government, to have the broadest latitude and discretion in dealing with the affairs of the nation, and to exercise extraordinary powers in my capacity as Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces of the Philippines in order to enable them to restore within the shortest possible time and thereafter to maintain the stability of the nation and to safeguard the integrity and security of the Philippines and to ensure the tranquility of its inhabitants, by suppressing lawlessness and all subversive, seditious, rebellious and insurrectionary activities throughout the land, with all the resources and means at my command, and by adopting such other measures as I may deem necessary and expedient to take to contain and resolve the existing national emergency and for the interest of the public. Now, therefore, I, Ferdinand E. Marcos, President of the Philippines by virtue of the powers vested in me by the Constitution as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, do hereby proclaim that I shall govern the nation and direct the operation of the entire government, including all its agencies and instrumentalities, in my capacity and shall exercise all the powers and prerogatives appurtenant and incident to my position as such Commander-in-Chief of all the Armed Forces of the Philippines, XXX 1. General Order No. 1, dated Sept. 22, 1972. Invoking powers within the framework of his own edict, Marcos proceeded to exercise all executive and legislative powers, issued general orders to the armed forces in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief and letters of instructions to civil officials in his capacity as President. In the exercise of legislative powers, Marcos promulgated presidential decrees containing the vital resolutory portion stating that they shall be part of the law of the land unless ordered repealed or amended by me or by my duly authorized representatives. Marcos also assumed judicial powers. However, realizing that the judicial system was too intricate for him to be able to exercise judicial functions to the 24 Exclusion of the Supreme Court and other inferior courts, he permitted the judiciary to continue to function in accordance with its present organization and personnel, and shall try and decide in accordance with existing laws all criminal and civil cases. *Z. However, he specifically barred the judiciary from vital areas of judicial functions, notable among which was any case involving validity, legality, or constitutionality of Proclamation No. 1081 itself and any rules, orders or acts issued, promulgated, or performed by him or his duly authorized representatives. *2. General Order No. 3, dated September 22, 1972. In other words, there can be no challenges to the acts of martial law. Marcos made Marcos infallible. Although the judiciary was allowed some degree of independence in handling non-political cases, Marcos still exercised judicial powers directly and indirectly, in the first method, through military commissions which he created to try civilians and whose sentences he must first approve before they can be carried out. *3 And in the second means, through his influence over members of the Supreme Court. *4 And through his power, under the Palace dictated 1973 Constitution, to remove every member of the judiciary, from the lowest to the highest, at will and even without cause. *5 By his assumption of all powers of government unto himself, Marcos became an absolute dictator, denying participation by the people, through their elected representatives, on matters that shape their life and their very livelihood. Thus, subject to no effective checks or balances and freed from any limitation on his tenure, Marcos did not have to bother about constitutional rights or civil liberties of the people. Marcos has no intention of relinquishing the absolute rule he has imposed in the Philippines. He will continue his present course of action for as long as he is alive and in control of an imperial dynasty that he is now so cautiously setting up in the Philippines under the guise of a smiling martial law. The whole plot of Marcos is to rule in Malacanang long enough for him to be able to prepare his son, Ferdinand, Jr., to take over as the next ruler, and from there on start a royal hereditary succession to the imperial throne. Imelda is a standby heir and is programmed to act as Queen Regent for Bongbong. Dictator President Marcos misses no opportunity, however, to insist that the painful decision he had made to place the country under martial law to save their public and solve, through a government by martial law, the nation's obedient and persistent political, economic, and social problems. The president thereby has attempted to weave a myth that an underdeveloped nation, like the Philippines, must sacrifice civil liberties and political rights for rapid economic growth. In another breath, however, he would attempt to hold out false hopes by making a concessionary statement that martial law was never conceived as a permanent fixture in Philippine polity, although he would continue to impose it. 85. Beyond the simple need of restoring order, to meet the other and even more important imperative of reforming society. When I defected from the dictatorship in the Philippines, with a warning that Marcos was setting up an imperial dynasty in his country, I was greeted with skepticism, even derision by some, that I was just an embittered and disenchanted former camp follower crying wolf. Of course, I knew whereof I was speaking, but I was not prepared and neither am I now to beg anybody to believe me. I always believe that the event will tell in its hour. One such event has already materialized in the first concrete confirmation by deed on the intent of President Marcos to set up an imperial dynasty in the Philippines. This is how the Associated Press reported it. *6. President Ferdinand E. Marcos's wife, Imelda, yesterday took her first political post, as governor of Metropolitan Manila, a new government unit with 4.5 million residents. The position will give her political exposure second only to her husband and increase the possibilities of her succeeding him in the presidency. Marcos, who rules by decree under martial law, swore in his wife after she made a brief acceptance speech broadcast on all major television and radio stations. 6 days ago, the president rejected a movement to draft Mrs. Marcos to head the new government, which integrates 17 municipalities. Mayors and prominent businessmen had asked her to head the area government because they said it needed a figure of national stature. Mrs. Marcos told the audience of politicians at the ceremony in Thep Residential Palace, "Not a single one among us can afford to beg off and just watch the metropolis decay and die. It is for this reason that I have accepted, in spite of many involvements with my national projects and international commitments this year and next." The move was strongly supported by newspapers either controlled or owned by Mrs. Marcos's younger brother, Benjamin Romualdez, governor of Leyte province, and by a cousin, E.P. Romualdez. *7. Before his wife spoke, Marcos signed the decree creating the Metropolitan Manila Commission for the Greater Manila Area. November 7, 1975. Even this early, Marcos has already seen fit to hold out Imelda as his would-be successor, just in case he is incapacitated to discharge his dictatorial duties while his only son by Imelda is yet too young to assume the powers of government. With Imelda's new position as gobernadora, governor, of the Greater Manila Area, the Philippines situation graduates from the realm of speculation. It is an emerging fact that in the reasonably near future, Marcos's assumption of a crown and scepter would become a clear and definite reality. 86. What is being fashioned out in Manila now is a distinctive brand of Filipino dictatorship concocted by the self-assumed royal rulers Ferdinand and Imelda and enforced by naive military officers who have been misled by the Marcoses into believing that they are going to be heroic instruments for the rejuvenation of democracy, Philippine style, and as enforcers of martial law, the vehicle to solve the nation's pressing problems. A greater proof of Marcos's irreversible plunge towards the establishment of a royal dictatorship in the Philippines is his resort to the ancient and historic Barangay system of government of the early Filipinos. When Marcos made the resuscitation of the Barangay concept of government the major function of his new society, parlaying it as the ancient Filipino system of participatory democracy, he betrayed his innermost thoughts about his plans to set up an imperial dynasty and rule for life in the manner of royalty. The first time Marcos made use of the Barangay concept of government in January, 1973, to sound out the people on his martial law and on the newly drafted constitution, he immediately made the system work as in the days of yore. He allowed the people to respond to the questions he had drafted with answers he wanted. These days Marcos talks in glowing terms on the modern meaning of the Barangay concept of government, saying it is a system whereth people have full participation in government, obviously, full participation in what he wants them to do. Any student of Philippine history would easily be able to declare that, while the Barangay system was really the original unit of government of the ancient Filipinos, it was not the ideal form of government that Marcos now wants it to appear. It was far from being a democracy. The Barangay system was actually a society of unequal castes, and this is the same kind of a society which Marcos is developing in the Philippines with some refinements. This is Imelda's cup of tea, too, for it will sustain her desire to be known as one who sprung from the noblesse oblige, not from very poor beginning as traced by Carmen Navarro Pedrosa. *8. The Untold Story of Imelda Marcos, by Carmen Navarro Pedrosa. Imelda's hobnobbing with royalties abroad, her diplomatic missions which really should be the function of Secretary of Foreign Affairs Carlos P. Romulo, her extravagant foreign trips and jet-set parties in the Philippines and elsewhere are all scandalous expressions of a hurried desire to institutionalize as soon as possible the regime of a royal family, with the distinct element of female half exercising equal powers with the male counterpart. It will not be long when voluminous literature about a Philippine Camelot that existed during pre-Spanish times would be flooding the country's schools and the foreign outposts of the Philippines. This will be an initial soft sell to explain the Barangay authoritarian rule of Ferdinand and Imelda in Manila. It will be the official cover for the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda. The Barangay program of government restructuring which Marcos is slowly but surely executing follows the usual caste divisions among the ancient Filipinos. Then as now, there are 5 castes, namely, 1. The royalty, known as Tlaken, king or queen, 2. The warrior or dadu class, 3. The religious leaders. 27. 4. The freemen, and 5. The slaves. The royalty is, of course, to be made up of King Ferdinand and Queen Imelda. Laken is an ancient title which does not have a place for a meddling wife. Imelda definitely covets the title and position of Ferdinand. However, her ambitions also calls for barring any of the Locanos in the defense establishment, including Secretary of National Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, Jr., from ever gaining any slot in the line of succession to the presidency, and for propping up her favorite brother, Cocoy, as one of the important palace guards against Locanos. Occupying a pivotal position next in importance only to the royal class is the warrior group as laid out in the Marcos hierarchical scheme. Known as the Mandarigma in ancient times, this class is now made up of the entire public armed forces of the Philippines, the principal enforcers of the martial law edict. The exact role of the military in the conjugal dictatorial setup of things in the new society was succinctly spelled out by Marcos when he announced the imposition of martial law on September 23, 1973. He declared, "The proclamation of martial law is not a military takeover. I, as your duly elected President of the Republic, use this power implemented by the military authorities." However, if one looks at the behavior of the members of the armed forces, he cannot but come to the conclusion that the AFP people are behaving like they were a conquering army. While Marcos tolerates or seems afraid to discipline AFP members who indulge in irresponsible acts of spoliation, he had taken definite steps to ensure that the military would have no higher political ambitions beyond its warrior class. Nevertheless, Marcos has awarded loyal officers and units with defined territorial jurisdictions to administer and plunder when they are not engaged in any action for the preservation of the royalty. Slightly higher in esteem by dictator Marcos, but still in the level of the warrior class, is the group of bodyguards of the royalty. In the modem Philippines under the conjugal dictatorship, it is designated as the Presidential Security Command, whose chief is Major General Fabian Crisologo. The main function of the PSC, as its name connotes, is securing the person of the president and his family. However, one of its major tasks is to serve as a watchdog on the armed forces, notably the ranking command officers like Major General Fidel V. Ramos, Chief of the Philippine Constabulary, and the young colonels and majors who might be eyeing the jobs of their superior officers. The mere existence of the Palace Security Command serves as a constant reminder to all other armed forces units and their commanders that, even under a martial regime where the military is supposed to be supreme, they are not supposed to aspire to anything beyond serving the interests of the commander-in-chief. The third-ranking group in the emerging Philippine system is the class of imams or high priests, although this caste is not allowed the privilege of enjoying worldly things. In ancient days, the imams were charged with the responsibility of regularly calling upon the deity to preserve the good health of the royal family. 8. The freemen, under the Marcos program of a royal empire, are his relatives in both sides of the conjugal dictatorship, his cronies and front men in the reallocation of the country's public and private resources unto the ruling clique. Members of this group were known in early times as the Maharlika or Damawa, or free men who were in the good graces of the king and queen. The fifth and lowest class under the Datu system of unequal castes is known as the Alipin, or slaves. This group now constitutes the rest of the Filipino people who belong to none of the four higher castes from the royalty down. Under present conditions, the people who fit into the least of the castes are divided, as in ancient times, into two classes of still descending importance. They are, 1. Aliping namamahay or slaves without fetters who must work the lands and enterprises of the higher castes, pay taxes and carry out the directives flowing from the seat of power as they work for their own livelihood and, if they are lucky, to have some of their men recruited into the warrior class, and 2. Aliping Seguigalid, or second-class slaves, which correspond under present conditions to the political prisoners. The two kinds of slaves are the very reasons for the conversion of the entire Philippines into a huge gulag or concentration camp. The principle under which the slaves have to work the lands and properties including the various enterprises, of the royalty and the freemen or timawas is that everything in the country is owned by the king and the queen, although both king and queen prefer to make the people understand that what they have will belong to the state. The most nebulous and unidentifiable of the castes as of this time is that which is made up of the imams. There are strong doubts right now whether various religious groups in the Philippines, i.e., Catholics, Protestants or Muslims, would be willing to serve more than the spiritual needs of Marcos. Although the religious would occupy a distinct place in the caste system being fashioned out by dictator Marcos, they find the plan so disgustingly violative of elementary freedoms of their flock. As a matter of fact, the Archbishop of Manila, Messenger Jamie Sin, has triggered an ecumenical movement directly opposed to the worldly needs of Ferdinand and Imelda. The Archbishop has showed the ecumenical demand that Marcos commit suicide by giving up his dictatorial powers. Sin has proven to be a greater pain in the neck for Marcos than his immediate predecessor in the Manila Archdiocese, the late Rufino Cardinal Santos. An exasperated President Marcos, talking one day to Imelda and some members of the cabinet, even bitterly observed that it seems that only the Aglipayans are being good to us. Presidential Assistant Jacobo C. Clave, appreciator in his own right, stated that the Methodists are also good to the administrators of the new society. Oh, yes, Jake, they go to worship at the Cosmopolitan Church *9 where Senator Jovito Salonga preaches more regularly than you do on Sundays, the dictator quipped, unable to conceal his irritation. President Marcos is not given to making idle pronouncements. His appreciation of the support of the Aglipayan Church for martial law and his 2d. displeasure on the behavior of the majority religious sects were portentous of ideas lurking in the dark recesses of his mind. He had on several occasions actually thought aloud that the new society might just duplicate the feat of the First Philippine Republic by breaking away from Rome and designate the Philippine Independent Church, Aglipayan, as the official imam of the new society's imperial dynasty. The Marcoses are descended from the founders of the Aglipayan Church in the Philippines. The first supreme bishop, the Obispo Maximo, of the Philippine Independent Church was Bishop Gregorio Aglipay, after whom the nationalistic church was named. Aglipay shot to national prominence in the wake of demands within the leadership of the revolutionary government in 1899 for the Filipinization of the Catholic Church. Appointed military vicar general of the revolution by President Emilio Aguinaldo on October 20, 1899, Aglipay urged the Filipino clergy at the time to unite and asked the Pope to appoint Filipinos in all church positions from the archbishop down to the last parish priest. Aglipay agreed with and wholeheartedly endorsed a plan of Apolinario Mabini, the brains of the Malolos Congress, for the organization of a church administered by Filipinos. It was not until July, 1901, however, when a radical reformist Isabelo de los Reyes, returned to the Philippines from Rome and founded the Iglesia Filipina Independiente, marking officially the beginning of the schism with Rome. Aglipay accepted the position of Supreme Bishop of the new church. Aglipay ventured in politics during the first Commonwealth elections in 1935 by himself running for the post of president as head of the Republican Party against Manuel L. Quezon, the standard-bearer of the Nacionalista Consolidación. Gen. Aguinaldo was the third contender for president, carrying the banner of the Popular Front. Mariano Marcos, father of Marcos, was a candidate of Aglipay against Julio Nalandason, the candidate of Quezon in congressional elections that culminated in the murder of Nalandason and the subsequent conviction of Ferdinand Marcos for that murder by a trial court. The thoughts and ideas of Marcos about the Aglipayan Church has some historical moorings, therefore. Considering the weakness he and Imelda are now showing for things of royal hue and color, a break with Rome and other religious denominations to a degree less than the schism provoked by Aglipay may not be far-fetched. After all, the thinking of Ferdinand and Imelda show their heavy penchant for adopting the ways of British royalty, which they want to be the model for their own royal reign in the Philippines. Specifically Marcos, for his part, has in mind King Henry VIII, who made his own break with Rome to be able to marry Queen Anne Boleyn. Four of the major reform measures programmed by Marcos for his new society were of such delicate nature as to offend the finer sensibilities of their religious, specifically the Catholic Church. These are, 1. Legalization of gambling, 2. imposition of taxes on revenue-raising properties and institutions owned by religious organizations, 3. Legalization of divorce, and 4. Legalization of abortion. Marcos has already put the first two into the statute books, the first by Primitivo Mijares 90. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Decree that paved the way for the launching of a floating casino at Manila Bay, and the second through the martial law constitution, although he has suspended its implementation and is holding it as a sword of Damocles on the Catholic Church. The more serious thing, legalization of divorce, which could bring the Católicos cerrados, dyed-in-the-wool Catholics, up in arms against Marcos, is now being seriously considered by the male half of the conjugal dictatorship. A draft of the divorce decree was ordered by the president to be prepared and submitted to him as early as 1973. Now, the one thing that one must bear in mind in studying the plan of Marcos to legalize divorce in the Philippines is that dictator president has never done anything in his life that is not calculated or designed to benefit himself first politically and personally. What benefit, politically or personally, would a divorce decree bring unto King Ferdinand? One can always hark back to the days when Marcos was repeatedly promising actress Dovey Beams *10 that he will divorce Imelda and make the Hollywood lass the first American First Lady of the Philippines. Only this time, when divorce becomes legal, Miss Beams may not bait a new First Lady at all. The installation of a new First Lady in Malacanang, whether Imelda is still alive or not, is not inconceivable at all. After making that cowardly decision to impose martial law, Marcos will no longer surprise anybody, if he does away with Imelda perhaps, in the dead of night. Stealing into the night is a forte of King Ferdinand. Aided, abetted and prodded this time by the most ambitious First Lady, Imelda, the Philippines has ever had, Marcos was like a thief in the night as he stole into the stage of history to plunder the freedom and patrimony of the Filipino people. The man from Batak was so unlike the dearly beloved President Ramon F. Magsaysay, who illumined the darkened Philippine skies as he burned so fast and so briefly as a bright shooting star and was no more after a brief euphoria given the Filipinos. The night holds 1,000 evil plots for Marcos. He was born, by his own admission, on a dark moonless night on September 11, 1917. It was on a dark night in 1935, as established by a Philippine trial court, that then young Ferdinand, using a rifle stolen from the armory of the University of Philippines, gunned down Nalandasan, who had just won an overwhelming election victory for the second time in a congressional election in Ilocos Norte against Mariano Marcos, father of Ferdinand. It was on a dark night on September 21, 1972, that Marcos extinguished the light of freedom in Asia's remaining bastion of democracy by using the guns of martial law to cow and oppress his countrymen. It was also on a dark night in humid Washington, D.C. where Marcos brazenly sought to extend the dirty and ugly hands of his martial rule in the Philippines to prevent a witness, with an offer of a $50,000.00 bribe, from talking before a committee of the House of Representatives of the U.S. Congress the lurid details of his own Watergate-style scandal in the Philippines. It was a daring attempt by a tin-horn Asian dictator to tamper with sacred and D.L. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos shallowed American institutions. On those dark nights of September 1972 and June 16, 1975, Marcos sought alternately to ensure and protect a lifetime of ambition and planning and execution to install himself as a new smiling and ascetic dictator of an imperial dynasty in the making in Southeast Asia. And now, at least temporarily, Marcos holds sway in the seat of power which he had violently grabbed with his spectacular number one wife, Imelda, over the lives and fortunes of 45 million Filipinos. Their court is in the city of Manila and their headquarters is Malacanang. Together, this powerful duumvirate exercise unchallenged power as they bleed and rule their people. As they make the Philippines endure what is probably the worst dictatorship Asia has known, Ferdinand and Imelda make laws at will, frighten masses of people into abject submission, contemptuously and callously imprison thousands who oppose them. They even prescribe the terms of intimate behavior and set every rule for living and speaking and writing except for themselves and the privileged members of the ruling clique, the Lisserlites. When I appeared before the Fraser Committee on June 17, 1975, in Washington, D.C., I underscored the following points on the role of the First Lady, Imelda, in what is now vulgarly known as the conjugal dictatorship established by the most powerful ruling duumvirate ever to grace the map of Southeast Asia. 4. Goodbye, democracy. Having been provided with the final excuse, or what he prefers to call as a final sign from heaven, President Marcos delivered the coup de gracito democracy in the Philippines. He moved for stability. 1. The first thing Mr. Marcos did was to order the closure of the unwary and unresisting media establishments, newspapers, radio and television stations. However, he immediately reopened his own Philippines Daily Express and the Kenlon broadcasting system in order to disseminate his martial law proclamations. 2. Then, in accordance with a prepared order of battle, his troops fanned out all over the country to arrest and detain his political opponents, business rivals, militant student and labor leaders, critical newspapermen, columnists and radio commentators. 3. In the guise of sparing no one, the son of Mr. Marcos's political benefactor, Rep. Roque S. Ablan, Jr., was arrested and placed in a military stockade, but only because the hapless Solon was picked out as the example by Mrs. Marcos and her equally vindictive brother, Governor Romualdez. 4. President Marcos signed letters of sequestration, unpublished, for seizure of the properties of his critics and political opponents, and business rivals, on the pretense that these properties were used as instruments of subversion. The announced objective was to prevent these people from ever utilizing again their facilities to fight the government. Most of the seized estate and properties have been taken over for free. 42. Or bought for unconscionably low prices, by cronies of the president and his brothers-in-law. 5. Licensing commanding generals and regional and provincial military commanders to exercise within their respective jurisdiction powers which were heretofore exercised by civil authorities. A number of generals controlled flourishing smuggling in of luxury goods from abroad and smuggling out of premium export products, e.g. sugar, copra, lumber, cement, etc. The dictator for life. Having delivered the fatal blow against democracy and having consolidated his martial regime, President Marcos then took further steps to ensure his authoritarian rule for life. 1. He retained all members of his cabinet, and in cases where he had quarreling officials in one department, he split the said department to accommodate and or calm down the protagonists. Even at this stage of martial law, Mr. Marcos cannot afford to dismiss or displease members of his cabinet, most of whom are either incompetent or aging, without running the risk of being exposed by them on numerous anomalous government transactions that plague the martial regime and the previous constitutional Marcos I and II administrations. 2. Bribery, intimidation, and coercion of the members of the Constitutional Convention to force them to approve the final draft of apropos new constitution which installed Mr. Marcos as a dictator for life. 3. Staging of a mock referendum from January 10 to 15, 1973, by whose fabricated results he proclaimed that the people have voted to ratify the new constitution. 4. Calling of other referendums as often as he wanted to in order to show his political opponents at home and the outside world, particularly the United States government and press, that his continuing martial regime had clear mandate of the people. 5. Launching by his Department of Public Information of a program dubbed as A Plan Mystique, which set off the process of deification of Marcos the President. The central theme is the creation of an aura of mysticism around the person of Mr. Marcos. 6. Maintaining a tight grip on the country's economy by making sure that all major business transactions or the formation of new and big corporations carry his stamp of approval, or that they are undertaken with the participation of his front men, in-laws, and cronies. 7. Suspension by the President for 1 year of a provision of the Constitution on the expiration of the so-called parity rights for American citizens by July 3, 1974, in order to curry favor with American big business whose home offices in the United States, Mr. Marcos expects to turn in favorable reports on the Marshall regime to the State Department. 8. Appointment by the President of every provincial governor, city mayor, municipal mayor, provincial board member and city and municipal councilors when the term of the present incumbents expire on December 31, 1975. Retaining the restrictions adopted when martial law was imposed. His plan is to issue a presidential decree on the Internal Security Act. 10. By terrorizing the personnel of the entire civil arm of government including members of the judiciary on the local government level, by requiring them to submit their courtesy resignations under letters of instructions NOS 11 and 14. Then, those who are from time to time deemed notoriously undesirable are either by direct action of the President, or upon recommendation of their immediate superiors and with the approval of the President, notified that their resignations have been accepted. 11. The Supreme Court of the land is subjected to a different brand of intimidation by the martial regime. Whenever a suit is elevated to the High Court challenging the martial regime's legality or any acts of Mr. Marcos, the Supreme Court is gently reminded, either in speeches of the President or press releases issued by the Information Office, that a rebuff by the judiciary of the martial regime could compel the President to organize a revolutionary government. Justices of the High Court always get the message loud and clear that they are being told they could lose their jobs at any time. 12. Continuing muzzling of the press. The only kind of freedom available to the Philippine press at this time is freedom to sing praises to the President, the First Lady and their anointed followers, what with ownership of media confined to the President's front men, cronies, and brother-in-law Romualdez. When your humble witness was still chairman of the Media Advisory Council, I stood as a fragile shield for the media workers against the arrogant interference of the Department of Public Information and the military. I could do it then because I could always state that the President will hear about this. 13. Expansion of the manpower strength of the armed forces from the pre-martial law complement of 65,000 to 270,000 by the end of 1976. 14. Increase of the salaries and allowances of the armed forces personnel by 150% over the pre-martial law scale, while the civil servants are grudgingly given a P50.00, $7.15, cost of living allowance per month. 15. A tight control on the right of the workers to strike, thus maintaining workers in the private sector in their pre-martial law minimum daily wage of P8.00, $1.15. 16. Expansion of the Corps of Palace Guards from its pre-martial law strength of just a battalion, Presidential Guard Battalion, to a full-sized Presidential Security Command. The PSC is composed of a battalion of constabulary troops, a Philippine Army battalion, a Marine battalion, an Air Force battalion and a so-called security unit composed of plainclothesmen. The commander of the Presidential Security Command is also chief of the National Intelligence and Security Agency, NISA, which set up a national secret police. 17. Behind the false facade of a so-called smiling martial law, there lies a ruthless nature of the authoritarian ruler which cannot be easily concealed. Mr. Marcos displayed an example of his ruthlessness when, on an occasion when he wanted to still an incipient opposition by members of suspended Congress to his regime, he amended a sentence of life. 44. Imprisonment imposed on a Chinese opium dealer to death by a firing squad. 18. Restrictions on travel abroad by Filipinos, especially those who could talk or write against the regime. 19. Final abolition by decree of the Bicameral Congress, suspended since September 23, 1972, by Mr. Marcos's proclamation of martial law. He effected the dissolution of Congress by his proclamation that the new constitution, which ushered in a parliamentary form of government, has been ratified by the Filipino people in a mock referendum. 20. Refusal of Mr. Marcos to call the Interim National Assembly as provided for under Article 17 of the new Constitution. XXX. Conjugal 11. The dictatorship. A dictatorship as it is, the authoritarian regime of President Marcos has become more oppressive and corrupt in view of the unmitigated meddling by his wife, who has turned the martial rule into an unashamed conjugal dictatorship. 1. The First Lady dips her fingers into the public till with greater ease than the President himself. All the extravagant trips of the First Lady and her jet-set parties in Malacanang and in their luxurious Leyte rest area are financed with funds drawn not only from the President's budget, but also from other executive departments of the government. 2. The First Lady has her own office in Malacanang located right next to the presidential stud room, known as the music room, where she receives her callers. It is in this room where she summons to appear before her cabinet members, heads of financing institutions, leaders of Thebesinas community and other leading financial figures whenever she wants their own projects implemented by them, or whenever she wants huge contributions to her many impact projects, most of which duplicate those officially undertaken by government agencies. 3. Like Evita Peron, her idol, the Philippines First Lady has established a foundation to which funds may be contributed for every major project. All the projects she has undertaken, or plans to undertake, are explained in a pamphlet, called The Compassionate Society. It sounds like a loose translation of Evita Peron's La Raison de mi vida, or My Mission in Life. 4. The decision-making power and such other powers of the President's appointment-making are shared by Mr. Marcos and Mrs. Marcos. The First Lady scrutinizes and exercises veto power over appointments and major decisions of the President. Before an appointment is proposed or submitted to the President for his signature, the official in charge of the preparation of the appointment papers makes sure that that particular appointment is cleared by the First Lady, otherwise, the First Lady's light-off smile will not shine on the man's face for several days or weeks, or that the appointee will suffer harassment from the First Lady's blue ladies. The appointment in 1969 of the incumbent Secretary of Information was forced on the President by the First Lady and her brother, Gov. Romualdez. That's the reason when, on one occasion, the First Lady tried to agitate for the removal of the Information Secretary because the poor cabinet man, 45, could not stop the adverse publicity against the First Lady in the international press. The President shot back, "I have always known the cabinet man's, incompetence, but you recommended him to me. XXX. It was fairly evident from the time Marcos assumed the presidency of the Philippines for the first term beginning December 30, 1965, that Imelda would not be stopped from sharing powers with the country's chief executive in what would be known as the conjugal presidency. It has ripened into a conjugal dictatorship under martial law. Imelda herself encouraged talks about her unwarranted meddling in the exercise of the powers of the presidency. Celso G. Cabrera, former editor of defunct Manila Chronicle, where he used to write a weekly column, titled Inside Malacanang, once wrote a Sunday piece on Imelda sharing powers with her husband, and making a forecast that the Marcos-Imelda rule in Malacanang would approximate the romantic joint reign of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Instead of expressing resentment over the article, as Cabrera feared, Mrs. Marcos even gave the editor a personal telephone call thanking him for the write-up and informing him that she was sending him a new set of world history books to help the journalist dig up some historical bases for the forthcoming joint rule of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Imelda noted that Cabrera had written the article in a light vein. The First Lady suggested that the Chronicle editor might try a series of columns in more serious tones. She recommended that parallels in the lives of Imelda, Eva Braun Hitler, and Evita Peron be traced and publicized by Cabrera. But Eva Braun and Evita Peron were women of loose morals, and they both suffered terrible deaths, Mrs. Marcos. Cabrera protested. But Cabrera kept writing about Imelda in a light vein, not in the serious tones that Imelda wanted him to do. The heavy article came very much later from the pen of a veteran Malacanang reporter, Vicente F. Barranco, and it was published in the Weekly Examiner, which is published and edited by ex-Free Press staff writer Leon O. Ty. Barranco criticized Mrs. Marcos for unwarranted meddling in affairs of state which the Constitution specifies that only her husband, President Marcos, can undertake. Other First Ladies before Imelda were complimented by Barranco's article for preserving the honor and dignity of the office of the President. Those Himentioned were Mrs. Teodora Agoncillo Aguinaldo, wife of President Emilio Aguinaldo, Mrs. Aurora Aragon Quezon, wife of President Quezon, Mrs. Paciencia Laurel, wife of wartime President Jose P. Laurel, Sr., Mrs. Esperanza Osmina, wife of President Sergio Osmina, Sr., Mrs. Trinidad L. Roxas, wife of President Manuel A. Roxas, Victoria Quirino Gonzalez, daughter of President Elpidio Quirino, Mrs. Luz B. Magsaysay, wife of President Magsaysay, Mrs. Leonila Garcia, wife of President Carlos P. Garcia, and Mrs. Eva Macapagal, wife of President Macapagal. From the very beginning of his presidency, Marcos really seemed so pathetically helpless in enjoining Imelda from poking her nose into the affairs of state. He was just completely unable to stop her from sauntering outside the confines of the bedroom. Marcos is not only helpless in stopping Imelda's dogged determination to share the powers of the presidency, and now the dictatorship, with him. There have been instances when Marcos has had to make important policy decisions and take official actions just to please Imelda. *11. *11. Marcos acknowledged privately to the late Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr. that he was goaded by Imelda into declaring war against the Lopezes in 1971 because she had caught him philandering, and the only way he could appease her was to yield to her demands at the time, which happened to be her desire to crack down on the Lopez empire. Imelda had neither the financial security nor the respect accorded other first ladies before her when she ascended the pedestal of power together with Marcos. However, everyone concedes that Marcos could not have achieved his goal of ascending to the presidency of his country merely by his own masculine devices. Imelda was Marcos's #1 kingmaker. This is one important consideration, that Imelda became so important as to occupy a shared rule-making not made available to any first lady before. Marcos does not lack masculinity. As a matter of fact, he has too much of it that he has had to yield masculine powers to Imelda. One must attribute the successes of Imelda in bringing up the conjugal dictatorship to her own wiles. She knew what she wanted in life, and step by step, she had her dream realized. Imelda came out of obscurity and penury from the sleeping barrio of Olot in Tolosa, Leyte. While working as a clerk in the Central Bank of the Philippines, she became the personal beauty queen of the late Manila Mayor Arsenio H. Lacson, an event that gave clear causes for tongues to wag about the Casanova adventures of colorful mayor. She changed from a barrio lass, with almost nothing to wear, until she was adopted by the more affluent members of the Romualdez clan, to a lady dictator, one of the world's richest women, a multi-billionaire, with the most elaborate wardrobe in the world. At about the time that Imelda was plunging herself deeply into the conjugal presidency in the late 60s, a box office movie hit, Anne of 1,000 Days, was on a roadshow in Manila. The movie gave Marcos and the other aspiring presidential timbers in the country a message to think about. It was what Cardinal Wolsey quipped when warned by alarmed palace functionaries that Queen Anne Boleyn was getting to be too powerful to the point she might edge out all other aspirants to the throne of King Henry. Nonsense, power does not lie between the legs of a woman, declared the Cardinal. Yes, but Marcos is putting power between Imelda's legs and abdicating his historical role, chorused the senators during a lull in their sessions. This particular incident was related to me by Antonio Zuma long before martial law was declared. The trend set by Imelda of sharing powers with her husband caught on down the level of local governments and even in Congress to dramatize the establishment of small dynasties of politicians in the provinces. Congressman Floro Crisologo, of Ilocos Sur, made his wife, Carmen, governor of his province. Then Congressman Tito M. Ducpea, of Cagayan province, followed suit by installing his wife, Teresa, to the premier office in Cagayan. Governor of Batanes province Jorge Abad made his wife the congressperson for the province. There were also progressive trends towards making the wives 91 succeed their husbands in political offices, as in the cases of Mrs. Josefina Belmonte Duran, who got elected to the congressional district of Albay upon the advice of Congressman Pio Duran, and of Congressperson Magnolia Alborn Antonino, daughter of an American schoolteacher, winning a senatorial seat after substituting for her husband, Senator Gaudencio E. Antonino, who died in a helicopter crash the day before the elections in November, 1971. But the biggest dynasty in the Philippines is still that of the Marcos-Imelda tandem. A rare dispatch by the Associated Press from Manila tells a ocasionalized story, to wit. Imelda Marcos Manila Governor, all in the family *12. Manila for Imelda Romualdez Marcos, wife of the Philippines martial law president, becoming governor of the new integrated municipal government of 4.5 million inhabitants of metropolitan Manila is all in the family. *12. The news story was published by the San Francisco Examiner on November 27, 1975 under the byline of Arnold Zeitlin, AP Manila Bureau Chief. She becomes the third in the Marcos Romualdez family circle to serve as a governor here. Other members of the families are scattered prominently through government and business. Although nepotism in the government is officially frowned upon, family ties in the Philippines are particularly strong, just as families are particularly large with 6 children common. Part of the pattern of Filipino life is doing business with relatives, not only because they need jobs, too, but because they can be trusted more easily than strangers, social scientists say. Most major Philippine corporations remain in the control of single families even though their stocks are on sale to the public. Through marriage, Filipinos have built extensive financial empires with lines running from the sugar business to industry to the ownership of banks and insurance companies, almost all run by family members. Roman Catholic sociologist Rev. Jamie C. Bulatayo has reported he had found the family the strongest Filipino values, a defense against a potentially hostile world, as insurance against hunger and old age, as a place where one can be oneself. When President Ferdinand Marcos swore in his 46-year-old wife on November 6 as first governor of a new integrated metropolitan Manila, she joined her younger brother, Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez, governor of Leyte, her family's central Philippines home province, and Elizabeth Marcos Kian Marcos's sister, who is governor of Ilocos Norte in northern Luzon, the Marcos family's ancestral home. Diplomatic sources have said Benjamin Romualdez may be his brother-in-law's first ambassador to Peking. The 58-year-old president's relatives are fewer than his wife's. His brother Dr. Pacifico Marcos, is head of the Philippines Medicare program and has been suggested as health secretary in his brother's cabinet. Marcos accepted last September 19 the resignation of 70-year-old 48 Education Secretary Juan Manuel, an uncle. Another uncle, Modesto Farolan, is Philippine ambassador to Indonesia. A second cousin, Maj. Gen. Fidel V. Ramos, is a West Point graduate who commands the constabulary. A top candidate to become the armed forces' next chief of staff, he is one of the most powerful figures in the martial law regime. Another cousin of Mrs. Marcos is E.P. Romualdez, executive editor of the Philippines Daily Express, which often represented the official martial law regime view. The Express and the Times Journat, controlled by Gov. Romualdez, led the campaign in the carefully monitored news media to publicize an effort to draft Mrs. Marcos as Manila governor. The day after swearing in his wife, Marcos was shown in a picture in the Manila press playing a game of pelota with Col. Francisco Romualdez, his brother-in-law and presiding officer of a military tribunal. Col. Eden Yap, married to Mrs. Marcos's sister, is his sister-in-law's aide-de-camp. Among Imelda's varied activities in actively sharing the powers of the dictatorship, she enjoys most the task which gives her the illusions of a woman with vast pretensions of being a world diplomat as she goes about her royal hijira. Her international jaunts, undertaken on the excuse of opening doors for the new society, have taken her to Persepolis in Persia, to Moscow, many times to the United States, the United Kingdom and Rome, to China's Mao Zedong, Cuba's Fidel Castro and Mexico's Miguel Echeverria. All these trips have been quite expensive and extravagantly financed, what with the First Lady spending money in certain places like money was going out of style. Although, for Imelda, the job of international diplomacy holds a special allure. She also feels that it is the area of the conjugal dictatorship where she has a strong rival still from the direction of the incumbent Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Gen. Carlos P. Romulo. The Dictatorship 13 realizes that old man Romulo is just too big a diplomatic giant for her to eclipse right away. For whatever criticisms we may have labeled back home against Romulo, the inescapable reality is that the diplomat from Kamiling, Tarlac, has built a name for himself in the United States and around the world, whether through genuine credits or phony stratagem. The value of Romulo had long been recognized by Marcos, so that the president had resisted attempts of the First Lady and Cocoy Romualdez to have the aging world statesman replaced as foreign secretary by Imelda herself. Besides, Marcos needs a respectable front for the ogre that is martial law, and Romulo is second to none in theory where it really counts, the United States. Asterisk 13. A corruption of the words gobernadora and dictator, female version. Of course, Romulo has had to make his own accommodations and personal compromises with the martial regime. Among contemporary Filipino leaders, Romulo has distinguished himself for his uncanny ability of being able to determine just what o'clock of the day it is under any post-war Philippine regime. This has enabled him to make the proper and timely 180-degree turn that he must take, if necessary, under the tried and tested principle of flexibility. CPR has superbly avoided making any direct involvement in the stampede for incompetent praise of the Marcos dictatorship in forums usually available to him in the United States. To date, he has delivered only one significant speech in favor of martial law. It was a speech entitled Our Democratic Revolution, which Romulo delivered on May 24, 1973, before the Commonwealth Club of California in San Francisco. However, he has never stopped issuing statements whenever he is abroad in praise of President Marcos and his dictatorship, although somehow these statements surprisingly move out only through the Manila circuits of the Associated Press and the United Press International, a system of mass communication that seems to indicate that the Romulo praises for Marcos are only for the consumption of the government-controlled Manila media to be beamed exclusively to the dictator. But, if CPR thinks that he is entirely in the good graces of the conjugal dictatorship, he could be wrong, at least insofar as the female half of the ruling duumvirate is concerned. Mrs. Marcos has come to distrust Romulo as a scene stealer in the jet-set world diplomacy that she has assigned to herself. On the other hand, it is really Romulo who should express some concrete form of protest to the usurpation by Imelda of the functions of the foreign secretary. The first break between Imelda and Romulo in the job of diplomacy came when the First Lady scheduled a first visit to mainland China in late June 1974, as a follow-up to her successful trip to Indonesia earlier in May. To the consternation of Mrs. Marcos, Romulo announced in the newspapers that he was going to make a goodwill tour in behalf of President Marcos of the Eastern European countries. I had a mind to ask President Marcos at the time why he had to approve the trip of Romulo to Eastern Europe at about the time that the First Lady would be visiting Peking. The thought never occurred to me at the time that the President might perhaps want to downgrade the trip of Mrs. Marcos to China in order not to unduly antagonize the Soviet bloc countries in Eastern Europe. Imelda, however, viewed the scheduled European tour of Romulo in another light. She suspected that the Romulo trip was a plot to upstage her and make Romulo share with her the newspaper in charge for the Philippines. That would diminish the luster of her expected diplomatic triumph. Mrs. Marcos cancelled her trip and reset it for September, allowing Romulo to undertake his trip. A new announcement was then made to the effect that Mrs. Marcos suddenly checked into the Makati Medical Center suffering from a virus infection of her respiratory tract. The First Lady had learned the usefulness of a diplomatic illness. She never went to the hospital, she never had any infection of any kind, at that time. The First Lady still watches out for CPR's moves that might upstage her in the world diplomatic arena. Imelda was fed some time ago with the line that her inability to obtain an audience with President Ford at the White House was due to some advance warnings allegedly given by Romulo to his friends in the State Department that Ford would be ill-advised to receive Imelda at this time. The strength and power of Imelda as the unexpendable female half of the conjugal dictatorship is anchored to the fact that the First Lady has so conditioned the mind of President Marcos that the Oppo is nothing without the 2. Number 1 wife. This is one big reason that the First Lady almost always can have her way, whether it be a demand that she be dispatched to this or that coronation or to be allowed to engage in some lavish and bacchanalian festivity in Manila or abroad. The canard is that Marcos is either only trying to humor Imelda about her potentials as a world-girdling diplomat or that he just wants to get rid of her in Manila most of the time. In any case, both suggestions are proving to be very expensive for the Filipino taxpayers. The First Lady herself explains to her intimate crowds that she and Cocoy to a lesser degree constitute the president's first line of defense from criticisms from foreign quarters or from a possible coup d'état. I serve as the lightning rod who could blunt or draw away fire from the president, Imelda once told a small group that included myself, Clave, De Vega and Tugvara. She caught us idling near the communications room while waiting for Marcos to wind up a confidential session with a Lebanese visitor who was proposing then the establishment of casinos along Roxas Boulevard. In a word, both the President and the First Lady have convinced themselves that Imelda is Marcos's strength and weakest point. Without her, he would be an easy prey or target to any ambitious groups, be they supported by the CIA and/or by U.S. Ambassador William Sullivan or not. At one time, Mrs. Marcos made a calculated leak that she suspects that Secretaries Enrile, Romulo and Totad might be involved in a triple alliance to knock her off so that Marcos would subsequently become easy prey to their conspiracy to install themselves in power. The President and I will not confront any one of them, but they are bound to know that I, at least, am watching them, and suspect them of being in league with each other to embarrass me, Mrs. Marcos declared. I know anyway that what I say around the palace would reach these people, she added. Then, suddenly the President was through with his Lebanese visitor. Unobtrusively placing himself in a position where he would not be noticed by the agitated First Lady, Marcos sat down and listened, all smiles. Magaling mag analyze ang First Lady. Halika na at gutom na gutom nako. The First Lady analyzes things very well. Come on, I am very hungry. Marcos cut in. As a parting talk to us, and with a wink with one of her eyes, Imelda said, let us watch these people. And let us include, Executive Secretary Alejandro Melchor. He is also a CIA boy, and an ambitious man. One day, not long after that palace talk on the conspiratorial group, the foreign press produced a spate of criticisms against the First Lady for her staging of an expensive 1974 Miss Universe and while the Filipino people are wallowing in misery and want. The sudden condemnation of the staging oft MUP in Manila was triggered by a memorandum of Totad scolding the Manila newspapers for too much publicity of the Miss Universe affair when people might resent the beauty pageant because of the difficulties they are wallowing in. The First Lady interpreted the Totad memo as an application of Tagalog saying, Nasa kalaba ang hata, nasa kabia ang lati. The literal meaning is that one flogs a caraballo but the horse shows all the welts. Imelda judged correctly that she was the object of the Totad criticism but the Tod Information Secretary went about the roundabout way to avoid the ire of the First Lady, thinking apparently he would get away with it. It turned out later that the Totad memo was actually urged on the Secretary by some cabinet members during a regular Wednesday morning interdepartmental committee session at the conference room of the Development Bank of the Philippines in Makati. Instead of just taking it out on Totad, the First Lady blamed the conspiracy of Enrile, Romulo, Melchor, and Totad, saying it was part of a continuing plot to get rid of the President's first line of defense. When the First Lady launched her counterattack, which included a conference with Secretary of Tourism Jose I. Asparas, Secretaries Clave, De Vega, and key officials of the Department of Tourism, at her music room, she repeated her accusations against the conspiratorial group of Enrile, Romulo, Melchor, and Totad. About October 15, 1974, Totad submitted a 17-page letter of resignation to the President, blaming officials and other persons close to the President for putting him in trouble with the First Lady. Marcos held the resignation under advisement. Up to now, however, he has not allowed THIRD to make any foreign trip. THIRD could be an authoritative source of confirmation or emphasis for the contents of this book, if he should ever have the chance to behave like a true newspaperman beyond the reach of the martial regime. I am sure he is rarin' to have just the opportunity one now am enjoying. Watching out for potential threats to the stability of the conjugal rulers is another important function the First Lady has imposed upon herself. And American Ambassador Sullivan is one such object of her sentry duty. The assignment of Sullivan as replacement of Birode in Manila has been and continues to be, regarded by the ruling duumvirate with grave suspicion. They think that Sullivan, more than any other U.S. resident envoy before, is the man who could set up a potentially more troublesome atmosphere for the martial regime and President Marcos personally. They feel that Sullivan was purposely assigned to the Philippines at a time when both the parity rights provision and the Laurel-Langley Agreement were expiring by July 3, 1974. Sullivan actually has never been thought to be a tough individual outside his office. As a matter of fact, he is all smiles when he goes to the palace. And this is what makes Mrs. Marcos so uncomfortable when Sullivan is around the palace. The First Lady feels jittery about Sullivan even when the American envoy is just thought to be working in the U.S. Chancery or delivering speeches in far-flung areas in the Philippines. Mrs. Marcos even notices the fact that Sullivan is in great demand as a guest speaker for all kinds of gatherings in the provinces. So unsure and suspecting are the Marcoses about Sullivan that, from the first day of the envoy's arrival in Manila up to this time, they decided that he should be tailed, and his every movement watched and reported immediately to the National Intelligence and Security Agency, the command center of Marcos Secret Police. Even Sullivan's Filipino driver reports to the NISA. Some of Sullivan's clerks in the U.S. Embassy also report to General Ver's office. Bantayan natin hong puti naito. Oo, si datu puti, kito ang gagawang hindi mabuti sa atin, Mrs. Marcos remarked one day. Let's watch out for these white man. Yes, the white datu. Because he is the kind of a man. Toz. Who will do us no good. The ruling duumvirate believe that even now Sullivan is laying down the infrastructure of his real assignment in Manila to engineer one day a coup d'etat against Marcos when he gets the signal that the dictator is no longer useful to military and economic objectives of the United States in the Philippines. The credentials that Sullivan brought to the Philippines are really so impressive as to arouse suspicions of an insecure conjugal dictatorship. He was a right-hand man of State Secretary Henry Kissinger, who is generally believed to have given the go signal for the coup d'état against President Allende in Chile. Before that, Sullivan was the quiet, unassuming American ambassador in Laos when Cambodian Prince Premier Norodom Sihanouk was overthrown by General Lon Nol. It was a bloodless coup d'état believed to have been the handiwork of the CIA working through Sullivan. Sullivan's forbidding presence alone in Manila has already produced some desired results for American interests in the Philippines. On his own volition, Marcos extended the life of the parity rights and the Laurel-Langley Agreement by 1 year. Both instruments were to have expired on June 3, 1974*14. *14. See chapter on International Protection Racket. While Marcos capitulated to the still unarticulated demand of Sullivan, he nevertheless resorted to breastbeating on the matter of the expiring parity rights and the Laurel-Langley Agreement. He did so after taking careful note of the changing mood of the U.S. Congress in the matter of continuing military and economic assistance to the regime. Marcos declared during a press conference that the martial law regime was re-examining its foreign policy with a view to cutting off the apron strings that tied Philippines to the United States and would diversify its foreign policy to establish ties with the communist countries. As Marcos aired his warnings, mainly for the consumption of Sullivan, companies of heavily armed troopers were thrown around the greater Manila area, including the piers and the international airport, making them so conspicuous to U.S. officials and CIA agents as to convince everybody that the military, which is loyal to the president, will not be caught napping by any CIA-engineered coup d'état. Then, as if to add another dire message for good measure, Marcos retired in the not a minute longer than his mandatory retirement age. One of few remaining decent officers in the public armed forces, Lt. Gen. Rafaelito, AFP Vice Chief of Staff and heroic hook fighter in the category of the late Colonel Napoleon Valeriano. The action of Marcos seemed odd. But it was understandable. Leto is generally regarded as a CIA front man in the armed forces, although, perhaps it is an unfair accusation. He is definitely a good soldier. It is just that he showed a greater regard and respect for the honor code of the military. Leto refused to be drawn into any plotting for the imposition of martial law. He thus came under suspicion as to his loyalty to Marcos. When martial law was declared, Leto was placed under virtual house arrest for several days. Leto, from the very beginning of the Marcos presidency, made it plain that 103. He would not stand for any martial law, if he can have his say. Thus, he was never invited to join the Inner Seven and the Outer 11, which are groups of ranking armed forces officers referred to in flattering tones by the President as the military junta, advising me and for which I carry out orders. The military being the very backbone of his dictatorship, Marcos makes sure that it is not only loyal to him. He sees to it that the military does not neglect its main task of maintaining the stability of the conjugal rulers in Malacanang. Although the bulk of the military is tied down in the Mindanao campaign against Muslim rebels, the president has made sure that he has the best trained outfit in charge of palace security. This is the Presidential Security Command, which is headed by Gen. Ver, who is also the NISA Director General. Members of the PSC are occasionally sent out on combat missions to Mindanao, the Bicol region, and Isabela in order to maintain their combat proficiency and to gain added field experience. For instance, the skinny senior aide-de-camp to the president, Major Ili Euro, is a medalist paratrooper, judo karate expert and helicopter fighter pilot. He also has a weakness for nightclubs and hostesses, and the collection of wherewithal for his future security. As Marcos and his own security people concentrate on the Conjugal leadership's security, the other pressing problems of the state are naturally neglected. He cannot do it alone, protested Tony Clifton of Newsweek in writing about how Marcos has substituted his one-man puny judgment for those of many members of Congress, in solving the various problems of the country. Neither can Ferdinand and Imelda do it just by the two of them. It is just impossible, and their fumbling attempts at excluding others in solving the nation's problems and other affairs of state are wreaking havoc on the country, its government, and people. The situation deprives local officials of initiative, and yet every time the president meets with his cabinet, he would upbraid them for their ineptitude and inaction on pressing matters in their respective departments. *15. *15. See Daily Express, September 12, 1974. Hoy, Hindi Nagastuhan and I Sir Anganawa Mo, hey, sir, the president didn't like what you did, is a warning that is often relayed by the presidential subalterns to the line bureaucrats. After receiving the admonition, the tendency of the shaking and worried bureaucrat would be to freeze action on any matter pending in his office. What would come immediately to his mind is the fact that he has filed an undated letter of resignation with the office of the president. He and the thousands of other state employees have been required to file their resignation under the terms of letters of instructions NOS 11 and 14. Sometimes it's the male dictator himself who would call a bureau director or cabinet head to give direct instructions on how a particular policy should be implemented or followed through. Simple but stem instructions, like hold these in the meantime, or submit further report on this, or for immediate study and report to me, are handwritten by Marcos himself on pieces of papers that 104. Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave dutifully transmit to the official or state employee concerned. Huwag mo ragawin muna iyan. Wala pang sinabi si ma'am, don't do that yet. Ma'am, the First Lady has not yet decided on what should be done about that, is another typical message that a government official gets from Dictator's assistants, like Otis Villacorta or Faye Aquino. When the orders come from Coco y Romualdez, These are usually transmitted by either Airport Manager Luis Tabuna or Immigration Commissioner Edmundo Reyes. These messages from the assistants of the dictator, or the dictadura or COCOE, are enough to freeze papers where they are. The bureaucrats would rather commit the sin of inaction while waiting for further word from the higher-ups. An example of this state of things is the management of the two-building Philippine Center in San Francisco. Aside from housing the offices of the Philippine Consulate General, and renting out some office spaces to favored parties, like the Bataan Travels, which is owned by a crony of President Marcos, Dr. Leonilo Malabed, nothing much has been done to improve the buildings and thus make the spaces available for rent to other parties. When Ambassador Alcancel was still actively officiating as Consul General in San Francisco, he wanted to finish the remodeling of the proposed Philippine Center. However, he was stalled by a simple message from Tabuna that, according to COCOE, Imelda has not yet given instructions on how the center should be remodeled. Image the stagnation in the country because nothing can move or be moved without specific direct instructions from the conjugal dictatorship. And the sense of paralyzation or do-nothing attitude has seeped down to the lowest municipal worker. In just a very short period, the dictatorial martial regime has thus succeeded in stultifying a once functioning government, if erratically or dishonestly, into an unresponsive bureaucracy. The lowly municipal mayor, the city mayor or provincial governor cannot do anything of major significance because he may not meet with the approval of the president or might offend the finer sensibilities of Imelda. For lack of anything else to do, and to ensure their ingratiation with their Uling Duumvirate, the local executives and even the cabinet members had made it their important concern and chores to attend to the beautification campaign of the First Lady and her more expensive impact projects, like the Heart Foundation, Nutrition Center, etc., forgetting or neglecting the more important aspects of government. The unceremonious ouster of Executive Secretary Alejandro Melchor from his government positions just because he steered a collision course with Imelda, the governor of Greater Manila, by opposing the overdevelopment of the metropolitan area, is still fresh in the minds of all officials serving under the conjugal dictatorship. For instance, Mayor Luis Santos, of Davao City in southern Philippines, would rather appropriate money for the beautification of the city parks than decide on the improvement of the waterworks system. Not that he has not considered the water requirements of Davao Enos a priority project, however the important requisite that Malacanang should give its guidance to Santos on. 105. Who should get the juicy award of the construction job has not yet been indicated by the palace. This Davao situation is typical all over the country. So the work piles up. We have the spectacle of even the matter of local waterworks requiring the go signal from Malacanang. In some instances, local government officials have also found it advisable to address a little courtesy communication to Secretary of National Defense, or the local provincial commander that such and such projects have been addressed to the President for clearance. All the project proposals pile up in the palace. And Secretary Clave and for a time, the late Secretary de Vega, whose duty it is to reduce the workload off the dictator so that he does not kill himself working, necessarily have to sit down on those unnecessary communications from the local officials. The national stagnation and worsening situation in the country is clear and convincing proof that dictator Marcos may not be in touch at all with the world or the Filipino people in particular. Some of his actions are obviously not in tune with the national desire for a return to normalcy. Right now, Marcos pays more attention to the lobbies of his cronies, in-laws and other organized minorities with some access to him than to the broad spectrum of opinion. Either by choice, or by the machinations of Imelda and COCOE, with Whitlinger unwitting assistance from the military leaders, Marcos is now effectively isolated from the world, the Filipino people and reality. Marcos has become a prisoner of Imelda. Imelda and the military have so successfully and heroically convinced Marcos about the plots on his life that he is now confined to the palace, their creation facilities at the Malacanang Park, the presidential yacht which can take him with heavy security to either Poro Point or Nasugbu for water skiing. He can only go to these places after they are heavily secured by the elements of the Presidential Security Command, some of whom are also in the payroll of Imelda as her own spies on Marcos. Worse, Imelda keeps dreaming up those military-civilian plots about a possible coup d'état. This has prevented Marcos ever leaving the country, or making only brief visits to nearby Asian neighbors, as when he had to make a state visit to the Chinese mainland last June 1975, or make a one-way visit to Manado to confer with Indonesian President Suharto. In the case of the visit with Suharto, the Malacanang press office took great pains to announce that the trip from Davao to Manado was just as short as taking a trip from Manila to Tacloban City. The implied message was that there would hardly be enough time for any would-be plotters against Marcos in the military establishment. The major reason for Imelda's grounding of her male counterpart in the conjugal dictatorship is at once clear. She would have to conduct the urgent business of global diplomacy for the Philippines, while Marcos is confined in his movements to a constricted area where the First Lady could still spy on him and check on his fidelity. The de facto status attained by the conjugal dictatorship in the Primitivo Mijares to be Philippines should be the only explanation for the confusion of the public and private functions of the President and the First Lady. It is the only excuse that historians might collate when they start asking how in heaven's name there is a well-ordered confusion in their use of public funds for public and private activities. When it comes to the needs of Imelda, and they are numerous, there can be no distinction on where the funds come from. She draws funds for her expensive impact projects and extravagant trips and jet-set parties abroad from the President's discretionary fund, from the so-called Marcos Foundation, or from any government office or financing institution. There are no restraints on the extravagant parties, or the expensive foreign jaunts of Imelda. Her expenditures for the lavish palace parties are no longer subject to government auditing as in the days before martial law. Who would ever dare do that? Imelda's well-publicized extravagance in her conduct of her own share in the affairs of state is precisely a most distinguishing feature of the conjugal dictatorship in the Philippines. By her extravagance, Imelda not only empties the public till most of the time, but she even encourages further resort to graft and corruption by subordinate officials. Her flair for extravagance has also caused widespread resentment within the business community, including the big multinationals. The Miss Universe ant held in Manila in July 1974, proved to be nothing but a monument to Imelda's penchant for extravagance and high international living. So scandalous was the spending of government and private funds to put the MUP extravaganza that not even the cabinet, the official family of the president, could keep its peace. The cabinet slyly instigated Information Secretary Todd into prodding the international press to inquire about the funding for the pageant, reaping for the First Lady a spate of news stories, info-rain newspapers, of course, so critical of the First Lady's sponsorship of a beauty pageant when her countrymen are wallowing in abject misery and poverty. The President's Contingent Fund, the military's Intelligence Fund, and the trust funds of the Government Service Insurance System, the Central Bank, the Philippine National Bank, the Development Bank of the Philippines, the Social Security System, and the Philippine Veterans Bank, as well as private banks, foreign companies doing business in the Philippines, and the Federation of Chinese Chambers of Commerce were all tapped, or virtually subjected to extortion, for heavy contributions for the coffers of the MUP. The extorted funds were used to augment the minimum allocation so widely publicized in the controlled press as the only expenditure of the Philippine government for the Imelda extravaganza. In addition to direct expenditures, so many more millions of pesos were spent in connection with the pageant to underwrite their painting and decoration of all public and private buildings along the major thoroughfares of Manila and the suburbs, and cities in the provinces where the MUP participants toured subsequent to the pageant proper. There were also gargantuan expenses incurred by the Department of National Defense and the governments of Manila and suburban cities and towns for the security force and hospitality arrangements provided for the beauty contestants. Secretary Enrile Riley remarked after the MUP extravaganza, "Gosh, if only Todd, I can be allowed to spend the money allocated for the Miss Universe security for the Peace and Order campaign, I assure you I would be able to liquidate the new People's Army in northern Luzon and in the Bicol provinces in no time at all." President Marcos just didn't know how much was really spent for and in connection with the Miss Universe ant. He even called my attention to what he thought was an erroneous report in my column to the effect that the amount of $40 million, roughly $5.5 million, was spent for the Imelda extravaganza. Marcos reminded me that, when the First Lady sought his approval to hold the 1974 MUP in Manila, she said the government would have to appropriate only a minimum amount. Well, actually the First Lady didn't squawk when the President appropriated only a small amount from the government coffers for the pageant. She was so sure that she would be able to tap other sources, within or without the government, for the larger amounts needed to finance the pageant. And she conducted her fundraising with the expertise of a Special Forces trooper. Secretary of Tourism Asperas let the word out on how much was spent for the Miss Universe affair. Answering press criticisms inspired by the touted memorandum, Asperas declared that, in terms of worldwide publicity and goodwill generated by the MUP for the Philippines, the $40 million we spent for the pageant was worth it. The rough estimate is that Mrs. Marcos collected not less than $00 million from government and private sectors for the MUP. The estimate may well have been correct. Even provincial and city governments were given quotas on how much they would contribute to the kitty of the MUP. And these local governments were given about 50 tickets each for the beauty pageants in exchange for the P50,000.00 they were directed to raise as their respective quotas. The allocation of tickets for the provinces and cities was even made to appear as a display of the solicitude of the First Lady for the Provincianos. She wanted them to see the MUP for free and with pride that they edged out the light of Manila from the international show. If the collection went up to $00 million and the cost of the MUP was only $40 million, where did the rest of the money go? There is only one answer because there is only one collector in the Philippines today. And yet, the extravagance and ability of Imelda to raise money for such extravagance actually constitute the very secret of Imelda's lakas or selling point with the president. She has somehow convinced the dictator that her irresistible charm always worked like magic on things and people so that she can accomplish so much with so little. She plays on the Lacano spirit of the president getting so much for so little. Here is where the First Lady plays tricks on the president, at least on this aspect of the conjugal dictatorship. I cannot guarantee that she does not deceive the president on other affairs. On almost all the projects that she had undertaken, Imelda always had made it appear that she spent only the minimum amount, although she actually overspends just to produce results which the president would figure he would never be able to produce himself for the budget allocated by him. Actually, the Imelda projects for which she has been greatly admired and Primitivo Mijares 102. Credited for pushing are most expensive. The Cultural Center, the Folk Arts Theater, the Heart Foundation, the Nutrition Center, etc. are extravagantly financed with public and private funds. I would estimate that, if the normal expenditures for one project is made known to the president and to the public as consisting say $5 million, Imelda would normally push it through at a minimum cost of $5 million. And how does she raise the money? Get all the funds earmarked for a particular project, say the establishment of the Heart Center by the Department of Health, and then herd the heads of government financing institutions to her music room, call in the chambers of commerce and the bankers group and give them their quotas. The effect is that government financing institutions are coerced into raiding their fiduciary funds to meet Imelda's quota, and other revenue-raising offices, like the Internal Revenue and Customs Bureau, go back to the tong collection system to raise funds, while the businessmen are forced to pass on the Imelda quota to their hapless customers in the form of increased prices of goods. Every time Imelda embarks on a project or a trip abroad, she would not let the president know her exact financial requirements. She would simply ask Marcos for an official allocation and then make him feel that whatever he authorizes would be more than enough. For instance, the 1974 trip of Mrs. Marcos to New York to inaugurate the Philippine Center was presented to the president as a simple trip involving only herself and Faye Aquino. But in conspiracy with Cocoy, she authorized through other government offices the trip to New York of numerous government personnel from the Presidential Security Command, the National Media Production Center, the Department of Trade and Commerce, the Department of National Defense, the Department of Education, the Department of Tourism and the Department of Health. The 1974 trip of Imelda also made use of the C-130 Hercules cargo plane given by the United States as part of the foreign assistance program to the Philippine government. The C-130 ferried Imelda's wardrobe and image-building printed materials, and the battalion of security men headed by Colonels Arturo Baranon and Romeo Achoco. The establishment of a network of Philippine centers in major cities abroad is a most expensive scheme devised by the First Lady to provide her with the excuse to gallivant around the world. She is either inaugurating one center or attending ceremonies marking the anniversary of the inauguration of another. The projects themselves are quite expensive, especially because she tends to them personally. It is now universally known that whatever Imelda handles becomes 3 or 4 times more expensive. In the case of the Philippine Center in New York on Fifth Avenue, these windowless symbol of the closed society that martial law has established in the Philippines was designed for anything but the Filipino community in the Eastern Seaboard. It was really designed to suit the expensive taste of Imelda for luxurious living. It was supposed to house the representatives of all government offices in New York, but the DPI man, Alejandro Del Rosario, doesn't even have a table space in the entire setup. 1C4. Only 5 of the 7 floors of the building are actually available for various offices of the Philippine government. The basement is for a restaurant run by Nora Daza as ordered by Imelda to prepare the food for Imelda's parties there. The 6th and 7th floors are reserved for Imelda. The 6th floor is a presidential suite. But hasn't Imelda conditioned the mind of the president that it would be dangerous for him to venture outside Asia? So, the suite is for Imelda. So is the 7th floor, which has been converted into a pelota court for Imelda. I have not seen the other Philippine centers in Canberra and Hong Kong. I assume that they have the same luxurious appointments to suit the taste of Imelda. The Philippine Center in San Francisco is yet to be touched. Alcancel has been driven out of the San Francisco Consulate General by my expose on his attempt to bribe me in behalf of the president. Perhaps, his successor, Minister Romeo Arguelles, would be able to make things move, since he is reputed to be a protege of Coco y Romualdez. The extravagance of Imelda and the insincerity of Marcos as they march forward with their conjugal dictatorship all the more make a mockery of martial law as an instrument of reformation in the Philippines. So much hope was built up upon the proclamation of martial law, so much so that messages poured into the palace in hopeful tones expecting real better days for the ravaged country. For the accession of Marcos to absolute power was, on the whole, accepted with philosophy and even a certain degree of favorable anticipation by the Filipino people. Many sectors sent him obsequious congratulation. There were illusions that, at last, this nation will really be great again. Other sectors approved the martial law proclamation, believing that the nation, after its shakings, had at last been set on a proper, enduring basis. Marcos publicly responded by saying that, with God's guidance and the people's continuing support, he would carry on the weighty responsibilities thrust upon him to establish a new society. He said he would reform society through a democratic revolution. And yet, this early is it too late? He has fallen into the disrepute which, he recalled, was the lot of the revolutionary leaders of 1896, they could not make an honest revolution. Neither could he, not even with or perhaps because of the meddling of Imelda. The only thing that I might say of Marcos is that, perhaps, he entertained thought that he could go against the tide of history. He might have hoped that he could succeed where greater and more influential figures in history have failed. Marcos used to tell us that he had studied thoroughly and taken steps not to fall into the mistakes that led dictators before him to their doom. At this early stage, I am afraid that Marcos cannot escape the experience of mankind. He will go the way dictators before him have gone, the excruciatingly painful verdict of history, at a time when he can no longer defend himself. Mankind, in its slow, imperceptible, and unerring ways, has rejected through the ages the use of martial might to reform society. It is holding its truth in the Philippines situation. While martial law was publicly held out by Marcos as a vehicle for restructuring the social, political, and economic problems of the country, Marcos found them so grave and deeply rooted, and decided to abandon the TTO Reformation task in favor of simply creating a dictatorship that Imelda has turned into a conjugal authoritarian rule. While Marcos declared that he would reform society to eliminate the privileges of the few in order that the rights of the many may be respected, he succeeded only in eliminating both the privileges of the few and the rights of many in order to concentrate absolute power in one man and distribute privileges only to his cronies. While Marcos pledged to eliminate graft and corruption, these ills of the so-called old society has even assumed an even more serious proportion under the new society, falling into the pattern that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton must be turning over in his grave over the Philippines situation. The Philippines situation brings to mind what that foremost Filipino educator Don Camilo Ozias said of the administration of another Licano, the late President Elpidio Quirino, of Ilocos Sur, also in northern Philippines, campaigning as the vice presidential candidate of the late Jose P. Laurel. Senior Ozias said in 1949, the government headed by Quirino is a government of the people, fool the people and by the people. However, the conjugal dictatorship will not be content for long about their present domain in the Philippines. The ruling duumvirate still think in terms of annexing Sabah to the Philippines in the not-too-distant future. They believe it is a sacred duty mandated by the martial law constitution. Sabah and its resources were very much in the mind of Marcos when he personally wrote the definition of Philippine territory in the constitution, which he ordered the Constitutional Convention at gunpoint to approve. It read: "The national territory comprises the Philippine archipelago, with all these lands and waters embraced therein, and all the other territories belonging to the Philippines by historic or legal title, including the territorial sea, the airspace, the subsoil, the seabed, the insular shelves, and the other submarine areas over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. The waters around, between, and connecting the islands of the archipelago, irrespective of their breadth and dimensions, form part of the internal waters of the Philippines." Italics supplied. The question is often asked why Imelda has made it a consuming ambition to share the powers of the dictatorship of Marcos. The answer is that Imelda knows one vital principle of the Philippine Civil Code which she thinks is of appropriate usage to her, that anything brought into, or acquired during the marriage is conjugal. Chapter V. Infrastructure of Martial Law. Marcos did not panic into dictatorship. Weeks before Marcos rang the curtain down on democracy in the Philippines, the whiff of revolution was sharp and unmistakable. It was evident that the country was on the verge of its biggest social upheaval. The pace was dizzying. And most everybody, from Marcos to the common street walkers, were blaming communists and their agents provocateur for every rally, demonstration, or terror bombing. Few knew that Marcos had been exploiting the unfolding revolutionary drama. Marcos was well on his way to setting up the excuses to extend his term in office long enough to launch an imperial dynasty in the Philippines. He was doing it with a fine Hitlerian hand that would make the burning of the German Reichstag the job of a piker. The greatest infrastructure ever undertaken by Marcos was on. It was done behind the back of people who trusted him, people who rallied to him and who relied so much on him to bring to reality a dreamy campaign slogan that this nation can be great again. It was treachery of the highest order, for outweighing the treacherous shooting of Julio Nalandason. But there were visible crowd-pleasing infrastructures, too. Ribbons officement highways and bridges spanning rivers and linking heretofore inaccessible areas to the main arteries of commerce. Public works and green revolution. All these were undertaken only to conceal the greatest personnel and political infrastructure that Marcos had decided to set up for himself and his gang. The beginning infrastructure for martial law was actually laid down by Marcos as early as the first day of his assumption of the Philippine presidency in December 30, 1965. I may be guilty of hindsight now, for hindsight can be so easy, but I can see that the first concrete step taken by Marcos to steel himself for the declaration of martial law came when he decided to appoint himself as his own Secretary of National Defense when he assumed the presidency for the first time. And the conjugal dictatorship shaped up at about that time, too. Imelda had decided, after a few days of occupancy of Malacanang, that she and Ferdinand need not give up the palace after 8 years. Thus, the Blue Ladies *1 would get bored listening to Imelda talk about the enormous problems of the country which no president can solve in 8 years. With the familiar naughty wink of her right eye, she would wind up her peroration by stating, "We, a vague collective pronoun which could mean including the Blue Indies, will stay here in Malacanang all our lives." *1. They were the wives and or daughters of the supporters of Marcos in the first, 1965, campaign for the presidency. Led by Mrs. Marcos, they put on a blue uniform and formed an elite female corps of campaigners for Marcos. With victory, the female campaigners formed an exclusive group, styling themselves the Blue Ladies. Thoughts of one day ruling as a strong man under martial law were already in the mind of Ferdinand E. Marcos as early as his student days in the University of the Philippines. Oral evidence on the thoughts of Marcos about martial law was provided to him boastfully in the manner of persons revealing intimate secrets of demigods whose confidence they want everybody to know they enjoy. They were Marcos's TTZ favorite classmates, Ambassador Roberto S. Benedicto, GSIS Board Vice Chairman Leonilo Ocampo and Agrarian Court Judge Felicissimo Ocampo. They were all Upsilonian fraternity brothers of Marcos. *2. The Upsilon Sigma Phi at the University of the Philippines was the most prestigious fraternity thereabouts. The president himself did repeatedly explain to me that a martial law regime for the Philippines was virtually a lifetime ambition for him. He would talk about his youthful ambition for a strong-man ruler for the Philippines during his spare hours on Saturdays, about noontime, and Sundays, after the 9 o'clock evening mass at the Malacanang Reception Hall. I sort of monopolized time of the president during those hours. It was just inconceivable that any of the presidential assistants Clave, De Vega, and Tuvera would abandon their own personal infrastructures on weekends to be with the president. I had compelling reasons to see the president even on Saturdays and Sundays. I was a 7-day-week newspaperman. I was working as a reporter columnist for his newspaper, and doubling as his propagandist and media censor. I took advantage of his leisure moments to shoot the breeze with him, pick his mind, so to speak. I was duty-bound to compile enough story ideas and column materials for days in advance, not only for my newspaper but also for the other newspapers whose Malacanang beat reporters rely on me for presidential news. I am still puzzled up to this time though why Marcos really gave me much of his time. During those Saturday and Sunday sessions, he would ask me what the people outside were thinking about. He wanted to know from me if the people really approved of the state of things under a martial regime. It was during those talks that I would act out my role as a devil's advocate. He would also talk about future plans of the regime in jigsaw pieces, not in their entirety. He would put his ideas across in various ways. He would ask questions, or talk about ways of dealing with people who still oppose the martial regime, or declare the necessity of doing certain things. In those sessions, the president would make me feel that he was intentionally making a gesture of making me bask in the reflected glory of the dictatorship, or that history was calling upon him to make a truthful account of his stewardship of the nation through a man of his confidence like me. Although I discovered so much out of my closeness to the president, it has exacted a toll on my family life. The heavier toll came, of course, during my last departure for the United States on an official mission for the Marcos regime. The trip led to my defection and forced separation from my family. I used to have spats with my wife over my absence from the house when I have to be with the president on Saturdays and Sundays, the only days of the week, she would argue, when she and I could both be with the children. I could not have told her then that I was being driven by an irresistible urge of history to pick the mind of Marcos, even spy on him or pry into his secret files, as I did, in order that I can reveal to posterity the full and unexpurgated story of the perfidy that Marcos had foisted on the Filipino people. I myself realize this only now. During those weekend sessions I had with him, the president would talk on any number of things, including the ambitions and incompetence of most of his 113 cabinet members, or the rapacity of the husband-wife team of Juan Tuvera and Kirima, who want to be bigger newspaper oligarchs than either Benedicto or Cocoy. Almost always, his favorite topic though would be the supposed historical and legal basis of the regime of martial law he had established in the country. Then UP senior law student Marcos, according to the president's own account to me, wrote a legal thesis to comply with the requisites for graduation on the wisdom and necessity of a regime of constitutional authoritarianism to husband the economic and political development of the Philippines. He wrote that a strongman president was what the Commonwealth needed. Although he harped on the theme of constitutional authoritarianism in his legal thesis, Marcos recalled, what he actually had in mind as a student was exactly what had established as a new society in the Philippines. He wished then Ash had realized with martial law a military dictatorship, with the military kept subordinate to a civilian president calling the shots all the way. I know what's on your mind, Thibaut, he smiled at me as I knitted my eyebrows and prepared to say something about a military dictatorship. I will never share powers with a military junta. It will be worse than sharing the powers of government with a Congress. Marcos correctly guessed what was on my mind. I had another thought coming up. However, I dared not betray it. It would have been impudent of me to have stated that he would be further diluting his powers to share them with martial leaders, since martial law has compelled him to put up a conjugal dictatorship with Imelda. The idea of a meddling wife being allowed to rule jointly with Marcos in Malacanang was not yet in the consciousness of law student Ferdinand when he outlined his constitutional authoritarianism regime in his legal thesis. His UP classmates, especially Benedicto and Nunning Ocampo, recalled that Marcos actually subconsciously conditioned himself for the eventuality that a woman would one day share whatever political powers he might have. Young Ferdinand eyed for conquest at the time another UP student, Beauteous Ma Aurora Quezon, elder daughter of then-President Manuel Luis Quezon. The tune that Marcos whistled to his classmates was that, to get to the pinnacle of power politics in the Philippines, which was his ambition, he hasted to marry the daughter of a politically powerful man. It was not only baby Quezon that young Marcos had eyed. There was also voluptuous Carmen Ortega, by whom Marcos now has children. Carmen belonged to the politically powerful clan of the Ortegas in La Union, a bona fide member, not just a poor relation. Marcos really aspired that early and intended to employ cunning and deceit to be his country's dictator one day. Marcos has never been candid to anyone when it comes to his future political plans. Conscious of his brief stint as an intelligence officer in the Batalief Bataan with the Japanese, Marcos would reveal his plans in a compartment manner. However, there were occasions when he spoke plainly and clearly. That was when he found it absolutely necessary to impress people about his program of government. For instance, in a meeting with members of the Armed Forces General Staff 48 hours before he ordered the implementation of the martial law proclamation, Marcos declared, "We will be a disciplinary authoritarian government, although 114. At the beginning it may be necessary to make concessions, to entrench the democratic revolution, which we will style the new society, solidly in power." As I tried to read his mind, I deduced that what he meant by disciplinary authoritarian government was some kind of an inflexible dictatorship. The events have borne out my interpretation of his statement. It has always been that way with me whenever I attend conferences of the president. I have to do some quick interpretation of the thoughts of Marcos on the assumption that he would have to write a column or muse story on any particular pronouncement of the president. This particular conference was, however, deemed by the president as unnecessary for media purposes. In that same conference, The President also outlined his thoughts: this way we will inculcate the masses of our people with the spirit necessary to travel the heroic path on which they must be led. We will do this by guiding them through the press, movies, radio, books, and education, and if possible, with the collaboration of the church people. Our information officials should be able to start devising means of communications with the people sans media. I hope to use the coercive force of the military sparingly as we progress. At the time, all the plans of Marcos for a military-backed takeover of the Philippine government from his virtually lame duck and expiring constitutional presidency were well on the way to being fully implemented. I summarized the moves that led to the power seizure by Marcos in a memorandum I submitted to the Fraser Committee, as follows. Beyond constitutional rule. Upon his assumption of the presidency on December 30, 1965, Mr. Marcos positioned himself for a long rule beyond his constitutionally allowable two-term tenure, which should have ended on December 30, 1973. Mr. Marcos evolved and executed a master plan that called for 1. His running for re-election in 1969 and winning a second term at all costs. He won it with goons, guns, and gold in the dirtiest election ever held in the Philippines. Owing to Mr. Marcos's overspending of public and privately supplied funds for his overkill win at all costs re-election campaign, and puny attempts of the opposition candidates to match this with their meager resources, the Philippine economy suffered in 1970 from aft oversupply of money in circulation. The peso, floated to seek its own level, plunged from F3.90 to $1 rate to P6.85 to $1 rate. The country's credit standing with the World Bank plunged to an all-time low. 2. The declaration of martial law all over the country at least 1 year before the expiration of his second term on December 30, 1973. 3. Packing of the Supreme Court with his own hand-picked jurists by the time he declares martial law. When Mr. Marcos took over the presidency, he figured that in a span of 6 years, 9 of the 11 seats in the Supreme Court would become vacant, hence he could pack the High Tribunal with his own men. Thus, it was not surprising at all that, when questions on the constitutionality of the martial law proclamation were instituted, the Supreme Court supported the position of Mr. Marcos and lent a semblance of legality to his 115. Declaration of martial rule and to his subsequent actuations whenever they were challenged in the High Court. The complexion of the Supreme Court by the time martial law was proclaimed on September 21, 1972, was self-evident. Only 3 justices were not Marcos appointees. 4. Control of the military establishment. When Mr. Marcos took over the presidency on December 30, 1965, he appointed himself as his own Secretary of National Defense in a clear and unmistakable move to harmonize the thinking and complexion of the military establishment with his martial law plans. At the time he took over, he very well realized that the commands of the major armed services were in the hands of officers who were not controlled by him. But he was also aware of provisions of the National Defense Act which retires officers after 20 years of service with the military. Thus, over the next 6 years, he developed friendly young officers and promoted them to major commands so that they were in position when martial law was declared. The military has been and continues to be the cornerstone of his regime. 5. Packing of the armed forces with officers and new enlistees mostly from the president's region of the country, the Locos province. No less than then Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr. took official cognizance of the abnormally heavy armed forces recruitment from among the Locanos. Mr. Laurel nettled Mr. Marcos no end when he filed in early 1968 a bill providing for proportionate representation of all regions of the Philippines in the country's armed forces. The explanatory note of the Laurel bill necessarily exposed in bold figures the president's packing of the armed forces with his fellow Locanos. Opposition Senator Benigno S. Aquino, Jr., now languishing in a military stockade, denounced Mr. Marcos's packing of the military establishment in a Senate speech as the locanization of the armed forces. 6. Control of the local governments. Traditionally, officials of provincial, city and municipal governments are subject to the control of the national government. But President Marcos further strengthened his hold on local governments by fielding in the 1967 and 1971 midterm elections candidates for office who were personally loyal to him, or his wife or his brother-in-law, Benjamin Romualdez. The elections of 1967 and 1971 were a dry run and a rerun respectively, of the goons, guns, and gold elections of 1969. Mr. Marcos subsequently got Mr. Romualdez, who won his province's governorship in the 1967 elections, elected as president of the League of Provincial Governors and City Mayors. It is interesting to note that there is local political rivalry between congressmen and governors. Mr. Marcos exploited this rivalry for the ends of his regime. 7. Positioning of his cronies in top posts of sensitive government revenue collecting agencies and financial lending institutions. In their positions, the Marcos cronies, always careful to remind people they were squeezing that 20% goes to the boss, collected kickbacks on juicy government contracts and or commissions on loans granted by such lending institutions as the Philippine National Bank, the Development Bank of the Philippines, the Government Service Insurance System and the Social Security System. 116. 2. Plot thickens. During his first 6.5 years in office, President Marcos continuously altered and improved his contingency plan for reigning beyond December 30, 1973, by fabricating incidents, or exacerbating crises which offered themselves to him without presidential instigation in order to destroy the people's faith in their existing form of government and thereby weaken their opposition to, or accept as an only viable alternative to a nationwide anarchy, the imposition of martial law. 1. Depreciation of the rival seats of power by continuously accusing Congress of obstructing vital proposals for reform of society, of utter lack of concern for the welfare of the suffering masses, of yielding to or serving only the vested interests, and of excessive and scandalous waste of public funds in the form of unaccountable allowances of the members. In 1970, Congress was rocked by a so-called fund transfer scandal. It seems that, as a matter of practice inherited from his immediate predecessor in office, President Marcos had transferred funds in millions of pesos from his contingency fund as assistance to the House of Representatives, which has always failed to live within its budget. Mr. Marcos transferred the sum of P69 million from the Palace Contingency Fund to the House before the elections of 1969 to give the congressmen extra campaign funds for their re-election bid. But it seems that there had been an unequal and unfair distribution of this money windfall even among the ruling nacionalistas. Thus, when some disgruntled Solons squawked, President Marcos saw a golden opportunity to rock the House, for, while the political party of the president, Nacionalista, controlled Congress, its leadership were his rivals in power. Mr. Marcos masterminded through Rep. Jose Lido, Jr., a one-time assistant executive secretary in the office of the president, a full expose of the unequal distribution of the funds and thereby caused the fall from power of the leadership of the House, but more important, the fall from public regard of Congress as a governmental institution. The press naively collaborated in this effort by giving publicity to the scandalous allowances enjoyed by the congressmen, but not to the responsibility of President Marcos for having illegally transferred the funds from the executive department to the legislative department in the first place. The hatchet man in that infamous assault on Congress, Mr. Lido, was made, upon the imposition of martial law, Secretary of Natural Resources, which controls all oil exploration leases and mineral resources. That department was created for him by the splitting, by presidential decree, of the original Department of Agriculture and Natural Resources. 2. Riding on the crest of a wave of dissent by the militant students, workers, intellectuals, and religious elements, Mr. Marcos encouraged, abetted, and himself caused the organization of other forms of demonstrations to create a situation of chaos and disorder in Manila and other centers of population throughout the country. 3. Using legitimate demonstrations, President Marcos had military personnel infiltrate the ranks of demonstrators to explode bombs in their midst and to instigate the demonstrators into committing acts of violence and vandalism. On one occasion, demonstration leaders themselves unmasked. 3 Primitivo Mijares 111. Philippine Air Force personnel, disguised as demonstrators, after exploding incendiaries in the midst of the demonstrating groups and lobbing some heavy explosives in front of the consular offices of the United States Embassy along Roxas Boulevard in Manila. 4. Launching by Armed Forces Special Psychological Warfare Units of a series of terror bombings later blamed by Mr. Marcos on the Maoist New People's Army on Manila's water system, Naweza, the City Hall building of Manila, the comfort room of the Constitutional Convention in Quezon City, the business districts of Manila and other vital installations excluding Malacanang Palace, of course, to create a climate of fear and national paralysis and a sense of despair on the part of the populace. In a bombing incident on busy Caridad Street in downtown Manila, a family man who was buying a gift for a child observing his birthday wash blown to bits by a bomb exploded right inside a department store. 12 weeks later, a conscience-stricken constabulary sergeant assigned to the firearms and explosives section of constabulary headquarters in Camp Crame confessed to having planted the bomb with a delayed action mechanism on superior orders. Senator Aquino was preparing a documented expose on the criminal authorship by a special military unit of the series of terror bombings when martial law was proclaimed. President Marcos almost imposed martial law prematurely on September 20, 1972, when he was told that Mr. Aquino would deliver a privileged speech on the Senate floor in the afternoon of that day to expose the Malacanang-ordered terror bombings as part of a plot to clamp a martial rule all over the country. 5. Bribery by the President and the First Lady of certain members of Constitutional Convention to force action by the Convention on two pivotal areas of the new charter then being drafted, to wit. A. Approval of a proposal to change the existing presidential form of government to the parliamentary system. B. Defeat of a so-called Ban Marcos provision in the new constitution which would have disqualified past presidents, including especially Mr. Marcos, their spouse and relatives by consanguinity or affinity within the fourth civil degree from seeking the post of Prime Minister under the new charter. The objective in seeking the prostitution of the convention, for which so much has been spent, was clear, to avoid an anticipated accusation that having been banned from seeking the premier post under the new constitution, President Marcos imposed martial law to hold on to power. 6. Establishment by President Marcos of his own media empire through frontman Roberto S. Benedicto, with heavy borrowings from the Philippine National Bank which Mr. Benedicto himself headed during the Marcos era. Failing with bribery and cajolery and other enticements into making the militant media tone down their criticism of the Marcos II administration, President Marcos caused the expansion of Benedicto's small Canlon broadcasting system into a major radio-television complex. He also had Benedicto launch a daily newspaper, the Philippines Daily Express, at a circulation price underselling existing newspapers more than 50%. 118. The Benedicto Trimedia aggressively mouthed the administration, all its companies paid part of the salaries of employees as additional allowance coming from the President's contingent fund. 7. In a move to preempt accusations that his partisans may have engineered the grenade bombing of a rally of the opposition Liberal Party at Plaza Miranda on August 21, 1971, he immediately blamed the incident on Maoist NPA rebels. Clearly a diabolical attempt to wipe out the entire leadership of the opposition LP, the grenade bombing killed 11 persons and wounded 93 others. XXX. 8. Mr. Marcos continued to raise the communist bugaboo. In January, 1972, President Marcos lifted the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, stating the communist threat to the security of the state had subsided. However, by May, 1972, he was again availing of the communist bogey, saying the rebels merely went underground during the period of suspension of the writ and surfaced anew, stronger than before, when the writ was restored. 9. By causing and directing a special operations group of trusted military men to stage a supposed landing of combat weapons, ammunition and equipment along the coast of Dagoyo, in Palanan, Isabela, on July 2, 1972, and then loudly claiming it was a shipment of arms made by a foreign power to the Maoist guerrillas. Incidentally, the shipment of arms purportedly purchased for Gen. Emilio Aguinaldo in his fight against the Americans. A shipment which never arrived was scheduled for unloading in the very same area of Dagoyo on July 2, 1901. Mr. Marcos claimed the shipment of arms to Dagoyo on July 2, 1972 was intended to carry out the 1972 July-August plan of the Maoist Communist Rebel Army to wage open war in Manila and environs against the government. Having been shown by Secretary of Defense Enrile with a few mimeographed news sheets captured in a PC raid on a lair of the Npays in Bo. Tarimsing, Cordon, Isabela, President Marcos concocted the so-called 1972 July-August attack plan of the Npays. He said they were revealed in the captured Tarimsing documents. 10. Finally, by faking an ambush on the official car of Secretary Enrile at about 8:45 p.m. on September 22, 1972, to provide the final excuse for the implementation of the martial law proclamation, which he signed on September 21, 1972. The actual planning for martial law started when Marcos became president. Although Marcos had dreamed of the authoritarian rule early enough, he was understandably in no position to do anything until he could assume the No. 1 position within the gift of the Filipino people. Before he could make it to Malacanang, however, Marcos had to hurdle two major obstacles, among others, from the direction of two Visayan personalities, namely, Manila Mayor Arsenio H. Lacson and then Senate President pro tempore Fernando Lopez. On both occasions, it was Imelda who saved the day for Marcos. The Lacson hurdle cropped up in 1957. The colorful Manila mayor notified Nacionalista party leaders that he had compiled a dossier on Marcos which should help the NP candidate, Dr. Jose Peralta, defeat Marcos in the upcoming elections. Ferdinand was then up for re-election to his third term in the House of 114 Representatives. Lacson was sore at Marcos because the latter had propositioned him into putting up a Lacson-Marcos team for the presidential elections that year. The mayor also had not forgotten that Marcos had married Imelda. Somehow friends of Marcos in the NP tipped off the Lacano congressman on the Lacson dossier, which reportedly had been prepared with the legal expertise of a prominent lawyer named Jose W. Diokno. Not unlikely a son of the Marcos tipsters was Speaker pro tempore Daniel Z. Romualdez, a first cousin of Imelda. The first impulse of Marcos was to have it out with Lacson, obviously thinking that Manila was Locos Norte where the law of the gun was supreme. He thought perhaps that this time he could settle an old score with the Visayan. Lacson had earlier beaten Marcos black and blue in a fisticuff while both were working as assistants in the law office of Don Vicente Francisco. However, Imelda pleaded with her husband to abandon his own plans of dealing with Lacson. She had her own way of neutralizing the Manila mayor. Not long afterwards, a beaming Mayor Lacson told City Hall newsmen, including myself, that there will be no bombshell against Marcos. Imelda had talked him out of it. Instead, he would stand as godfather for the Marcoses' first bomb, Daughterami. The second obstacle came shortly after Marcos had clinched the presidential nomination in November, 1964. Marcos and Imelda decided that Fernando Lopez was the best choice for the vice presidential nomination. Lopez belonged to the NP Old Guards, and his becoming Marcos's running mate would firm up the support of the Lopez economic political bloc headed by Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr. But Lopez had made a pledge earlier that if he lost the NP presidential nomination, he would say goodbye to politics. No, Lopez declared to two emissaries dispatched by Marcos Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr., and former President Carlos P. Garcia. He said he was quitting, period. Marcos racked his brains. On the threshold of victory, he would not allow any further obstacle. No price was too great to pay to have Toto Nanding in his ticket. Yes, the natural choice was Imelda. She could use her wiles, summon her tears, in talking to Lopez. Which she did when the old Politico went up to her suite at the Manila Hotel on November 17, 1964, instead of allowing Imelda to call on him to beg for the acceptance by Fernando of the vice presidential slot. Marcos is the kind of a man who would risk anything or use anybody or any stratagem to achieve his goals. No one of the techniques of Marcos in executing his plans or implementing his decisions is an end unto itself. All are part of the same continuum of attack. All are synchronized into an unremitting campaign by which he seeks to expand his operations to achieve his objectives. That was how he plotted the grand design for the establishment of his nascent imperial dynasty in Manila under the aegis of martial law. In setting up the process for the eventual imposition of martial law, Marcos proved himself to be a consummate plotter. He is the perfect quintessence of methodical and cunning politician. There is method in his madness, there is methodical madness in his unending drive for power, longer power, matched evenly by Imelda's insatiable greed for more wealth. After all, it is said that those ones whom the gods wish to destroy they first make mad. Just as Watergate was peanuts compared to the Marcos espoused Philippine scandal, so was the Segretti operations *3 a child's plaything compared to the measures undertaken by Marcos to subvert the political process ever since he captured the Philippine presidency. *3. Donald Segretti was an aide of U.S. President Nixon who confessed to political dirty tricks. The entire detailed plan for the imposition of martial law was a national contingency plan. It was a product of years of preparation that started from the day Marcos first took his oath as president on December 30, 1965. He set the preparatory process in motion when he himself assumed the cabinet portfolio of defense secretary. It was not that he felt he could not entrust the position of defense secretary to anyone outside himself. To be sure, there were more men who could have run the department more efficiently than Marcos himself under normal conditions. But he wanted a full overview and control of the military establishment to plot his martial law program. He could not afford any deviation or hesitancy that could conceivably be shown by a disinterested Secretary of Defense. Even then, he anticipated that there might be some leaks to the outside quarters on his plans about martial law. Cleverly, he disguised his plans as the contingency plan to cope with any emergency that might arise in the country owing to economic difficulties and the unsettled conditions of peace and order as influenced by external and internal factors. Members of the National Security Council, which Marcos convened every now and then to orate on the contingency plan, were invariably told the threat of the rebellious communists were increasing continually. They were also informed that Marcos had sent out pensionados to study crisis governments around the world. What they were not told was that the pensionados were specifically directed to study martial law situations abroad to help the president formulate steps he would have to take to justify the imposition of martial law in the Philippines by 1972 or 1973. Marcos's assumption of the D&D portfolio and his activities as defense boss should have been a sufficient forewarning to the country's leaders who have greater respect for democratic ideals. At an early stage, when Marcos could still be stopped or dissuaded, they might have realized that the newly installed chief of state was moving towards a situation that would justify his utilization of contingency plan, which was clearly the use of the military for, among others, martial law. But the country's leading politicians were preoccupied with standard political activities. They were more concerned with taking potshots at Marcos and landing the front pages of the newspapers. They hardly gave any thought to the danger that Marcos had started to create for them in particular and for the entire country in general. Preparations for the eventual imposition of martial law naturally meant talking to men of the president's confidence in the military establishment. While he took up the contingency plan with the ranking armed forces generals, however not his appointees, Marcos quietly consulted with junior officers, however his men. They were the colonels and majors who, in 1965, cautioned their senior officers against allowing incumbent and re-electionist President 12.1 Diosdado P. Macapagal to use the men in uniform to beat Marcos. They were the junior officers whom Marcos had befriended in the years 1950 to 1957 when they were fresh graduates of the Philippine Military Academy. Marcos made them understand in 1966 through 1969 that they would be the star officers of armed forces who would travel the heroic path with him when the country has become ripe for the authoritarian regime envisioned by him. Senator Aquino, Jr. tried to ape Marcos. He also started befriending themagers and captains in the military when he became a member of the upper chamber of Congress. He figured that, by 1973, his friends would hold the balance within the AFP to prevent his being cheated in his bid for THEP residency. Now these marked AFP officers are assigned to hardship posts mainly in the combat areas of Mindanao and Sulu, to do the fighting and die for Marcos's new society. The martial law plan of President Marcos did not have any codename contrary to the general belief in the Philippines even before the advent of Proclamation No. 1081. When Senator Aquino exposed the martial law plan as a Plan Sagittarius, Marcos grudgingly admitted that one of the steps envisioned under the contingency plan was the imposition of martial law as the occasion might demand. Even without this admission, however, there was general belief that Marcos was really preparing to impose martial law as a means of staying in power beyond December 30, 1973. The big question was when and how it was going to be imposed. So many leaders outside Marcos' circle of confidence found out about the plan from AFP officers who were probably buying insurance. One of them was former Mayor Villegas, who forewarned Senator Aquino on August 19, 1972. Villegas advised Aquino to either leave the country before the middle of September, 1972, or to flee to the hills. Villegas left for the United States a week later. During the Aquino-Villegas meeting, the Tarlac senator cold-shouldered Villegas' warning, saying that Marcos won't attempt a martial law declaration in view of the catastrophe which had just hit the country. Aquino was referring at the time to the heavy flooding of Manila and the rice-producing areas of central Luzon. No, Tony, Marcos won't do it now. Maybe a few months later, the wonderboy of Philippine politics declared diffidently. Towards the first week of September, however, Aquino himself obtained a full copy of the so-called martial law plan which, he said, was codenamed a Plan Sagittarius. Aquino called in the press and talked about his discovery of the martial law plan, omitting details for the moment. However, he aired a threat that he would bear the essential details of a Plan Sagittarius in a Senate speech he had scheduled for the afternoon of September 20, 1972. There was consternation in the palace that the martial law plan had leaked out at a time when Marcos was not prepared to implement it. The president hastily denied the existence of a martial law plan codenamed a Plan Sagittarius. He did admit that the so-called a Plan Sagittarius was one of several dummy contingency plans intentionally leaked out by him to test these cressy of the nation's operational plans for an emergency and to detect any source of leakage on state secrets to Senator Aquino. Marcos was not worried at all about tracing the source of the leakage of a Plan Sagittarius. He even let the word out that he had some particular persons in mind as having leaked out the dummy plan to Aquino. Without naming them, he alluded as possible sources of leakage to any one of three persons who, by Marcos's description, were Lt. Gen. Rafael Imelda, the West Point graduate who was then Deputy AFP Chief of Staff, Brig. Gen. Jose L. Rancudo, Air Force Chief, and Col. Jimmy Zumal, a junior presidential aide and brother of rebel propagandist Antonio Zumal. Actually, Marcos merely wanted to confuse the situation further by pointing the finger of suspicion on several persons. The moment Aquino mentioned the codename a Plan Sagittarius, Marcos immediately determined the source of the leakage of his martial law plan. He had given a Plan Sagittarius to only one man. One of the best-kept secrets of the martial law planning of Marcos was that when he had finalized the plan and he had come to a decision to impose it, he distributed the copies of the plan in sealed envelopes to the military officials and leaders of the intelligence community. He took great care and caution to assign different zodiac code names to the copies he handed out to the would-be martial law enforcers. The first letter of each code name corresponded to the first letter of the surname of the recipient. The copy that was codenamed Sagittarius went to Gen. Marco Solomon, a Pampango who was the chief of National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, NICA. It was so easy and convenient then to pinpoint Solomon as the source of Aquino. Thus, ranking officers of the armed forces did not have to commit mental dishonesty when they denied the existence of Oplan Sagittarius. They were not aware of any GMI plan by that code name. However, they did acknowledge to newsmen that the contingency plan was the martial law plan itself. There was a tragic postscript to the leakage of Solomon's copy to Aquino. A few days after the declaration of martial law, Solomon, a relative of Mayor Villegas, was reported in the press to have died of a heart attack. The truth is that he was shot dead by Metrocom troopers personally dispatched by President Marcos to arrest and detain him at Camp Crame for tactical interrogation for the leakage of Oplan Sagittarius. The general public noted, however, that the president did not issue a message of condolence to Thaganarel's family. Last honors due a departed general were denied Solomon by the armed forces. The Manila Police Department, which Solomon headed for some time during the incumbency of President Macapagal, was not allowed to render him honors. In preparation for the scheduled September 20 Aquino blast on Oplan Sagittarius, Marcos called in the members of the AFP General Staff to a conference in Malacanang at about the time Aquino would forewarn the entire country, especially the subversives, on the details of Oplan Sagittarius and thereby tip off persons scheduled for the mass roundup. The plan was to get the AFP General Staff to urge the President to declare martial law right then and there, if Aquino went through with his revelation of details of Oplan Sagittarius. Earlier, in the morning of September 20, a Wednesday, the President instructed me to prepare a story for advanced distribution to the reporters covering the Malacanang beat. The gist of the story was that the AF generals have urged him to avail of all constitutional means to cope with the escalating communist rebellion and the state or anarchy in the country, that 12.3. Two less serious options allowed by the Constitution, namely, suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus and calling out the troops to quell lawless violence and disorder, have already been tried unsuccessfully. The message in the story was clear. When I handed out the draft of the story as dictated by Marcos to the other newsmen covering the Palace beat, they expressed alarmand disbelief over the implication of the story. It was Francisco de Leon, of the Manila Chronicle, who correctly read the meaning of the story. Manuel Salic of the Manila Times, was skeptical. Domingo M. Quimlat, of the Talaba, pulled to one corner of the press office, and said, "Martial law naito, Ano. This is martial law, isn't it?" By 5 p.m., still September 20, 1972, the story I had released earlier had to be revised. Marcos called a rare press conference. He gave out a different story. He revealed that he and the military commanders have met and assessed the worsening peace and order situation, and they have agreed that measures in effect then would be vigorously pursued by the armed forces to establish peace and order. I was red in the face. Todd was having his vengeance against me for my usurpation of his functions as press secretary. I had to call up the Daily Express desk to kill the story which I had sent out at 3 p.m. Newsman De Leon stuck, however, to his analysis that martial law was in the offing. Although he also killed the story which I had given him, De Leon wrote the following day a news analysis for the September 22 issue of the Manila Chronicle, op-ed page, stating categorically that martial law was in thieving. I was uneasy that evening of September 20, 1972. I decided to stay behind in the study room when the president terminated the press conference. Marcos owed me an explanation. On his way to his inner study room, he beckoned to me to give me what I wanted. He explained that there was nothing in the Aquino privileged speech to justify the story he dictated to me earlier in the day. Aquino withheld the details of Oplan Sagittarius. The martial law's secret was still safe. The imposition of martial law could wait another 24 hours or so. When Marcos finally decided to impose martial law on September 22, 1972, he finally sealed off from the Filipino his deceitful and treacherous activities for the establishment of a Marcos royal dynasty in the Philippines. Started on December 30, 1965, those activities were reliant, however, on Marcos's winning a re-election in 1969. Marcos won his re-election bid. Former President Macapagal, reviewing Marcos's strategy in that 1969 re-election campaign, sighed to his confidants, "If I had spent but just 10% off the public funds President Marcos used for his election campaign in 1969, I could have beaten him, hands down." In 1965, Imelda was the star performer in the crucial campaign against re-electionist President Macapagal. She could have garnered the same credit in the 1969 Marcos re-election campaign but for the trinity of guns, goons, and gold which outshone her towards the last weeks of the election drive. With victory secured by an overkill win at all costs re-election campaign, Marcos felt so cocksure that there was no way he would be stopped from ruling in Malacanang for life. It would take a simple declaration of martial law at least. 12.4. 1 year before the expiration of his second four-year term on December 30, 1973. While he felt that he had solidified the support of the military for the intended declaration of martial law, the action would undoubtedly be assailed as a power grab in the Philippines and abroad. He had to ensure that he would be able to function under a cloak of legitimacy, however flimsy the veil of legality might be. Marcos had also seen to that. The spineless Supreme Court of the Philippines has, as a matter of fact, overdressed the martial regime with legitimacy. It is a sad historical fact to note that the final act of deprivation by Marcos of the civil rights and liberties of the Filipino people was virtually given prior clearance by the Supreme Court over a case that had the name of a man named Miranda attached to it. The backdrop of the Supreme Court's virtual go signal to Marcos to declare martial law in the Philippines acquires a darker color when one recalls the landmark decision of the United States Supreme Court on the Miranda case. The U.S. Miranda decision broadened the civil rights of the accused in a criminal investigation, of different circumstance and personality. The person involved in the U.S. Miranda case probably had the same origins in Spain as the man whose name got tangled up in an incident that became the cause célèbre for the staged imposition of martial law in the Philippines. The Philippine Miranda was already a byword among Filipinos even before the case involving him cropped up. A small square had been named after him and it was called Plaza Miranda. Plaza Miranda is a 2-acre public plaza in the heart of the city of Manila. It is in front of the Quiapo Church which, however, is not located in the district of Quiapo, but in the area under the jurisdiction of the district of Sta. Cruz in downtown Manila. Plaza Miranda was sometimes fondly called the Hyde Park of the Philippines because it has ever-ready crowds of passers-by and loiterers before whom persons of various political persuasions and other diverse groups could speak their minds off. The biggest political rallies are usually staged in this square. It had become a tradition among the political parties to stage their proclamation of official candidates rallies as well as their final might in Avarisan election eve at Plaza Miranda. However, Plaza Miranda was not only a political forum. It was, and still is, a favorite area of hawkers and ambulant vendors. The plaza is usually reserved by City Hall authorities for the 48-hour period preceding All Saints' Day for special vendors who fill up the square selling wreaths and candles for those who have to visit the cemeteries. During the Christmas season, shops in and around Quiapo and Sta. Cruz put up entertainment shows every night for the public. The biggest show at Plaza Miranda comes up every January 9 during the observance of the Feast of the Black Nazarene, the religious patron of Quiapo district. Plaza Miranda gained notoriety in 1947 when a depressed barber, named Julio Guillen, lobbed a hand grenade at an improvised platform where then-President Manuel A. Roxas and other leaders of the newly installed Liberal Party administration were preparing to deliver speeches in favor of the 1Z5 ratification of the Parity Rights Amendment to the Constitution. In 1949, a man who wore dark sunglasses even at night stole the Plaza Miranda stage to become an all-time crowd pleaser with his colorful language. He was Arsenio H. Lacson and he was the undisputed idol of Plaza Miranda until his death on April 15, 1962. In later days, the role of Plaza Miranda in Philippine political life was immortalized by President Ramon F. Magsaysay. Whenever Magsaysay was asked by the pressure groups for government concessions, he sought to apply the test of public acceptance of the proposed deal by asking, "Can we defend this at Plaza Miranda?" In time, this Magsaysay-esque became anybody challenge to the abuses and corruption that marked the palace administrations that succeeded the late beloved Magsaysay. Marcos found an altogether different use for Plaza Miranda. It was at Plaza Miranda where his anger over alleged insults to Imelda and his mother, Dona Josefa Idrolin, became the go signal for his fanatical followers to massacre the leadership of the opposition Liberal Party. And it was as a consequence of the failure to decimate the LP leadership that Marcos moved to cover up his culpability, and thereby spawned the Philippines' own Miranda case in 1971. Before the Philippine Miranda case developed, Marcos had already had almost 6 years to recast the complexion of the Supreme Court from that of a sentinel of freedom against the abuses of the executive department to that of an outright Marcos supporter. Plaza Miranda literally exploded on the face of the nation in the evening, about 9:30 p.m., of August 21, 1971. The tragic drama was earlier billed as a proclamation rally for the 8 official senatorial candidates of the opposition Liberal Party for the midterm elections of 1971. Senator Aquino and other LP stalwarts, in addition to the official candidates, were scheduled to address the rally. Top billing was reserved however to a treasure hunter, Rogelio Roxas, of Baguio City in northern Philippines. Roxas, who claims to have discovered several pure gold statuettes of Buddha among treasures buried by retreating Japanese soldiers in Benguet, Mountain Province, was going to speak at the Liberal Party rally. Roxas was prevailed upon by the LP leadership to air publicly his complaint on how he not only lost the gold statuettes of Buddha to Imelda and Dona Josefa but also became a defendant in a complaint for theft of the statuettes in the sala of Judge Pio Marcos, in the Baguio City Court of First Instance. Pio is an uncle of the president. Before the Plaza Miranda rally, liberal leaders as well as some stalwarts from Marcos's own Nacionalista party have already had a field day pillorying the president, the First Lady and Dona Josefa for what had become the Golden Buddha affair. The more succinct indictment was uttered by former House Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr., who a few months earlier, had been deposed as House Chieftain on orders of Marcos, when he declared, "Our take ng Buddha." It was a corruption of the stringiest condemnation a Tagalog can make of his fellow man. The accurate epithet is, "Our take ng Buddha." Son of a whore. Marcos was unable to make a sincere denial of the facts aired on the Golden Buddha case. He did make a significant threat on his tormentors. Marcos said he would make the people who cowardly included my wife and 12.6. my mother in the political muckraking XXX pay for their ungentlemanly behavior. Thus, when 2 Vietnam War-type fragmentation grenades were lobbed and exploded on the stage where the entire LP leadership, except Senator Aquino, was present on that fateful night of August 21, 1971, the immediate and unavoidable suspicion fell on Malacanang as the culprit. Rogelio Roxas was about to speak when tragedy hit Plaza Miranda. However, the crisis management expertise of Marcos got into the act faster even than the Plaza Miranda grenade throwers. Marcos secretly suspended the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, ordered the arrest of student activists and alleged radical leftists who might be capable of organizing nationwide demonstrations protesting the Plaza Miranda carnage, and directed the National Bureau of Investigation to take over the investigation of the incident from the Manila Metropolitan Police. The announcement of, and the explanation for, the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus within a few hours of the Plaza Miranda bombing, and the mass arrests effected throughout Sunday came more than 36 hours later. Even then, Marcos was already practicing the deceit he would have to employ in the declaration of martial law 1 year hence. Marcos told a press conference in the palace at 3 p.m. on August 23, 1971, that he had suspended the writ following the Plaza Miranda grenade bombing. He explained that, within minutes of the grenade bombing, he sent queries to government deep penetration agents within the ranks of the New People's Army. Marcos recalled that the same agents had been warning him about the existence of a July-August terror plan of the NPA. Upon his return to Manila 3 days after the incident, Villegas ordered an intensified investigation of the incident, but the MPD was hamstrung actually by another Marcos preemptive move by which the NBI was to handle the probe. The feedback I got was that the Plaza Miranda bombing was the beginning of the implementation of the July-August terror plan, Marcos declared. THEP resident quickly added, however, that his deep penetration agents failed to indicate which NPA unit had done the Plaza Miranda job. He then proceeded to explain that the writ had to be suspended in order to make it easier for government law enforcement agents to question the suspects on the case and to neutralize misguided elements who are still bent on lending aid and comfort to the enemies of the Republic. He said, persons connected with rebellion and the crime committed during the political rally of the opposition party in Plaza Miranda have been apprehended and are now undergoing interrogation. The military is now in custody of these persons. If those guilty of the bombing of the liberal leaders in Plaza Miranda have indeed been apprehended, it would look like one of the longest investigations in history. To this day, no one has been charged specifically with having participated and/or engineered the grenade bombing. The absurdity of the president's claim on the Plaza Miranda bombing was further underscored by the position taken by Brig. Gen. Eduardo M. Garcia, chief of the Philippine Constabulary, in a story on an interview he gave the Journal of Commerce of New York. The interview story published by the Journal on June 1, 1971, quoted Garcia as having said, 12.7. Insurgency and subversion are not serious problems of the government now XXX. In conclusion, the peace and order condition in the Philippines, now and in the immediate future, is such as not to shake at all the stability of our existing democratic institutions, political, economic, social and others. Notwithstanding the occurrence at times of some crimes against persons or property which usually result from unemployment and economic difficulties, and from which no country can claim immunity, the inhabitants of the Philippines sleep soundly in their homes, move freely and safely throughout the country and initiate enterprises on which they place their hopes for better life. It can safely be stated that peace and order in the Philippines can stand favorable comparison with other countries in the world. General Manuel T. Yan, Armed Forces Chief of Staff, also came out with a statement that the grounds for the imposition of martial law did not exist. Even as he blamed the communist NPA rebels for the Miranda massacre, Marcos's psychological warfare apparatus went to work to smokescreen the still persistent suspicion that the grenade bombing was a crude attempt of Malacanang to do in the opposition liberals and silence Rogelio Roxas. Marcos caused the floating of rumors that incumbent Manila Mayor Antonio J. Villegas pulled the Miranda job in cahoots with Senator Aquino. After all, both Aquino and Villegas were not in the rally. Aquino was on his way to the rally from a late evening baptismal party when the grenades were thrown on the El Pistage. Another rumor was mongered around that Congressman Roque S. Ablan, Jr., of Locos Norte engineered the grenade throwing on his own to please President and Mrs. Marcos and Dona Josefa T. In mid-August, 1971, a cocksure re-electionist Mayor Villegas, whom the Liberal Party bosses headed by Senator Gerardo Roxas denied for selfish and personal reasons the mantle of official party candidate for mayor and who had to seek re-election under the banner of his own independent Liberal Party faction in Manila, the Liberal NG Manila, postponed his campaign and went to the United States to enroll his eldest daughter, Ma. Teresita, at the College of Notre Dame, and his son, Antonio, Jr., at the Bellarmine College Preparatory in San Jose, California. He had just landed in Tokyo on his way back to start his re-election campaign when he received a message on the Plaza Miranda carnage and the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. Brig. Gen. Gerardo Estamayo, chief of the Manila Police Department, reported that all law enforcement agencies in the Greater Manila area, not excluding the PC Metrocom, were caught by surprise by the incident. Vice Mayor Felicissimo Caballero, a nacionalista like Marcos, who was acting mayor in the absence of Villegas, bitterly shook his head, asking why the carnage had to happen when he was at the helm at City Hall. Upon his return to Manila 3 days after the incident, Villegas ordered an intensified investigation of the incident, but the MPD was hamstrung actually by another Marcos preemptive move by which the NBI was to handle the probe. Villegas had no way, therefore, of fighting off the lingering suspicion that he had something to do with the incident. The MPD could not make a conclusive investigation on its own. He was fighting a losing re-election battle all of a sudden. It was a sharp reversal of all pre-Plaza Miranda polls. 12.8. On election day, the might of Villegas' political machine, which had won him the elections of 1963 and 1967, could not stem the tide of a sympathy vote for the liberals who were almost massacred at Plaza Miranda. Among those liberals who profited from the sympathy vote was Congressman Ramon D. Bhagat Singh, the official LP candidate for mayor who lost a leg in the bombing but won the mayoralty from Villegas. Villegas decided to cool off in the United States. He left Manila on January 1, 1972, the day Bhagat Singh was inaugurated as the new mayor. However, he returned post-haste to Manila on January 14, 1972, when he was warned that Bhagat Singh had Marcos cancel the parole of convicts Maximiano Maguete and Benigno Urquijo, two of Villegas' boyhood pals from his Tonda days, and investigated in pursuit of the theory that Villegas commissioned the two to do in Bhagat Singh during the August 21 rally. Ex-Mayor Villegas angrily demanded in Manila that charges be filed against him so that he could clear his name. No charge was ever filed in court on the Miranda carnage against anybody. Later on, Villegas received a message from Urquijo that police probers working directly under Bhagat Singh and certain Muntinlupa prison officials tried to induce two Muntinlupa prisoners to confess to the grenade bombing which they did not commit and to implicate Villegas and Lt. Col. Alfredo Lim, a distinguished career police officer who has remained loyal to Villegas. The theory, claim, or rumor that Villegas plotted the Miranda bombing and had two imported goons from Muntinlupa in itself renders it implausible. He could not have been that stupid to import hitmen from Muntinlupa, which was controlled by Gen. Vicente Raval, a Marcos man, when he could have very well offered such a job to any inmate at the city jail, which was under the contract of the Manila police under Villegas as mayor. I still consider Villegas one of the smartest politicians the Philippines has ever produced. He may still outmaneuver most of the active and sidelined leaders of the country, including Marcos himself. Although he is in the United States on a treaty investor's visa, he considers himself a political refugee. Villegas has not attempted to file for himself or any member of his family any petition for permanent resident status, which he could very well do. He said he expects to return when the Philippines is freed from a dictatorship to which he have been opposed and to which I have rendered civil disobedience by not paying any income tax or availing of the tax amnesty offer of Marcos. I once had an occasion to confront my compadre, Congressman Ablan, about the persistent rumor that he was responsible for the Plaza Miranda rally. His answer was, "Padre, mahirap na lang magsalita. It's dangerous to talk no. But you might take a cue from the still unsolved murder of Manong Floring." Ablan was talking about the late Congressman Floro S. Crisologo, of Locos Sur, who was shot in the back while receiving Holy Communion inside the Vigan Church one Sunday afternoon in November, 1970. Crisologo was gunned down a few weeks after his much-talked-about confrontation with President Marcos and then Colonel Fabian Crisologo Ver, senior presidential aide and commander of the Presidential Guard Battalion, over their triangular tobacco monopoly in the Locos region. Floro had berated both Marcos and Ver for grabbing the lion's share of the proceeds of the tobacco monopoly, while he who must face the guns of his political enemies while attending to the mechanics of the monopoly is being treated as a minor. 12.4. Partner. Crisologo even threatened to expose the entire operations. His subsequent reward was the silence of the grave. With the least intention of playing detective, I casually tracked down the lead on the Crisologo shooting in the faint hope that I might obtain any clue on the Plaza Miranda bombing. In my casual talks with members of the Presidential Security Unit in the afternoons when Marcos would enjoy his siesta, I gathered that the killer of Crisologo was silenced while trying to collect his fee, and that the same fate had already befallen the Plaza Miranda bombers. In both the Crisologo killing and the Plaza Miranda grenade bombing, the mad killers acted on orders emanating from a special unit of the then expanding Presidential Security Command. To this unit also belonged Colonel Romeo Achoko, an Air Force officer, who led the explosives hurlers at the United States Embassy compound in April, 1972. In the case of the Plaza Miranda carnage, as far as I have been able to gather from the President's security men, the instruction given to the grenade throwers was to get Rogelio Roxas killed to prevent him from talking about the Golden Buddha for the first time before the nation on television. It seems that they were left to their own devices on how to execute their assignment. They obviously opted for hand grenades which could be hurled from a distance of relative safety. The preemptive strikes of President Marcos on the Plaza Miranda incident worked out very well. The arrest of student activist leaders and some radical leftists deprived the mass movement of leadership in the meantime. The news stories on the suspension of the writ crowded out of the front pages of the newspapers statements of the opposition blaming Marcos for the carnage. The opposition leaders, physically mangled and bedridden in hospitals, could only scream in rage. Marcos the methodical politician smiled, hardly betraying a sign of grief over the Miranda massacre. The Miranda massacre was to offer Marcos another bonanza for his plan to declare martial law. The added bonus was not entirely unexpected. Marcos figured that sooner or later one or several of those arrested and detained indefinitely by the military on charges of alleged subversion would file a challenge to the constitutionality of the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. Eventually, 39 of those arrested filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus with the Supreme Court, placing at issue Proclamation No. 889 by which the President had suspended the writ on August 22, 1971. Leading the challenge to the validity of the suspension of the writ was Tito Gio Lanzang, a Philippine College of Commerce professor who escaped to China and then Russia when then President Elpidio Quirino suspended the writ for the first time in 1950. Thus, the test case on the Marcos suspension of the writ was entitled Lanzang's Garcia. It was filed against then PC Chief, Brig. Gen. Eduardo Garcia. 4 other detainees followed the Lanzang suit. 4. The Supreme Court cases brought up BJ way of challenge to Proclamation No. 889 were docket as Gr. Nos. L33964, D33965, L33973, D33982, LR34004, L34013, L34039, L34265, and L34339. The challenge to the constitutionality of his suspension of the privilege of writ of habeas corpus was precisely the legal skirmish that Marcos wanted. 13-0. In a battleground of his choice, the Supreme Court of the Philippines. By that time, the High Court was already dominated by Marcos appointees, namely Associate Justices Fred Ruiz Castro, Enrique M. Fernando, Claudio T. Honky, Felix V. Macajer and Antonio P. Barredo. Chief Justice Robert Concepcion and Associate Justices Arsenio Dizon, Jose B.L. J.B.L., Reyes and Calixto Ozaldivar were appointees of previous administrations. Castro T. Honky, Macajer, and Barredo were known as independently pro-Marcos operators, while Fernando had ingratiated himself with the civil libertarian group made up of Concepcion, Dizon, JBL, and Macalintal. When the smoke of battle over the habeas corpus cases had cleared, democracy lay dying at the very doorstep of the Supreme Court. By unanimous decision that shocked the nation, the High Court upheld Marcos. Thus, through the Lanzang and other cases that grew out of Plaza Miranda, the Supreme Court of the land published its notorious edition of the U.S. Miranda case in reverse. Once described as the rock of our liberties, the High Court chose, via the Plaza Miranda cases, to deliver the liberties of the Filipino Pilito, a nascent dictator. The death of democracy in the Philippines should weigh heavily on the conscience of the members of the Concepcion Court. It was their decision on the Lanzang cases that more than anything else assured a cloak of legitimacy to the intended declaration by Marcos of martial law. This can best be understood when one takes note of the fact that the grounds for the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus are, by the provisions of the 1935 Constitution, exactly the same as those for the declaration of martial law. Thus when the martial law proclamation, No. 1081, itself was subsequently challenged before the Supreme Court. The same Concepcion court, this time under pressure from a martial law administrator, had to uphold its own ruling in the Lanzang et al. Cases *5. *5. See chapter on spineless judiciary legitimizes a pretender. The Philippine Miranda case did not come so easily to Marcos. The petition to invalidate Proclamation No. 889 was handled by a tough lawyer, Jose W. Diokno, against whom the government's Solicitor General Estelito Mendoza is definitely no match. So, Marcos himself played the active role in winning the case before the High Court. What Marcos did would have been worthy of quotation as an example to history of deceit and trickery by a chief executive. For Marcos that was normal. Through Justice Fernando, mainly, and Justices Castro, Tijanki and Barredo, to some extent, President Marcos reached out to the other members of the Supreme Court. Marcos conveyed his warning that the very stability of the Republic was at stake in the Lanzang challenge. A defeat would be catastrophic. He reminded the justices that his term was expiring in 1973, but reversal by the Supreme Court of his action would weaken the office of the president, whoever might be occupying it by 1974. 131. Fernando served as the main conduit of Marcos to the Supreme Court justices. *6 Fernando worked directly on Chief Justice Concepcion and Associate Justices Dizon, JBL Reyes, and Macalintal. *6. Justice Fernando angrily denied this during a symposium at the University of San Francisco on Golden Gate Avenue. Fay used the word stupid in dismissing a question proposed to him on this point by Antonio Garcia. When I subsequently contacted him by telephone at his suite at the Sheraton Palace Hotel on Market, where he had booked in the course of a few days stopover in San Francisco, he talked softly to me and practically begged me to correct that portion of my book. Fay explained that he was one of the dissenters in the decision on the Lanzang A's. I was almost tempted to excise this portion of the book, but I reminded myself that the records show that the decision on that case was unanimous and that Fernando's own brother-in-law, practicing lawyer Norberto Quisuming himself, had openly talked about the role played by Third Justice in the making of that Supreme Court decision. Marcos sought to strengthen Fernando's hand in talking to the liberals off court by partially lifting the suspension of the writ in certain provinces of the Visayas and Mindanao, loudly proclaiming that there was no longer any threat of subversion in those areas. Slyly, he conveyed the message through Fernando that he would make a total lifting of the suspension of the writ a few days after the Supreme Court shall have handed down a verdict upholding Proclamation No. 889. The message was loud and clear. The High Court might as well uphold him, or else the pending action would be rendered by Marcos himself as moot and academic by simply lifting the suspension of the writ before the Supreme Court could hand down its own ruling. That would then deprive the justices of an opportunity to show their support for Marcos and oft president of a favor to be repaid by him. Perhaps, out of conviction or in a spirit of give and take with a president willing to demean his office, or both, the members of the court voted unanimously to uphold the validity of the suspension of the privilege of the right of habeas corpus. How else could the Supreme Court justices account for the fact that they relied so heavily on so-called intelligence report or evidence compiled by the army and submitted as basis for the presidential decision to suspend the writ's privileges? Of course, champions of the Concepcion court would most likely point out that the decision itself on the Lanzang case opened a legal door of recourse for those arrested and detained under the suspension of the writ. They could, the court said, petition the Supreme Court for release. This sounded more like the Supreme Court's own way of warning Marcos that he should comply with his commitment to lift the suspension of the writ as soon as the High Court shall have upheld Proclamation No. 889, or else, any of those detained persons without charges will be released by the tribunal promptly. It was Senator Lorenzo M. Tanada who took this cue from the High Court. He threatened to file another case in court questioning the continued suspension of the writ. Complying with his commitment, Marcos announced on December 31, 1971, auspicious New Year greeting to the Filipino people that he was restoring the writ throughout the country, effective as soon as the case on City Court ruled on the question of the legality of the arrest without warrant of persons accused of violating the Anti-Subversion Act. The suspension, he announced, would be lifted regardless of the decision of the court. The government was merely waiting for the court to decide, he explained, so as not to make the decision. 13z. Academic before it could be handed down. The decision was handed down by Judge Felix Anover on January 11, 1972, thus making the restoration of the writ also effective that date. The decision was adverse to the government, and it also adversely affected Anover when martial law was declared. He was one of first to be canned by Marcos. The sinister aspect of the Supreme Court decision on the Lanzang case is the fact that the 1935 Constitution provided that the President, in case of invasion, insurrection, or rebellion, or imminent danger thereof, when the public safety requires it XXX may suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus or place the Philippines or any part thereof under martial law. The Supreme Court ruled that the President acted within his rights in suspending the writ on these constitutional grounds, the very same grounds enumerated by the Constitution for the imposition of martial law. The High Tribunal did not bother to state, however, whether the rebellion or insurrection that goes on in the country is the kind that calls for drastic measures as the suspension of the Bill of Rights, or whether it actually jeopardizes public safety. The court stuck to the Latin principle of dura lex, sed dulce. The law may be harsh, but it is the law. The Supreme Court did not take into account a grave sin of omission to history and the Filipino people, the consequences to democracy arising from suspension of the writ. Marcos did take into account the significance of the High Court decision in relation to his martial law powers under the Constitution. Thus, when Marcos fashioned out Proclamation No. 1081, he quoted freely from the judicial findings of the High Court in the Lanzang vs. Garcia case. He had decided to exploit and make hay out of the Supreme Court. He still allows the Supreme Court to function under his martial regime for only one purpose: to cloak his dictatorship with a semblance of legitimacy. In the Lanzang decision, the Supreme Court declared that it cannot hesitate, much less refuse, when the existence of such rebellion or insurrection has been fairly established or cannot reasonably be denied, to uphold the finding of the executive thereon, without, in effect, encroaching upon a power vested in him by the supreme law of the land and depriving him to the extent of such power, and therefore, without violating the Constitution and jeopardizing the very rule of law the court is called upon to epitomize. The decision detailed the army evidence as alleged in the texts of Marcos's Proclamation No. 889. So the main underpinning of the decision was the so-called intelligence report or evidence compiled by the military and submitted as the basis of the presidential decision to suspend the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. This was actually the most unsettling feature of the Lanzang decision. Considered against the backdrop of the hearings on the notorious cases of the Yidung brothers, Quinton and Rizal, who were the publisher and editor respectively, of the Chinese commercial news, the Supreme Court decision became a laughingstock for the weight that it gave to the military intelligence report. The star witness in the Yidung hearings was an army officer who faked his name on the witness stand. He produced a bundle of documents, marked secret, and identified them as Army Intelligence AL reports. He unscrambled the military abracadabra by stating that the sign AL meant reports gathered. 133. By the Army Intelligence's most reliable agents. In the middle of the trial, THIRD AL reports collapsed. Even the Immigration Commissioner who presided over the hearings AL reports. It was proved beyond reasonable doubt that THIRD was compelled to throw out of court the whole bunch of Army intelligence evidence gathered by the Army's most reliable agents were pure fabrications. The Army AL report charged that Quinton Yidung went to Sapang Palayan, Bulacan, north of Manila, to teach dwellers their Mao thoughts. The president of the Philippine Historical Society, priests and religious sisters who were there with Quinton testified that it was their group that invited and persuaded Quinton to do gardening with them on weekends to demonstrate to the poor in Sapang Palay the virtues of self-help. The Army intelligence reported that Quinton lectured at the University of the Philippines on the virtues of communism. UP professors and students, including American exchange students, testified that Quinton never lectured, much less touched on Mao's regime. he was invited there to be a resource person and asked to provide his expertise on Chinese history. According to the army evidence, Quinton financed student demonstrations and had met with student leaders at the Manila Overseas Press Club. The student leaders mentioned in the reports were called to the stand. Most of them testified that they had seen Quinton at the hearing for the first time. The charge that Quinton financed the student demonstrations was so silly that event reporters present didn't bother to report it. The army report charged that Quinton's newspaper was raising funds to promote Maoist indoctrination of the Sepang Palay poor. It was proved during the hearing that it was the Philippine Historical Society that initiated the fund drive, and the funds collected by the Chinese commercial news went into the construction of a medical clinic in Sepang Palay run by religious sisters. Before the establishment of the clinic, Sepang Palay sick had to take a bus to Manila, a good 3 or 4 hour drive, to get medical care or hospitalization. After all the army evidence collapsed, the military authorities produced another report, an afterthought, that Quinton was a private banker collecting money from the Chinese in Chinatown to be sent to their relatives on the mainland. It was so obviously a fabrication that even the professional witness hired by the army was scared and kept ducking every time defense counsel Juan T. David set his camera to take his picture. The same military intelligence that manufactured the dossier on the Yuvatong brothers was the same outfit that gathered AL reports, gathered by the most reliable intelligence agents, and held out as gospel truth by Marcos before the Supreme Court. Such AL report became the basis of the Supreme Court's headlong rush to hand over the civil liberties of the Filipino people to Marcos. In the Yuydong hearings, the defense was allowed to examine the evidence and cross-examine witnesses presented by the military to the credit of Commissioner Edmundo Reyes. In the Lanzang cases, the Supreme Court swallowed hook, line, and sinker the so-called Army intelligence reports. The High Court accepted the military evidence in a closed-door session that excluded the general public, even the lawyers for petitioners Lanzang, et al. Thought that this was a violation of the rules of evidence to accept as 134. Gospel truth evidence offered by one side and not properly litigated in open hearings. While the Supreme Court admitted the overwhelming evidence of Marcos, it did not even bother to take judicial notice of a very official statement of the President that would have at least cast doubt on the evidence then offered to support the suspension of the writ. This was the statement made by Marcos in the course of his State of the Nation address before a joint session of Congress on the 4th Monday of January, 1971. He said then, "Last year, we broke the backbone of the Hook or HMB movement in central Luzon with the capture of Faustino del Mundo, alias Commander Sumulong, and Florentino Salac, alias Commander Pontaing, and with the death of Pedro Taruk, HMB chief, during a gun battle with government troops. Successes against the New People's Army were likewise significant. We captured several NPA commanders and forced that organization to go into further hiding. Our latest intelligence reports indicate a major dissension with INIT's ranks arising from some failures of its leadership. Initially, the Supreme Court showed a sign that it might just muster enough courage to strike down the suspension of the writ. The old decision was rendered in the case of Montenegro's vs. Castaneda, which was an offshoot of the suspension by then-President Elpidio Quirino of privilege of the writ of habeas corpus under Proclamation No. 210 dated October 22, 1950. In the old decision, the Supreme Court washed its hands off suspension of the writ by Quirino and assigned sole responsibility to him for the consequences of his acts. The court declared in the Montenegro case that in accordance with the doctrine of separation of powers among the three branches of government, it may not look into the act of the President in suspending the privilege of the writ, pointing out that the President is in the best position to know whether the constitutional grounds for the suspension exist. The Montenegro decision was bad, for it placed beyond judicial scrutiny the act of the President of suspending the privileges of the writ. However, in reversing the Montenegro doctrine by inquiring very superficially into the grounds availed of by Marcos for Proclamation No. 889 and eventually affirming the constitutionality of the suspension of the writ, the Concepcion Court even took a backward step in its role as guardian of the civil liberties of the Filipinos. What the Concepcion court certainly did was to put its stamp of approval on Marcos's suspension of the writ, while not committing itself on whether the president's grounds for suspension were right or wrong. The Supreme Court, in refusing to say whether the president was right or wrong in suspending the privileges of the writ, placed the Filipino people completely at mercy of the president and declared that the president had acted within his rights, thereby delivering all liberties into Marcos's less than immaculate hands. Had the Supreme Court reaffirmed its old decision and said that it had no say, that it might not inquire into the grounds for the president's suspension off writ, invoking the doctrine of absolute separation of powers, Marcos would have had to face adverse public opinion about his act alone. The Supreme Court even supported him. And thus, the cases that grew out of the Miranda bombing became an ugly and terrible reversal of the U.S. Miranda case. 135. Shortly before the Plaza Miranda incident, Marcos's seemingly inexorable march towards dictatorship was signaled from Malacanang with the ouster of Speaker Jose B. Laurel, Jr. from the premier house post. A political opponent but always a comrade in their unending struggle against presidential threats to civil liberties, Congressman Justiniano S. Montano, of Cavite, southwest of Manila, also fell from his pivotal post as House Minority Leader. The ouster of Laurel and Montano was a well-executed Malacanang plot. It was held out to be a necessary consequence of the funds scandal that rocked the House of Representatives when Marcos surreptitiously transferred $69 million to the outlay of the lower chamber for use by congressmen in getting pro-Marcos candidates for seats in the Constitutional Convention. Laurel and Montano were accused by their respective party colleagues of allocating the lion's share unto themselves, not necessarily for their own personal enrichment. However, no one ever believed that line when Marcos signaled their placement of Laurel by Congressman Cornelio T. Villarreal, of Capiz Province. If Laurel and Montano had been in their respective vantage positions when martial law was declared, they would not have so easily submitted to the disbandment of Congress. They would have convened Congress on January 24, 1973, as mandated by the Constitution. As so well figured out by Marcos, Villarreal was not made of the stuff of a Laurel or Montano. The ouster of Montano as House Minority Leader was very unfortunate. It was even maneuvered by the so-called Marcos liberals among the 17-man liberal group in the House of Representatives. When the Young Turks within his thinning LP group called on Montano to resign his post as Minority Leader, the veteran Cavite lawmaker said he would do so only if 9 of his colleagues would vote against him. By account made by a House reporter, Feliciano H. Magno, only Congressman Ramon V. Mitra, Jr., Jose V. Yap, Raul Daza Moises Escuda, John H. Osmina, Jose de Venecia, Neptali Gonzalez and Ramon H. Felipe voted to depose the Tatang, 1 vote shy of the 9 required. Congressman Alfredo Layman and Francisco Lecaras stood by the Cavite Politico. However, when the counting was being conducted by Osmina, Mitra sidled up to him and ordered him to report 9 as having voted against Montano. Mitra eventually succeeded Montano as Minority Leader and went on to be elected senator in the November 1971 elections. The Laurel-Montano ouster was not the beginning of the fall from public disregard of Congress as a governmental institution. It merely served to heighten, however, the urgency of Marcos's operation to erode the standing of Congress as a rival seat of power. Rivalry or competition from another corridor of state power was something Marcos told himself he would not be able to stand for long. Marcos's task of eroding the power of Congress from his own vantage point as president was rather easy. He himself had set the tone of corruption in Congress when he held power therein as Senate President for more than 2 years. I was still covering him as a Senate reporter for the Manila Chronicle when I observed how Senate President Marcos bloated the budget of the Senate and doffed the Commission on Appointments so that he could draw funds therefrom for his upcoming battle with President Macapagal. As early as that period, he was already destroying Congress, at least his half of it, as an institution. 136. With his second term well on the way, President Marcos started singing a different tune. In his State of the Nation address before a joint session of Congress in January 1970, he boasted about the improved peace and order situation, while he warned that the general situation was like a social volcano that was about to erupt. The volcano virtually erupted on me faces of Marcos and his wife on January 26, 1970, minutes after his speech before Congress. Demonstrators, egged by agitators, and harassed by the constabulary riot control troopers, threw their placards at the President and the First Lady, missing them by a hairbreadth as they prepared to enter their limousine. This was followed closely on January 30, 1970, by a more riotous movement that ended at the gates of Malacanang, which the demos tried to ram with a fire truck commandeered from Manila firemen preparing to shoot at them with water hoses. What followed was the so-called Battle of Mendiola, which pitted young boys and girls, armed with bamboo sticks and stones, facing Armalite-wielding shock troops of Marcos from the Presidential Guard Battalion. It was a massacre. *7. *7. Refer to Hermi Roti as I saw them aim and fire. Since that time the whiff of revolution became clear and unmistakable. But very few knew that Marcos was instigating the unfolding revolutionary drama. Military psychological warfare experts, employing trained constabulary and Air Force personnel, started cooking the books to make the data on the impending revolution conform to the desires of President Marcos. The PSY experts staged, or instigated, violent demonstrations with only slight variation scene time, alternating between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. They established a pattern of early evening demonstrations, which in later months became more violent, with demos resorting to vandalism. By the third quarter of 1971, especially after the Plaza Miranda grenade bombing, the escalation included sporadic bombings, most of them being just too sophisticated as to leave no room for doubt on their authorship. While Marcos was fighting his legal battle in the Supreme Court on the constitutionality of his suspension of the writ of pipe off Nueza, National Waterworks and Sewerage Authority, was badly damaged by a homemade bomb. The gardens of two Nacionalistas Solans, Senator Jose J. Roy and Congressman Eduardo Conjugal, Jr., were damaged by explosives thrown by unknown hands. The plot and pattern were so symmetrical and neatly executed that none in Manila, except Malacanang and the Supreme Court, believed that it was the communists who did it and not the PSY experts of the military. None were saved and bruised during that terroristic bombing allegedly by the subversives in the greater Manila area. The Army psycho experts, quipped senatorial candidate and Rep. Mitra Jr., should at least have seen to it that a dog or puppy got hurt in their bombing operations of the gardens of NP Solans to give some plausibility to their ruse. Elements of the Presidential Guard Battalion were among the most efficient infiltrators and instigators of the student demonstrations that usually turned violent. While Marcos's PSY experts and shock troops were implementing the 137 alleged communist terror plan and succeeding in creating a situation of extreme anarchy in Manila to justify the declaration of martial law, two major developments in the Constitutional Convention somehow derailed Marcos's plans. There were early indications that the 320-man convention might approve a resolution to include in the proposed new constitution a provision that would ban any former president, his wife, and relatives by affinity or consanguinity to the fourth degree. This became known as the Ban Marcos Resolution. There was even stronger indications that the convention would preserve the existing presidential system and throw out a Marcos-espoused shift to the parliamentary form of government. Now, martial law could not be imposed by Marcos, who always wants to cloak his every unorthodox or unconstitutional moves with legitimacy, with unresolved problems in the Constitutional Convention. Without a shift to the parliamentary system, Marcos would be barred from further seeking re-election to the premier post of the land under the terms of the 1935 Constitution. In order to continue in power, he would have to field Imelda in the presidential elections of November 1973. He could not accept a situation where Imelda would be in the forefront of political mudslinging, an expected bitter fight whose results either would be unacceptable to Marcos. If Imelda loses, the two of them would be out of power. If she wins, Marcos would be the unhappiest ex-president. The possibility of the Ben Marcos resolution being adopted by the convention presented President Marcos with even darker prospects for a contemplated legal martial law. If the ban resolution should be approved and Marcos declares martial law as the only means to stay in power, the resort to that drastic move would be completely devoid of any semblance of legality and thereby appear as a naked power grab. No. Marcos would have none of the plans of the Constitutional Convention. Marcos assigned Presidential Assistant de Vega the most delicate task of maneuvering in the convention to make the sovereign gathering conform to his wishes. At about that time, an old and respected delegate, a retired ambassador, began exposing a convention payola launched in Malacanang Palace on January 6, 1971, by no less than President Marcos and the First Lady. The objective, according to Quintero, was to win the convention delegates into voting for the parliamentary form of government. Quintero was so maligned that they later on found himself facing charges instead of the bribe givers. Anyway, de Vega succeeded in his mission to manipulate the convention. The perceptive presidential assistant got his due recognition from the First Lady sometime in November, 1972, during a conference between the president and military leaders. At the time, the generals were gloating over the windfalls that martial law has brought unto their lives. The First Lady interrupted the meeting to quip, "Pasalamat kayo at mayroon de Vega. Kung hindi si yanagmaniabra sa konkonu pang matalo ang Ben Marcos resolution, walate ang 1081 and gayon. You people should be thankful that we have a Gimo de Vega. If he had not successfully maneuvered in the Constitutional Convention, there won't be any martial regime that you are enjoying today." The maneuver of Secretary de Vega in defeating the Ben Marcos movie and obtaining convention approval of the shift to the parliamentary system was simple enough: massive spending to buy off wavering delegates and to stay. 138. Bought. De Vega's resources were unlimited. He had the full authority of President Marcos and the First Lady to draw any amount he needed from the special fund set up for him by Internal Revenue Commissioner Miss Ilp Vera. In fairness to de Vega, he accounted for every centavo he disbursed to the delegates for sale, and made sure that the error of Delegate Venancio Yanizia in withholding a F5,000 envelope intended for Delegate Quintero was no repeat. It was said at the time that Quintero received an empty envelope in the presence of the president in Malacanang on January 6, 1971. The wave stirred by de Vega's Operation Concon was a spectacle to behold. Lousy with money, the delegates would squander their ill-gotten wealth in the plush restaurants and nightclubs, some in the legally tolerated casinos along Roxas Boulevard. Some would gamble with just pieces of paper that, when presented by the casino operators to de Vega's lieutenants in the convention, were immediately redeemed. The delegates were paid in full for selling their votes to Marcos. This is probably the reason Marcos has no qualms of conscience at all when he maintains in an indefinite suspended animation the interim National Assembly where the Concon delegates are supposed to be members, too. The Ban Marcos resolution was really a most popular proposal. All things being equal, it really should have been adopted despite the paid and loud protestations of Delegate Antonio Topaz that it was perpetual condemnation without trial of an entire family, the Marcoses, to the ignominy of perpetual disqualification from the presidency. All logic pointed to the Ben Marcos resolution's approval. The spirit of the proposal was itself enshrined in the Constitution that the president should hold no more than 2 terms. Like the Ben Marcos proposal, the proposal to retain the presidential system stood a strong chance of being approved overwhelmingly. A total of 106 delegates ran and won on the platform of no re-election for Marcos and retention of the presidential system. Later, they were joined by 97 more delegates. Originally, therefore, only about 100 delegates favored the parliamentary system and rejected the presidential re-election ban. But the anti-Marcos forces lost in the final vote because of the cockiness of delegates like José Mari Velez, the overconfidence of others like Cedfrey Ordonez. Most of them thought that, by embarrassing Marcos on the Quintero expose, they would get all the delegates to think that Marcos is such a repugnant and repulsive man that all delegates would just vote for the ban resolution and the presidential system. They failed to reckon with the corrupt mind and unbridled appetite for money of the unprincipled delegates and the vast resources made available by Ferdinand and Imelda to de Vega. As Gimo was maneuvering brilliantly in the Constitutional Convention, Marcos kept hammering without let-up on the communist bugaboo. 5 days after the Supreme Court handed down its decision on the Lanzang case, on December 11, 1971, Marcos summoned 1,000 newly elected officials to listen to his lecture on the alleged communist plans for the rural areas. He told them that the subversives have established rural sanctuaries in the provinces in aim of to expand their influence and pave the way for a communist takeover of the country. It is now obvious that the subversives are implementing the original program of the Communist Party of the Philippines to erode the faith and 133. Confidence of the people in their leaders and government so that they will no longer resist the communists, the president said. By the end of the year 1971, Marcos had become an expert in manipulating Congress, utilization of the armed forces, management of the news and mobilization of the barrios. The Supreme Court also opened itself to Marcos's full exploitation upon the promulgation of the Lanzang vs. Garcia decision. There was only one more dramatic thing to do before Marcos would declare his well-infrastructured martial regime. The demonstrations and terror bombings were not being swallowed whole by a skeptical public. Some flavor of mystery had to embellish the tale of a revolutionary situation gripping the country. Marcos' Bureau of Plant Industry went to work. This time the psycho-war apparatus of Marcos geared itself for the most difficult task in crisis management of the country. The Armed Forces Weapons Supply Center at Camp Aguinaldo and the news media were called into play. First, it was a submarine. Then, it was a mystery ship which allegedly unloaded military hardware and other supplies, including foodstuffs and subversive documents, supposedly for the new People's Army. The report about the mysterious submarine allegedly came from Colonel Rosendo Cruz, with headquarters in Camp UPI, Gamua, Isabela, on May 30, 1972, unloaded its cargo, then sailed away on June 1, supposedly with some passengers. The cargo allegedly discharged by the unidentified U-boat consisted of some 200 passengers, firearms, and other supplies. On June 30, or exactly 1 month to the day after the reported submarine landing, Brig. Gen. Fidel V. Ramos, PC chief, made a flying visit to Palanan but failed to get confirmation on the alleged submarine landing. The PC then wrote off the intelligence report about the submarine as without basis. Then came another intelligence report also from Palanan. The report was about a mystery ship marked MB Carigatan which supposedly dropped anchor off Dagoyo Point, Palanan, on July 2, 1972. The name Carigatan appeared to have been painted over the words, No 18 Fle Kuriomaru, which seemed to be the old name of the vessel. The mystery ship unloaded shortly after midnight of July 4 military hardware, including the latest type of automatic weapons, and other supplies. The unloading operation was still going on when a seaborne PC patrol arrived at the scene and proceeded to board the mystery ship. The seaborne patrol found the vessel seemingly abandoned because there was nobody aboard. However, the members of the patrol also found that there were still substantial quantities of supplies aboard the ship. It was surmised that the members of the ship's crew were in the process of unloading the cargo when the PC seaborne patrol arrived at the scene and unwittingly disrupted the unloading operation. When the PC seaborne patrol was trying to go back to the motorboat to head for shore, the soldiers were fired upon by unidentified armadmen deployed along the beach. The volume of fire from the beach was such that it could have been delivered only by a force much larger than the seaborne patrol. The outnumbered PC soldiers were pinned down aboard the mystery ship. Meanwhile, a PC combat patrol led by Lt. Edgar Aglipe of the 119th PC Company was dispatched to the scene of the reported landing. While Aglipe, 140, and his men were reconnoitering the area, they were fired upon by unidentified armed men whom they immediately presumed to be NPA guerrillas. Some members of the PC Combat Patrol were reported to have been wounded in this harp skirmish. A report from BNG. Gen. Tranquilino Paranese, commander of Task Force Sarana, said that the PC patrol found scattered along the beach some raincoats, hundreds of empty sacks, food supplies, and documents in Chinese characters. Reinforcements were sent for the seaborne patrol which was pinned down in the mystery ship and for the beleaguered combat patrol of Lieutenant Aglipe along the beach. 2 Philippine Air Force helicopters sped to the scene with augmentation troops as well as food supplies and ammunition. 1 Oft helicopters was fired upon as it approached the combat area and one of its rotor blades was hit by ground fire. The chopper, piloted by LTS. Mangio Reventer and Domingo Lagos, was able to limp back to its base in Eshag Isabela, where the headquarters of Task Force Sarana are located. When the smoke of battle cleared, only the government could account for its casualties. There was no sign of any casualty on the part of the alleged NP rebels, despite the government claim that the Npes retreated to the forests in Disere. However, the government claimed to have captured the following: more than 500 M14 and M16 rifles, some Garans and Browning automatic rifles. More than 60,000 rounds of ammo for both M14 and M16 rifles. 30 boxes of M79 ammo for grenade launchers, and an NPA camp with 15 huts. It was claimed that the guns captured by the government forces bore no patent number, no name or manufacturer, and no country of origin. Naturally, there were no identification marks on the captured weapons. They were obliterated at special headquarters set up by elements of THEP Residential Guard Battalion in Digoyo, to where the weapons were taken direct from the AFP supply center. The large force that gave battle to the PC patrols were actually elements of the PGB. They were assigned to do the planting job. Being the elite of the military, the PGB personnel dispatched to Digoyo to set up another infrastructure for the declaration of martial law naturally proved better in combat with the less proficient PC combat patrol of Gen. Paranese. Most of the members of the PGB unit assigned to the Digoyo Special Operations are still alive. Some of them have been killed in operations against the Npes in the Bicol region. Some of the Digoyo veterans among the PGB personnel have talked to me about their Palanan adventures. The landing of weapons and ammo by the Presidential Guard Battalion was eventually tied up with the faking of an ambush of the official car of Secretary of National Defense Juan Ponce Enrile on the night of September 22, 1972. PGB troopers who ambushed Enrile on Wakwak Road in Mandaluyong, Rizal, used ammo taken from the same stockpile that was made available for the Digoyo operations to lay down the final excuse for President Marcos' declaration of martial law in the Philippines. The crisis management apparat of Marcos even implemented a project that called for weather modification in order that extraordinary heavy rainfall 141 would hit the Greater Manila area during the months of July, August and September. The project was, in a sense, very successful. However, heavy rain hit not only the Greater Manila area, but the entire island of Luzon in what is now known as the catastrophic July-August floods of 1972. The Philippines' worst storm season in 50 years inflicted serious damage to agriculture, communications, and homes. Earlier, in 1968, the crisis management apparatus of Marcos embarked in one of Marcos's original plans for setting up an intricate web of excuses for the essential imposition of martial law by 1972. This involved the projected armed aggressive involvement of the Philippine government in the efforts of the heirs of the Sultan of Sulu, Kiram family, to recover the rich Sabah territory from the Federation of Malaysia. It was a two-pronged program. The projected aggressive recovery of the disputed territory could itself create an emergency situation for the entire country to constitute a sufficient reason for the proclamation of martial law. But Marcos was not going to be entirely averse to the actual addition of Sabah to Philippine territory. At the time, he was envisioning the former British Crown colony as the Philippines' own glorious colony, to form part of an empire over which he would rule personally for life and through his son, Ferdinand Jr., even from the grave. The Borneo Recovery Program was codenamed Project Jabata. But the project fell not only of its own corrupt weight, but also because of the ancillary corruption, quite naturally involving the disbursement of funds from the Defense Department. But the worst was yet to come. Marcos had to answer a congressional inquiry. Subsequently, the government of the Federation of Malaysia, which had infiltrated Project Jabata, without having to blow the cover of its infiltration agents, was accorded the most official confirmation on the program of Marcos to invade, with Muslim special troopers, and eventually annex Sabah with the Philippine Republic. The confirmation came in the denunciations made on the floor of Congress by Senator Aquino, Jr., and the subsequent investigations conducted by congressional committees. Without admitting its counterattack on Marcos, the government of Malaysia not only broke off diplomatic relations with the Marcos government but also instigated the Muslims to rebel against the central Manila government, reviving in them the age-old Muslim opposition to Christian domination and their valid grievances of the Filipino Muslims against the central government in Manila. This came at about the time when the Mindanao independent movement was formed, with Datu Atagmatalam as the moving force. It has since been taken over by younger elements of the more radical variety. Now that the internal problems involving the Muslim independence movement have tied Marcos's hands, there is less emphasis on his plan for alliance with Sabah. It is unlikely that the military would want to jump to his bidding on such a major military undertaking, nor that it has anything remotely like military strength for such a venture. As it is, the military cannot even cope with the rebellion of the Muslims. But, one shudders to think of the possibility of Marcos conquering Sabah for a new empire in Southeast Asia. The entire plot seems like a nightmare, but other dictators have had equally wild dreams before. 142. Chapter VI The Other Villains. The unerring judgment of history would easily condemn Ferdinand E. Marcos with having, at the discerning age of 55, pulled the trigger that snuffed out the life of democracy in the Philippines by his declaration of martial law on September 21, 1972. Whatever might be the attenuating circumstances, history will hold Marcos accountable for the dictatorship, circa 1972-197, that inexorably followed his proclamation of martial law. To be sure, Marcos is already compiling volumes addressed to historians to show that his decision of September 21, 1972, was a great and heroic one for the Philippines. There is very little dispute indeed about the validity of an oft-repeated statement that before the proclamation of martial law, the Philippines was a sick society. In his second book, Notes on the New Society, published on the occasion of the first anniversary of the martial regime, Marcos stated, "I am, to be sure, accountable to history for September 21, 1972, when I signed the proclamation placing the entire Philippines under martial law. And diet solely and completely responsible as I am for this decision, I cannot escape the sense that events, the thrusts of history, and even the will of the people somehow guided my hand to the deed. True, the Philippines was in such an awful mess that the common man despaired over the situation. It was a challenge to the country's leadership to avail of the bargaining process so necessary in a democratic society to harness all the energy coming from the various sectors of the national fabric. Marcos did not see it fit to accept the challenge. He chose the path of authoritarianism with an eye single to perpetuating himself in power. He preferred to use the boundless energy of his people as an excuse to declare martial law over the entire country. Indeed, there were many facets of Philippine life that guided Marcos's hand to declare martial law. In their totality, however, they did not constitute a compelling reason for a man and his number one woman to clamp down at dictatorial rule over the Filipino people. Long before Marcos declared martial law, distribution of wealth and income in the Philippines was lopsided. It was and is still the central problem of the nation. Such was the situation even before Marcos became president of his country in 1965. However, no president before Marcos ever thought of callously exploiting this situation to justify a resort to martial law. While the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few became a favorite Marcos topic to rally the impoverished behind him and his plans to seize power, Marcos himself got frantically busy acquiring wealth from the advantageous perch of the presidency so he could belong to the nation's grouping at the top of the pyramid controlling the bulk of wealth in the Philippines. In other areas of national life, there was much to be desired. The press was free but often irresponsible. The courts were slow, too technical, and sometimes 143. Corrupt. Congress was a do-nothing assembly whose members were more concerned with getting re-elected, making lots of money and taking care of private armies. The students and labor leaders had taken to demonstrations and rallies and marches, marked by inflammatory rhetoric and sometimes marred by violence. There was a system of separation of powers among the three branches of government, with its built-in device of checks and balances. A president impatient to get things done his way viewed this interplay of force and interests as exercises in non-government. There were elections that most everybody called a mockery because of the employment of guns, goons and gold. Admittedly, the undue concentration of wealth in the hands of a few was at the core of the entire gamut of problems facing the nation. Massive poverty, unemployment, malnutrition, crime and disease, political corruption, agrarian and urban unrest, ignorance and superstition, are among its most obvious manifestations. Social order has been a myth in some regions ever since the end of World War II. Private armies, led by notorious political warlords close to the center of power, terrorized the people in the provinces as late as 1972. Gun smuggling was an open scandal. Graft was rampant and devotion to public service an exceptional virtue. A remarkable aspect of the political process in the Philippines is that the principal issue in every national election since the Philippines became independent in 1946 was graft and corruption. Corruption permeated not only the government but every aspect of the national life, including private business and industry, the professions, the labor unions and the mass media. Though there were some political figures whose integrity could not be doubted, the run-of-the-mill politician was neither credible nor respectable. Corrupt, demagogic, and extremely partisan, he furnished a cogent reason for radical change. Even delegates to the Sovereign Constitutional Convention called to introduce sweeping and fundamental structural changes in the government and society proved no better than the politicians in Congress. They accepted bribes too. The freest press in Asia, which became the distinction of Philippine mass media, was irresponsible and corrupt. This indictment is directed more at the publishers and not the working journalists who tried to make Manila's free-swinging mass media lively and readable, and represent various shades of public opinion. Owned by oligarchs and vested interests, pre-martial law mass media were definitely used by their owners and publishers to espouse political views and preserve or expand political and economic interests. To own and operate a tri-media, newspaper, radio, and TV chain, establishment became a consuming ambition of the wealthy and the powerful who have learned their lessons from the late Don Eugenio Lopez, Sr., and his brother, Fernando Presidential aide Hans Menze, the Sorianos, Jose and Andres, and the Elizaldes. Marcos himself belatedly, in relation to his constitutional term in office, established overnight his own tri-media, Daily Express and the Kenlon Broadcasting System's radio-TV network, through Roberto S. Benedicto with funds borrowed from the Philippine National Bank, of which Benedicto was president at the time the huge borrowings were made. The tri-media proved to 144. Be a potent weapon for waging political campaigns and extorting concessions from any occupant of Malacanang. As for the working press, a number of newspapermen were known to be on the payroll of ranking officials in government and of key figures in private business. Some of them became scandalously affluent. While ensuring their economic security, most newsmen, however, managed to render distinct public service by directing the spotlight on multi-million peso deals and big-time rackets which seemed to proliferate with every new administration. The kindest thing that might be said on Marcos's declaration of martial law was that the various forces at work in the Philippines, which are normal under a democratic setup, lend themselves for exploitation by a man looking for any number of excuses to cloak his seizure of power with any semblance of legality. The freest press in Asia no doubt contributed greatly to the forces that goaded Marcos to run berserk and declare martial law. Perhaps reflecting the general sentiment of the people at the time, the mass media practically told Marcos that he no longer fits into the social milieu even before the expiration of his constitutional term. He was that bad. A skunk of the first order. The din of criticism against Marcos was deafening. In his own book, Today's Revolution, Democracy, Marcos reproduced portions of editorials and columns in the Manila Chronicle, the Philippines Free Press and the Weekly Nation which he considered provocative enough for him to impose martial law. He wrote, "I will let the citizen reader judge for himself whether the supreme end of free and untrammeled criticism, the illumination of events and these arch for truth, is served by these remarks from a column in the Manila Chronicle." Finally, Mr. Marcos, playing the favorite trick of every scoundrel, poses as a martyr and tells all of us that in spite of constant attacks on his honest, hard-working and great person, he will allow the press its freedom and will not do anything to abridge freedom of speech. First of all, if Mr. Marcos feels he is that powerful and summons that much popular support, why doesn't he try putting an end to freedom of speech in this country? The answer to this question is obviously that even in his insufferable arrogance, Mr. Marcos realizes that the Filipinos value freedom of speech as much as they value life, and if they did not surrender this to the succeeding Spanish, American, and Japanese conquerors, they certainly will not surrender to him. Or take these editorial from the same paper. As president of a supposedly civilized republic, Mr. Marcos should not adopt the tactics and manners of a blackmailer. As a lawyer, he knows the value of a dossier, and he knows that to use it against any man is simply to threaten him. And after the Plaza Miranda grenade-throwing incident. But the moral responsibility for the nameless disgrace that fell on the Filipinos the other night must be traced to none other than President Marcos. It was he who set the tone of intransigence in the current electoral campaign. 14-5. The president must answer, but when he does, must bear in mind the pain and the agony of the victims of the violence which he, in the privacy of his conscience and in the enclosure of the confessional, must admit he alone has generated XXX. There are other instances, so innumerable that I can pick a few at random. On the other hand, how can he bear being president and the most hated or despised man in the country? If we have to stand him, okay, but how could he stand himself? He'd smell. And if he smelled to the nation, how could he close his nose to the odor? One of the punishments of hell so vividly described in spiritual retreats, which aim at grace through terror, is subjection of the damned to all the god-awful smells that the fanatical imagination can conjure up. Marcos would smell to high heavens, if he did not earn the respect of the people instead of their hatred and contempt. Philippines Free Press. Or, President Marcos is not an ordinary politician. He and his Queen Elizabethan wife are a pair of power grabbers. The duo are crazed with an almost sybaritic dream for power and material benefits. What are a few dead citizens and mangled peers? What is to them the fate of wives of senators who may never walk again? Our photographer may lose an eye in the process of public service. He is Juanito Gullas. Can the suspension of the writ assuage the hurt of the widow and 10 children of Ben Roxas of Manila Times? 1c. Ben Roxas, a photographer, was one of those killed in the Plaza Miranda grenade bombing. The last passage is from the Weekly Nation, owned and published by the father-in-law of the president of the opposition party. *2. And yet most of the mass media owners and writers, and other contending forces all helped, and contributed money generously to Marcos's campaign for the presidency in 1965, and in 1969. They did for Marcos in 1965 and 1969 the very things that, in 1970 through 1972, the Malacanang occupant interpret as a conspiracy to overthrow the republic. Their actions from 1970 through 1972 admittedly far exceeded their efforts for Marcos in 1965 and 1969. Perhaps, the greater intensity of their pronouncements and actuations were called in view of their perception that Marcos won't give up Malacanang easily, and now he doesn't want to give it up at all. Marcos even sought and obtained the electoral support of the Moscow-oriented Hukbalahop rebels for the 1965 and 1969 presidential campaigns. All these groups rallied behind his battle cry, "This nation can be great again." Little did they realize that it was the same battle cry of Hitler before he burned the Reichstag and rode the Autobahn to Germany's dictatorship. When the diverse groups which supported Marcos started either collecting Marcos' louse or pressing him for the vital government reforms needed to make the nation great again, the president cried that they were either in rebellion or were constituting themselves into pressure groups around the presidency. He ungratefully rejected them in this wise. 146. The presidency is not designed for enduring friendships, for it attracts temporary allies. And the sentiments that the office generates depend on favors that it confers. It is easy to put this down as the curse of our political system, but only the man who has become president knows that the presidency must avail itself of talents, skills, and influences at hand in order to pursue a policy or implement a national project. Marcos tried hard to throw off the accusation that he was an ingrate in his relationship with Don Eugenio Lopez. Without the Lopez millions and Primitivo went all out for Marcos in the 1965 battle for the presidency against Macapagal, Marcos would have met a sudden political death in that pivotal electoral contest. And the first thing Marcos and Imelda did was to nail down Eugenio Lopez, and his brother, Vice President Fernando Lopez, the biggest oligarchs among oligarchs blocking government reforms. The fatal mistake of the Lopezes in their dealings with Marcos was that they assumed that the Licano politician would turn against his benefactors. So, they simply went about twisting Marcos's arm for government concessions so necessary for the expansion of their politico-economic empire. They tried to avail of their political influence even under the Marcos I era to further their economic horizons without even hinting to Ferdinand and Imelda that they would have a share in their expanding enterprises. Quid pro quo was the principle by which Marcos started operating from the vantage point of the presidency. I give that you may give. He was not adverse to granting government concessions provided that he got a substantial kickback later on. This was the way he dealt with all those favor seekers or temporary allies attracted by the presidency. The Lopezes would have none of this give and take arrangement. Besides, most of their enterprises were closed family corporations that could not admit someone like Marcos who could gobble the entire Lopez clan overnight. Even Eugenio, Johnny, Lopez Jr., who had started taking active command of the Lopez business empire by 1965, took the position that the Lopezes have already given so much to Marcos before the elections and even after his ascension to Malacanang. No, Johnny once said, we should not yield any more to that S.O.B. Marcos stood his ground. The president confided to Secretary Clave that they was declaring war on the Lopezes. He outlined the pattern of attack that would be followed against the Lopezes. Marcos had to resort to this because he knew very well that the Malacanang reporters would deal with Clave in digging out background materials for the palace onslaught against the Lopezes. Press Secretary Todd was too unsophisticated, too shallow to handle the kind of propaganda war Marcos had in mind waging against the Lopez oligarchy. The thrust of the onslaught against the Lopezes was going to be a takeoff from the attack which a former president, Diosdado P. Macapagal, waged against the Lopez Empire. In 1962, Macapagal pinned the label of vested interest on the Lopezes. Marcos, in 1971, decided to stigmatize the Lopezes, constituting an oligarchy exercising undue influence on the political authority, i.e. President Marcos. He would borrow the lines of Aristotle and Plato. 147. To the effect that oligarchy and democracy are conflicting forms of government, that the historic conflict between oligarchy and democracy is over political privileges of wealth, the rights of property and the protection of special interests. He would label the Lopez oligarchy as the very antithesis of Philippine democracy. Marcos would harangue the Lopez oligarchy's pursuit of a political culture in the country that equates freedom with self-aggrandizement, and the politics of participation, so essential in a democracy, with cornering of privilege. He would vilify the Lopezes with permeating their oligarchic values through the control of the means of mass communication, such as the Manila Chronicle, the daily newspaper, and the 3 television channels and 21 radio stations which constitute the Lopez Trimedia complex. He would crucify the Lopezes for utilizing the mass media as a weapon to make government a convenient scapegoat for the social economic ills of the country which the oligarchic society had spawned in order to blackmail the presidency for more and greater privileges and concessions. The epic Marcos-Lopez war was on. There was nothing that either Clave or I, or the two of us combined, could do to make the two giants call off the headlong confrontation. Marcos announced that the presidency would be utilized by the Lopezes as conduit for the entrenchment of the oligarchs. The Lopezes fired back that Marcos was raising an imaginary windmill in order to conceal his real plans of setting up a dictatorial government. What followed are miscalculations after miscalculations on the part of both antagonistic parties. Vice President Lopez resigned his position as Secretary of Agriculture and National Resources in the Marcos cabinet. Marcos didn't figure on the vice president exemplifying the Spanish delicadeza by resigning. But, when Lopez did resign, Marcos readily accepted it, saying that he would have fired Lopez if the vice president had not done so. The Lopezes resorted to the time-tested weapon of using their Trimedia establishment to mercilessly attack Marcos for what he really is: a corrupt, abusive, and arrogant political president. In the Manila Chronicle, cartoonist Laborio Gatgat-Bonton created a series of cartoons all directed at Marcos, asking such questions as who is the richest man in Asia today, or who gets all those kickbacks from government loans. In the process, the epic political confrontation between Marcos and Lopez spilled out to rain darts and arrows too, on the First Lady, Mrs. Marcos. Largely on account of Imelda's prodding, Marcos pressed on his attack against the Lopezes. Actually, the initial Marcos blast and ensuing follow-up assaults on the Lopez bastion by Marcos were pressed on the president by his meddling wife. The talk was that Marcos personally did not wish to turn against the Lopezes and be branded an ingrate. However, Imelda was insistent. She wanted the Lopezes destroyed. Their continued operation and flaunting off their kingmaker role was a constant reminder to her of the humiliation she had to go through to get Fernando Lopez to team up with Marcos in the 1965 presidential election campaign. The Marcos onslaught against the Lopezes was, therefore, an act of propitiation for the many sins committed of infidelity against Imelda in the pursuit of Ferdinand's desire for the satisfaction of his genitalia. The ferocity of Marcos's crackdown on the Lopez empire was in itself the product of a miscalculation. Originally, Marcos figured that the Lopezes would 148. Raise the white flag, or at least beat a hasty retreat. On the contrary, Marcos's war merely served to further incense the Lopezes, the politico-economic oligarchy which no incumbent president ever dared before to fight openly. Marcos issued reams of denunciatory statements through the Malacanang press office. All of a sudden, he even became accessible to palace reporters for afternoon news briefings in which he mouthed his anti-Lopez oligarchy propaganda. The most he could really do against the Lopezes was to send internal revenue agents and government auditors to look at the business books of the Lopez enterprises. Propaganda-wise, it was evident from the very start that Marcos was on the losing end. The mass media would no longer swallow his line, his credibility had sunk to its lowest ebb. On the other hand, the Lopez oligarchy found an ally in the Manila Times and Daily Mirror publications, whose publishers, editors and columnists have been exposing Marcos's shenanigans in his high office long before the outbreak of the Marcos-Lopez war. Imelda bluntly charged that Joaquin Chino P. Rosas, the Times publisher, had struck an alliance with the Lopezes because the Manila Chronicle had agreed to buy the excess newsprint supply of the Manila Times Publishing Company at free market dollar rates. It was, of course, a shallow accusation. "We will crush the Lopez oligarchy to pieces." President Marcos once boasted to a large delegation of workers from Tonda. Actually, the group was made up of jobless persons carded by Congressman Francisco G. Reyes, a nacionalista, at the request of presidential assistant Guillermo C. de Vega. Marcos wanted to prove that the working class was behind him in his fight against the oligarchs. It was a useless show of force that cost Congressman Reyes no less than $0,000.00 $1,300 to organize. Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos have spouted so much venom against the late Eugenio Lopez in their mad desire to destroy the man who was mainly responsible for the elevation of the Marcoses to Malacanang. I hold no brief for the late Filipino tycoon. I don't owe him that much to serve as his defender. However, I cannot help but recall at this stage that, before the political quarrel of the century in the Philippines, Marcos had nothing but praise for Lopez. In the numerous speeches that Marcos had delivered in the various Lopez-sponsored affairs, to which he demanded that he be the guest speaker, the president invariably praised the old man for expanding the country's industrial horizons without borrowing a single centavo from the government. For instance, on August 3, 1968, he spoke at the inauguration of Meralco's Gardner Station No. 1 in Sucat, Paranaque, Rizal. He said then that the Gardner Station was a testimonial to the aggressiveness and capability of Filipino entrepreneur. He stressed that it is a measure of what a group of Filipino investors can do. Meralco's expansion should be a model in this country, where there is less government financial participation and the firm, pursuing its own development through the reputation of its management and the institution, Marcos declared. Marcos had mouthed such line prior to August 3, 1968, and was to repeat same on other occasions, specifically during the inauguration of the Gardner Station No. 2 on December 3, 1969, the inauguration of the Asian 143 Institute of Management on December 9, 1969, and, much later on May 15, 1972, on the occasion of the inauguration of Meralco Snyder Station No. 2 also in Barrio Sucat, Paranaque, Rizal. But Marcos may even have been biased in favor of old man Lopez when he had nothing but praise for the man from whom he owed so much political debt. So, I would refer the gentle reader to a message of inspiration which Dr. Stephen H. Fuller, former president of the Asian Institute of Management, in introducing Eugenio Lopez during the presentation of the Distinguished Service Award to him by the Harvard Business School Association in Boston, Massachusetts, on June 9, 1972. It read: "We honor today a Harvard alumnus whose life of achievement has brought credit to his university in a great variety of ways. All of his accomplishments, however, have been firmly grounded in one single purpose, to maximize the sound growth of any organization, economic, political, educational or cultural of which he was a part, and simultaneously, to assure the fullest personal development and greatest profit to the individuals who comprised those bodies. In an age when so many occupants of leadership positions throughout the world are being accused of irrelevancy and anachronism, and when the world's youth are faltering for lack of acceptable role models, his story brings a unique message of inspiration. This school, like this man we honor today, has never separated the political, economic, social, and spiritual aspects of the world as we sought to develop people fit to administer it. We, and he, have worked with the whole man, the basic integrity, the unifying forces that vitalize and render even more effective the human performance. Perhaps, however, since we like he, labor to achieve our broader goal primarily in a business milieu, we should cite, very briefly, his more conspicuous achievements in that area. In context of the present-day problems of the underdeveloped countries of the world and of the discontent that rages in them because of seeming unconcern of business and industry for the welfare of the working man, 2 pages in the life history of this man have special meaning for us. After completing his education in law in the Philippines and at Harvard, he returned as a sugarcane planter to his native province many decades ago. And there he and his brother, now the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, revolutionized landowner-labor relations on sugarcane plantations by paying the highest wages in the industry and by extending to workers and their families better working conditions, modern housing, free medical care, and free education for their children, an example which other landowners in the area were soon to follow. Over time, His activities expanded to include a motor-motion shipping line, the first airway in the islands with multi-motored planes, and the establishment and expansion of a newspaper begun at the turn-of century by his father, a newspaper dedicated to fight for clean democratic government and the exposure of corruption wherever it existed. In more recent times, he has led a group in acquiring the Manila Electric Company from its original American owners. And in the 10 short 150 years of his leadership, this company has progressed far beyond the expectations of even the most optimistic, accomplishing in 1 decade more than had been accomplished in the previous 60 years. During this decade also, employer-employee relations at Manila Electric have never been closer than at any earlier time, reflecting the admiration and affection felt by officers, employees, and laborers alike for a leader who, they know, has their welfare and that of their country always as his chief concern. That he has extended this concern to the youth of the Philippines in particular, and to Southeast Asia in general, is manifested now by his nearly legendary contributions to the forms of education which have built able young entrepreneurs into real assets for the development of Asia. Notably has he sent the first 3 of his 4 sons to Harvard to absorb knowledge from the same source that helped to nurture and to shape his own character, but also, as a generous and enlightened employer, he has afforded and he continues to afford, that same opportunity to study at Harvard to the promising young men in his employ. Through his extraordinary generosity, he has donated the entire physical plan of the Asian Institute of Management, and he has thus provided for able young people who are interested in management careers, a regional Asian institution of superior quality dedicated to meeting the special needs of their own region. His only condition for making that gift was that the institute have a special relationship of mutual support with the Harvard Business School. For the latter, he has endowed a special faculty research fellowship for the study of Asian managerial problems. This man has a fierce pride and an abiding love for and faith in his own race. He plays a very significant role in forming public opinion and fostering a healthy national spirit through his newspaper, the Manila Chronicle, and through the largest radio-television network in Asia. He has earned this role by a lifetime of personal courage and fearlessness in espousing causes which were not always orthodox and which were frequently unpopular. His steadfast advocacy of civil rights and championship of the press are known and applauded well beyond the territorial limits of his own country. He does not fear to tangle with the highest leaders of his government whenever their policies or actions cease to promote and protect the general welfare. He employs every ounce of his personal integrity and he sacrifices any amount of his own resources to awaken such leaders to the error of their ways. For these efforts and for his capacity to listen patiently and to counsel sagely, his countrymen have called him the conscience of presidents. To the performance of such tasks he brings a great humility and a modesty bordering on shyness. Most of his contributions to society and to education are anonymous, and many more would be if he had his way. Only when he has been persuaded that, in learning to give, as well as to live effectively, many potential contributors, especially in the developing areas of the world, need models, has he consented to public acknowledgement of his generosity. His family life is a reflection of the same high principles and Christian values that pervade his professional life. I have yet to know a more dedicated and devoted family man. His love of family is exceeded only by 151. His love of country and his love of God. He epitomizes all that is best in the word nationalist, a word so often misunderstood by representatives of our own country. A universal humanitarian and a true 20th century Filipino, he whom we honor today has already honored Harvard more Don Eugenio Lopez. But it was Imelda who was the more dedicated in the fight to crush the Lopez Empire. Tinan natin kung gaano katigas ang amo mo, Tibo, let us see how tough your boss is, Tibo. Imelda once declared with fire in her eyes when Malacanang reporters found an occasion to talk to her following a press conference with Marcos. In those times, it was always beneficial to see the First Lady in her music room. The palace reporters would have envelopes containing money for your night clubbing. The Marcos-Lopez war didn't do either side any good. The protagonists succeeded only in hurting each other deeply. and given the circumstances of normal run of political fighting under a democratic atmosphere, it was almost a certainty that Marcos would run out of time in the fight. The Lopezes would have outlasted him, they would have succeeded in making another man elected president of the Philippines. In the end, it was Marcos who was forced to capitulate to the Lopezes. In Lodi, May 1972, the humiliated president of the Philippines went to the Paranaque residence of Don Eugenio Lopez Sr. for a breakfast conference. The same day, he helicoptered to the Manila Chronicle in Pasig, Rizal, for a peace conference with the vice president. The following day, I wrote a story of the Daily Express, entitled Together Again after a famous song. The Marcos-Lopez reconciliation was actually instigated by Marcos himself. He had his brother-in-law, late Gov. Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez arrange a lower-level meeting with Ecobedo del Rosario, former editor of the Manila Chronicle serving as vice president for public relations at the Lopez-controlled Manila Electric Company, Meralco. Cocoy meekly started the approach by asking Del Rosario if he could have lunch one day at the famed Meralco Starlight restaurant, on the 14th floor of the Lopez building in Pasig, Rizal. Sure, Del Rosario said, he would even play host to the late governor. When Romualdez went over to the Starlight restaurant for lunch, he brought along with him the two Marcos children, Ferdinand Jr. Bong Bong, and Irene. When Don Eugenio Lopez Sr. heard about the presence of the Marcos children and Governor Romualdez, he sent instructions that the bill would be on him. He likewise suggested to Del Rosario that he might invite the ambassadors of peace from Malacanang to pass by his office on the 13th floor on their way out. This was just the opportunity Romualdez wanted to effect a reconciliation conference between Marcos and the Lopezes. The details of the Paranaque breakfast conference and the visit to Vice President Lopez were arranged, and in that very day Romualdez raised Malacanang's white flag of surrender to the Lopezes. The terse official announcement that the Malacanang press office made of the reconciliation was that the president and the Lopezes have agreed to forget their differences and collaborate in solving the problems of the country. However, Marcos told a different story about that meeting when the time T52 came for him to tell it without being contradicted publicly by the Lopezes. After the declaration of martial law, he said of that fateful meeting, I again went through the humiliating exercise of seeking to propitiate some of the oligarchs, visiting them in their lairs, breaking bread with them and temporizing on their demands for special favors from government, hoping thereby to delay their fatal decision to frankly and openly place their resources at the disposal of their bellion. The implication of the belated Marcos explanation was that the Lopezes were preparing to fund the alleged conspiracy of the rightists, the centrists, the leftists, and all other sectors of society to seize state and political power. And no one could recall a single instance when Marcos ever accused the Lopez oligarchy of siding with any rebellious group. To borrow his own words, the efforts at effecting a reconciliation with the Lopezes was only a ruse designed by Marcos to make his intended declaration of martial law go without opposition from the Lopezes. Marcos wanted the Lopezes to disengage from the fighting which, by that time, had already expanded its front to include almost every articulate segment of Philippine society. It was just too much for Marcos. Besides, Marcos really wanted to put everybody off guard preparatory to his imposition of martial law. If he had not sued for peace with the Lopezes and earned on his fight with them up to the time of his declaration of martial law, then Marcos would not be able to live down the accusation that he resorted to martial rule because he could not crush the Lopezes with ordinary democratic processes. Marcos likewise wanted to win over to his side the Lopez loyalists within the Constitutional Convention. He needed their votes to defeat the so-called Ban Marcos resolution and to push for approval of some other pivotal resolution shifting the country's form of government from the presidential to the parliamentary. There were other pressing forces that guided the hand of Marcos to declare martial law. They were all part of the distinct Filipino political culture that challenged a leader's manipulative skill to operate within a democratic bargaining process. They constituted the weaknesses and strengths of Philippine democracy. Marcos, however, did not have the patience to adopt a fair manipulative stance demanded of leaders engaged in nation building. He merely looked at his former colleagues in Congress and wealthy people who financed the campaign of 1965 and 1969 as crooked politicians and rapacious oligarchs, respectively. Marcos eyed the Supreme Court, not as final arbiter of human justice, but as an instrument to cloak his every known official actuation with legitimacy. His respect for the High Tribunal went only as far as its willingness to go along with Justice Laurel in reversing a trial court decision convicting Marcos for the murder of his father's political opponent. The irresponsible and the unprincipled among the delegates to the 1971 Constitutional Convention are likewise accountable to history for their great contributions to the pressures they brought to bear upon Marcos to finally resort to martial law. The manipulations of the convention delegates led Marcos to conclude that there was no other way he could retain political power except via the expediency of martial law. As a matter of fact, some of the signs from 153. Heaven which the sainted Marcos allegedly perceived as go signals for him to declare martial rule surfaced within the halls of the Constitutional Convention. When the Constitutional Convention came into being in 1971, Marcos pinned his hopes on this constituent assembly to extend his occupancy of Malacanang. He was confident that he could manipulate the majority of the delegates to scuttle the presidential system in favor of the parliamentary form of government. Marcos would then be able to continue at the helm of government as the prime minister. There would be no need for him to resort to martial law. However, some irresponsible delegates carried their hate campaign against Marcos to the extreme. They filed a proposal banning former presidents and their relatives by consanguinity or affinity to the fourth civil degree from seeking the position of president or prime minister under the new constitution then being drafted by the convention. The proposal was clearly directed against Ferdinand and Imelda and it was labeled as a Ban Marcos resolution. Delegate Antonio Topaz cried that the resolution was a perpetual condemnation without trial of an entire family to the ignominy of perpetual disqualification from a public office. The proponents of the Ban Marcos move figured that there must be a clear and definitive ban on the Marcoses under then ascent new constitution. They feared that Marcos was bent anyway on prolonging his hold on the presidency. He could easily rehash with greater sophistication the machinery by which he won re-election in 1969 with the 3GS guns, goons, and gold. The filing of the Ban Marcos resolution proved to be the last straw for the president. Marcos felt he had been pushed to a corner, frustrated. There was no further elbow room to maneuver for a compromise with the Marcos haters. Martial law is the last resort of a government under siege. And Marcos had decided long ago that he was the government, and the critics and enemies of Marcos were enemies of the government. But, as a man obsessed with providing a veil of legitimacy to his every move, however flimsy, Marcos felt that he had to dispose of certain matters first before he could declare martial law. The convention had to be manipulated to prove the shift to the parliamentary form of government and to disapprove of the Ban Marcos resolution. Presidential assistant Guillermo C. de Vega handled the dirty operations for Marcos. With the two ticklish issues in the convention handled to his satisfaction, Marcos felt assured that he could legally parry any accusation that he resorted to martial law because his occupancy of Malacanang would have legally ended on December 30, 1973. History will be able to record in its finality and proper perspective that the ambitious politicians, rapacious wealthy and the Marcos haters actually did democracy a disservice in the Philippines. They provided Marcos with the final excuse to declare martial law with their Ban Marcos resolution. The vitriolic and underhanded criticism lobbed at Marcos by presidential aspirants and his enemies constituted one more of the nails that sealed the coffin of democracy in the Philippines. While the Marcos opponents subjected the president to pillory at every turn, they were disparate in their efforts and discordant in their voices. They were united only in their criticisms that Marcos was an unredeemable crook. They were so thoroughly divided on the approach to ending Marcos's tenure in 1-54. Malacanang, disunited on the objectives, and had their own selfish personal political objectives to serve. One might say that the discord among the opponents of Marcos was perhaps due to the work of Donald Segretti's let loose be the president himself within the ranks of the opposition. It was not beyond Marcos to do just that. It is rather late in the day to imagine what might have happened, if the enemies of Marcos reached an accommodation with the man. After all, Marcos is only another mortal like all politicians. In spite of efforts of his propaganda office to deify him, he will also fade and die. Perhaps, if the opponents of Marcos had been a little more circumspect, a little more cautious and considerate, the man from Lacandia would probably have emerged as the Prime Minister under a parliamentary system, a strong man ruling without the guns of martial law. The ambition of the man was certainly to stay a little longer in Malacanang. Even Senator Benigno S. Aquino Jr. speculated with me once that, by December 30, 1973, Marcos might decide to quit it. He might even feel sufficiently sated by his ill-gotten wealth. If Marcos had been allowed to rule constitutionally a little longer, would Aquino, Jenny Lopez, Serge Osmina and all those others who have languished, or are still languishing, in filthy military stockades and the rest of the oppressed Filipino people have to suffer their present deprivations? Would I have found it necessary as I do now to go into self-exile, abandon my family and friends in the Philippines to turn out this book on the conjugal dictatorship that never should have been? But when Marcos himself was jolted into an awareness that he was thoroughly hated by his people as expressed in the demonstrations of 1970 and in the Ban Marcos resolution of 1971, he felt like a cornered rat. He found it absolutely necessary to implement the contingency plan for a martial law declaration. He had hoped that an accommodation within the Constitutional Convention to make him continue at the helm of the ship of state as Prime Minister would stay his decision to clamp down a martial rule over his people. The din of criticisms, the escalating violent demonstrations and the Ban Marcos resolution gave him a sense of awareness that, even if he were allowed to serve under a parliamentary system as premier, the abuses and pressures that he and Imelda would have to contend with would just be unbearable. So, he opted to squat in Malacanang under the protective mantle of martial law. In the early skirmishes over the Ban Marcos resolution, the anti-Marcos forces demanded as a price for withdrawing their move the issuance by Marcos of a public and signed pledge that neither he nor Imelda would seek the presidency after December 30, 1973. It was also demanded verbally by student leaders of a demonstration that turned into the infamous Battle of Mendiola on January 30, 1970. In a very dishonest effort to meet the demands halfway, Marcos issued a statement through press secretary Tata that neither he nor his wife would seek office in the 1973 elections. It was honest enough in the sense that there would be no elections in 1973. A key factor that emboldened Marcos to impose martial law was his overwhelming re-election victory in 1969. It was, of course, an election triumph that had been marred by shameless raids on the public treasury, amounting to almost $1 billion pesos, and tainted by wholesale frauds and unbearable acts of violence. Whatever the cost, it was a re-election that Marcos precisely needed to declare martial law on his 7th year in office. 155. Marcos could have been stopped from winning re-election, or from garnering that overwhelming margin of victory over his challenger, Senator Sergio Osmina Jr. Marcos had a built-in advantage that neutralized any strong fight to his re-election bid. It was the general belief that Marcos would step out of the Malacanang at the end of a second term on December 30, 1973. On the other hand, an Osmina victory over Marcos would have prejudiced other presidential aspirants within the ranks of both the Nacionalista and Liberal parties. Osmina would certainly have to seek re-election to a second term. Thus, the Nacionalista presidential hopefuls for 1973 all worked to help Marcos win, the Liberals all helped Osmina campaign but not hard enough to make him win. And then, by 1970, after Marcos's inauguration as president for the second time, all the presidential aspirants from both sides of the political fence immediately classified Marcos as a crooked lame duck president. Osmina himself led the pack by filing an electoral protest against Marcos. The others just started hitting Marcos to gain publicity, or to promote their presidential ambitions over the carcass of Marcos. In discussing the situation with me one day, Marcos said he would have to assume a posture of firm leadership for the good of the country, for the stability of our civilized institutions. Marcos even began to encourage speculations through the press and among his Nacionalista partisans in Congress that he was preparing to impose martial law. Privately, he told me, he had two objectives in doing this, namely 1, to prevent a paralyzation of government from the public knowledge that there is a lame duck and weakened presidency in Malacanang, and 2, to sound out general public reaction, or to actually condition the mind of the people, on the eventual imposition of martial law. Drawn by the bait, the opposition hacked away mercilessly on Marcos for planning martial law for the country. The gambit of the opposition was that, if the plan were exposed and publicly discussed, Marcos would be dissuaded from going through with it. It turned out to be a wrong gambit. Marcos fired back that he would not hesitate to declare martial law if the situation so demanded. Marcos had by that time allowed the clock on his crisis management in the country to tick away the hour of martial law. One of the biggest mistakes committed by the opponents of Marcos was the handling of the Ban Marcos proposal and the presidential versus parliamentary affair in the Constitutional Convention. Having gotten Delegate Eduardo Quintero to expose the Concon Paola and Elivales Pamatong the Operation Concon of Malacanang *3. 3. For more details, see chapter on infrastructure for martial law. Opposition partisans thought they had cornered Marcos and rendered him helpless. They became so heady with an imaginary decapitation of Marcos. They moved for an immediate voting on the Ban Marcos proposal as well as on the parliamentary plan. The immediate voting was precisely what Marcos himself wanted. For, if he had lost, he would have had enough time to maneuver before the elections of November, 1973, came up. Moving into battle with Marcos on the convention floor, the opposition. 15b. Partisans erroneously judged that the concerted voices of the Manila Times, the Manila Chronicle, the Philippines Free Press, the Weekly Nation and the Graphic and other mass media who had joined the chorus denouncing Marcos's inexorable march towards dictatorship would provide them with the needed votes. As it turned out, the anti-Marcos elements garnered all the laudatory columns and editorials, but the Marcos convention managers got the votes to defeat the Ban Marcos move and to approve the proposal for a parliamentary system of government for the Philippines. The headlong rush into what the opposition partisans thought would be an arena for a spectacular decapitation of Marcos as a power in Philippine politics turned into a rout eventually signaling the demise of democracy. Chapter VII: The Reign of Greed. The underlying philosophy of the conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda is basically intestinal. A digestive interpretation of this philosophy easily reveals that the regime in developing a feudal factory system that would enable just a few families to run the Philippines as a private business. Admittedly, with the brutal use of the guns of martial law, the new society has rid the country of the old oligarchy. However, the same coercive and extortionate process has produced overnight a new oligarchy. More powerful than the old, the new oligarchy assumed control of a growing, seemingly endless list of corporations and business firms in the country. The new oligarchy is made up of the ruling duumvirate themselves, their relatives, their cronies and a few favored military commanders. And the new oligarchy has not been discriminating in its oppressive business manipulations. By dictatorial decrees promulgated by Marcos, the working class had been stripped of its right to free self-organization and to strike. A policy of keeping wages low has been adopted so that maximum profits can be had with minimum investments. The very few who could bask in the reflected notoriety of the conjugal dictatorship have become the now rich as they mustered the levers and asses of power made available by the guns of martial law. The best illustration of the intestinal philosophy of the new society is in the field of mass media. Contrary to the pledge of the martial regime to democratize mass media ownership, today the ownership of newspapers and other periodicals, radio and television is concentrated in different but fewer hands. 1. Registered chapter on the era of thought control. In the area of business and finance, new tycoons have flourished to replace or even surpass the 2 or 3 whom the martial regime has branded as malefactors of great wealth. Other captains of industry who have learned to kowtow to the new regime remain as firmly at the helm today, as they were before martial law. 157. The so-called New Society or Bagong Lipunan might as well bear name the New Scourge or Bagong Likuman, respectively. The latter term means new collection. The territorial jurisdiction of the new society could appropriately be called Gulanan Archipelago, in a most comprehensive adaptation of Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. The Philippines is an archipelagic state converted overnight by the conjugal dictatorship into a huge concentration camp for dissenters. The word Gulanan itself is a Tagalog term meaning one man's continuous cheating in the division of goodies with the use of wiles or superior strength. There has never been any sincere attempt to provide a philosophy for the much ballyhooed new society. This is quite understandable since the conjugal dictatorship is too preoccupied with the notorious task of plundering the country. Once in a while, Marcos finds time to talk about the needs of the PEOP, a dramatic show of his knowledge of intestinal philosophy, an intestinal philosophy solely dedicated to the speculatory and unjust enrichment of their Uling Duumvirate, members of their families and cronies, including a few military commanders. The ruling clique and its cronies have come to demonstrate that the highly touted new reforms of the dictatorial regime are meant only to affect certain grand issues and nothing was really supposed to change when it comes to the members of the ruling clique's comfort and convenience, and economic and political interests. The dramatis personae have changed, but the modus operandi based in the principle of selfish self-interest has not. And having committed the mistakes of amateurs, the new plunderers of the Philippines seek to hide their criminal looting of the national treasury, and of the public and private resources by the more convenient process of cover-up. In so doing, they commit more mistakes. This is exactly the predicament that Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos Coco y Romualdez, Benedicto, et al., find themselves in. In short, they are blundering ahead selfishly to destroy the country in a fashion that says to the rest of the Filipino nation, listen to what I say, but don't watch what I do. The brutal establishment of a tall oligarchic pyramid with reserved places for Ferdinand and Imelda, Coco y Romualdez, Benedicto, Enrile and some military commanders was, of course, a necessity. In the first place, they must safeguard and defend the interests of foreign investors with whom they must work to reallocate unto themselves the country's resources. In the second place, it is fairly obvious that a financial and economic base was necessary for the survival of the martial regime itself. The oligarchic structures were not only necessary, but also inevitable, because they are the instruments in the interplay of economic forces that must amass and consolidate wealth which, in turn must produce the profits and public taxes. On September 20, 1975, the Honolulu Star Bulletin came out editorially with a piece entitled "Corruption as Usual." The editorial declared, "Indirect evidence that martial law has not ended corruption in the Philippines has been provided by the government itself. It consists of an announcement that President Ferdinand Marcos has ordered a large-scale purging of corrupt officials. Martial law has been in force in the Philippines for 3 years. One of Primitivo Mijares 158. Its chief objectives was to wipe out corruption, and in fact soon after it was instituted Marcos fired 6,000 bureaucrats and military personnel. Yet the announcement said the new house cleaning was needed to check misconduct in government and to restore declining public confidence in public office. Among those being dismissed are 99 judges. It all sounds familiar to persons acquainted with the innumerable crusades against government corruption in the post-World War II Philippines. The difference is that martial law was supposed to do the job, but 3 years after, by the government's own admission, it hasn't. The truth probably is that there was some decrease in corruption at the outset of martial law in reaction to the mass dismissals that were made possible by Marcos's assumption of total power. But as time passed, this hawk wore off and there has been a tendency to return to business, and corruption, as usual. Dictatorship in the Philippines, as elsewhere, has made it easier to deal with corruption because the bureaucrats have lost their protection against arbitrary dismissal. But there is also a disadvantage: there is no independent body to seek out corruption in the executive. Thus the elimination of corruption depends solely on the administration itself. It is believed in Manila that high military officers have grown rich under martial law by exploiting power that far exceeds what they had in the old days. But with the press brought to heel and Congress closed, there is no way to bring such cases to light if Marcos chooses to protect the offenders. There is also the question of Marcos's own honesty, which was repeatedly challenged in pre-martial law days. With the political opposition suppressed, there is no one to prevent the president from acquiring as much illicit wealth as he chooses. And his critics outside the Philippines claim that he has been rapacious. Italics ours. But if corruption has flourished under martial law, one of its chief justification is lost. That could set the people to wondering what they gave up their liberties for. No wonder Marcos has set out to eradicate misdeeds that have shaken deeply the faith of the people in government. I have my serious doubts on the determination of the president to eradicate misdeeds that have shaken deeply the faith of the people in government. How can he eradicate those misdeeds when he himself and his wife, their close relatives and cronies are deeply mired in those misdeeds on a far greater scale? Barely 2 years after the imposition of martial law, I became convinced that the reforms so loftily held out by Marcos on September 23, 1972, were mere promises. Marcos had not shown any sign that he would shed off his cocoon as a promising man. One day I mustered the courage, with the prior clearance of Secretaries Clave and De Vega, to tell Marcos what was happening to the new society. I warned Marcos that the real new society was not taking shape at all. I reported that the people refer to the so-called reforms as nothing but acronyms and government by sloganeering. At the time, I thought I should really give it to him. I was under the illusion then that, in the event a counter-revolution succeeds against Marcos, I would be among those who might be left behind to face a firing squad, along with Secretaries Clave and De Vega. I figured that Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos would be able to escape Malacanang, and perhaps the Philippines, to enjoy their billions of ill-gotten wealth among the discarded royalties of Europe and Asia. I told the president that the people outside the palace gates were laughing their hearts out over the high-sounding acronyms and slogans of the new society. I reported that the people think they are mere smokescreens to cover up the plundering of the country by Marcos and Imelda themselves, their relatives and cronies. Marcos's brain trusts had earlier come up with the slogan, Sa Kaunlatangbayan, Disciplina ang Kailangan, for the country's prosperity, discipline is necessary. They also coined high-sounding acronyms, like pledges, Pro and Cope. Pledges stood for the initial letters of the 7-point reform program of the new society, to wit, peace and order, land reform, economic reforms, development of new moral values, government reorganization, educational reforms, and social reform. PROD meant Presidential Regional Officers for Development, while COPE were the coordinating officers for program execution. The PRODs and COPEs were to coordinate in the speedy implementation of the reform program embodied in the pledges of the new society. Marcos originally bargained with his political enemies through intermediaries. He did the same thing with the Catholic Church, the Federation of Free Farmers, the sugar lobby and other powerful groups in the country. Those who cooperated were temporarily allowed to go about their businesses. However, those who did not were subjected to further harassment and dispossession of their interests. The initial motivation of Marcos in these moves was to strengthen his position in power and weaken the influence of his political opponents. He wanted to utilize martial law to dismantle their economic interests and put an end to this old feud in the oligarchy. But, as his regime aged, Marcos could not content himself anymore with divesting his political foes of the economic wealth which they could later utilize again to fight the dictator. He was tempted by his own greed and those of Imelda and her relatives, notably Cocoy, to take over the Lopez-owned Trimedia facilities and the Meralco, Manila Electric Company. The clique has also taken over the various enterprises of Osmeña. Members of each of the Lopez and Osmeña clans are still under arrest on charges of plotting the assassination of the Marcos family. When I was still in Manila and moving within the inner circle of the ruling clique in Malacanang, Imelda would tell us, De Vega, Clave, and Mahindanadan Maaring Pakawayan Si Jani Lopez Abang May Nalalabang Kayamanan Psaang Mga Lopezes. Kailangang Isukamuna Nilan Laha ang Kayamanan Nila. Baka Gamitan Na naman Nila Iyan Laban Sa Adan. We cannot give Jani Lopez's freedom as long as the Lopezes are still in possession of great wealth. They must divest themselves first of their economic power. They might use this again to fight us. This was before the death of Don Eugenio Lopez and the acquisition by Cocoy of the $300 million Meralco on a down payment of $1,500. Upon the advent of the Marcos administration in 1965, business tycoons Primitivo, Mijares, Tibo, Lopez, Osmina, and a few others felt the pinch of a new principle of economics invented by Marcos and Imelda. The ruling duumvirate wanted substantial participation in the stock structure of established enterprises for free or for nominal considerations. The reasoning of Ferdinand and Imelda was that they had dispensed so many favors to these business enterprises by way of loans and other concessions from government institutions. When the established wealthy businessmen resisted the new economics principle of Ferdinand and Imelda, they were denounced as oligarchs bleeding the country. They were publicly accused of allegedly wielding their economic and political power to amass greater wealth. One of those who stood up to the encroachments of Ferdinand and Imelda was businessman Fernando Jacinto, whose family had pioneered in steel smelting and other undertakings involving the processing of steel. Don Fernando told Marcos one day to go to hell. I won't share with you the work of a lifetime, the product of blood, sweat, and tears of my family for free. Even before martial law was declared, government institutions began squeezing Jacinto. The steel magnate was forced to flee the country. When martial law was declared, President Marcos lost no time in seizing properties of Fernando Jacinto. He didn't do it for himself this time though. It was a spoil of war that he felt should go to the military commanders. Always with an eye to providing legitimacy to even the most illegal operation, Marcos effected the seizure in a most subtle way, even under martial law standards. On October 28, 1972, Marcos directed the Secretary of National Defense to take over and control the assets of the corporations owned by Fernando Jacinto in the national interest. *2 These were the Jacinto Steel, Incorporated, Jacinto Iron and Steel Sheets Corporation, J&P Shipping Corporation, Beatriz Marketing and Trading Corporation, and Ferro Products, Incorporated. Covered by the seizure order were a newspaper, complete with a printing plant and 2 radio stations. *2. Letter of Instructions number 35, dated October 28, 1972. Overnight, a new oligarchy of military officers was created. They were the colonels, majors, and captains who took over the executive positions in the Jacinto enterprises. General Romeo Espino, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff, sits as the chairman in all the boards of directors of the Jacinto enterprises. On June 17, 1975, 1 submitted the following capsule report to the Fraser Committee of the House of Representatives on the systematic plundering of the country. 6. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. With absolute and unchallenged power consolidated into his authoritarian regime, the Marcos military regime has gone absolutely corrupt. The hapless owners of these foreclosed properties were actually enticed into borrowing from the lending institutions, what with assurances of unrealistically big loans on overvalued collaterals provided they would contribute a certain percentage, a total of 27%, to the campaign chest of Mr. Marcos in the 1969 elections. The borrowers obtained the initial releases on their loans, but have had to cough up the full value of their commitment to the campaign chest. However, when the economy floundered in 1970 because of an oversupply of money in circulation, President Marcos ordered further releases on the approved loans stopped, thereby forcing the borrowers to neglect or abandon their projects and default in their repayments. Now, the front men and cronies and brother-in-law of the president, headed this time by Alfredo Romualdez, are busy restructuring with the government lending institutions the loans on the foreclosed properties. In one case involving the Pampanga Sugar Milling Company, an offer of an independent Filipino group was turned down by the Philippine National Bank in favor of an offer of Roberto S. Benedicto to manage the firm for the PNB. The independent group wanted to purchase the mill outright. In the case of Benedicto's offer, the PNB would continue to pump money into the Benedicto management of the milling company. 9. President Marcos ratified the long-pending Philippines-Japan Treaty of Amity, Commerce, and Navigation, a bilateral pact granting Japan a most favored nation treatment in the Philippines. The 24-man Philippine Senate would not ratify the treaty for 13 years in view of widespread fear that it would hand over to Japan on a silver platter. 162. The former enemy country sought to win by force of arms during World War II, i.e. the economic domination of the Philippines. Ratification by presidential decree of the trade treaty came after Benedicto had cornered all conceivable deals with prospective Japanese investors in the Philippines. What is certain is that a unit of the Presidential Security Command had during the Marcos I administration, discovered some buried Japanese treasure. 163. In the Sierra Madre area. It did so while screening all applications for permits to hunt for buried treasures in any part of the country. One might ask, why the insatiable desire for wealth and more wealth? This becomes a paradox when one watches the president eat. He eats his simple Latino food and with his own hands. He does not drink, does not smoke, he dresses simply, all of which might perhaps be due to his Latino bringing. Why are President Marcos and Imelda then behaving as if they own the entire Philippines? First, because it is their decision and unto the death wish that they stay in power for as long as they are alive. They wish to ensure that the ill-gotten fruits of such prolonged squatting in power will not be taken away from them or their heirs. Second, they have convinced themselves that they have just embarked on a radical step to restructure Philippine society to save it from certain collapse. They are possessed with a messianic complex. Third, as a result of the second, they suffer from a paranoia that they are illy loved by the people and that the people will not take for a ruler anybody but the Marcoses. Fourth, as a consequence of the second and third reasons, they feel that they took a bold step for which they are now risking their very necks, and those of their children, for the benefit of the people. As their thinking goes, the Filipino people must render them blind loyalty and obedience so they can continue in their ways of restricting society. At the same time, they must take steps to protect themselves from the enemies they have made because of the sacrifices they are making for the people. They feel that, if a counter-revolution succeeds, they would be placed before the firing squad by the new victors. How true? The big deals in the country are, without exception, cleared by the president. It is the president who must devise eventually the formula that respects the Constitution even if they involve multi-million-dollar scandals. These was the same procedure followed in the approval of the first floating casino off Manila Bay. The tenor of the conversations that take place in Malacanang behind the president's study desk when a business deal or proposal which calls for government exposure in terms of funding or concessions goes this way. Mr. President, you know, there is a proposal which has been submitted to you and which, Secretary Melcher or so-and-so, has already endorsed favorably. Oh, huh. The company is asking for this and that. Oh, huh. What do you think, Mr. President? What are the requirements of your company? Perhaps, you should send me a new memorandum because the one sent by Secretary Melcher has been filed away by Fay. He calls for Fay, asks for the memorandum, but quickly suggests that Fay is inefficient about these things. Fay does not answer, of 164. Course. This is a typical script in the palace, to get somebody to accept the blame for any failures that might be traceable to the president. At this point, an experienced man, who knows the mentality of the president, would immediately state, "Sir, the new company's stock structure will be divided among, the names of the persons. Do you think it would be alright to include any more? Bakit naman panainsik, o hapon, iyang mga iyan? Why are they mostly Chinese or Japanese? Mabuti siguro. Isama emosina, he gives the names. Yes, sir. And, sir. In whispers, in whose name should we register the 20% equity? Oh, just put in the name of, he gives the name of his front man, and tell him to be active in the affair of your group so that we will know what we can do for you. Such is the subtlety of Marcos in demanding his equity from huge corporations being formed. He waits until his equity is offered to him. As for Mrs. Marcos, she is an unrefined arm twister, and demands in direct unequivocal terms what she wants. She and her brothers and sisters, notably Coke P. Romualdez, are plain stick-up people. When a deal is elevated by Mrs. Marcos or by her brothers and sisters to the president, it is assumed that a definite figure on the equity they would have in the new project has been agreed upon. Only recently, a Filipino engineer obtained a grant from the USAID, Agency for International Development, for a comprehensive aerial photogrammetry of public lands and forests in the Philippines. The engine earned, however, the go signal of Marcos to undertake the project. Unaware of the Palace Protocol, he simply wrote the president that he has been granted a multi-million-dollar funding by aid to undertake the photogrammetry project. He needed Malacanang cooperation. Not long afterwards, the engineer was summoned by the First Lady to her music room in the palace and given a lecture. Didn't he know that all projects involving financing from the United States must pass through her or Coco Romualdez? Imelda hinted to the engineer that all she wanted was credit for the project. This seems quite understandable. In spite of her already being gobernador of the metropolitan Manila area, she still has been unable to conduct any meaningful and fruitful negotiations with U.S. institutions for funding of high-impact projects. She would have wanted to present the photogrammetry project to the president as her achievement. The engineer, in the meantime, has been advised by a palace assistant that his project was under study. The grabbing of the Lopez properties by Benedicto and Coco Romualdez is something that the dispossessed won't easily forget or forgive. A man more easily forgets his father's death than the loss of his patrimony. And so it is with the heirs of Don Eugenio Lopez. It seems pertinent to recall at this point that it was the Lopez money that contributed to their own tragedy under martial law. Don Eugenio not only financed Marcos's 1965 campaign, his wife, Pasita, and daughter, Prezi, practically killed themselves campaigning as 165 Blue Ladies of Imelda for the victory of Marcos. I would like to quote at this point a report submitted to the United States Congress on the acquisition of the Lopez assets by Marcos's friends and relatives. The dual case of political prisoners Eugenio Lopez, Jr., and Sergio Osmeña III has served to bring to light another result of the martial law of President Ferdinand Marcos and his closest advisors, including his wife the beautiful Imelda Romualdez Marcos. XXX. In 1965, when Marcos left the Liberal Party to attempt to unseat the incumbent president on the conservative ticket, it was Eugenio Lopez, Sr. who sold Marcos to the conservative convention. Fernando Lopez went in the ticket to help the team to victory. Voted upon separately, Lopez outpolled Marcos in both 1965 and 1969. The reasons for the Marcos retaliation against the Lopezes, in which the imprisonment of the younger Lopez is a key element, appear to be three: 1. A desire to destroy the Lopezes as a political force, 2. A stifling of freedom of the press, and 3. A naked desire for money. It is with that third goal we deal here. The Lopez family was wealthy, one of the wealthiest in the Philippines. Furthermore, it was old money, grounded in sugar cane and rice. After the Japanese occupation, in which the Lopez family at times lived in caves in the hills, principally through the abilities of Eugenio Lopez, Sr., the fortunes were increased by branching out into industries including the newspaper and the radio and television network. In 1960, Lopez, Sr. organized group of investors as Meralco to purchase the Manila Electric Company from American ownership. As Manila became larger and more modern, he guided the enterprise to 8 or 9 times its former size, now worth more than $400 million. The stock went public, but the Lopez interest was still sufficient to maintain management control. In fact, it had never been questioned. Upon declaration of martial law, the Manila Chronicle, increasingly critical of Marcos, was shut down under a censorship order. Later the facilities were taken over by the Times Journal, owned by Governor Benjamin Romualdez, brother of Mrs. Marcos, under agreement for leasing of the facilities from the Lopezes. The contract of lease itself was not based on a free negotiation. Payments have been sporadic and amount to about half the amount due. With the publisher in prison and their two owners Eugenio Lopez, Sr. and Fernando Lopez effectively silenced, there was no one to complain. The confiscation of the media network, ABS-CBN, was cruder. Upon the arrest of Eugenio Lopez, Jr., president of the company, and other officials, the government ordered all ABS-CBN stations closed down. Commencing June 8, 1973, the ABS-CBN outlets were turned over by the military one by one to a small network, KBS, owned and operated by Ambassador Roberto Benedicto, a close associate of President Marcos, and an option to purchase given to Governor Romualdez, brother of Mrs. Marcos. At first, leases were prepared by KBS which included the 166. Remarkable provision that the compensation would be reasonable and determined at a later time. Eugenio Lopez, Sr. claimed in a recent interview that not a single peso has been paid. By 1974 the takeover by KBS of the further facilities was simply by order of Defense Secretary Juan Ponce Enrile. Capturing the Lopez controlling interest in the Manila Electric Company was a more sophisticated enterprise. Unlike the Chronicle and ABS-CBN, Meralco Securities Corporation, the holding company for Manila Electric, was a publicly held company with the Lopez family as the largest block of stock. Following a series of conferences in the United States conducted between Eugenio Lopez, Sr. and Governor Benjamin Romualdez, brother of Mrs. Marcos, and Romualdez aide, Antonio Ayala, a meeting was held in Honolulu, Hawaii, on November 29, 1973, and Lopez was presented a stock purchase agreement purporting to be an agreement between Ben Prey's company, the Lopez Family Corporation, and a newly created Meralco Foundation. The senior Lopez had been told by Romualdez and his aides that if he would execute this agreement, his son Ginny would be released. Mr. Lopez signed. One Senan J. Gabaldon signed for Meralco Foundation Incorporated. He has since declared that he had nothing to do with negotiating the agreement, but that the agreement was presented by Ayala, who signed as a witness, who was not an official of the foundation but a personal representative of Governor Romualdez. The stock purchase agreement is replete with formalities, providing for a down payment of $1,500, upon closing, and a series of payments on promissory notes for some $6 million over a period of years. However, in reality, no further payment is required since the agreement contains the following language. The principal installments and interest on each Series B note, the notes to Ben Prey's, shall be payable XXX only to the extent that the cash flow of the foundation, as determined by the independent external auditors of the foundation, permits payment of interest and principal installments as these fall due. The $1,500 was paid more than a year later after the hunger strike. It has been reported that the Meralco Foundation is purchasing a jet airplane for approximately $1 million, in addition to 3 already owned used by the Marcoses, thus reducing the cash flow. The senior Lopez has stated that he never expected to be paid anything and that his son was held hostage to extort the Lopez interest in Meralco from them. Government control of the utility rate structure has also been used, according to Lopez, first to threaten Meralco with bankruptcy and then to enrich participants in the new foundation. This was accomplished by reducing a previously authorized rate increase from 36.5% to 20.9% before renegotiation of the stock purchase agreement, and then upon acquisition raising the rates more than 100%. Meralco Foundation responded in an article in the Manila Times Journal, lessee of the Chronicle facilities, on January 18, 1975, that Lopez had asked to sell the family stock. What Lopez actually originally proposed was to sell to 167 a cooperative composed of Meralco employees, customers, and the general public. That was suggested on February 19, 1973. He offered to sell to a foundation only after he had been told that was the way it was going to be handled. The imprisonment of Eugenio Lopez, Jr. not only purchased the silence of Lopez family, but became the instrument by which major Lopez holdings were acquired by the Marcos family and associates. The following is the text of the interview that Lopez gave to the newsman Beneza as published by the Philippine News on January 2, 1975. Mr. Beneza, Mr. Lopez, on November 29, 1973, you signed a stock purchase agreement on behalf of Ben Praise wherein all of the MSC shares held by Ben Praise were sold to a certain foundation. Did you personally conduct the negotiations for this agreement? Mr. Lopez, yes, I handled the important aspects of the negotiations. Mr. Beneza, the total stated purchase price in the agreement is pesos 133.337.000, about $19 million, with approximately $5,700,000 payable to your corporation and the balance of approximately $13,300,000 payable by the foundation directly to the creditors of Ben Praise. Do you feel the purchase price is a fair price? Mr. Lopez, well, the purchase is not important. The agreement is only a document which enables the foundation to take over our family's holdings of MSC. According to the terms of the agreement, the foundation is notarily obligated to pay me anything, except the down payment of pesos 10,000, $1,500. The agreement states that the net principal amount of $5,700,000 plus interest is payable over a 10-year period with the first payment due 30 months after the closing. However, the terms of the agreement provide that the payments to Ben Praise shall be made only if the cash flow of the foundation permits. This simply means that payments will be made to me if the foundation has excess funds after all of their obligations, expenses, etc., are met. Since the income of the foundation is controlled by the foundation itself and by the Philippine government through its control on the electric rates of MECO, it is very simple to regulate the cash flow so that there will never be any excess funds to pay Ben Praise. I do not expect to ever receive anything out of the sale of Ben Praise. Mr. Beneza, you mean that you gave away Ben Praise worth several $1 million to this foundation? Mr. Lopez, well, this is what the agreement basically specifies. Here is a copy of the actual signed agreement for your own study and verification. This agreement was not a business transaction. It was one of the agreements wherein our family was giving up our multi-million-dollar assets in exchange for the life and freedom of my imprisoned son and the safety of the rest of my family residing in the Philippines. Mr. Beneza, who then negotiated the terms of the agreement? Mr. Lopez, the important negotiations were conducted by Governor Benjamin Romualdez, the brother of Mrs. Imelda Marcos. However, these negotiations were not on the terms of the agreement I had agreed with. 168. Governor Romualdez that he could take over all of the assets of Ben Praise at no cost in exchange for the freedom of my son and the safety of the rest of my family. I authorized Governor Romualdez to prepare the agreement in his own terms so that it would appear like a legal transaction, but there is no way really one can purchase a multi-million-dollar company for nothing and make it appear legal. When I signed the agreement in Honolulu on November 29, 1973, it was the first time I ever saw it. I believe it also was the first time Mr. Gabaldon, the president of the foundation, saw it, just before it was signed. Mr. Beneza, we noticed that Mr. Antonio Ayala and Miss Delia Tantuc were the only other two signatories of the agreement, as witnesses. Were they? Mr. Lopez, Mr. Ayala is a close associate of Governor Romualdez and was sent to my residence many times during the past 2 years to discuss on behalf of Governor Romualdez matters pertaining to our family business holdings and matters relating to my son's release. Mr. Ayala is actually an employee of MECO and is not supposed to be, is not officially, associated in any way with the foundation. On January 23, 1975, the Philippine News published the second interview of newsman Beniza with Don Eugenio. Mr. Beniza, what did Marcos actually do? Mr. Lopez, what he did was really very simple. Having the power to regulate the income of Meralco by his control over the electric rates, he ordered a reduction in the already approved reasonable rate increase awarded by the Public Service Commission prior to martial law. Specifically, on May 29, 1972, the Public Service Commission approved an increase in rate of 36.5% above the existing rate to cover added operation costs. However, after martial law was declared, Marcos reduced the previously authorized increase from 36.5% to 20.9%. This reduction aggravated Meralco's financial position. As a result, Benpraise actually defaulted in its payments for the first time in its history. Mr. Beniza, are those reduced rates still applicable today under the new Meralco management and ownership? Mr. Lopez, not at all. After the foundation took over Meralco, Marcos increased its rates by more than 100%. As a result, the millions of poor Filipino consumers of light and power carry the burden. They are now paying more than double what they were paying under our management. Mr. Beniza, Mr. Lopez, the foundation in its defense on the purchase of your Meralco shares stated that the incorporation papers of the foundation provide that no part of the foundation's property or income would inure to the benefit of any trustee, officer, or member thereof. What is your opinion of this claim? Mr. Lopez, I wonder who Mr. Marcos is trying to deceive. Everyone knows in the Philippines that the so-called foundation is just a front of Marcos Romualdez business interest. An article last week by your business editor, Mr. El Quintana, mentioned the fact that during the birthday party of Mrs. Marcos last July 2, 1974, all of the catering personnel of the Meralco employees restaurant and 164 cafeteria, together with most of the restaurant facilities, silverware, glassware, china, etc., were flown to Leyte Island to serve the personal guests of Mrs. Marcos. Also, the Meralco planes were used continuously to transport many of Mrs. Marcos's invited guests. These facts are known by thousands of Meralco employees and Mrs. Marcos's guests. Mr. Quintana also mentioned that in addition to the 3 planes which it now owns, Meralco has ordered a new private 9-seater pure jet aircraft costing about $1 million. There is no justification in buying an expensive ahead for Meralco's operation. Obviously, the plane will be used not for Meralco purposes, but mostly for the first couples and that of their friends. Now, Mr. Beniza, can you ask the foundation officials under what section of the Articles of Incorporation of the foundation are the Marcoses and the Romualdezes allowed to use the facilities of Meralco when they are not even officially officers of the corporation? Remember that all of these costs are actual burdens being shouldered by the poor Filipino masses who use electricity. One of the maneuvers set into motion by President Marcos and his brother-in-law, Cocoy Romualdez, to weaken the Lopezes into submission involved the person of Vice President Fernando Lopez. It is a classic story of a man's inhumanity to man. However, the inhumanity committed against the former vice president finds an explanation, if deplorable, when one considers the fact that the perpetrators of the deed were motivated by greed for the properties of the vice president and his brother, Eugenio. The little saga of the vice president began when he received word that his elder brother, Eugenio, Sr., was dying in San Francisco. He decided he must see his dying brother before the latter goes to the great beyond. I then became an unwilling participant in the sad experience of Totonanding. The vice president, it seems, sent a telegram to the president asking for an audience so that he could seek permission to leave for the United States for what might be a last meeting with his sick brother. Lopez never got an answer from the palace, and after the lapse of several days, he requested me to visit him at his Forbes Park residence. There he explained his predicament to me. I readily consented to submit a note to the president reminding him of the Lopez request. I did not get an immediate feedback from the president. So I decided to suggest to the vice president that he write a personal letter to the president asking for permission to leave the country, and to guarantee his return, he would place all his properties as bond. To ensure that he would not utter any derogatory remark against the new society, I suggested he should state in the letter that he would be willing to have me accompany him on the trip. The president reacted to the vice president's letter the following day when he told me that he, Kokoi, and I should get together in Malacanang on the case of the vice president, and that he had asked Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel to check on the state of health of Eugenio Lopez. I waited for Kokoi in the palace that day. And I did see him in the company. 17-0. The Conjugal Dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Of Airport Manager Luis Tabuna. However, he abrasively put me off when I reminded him that the president wanted a conference on the Lopez case, saying Pabayan Mona Munaang Mga Lopezes. Leave the Lopezes to their doom. A week passed and Kokoi did not do anything. In the meantime, a friend who has been acting as the VIP's contact man with me, informed me that because of the tension of waiting for the Marcos clearance, the vice president collapsed in his home one night. He quoted the vice president as saying that, unless Tibo helps in the effort to get him a passport, he might die ahead of his brother. At the risk of being accused of showing an unusual interest in the passport application of the vice president, I approached the president again. He told me that he had given instructions to Kokoi to see the vice president. The following day I sought out Kokoi at the coffee shop of the Intercontinental Hotel and told him about what the president had told. I inquired if he would see the vice president, and he said he would. I then called up the house of the vice president to say that Kokoi would see him that day. Before leaving the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel, Kokoi asked me to prepare a series of statements which the vice president would have to issue in his own name in connection with the trip. I found out 3 days later, when I submitted to Kokoi the prepared statements he sought from me, that Kokoi had not seen the vice president at all. It was becoming evident to me then that Kokoi wanted to give the vice president a hard time. I even tried to guess at the time that it was possible Kokoi wanted to renew or extend his option to buy the ABS-CBN network from the Lopezes. In any case, he clearly showed resentment over my attempts to press him on the passport of the vice president. Then it happened all of a sudden. This came about when the international press raised hell about the investigation I was conducting, in my capacity as chairman of the Media Advisory Council, of Arnold Zeitlin, Associated Press Bureau Chief in Manila. The president disauthorized me publicly from continuing the investigation for 4. See chapter on the era of thought control. On the same day, Kokoi sought out the vice president, brought him to the residential yacht to be told that he would be allowed to leave to see his ailing brother in San Francisco. The statements which I prepared were subsequently issued by the vice president abroad. The vice president wrote Marcos a letter pledging to return to the Philippines and placing his properties at the disposal of Marcos. The new society of Marcos and his gang is a society of the Novos Rich. They are the new oligarchs who did not have any seed money. And yet they succeeded in taking over lock, stock, and barrel, the properties of the Lopezes and of other established affluent families in the country. The rapacious plundering jobs undertaken by Kokoi and Roberto S. Benedicto on the properties of the Lopezes is one of the more notorious ever known. However, there have been equally more heinous extortion activities carried on with the brutal use of the naked powers of martial law by other. 171. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos, anointed cronies of the president. The more notorious front men of the president in various spheres of economic plunder are Benedicto, in addition to media, for the Japanese business, Rodolfo Cuenca, for the various infrastructure projects, Ricardo Silverio, for the car and appliances manufacturing field, Gilberto Duavit, for organizing mining ventures, Eusebio Agonias, for grabbing mining claims previously staked out, Director of Mines Juanito Fernandez, who works in close cooperation with Agonias on direct instructions from the President, Ralph Nubia, who also fronts for the First Lady, in setting up business within the Chinese community, Lucio Tan, who works closely with Deputy Commissioner of Internal Revenue Conrado Diaz, for the tobacco business, Joselito Yao, for the drug business, and Tontico, for the Ruston conglomerate. Some suggestions have been made that these so-called front men of the president may just be in business for themselves. Such an idea must be rejected altogether. It is actually Marcos who tells, or approves, of all major transactions in the country. An all-seeing big brother, Marcos is on top of all things. Nobody, not even Cocoy, would think of doing anything without his signal or subsequent approval or ratification of his acts by Dictator Marcos. No one can guarantee that the crooked deals of Cocoy, Benedicto, etc. happened beyond the scope of Marcos's comprehension. He ratified them subsequently. The capture of the Lopez Empire is a classic case in point. I was asked sometime in February, 1973, by former Vice President Fernando Lopez to visit him. My compadre, Pete Estito, who relayed the message, said it was rather urgent that I see the Vice President. It turned out that the Lopezes were ready to sell all their holdings in the Meralco and ABS-CBN companies to the government of the Marshall regime. I wrote Marcos a memorandum on what the former Vice President told me. Marcos, in turn, told me to inform Fernando Lopez that the definite response would have to await the arrival of Cocoy. Cocoy was then in the United States, obviously visiting his women in New York. I never took up the matter again with the president, since it did not concern my area of operations in the first place. Around July, 1973, Cocoy started teasing me at the coffee shop of the Hotel Intercontinental in Makati that I have a very rich client in the person of the Lopezes. I deduced by then that Marcos had already directed him to handle the Lopez offer to sell out. I then mustered enough gall to ask the president about the Lopez deal, and he told me to leave the entire matter to the governor, Cocoy. Although Cocoy operates for, and by authority of, President Marcos, I am sure he would not pass up some golden opportunities to be in business for himself to expand his ill-gotten wealth. As the man granted by the president exclusive franchise to operate in the United States, Cocoy has the rare opportunity to deal with the foreign multinationals doing, or planning todo, business in the Philippines under the protective mantle of the Marshall regime. Every new company set up in the Philippines must cough up gratis Adamor from 10 to 25% of their equity holdings to Cocoy. He always stresses, of course, that he holds such shares in the name of President Marcos. In smaller areas of operation, Cocoy holds the shares in his own name. Established businesses in the Philippines, whether owned by Filipinos or 17Z Americans, have been approached by Cocoy directly or through emissaries and told that they would get better business from, or establish better relations with biggest business establishment in the Philippines, the government, if they should make it appear or make known that the Honorable Governor from Leyte is a major stockholder of theirs. The gratuitous equity usually demanded is 25% to 40% from domestic firms, and from 10% to 25% of foreign-owned companies. Aside from Cocoy, the other brothers and sisters of Imelda, and to a lesser degree, the sisters and brother of the president, have their allocated private preserves to plunder. But in comparison to the insatiability of the Romualdez group, the relatives on the side of the Marcoses and the Edralins appear as poor relations. There is no doubt that the president has condoned, or encouraged and ratified the insatiable drive of Imelda, Cocoy, Mrs. Fortuna, baby Marcos Barba, Ferdinand's youngest sister, Alfredo Bijo Romualdez, et al. For amassing wealth by the outright naked use of power to grab existing and prospering business enterprises from their legitimate owners/possessors. The martial law syndrome is so pervasive among the top cronies and associates of dictator Marcos, they behave as if they alone have a monopoly on patriotism. Not only that, they behave as if they are being paid by the PEOP in order to be oppressive, as if they would suffer a sense of guilt if they permitted themselves to be kind and understanding. Within the Central Bank of the Philippines and the Department of Agriculture, the franchise holder is Alida Martel, a younger sister of Imelda. Alita's husband, Rodolfo, and brother-in-law, Antonio Martel, are in charge of supplying the agriculture department with Kubota farming materials and supplies. This is one reason Marcos has been unable to fire Secretary of Agriculture Arturo Artanco. Alita protects him. Only recently, the Martels succeeded in getting the city of Manila to approve the establishment of another JLI fronton at the city government lot at the corner of Vito Cruz and FB Harrison Streets, near the Central Bank compound. Now, the new fronton will operate in full competition with the JLI of the Madrigals. The Madrigal JLI enterprise has been a closed family corporation which the Marcoses and their front men could not penetrate by strong-arm tactics. The younger brother of Imelda, Alfredo, a commander in the Philippine Navy, has his own allocation of areas to be plundered. Naturally, it has something to do with his training. To him was awarded an entire national shipping enterprise. Alfredo controls the Basco, Bataan Shipyards and Engineering Company, which has acquired the disbanded NASCO, National Shipyards and Steel Corporation. Of course, Basco was funded with loans extended on liberal terms, upon direct authorization by Marcos, by the National Investments Development Company, a subsidiary of the state-owned Philippine National Bank. One other concession granted by President Marcos to Bijo is the segregation of a 300-hectare portion of the Mariveles Free Trade Zone for Usabi the Basco. This was done by the issuance of an unpublished presidential decree. The Basco-Bijo special decree contravened a policy laid down by 173. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos. Congress, when it enacted the law establishing the free trade zone in Bataan. The original statute specified that no portion of the free trade zone may be segregated from the reservation unless the area to be segregated is covered by a Torrens title. The area segregated for Basco was covered only by an Información Posaria title. Small farmers whose lands within the free trade zone are covered only by Información Posaria have been unable to win an grant similar to Bijo's. One rich field for the plundering activities of Marcos and Company is the area of agro-industrial enterprises. This field yielded millions of pesos of campaign funds for him in 1969. Under martial law, it again became an easy area for picking. The tragedy of the agro-industrial field, which Marcos and his gang are now exploiting, started in the 1969 elections. At that time, an open borrowing season was declared by Marcos in the government financing institutions. Anybody with any agricultural or industrial enterprise could borrow huge amounts from the Development Bank of the Philippines, the Philippine National Bank, the Social Security System and the Government Service Insurance System. Among those encouraged to borrow were the operators and/or owners of rice mills, pasture lands, fish ponds, ranches, or any agricultural enterprise, and captains of various industries. Approval of the loan application meant an immediate release of 50% of the amount applied for. The catch was that 1/3 of the amount released should be immediately forked over to the campaign coffers of re-electionist President Marcos. The proceeds from this loan kickbacks provided a major source of the electioneering funds of Marcos. The conservative estimate is that Marcos spent almost $5,250 million in 1969, for his re-election campaign. The overspending brought about an oversupply of money in circulation, bringing the Philippine economy to near total collapse. The International Monetary Fund then ordered the Philippine government to float the peso, a move which brought a sudden devaluation. Marcos was also compelled to freeze the release of remaining 50% of the loans approved before the elections by the government financing institutions. The borrowers were then left holding an empty bag. In no time at all, the projects so ambitiously started were either abandoned or suffered for lack of additional operating capital. The borrowers defaulted in their payments. The unkindest blow came when martial law was declared. Marcos promulgated Presidential Decree No. 385 providing for automatic foreclosure of all mortgages where the mortgagors have been delinquent in their payments to the government financing institutions. The decree provided that its implementation may not be hampered by any restraining order, or temporary or permanent injunction issued by any court of law. As the government financing institutions foreclosed on the mortgages, their relatives of Ferdinand and Imelda, and their cronies got busy gobbling up their possessed properties. Bijo Romualdez, a rural banker as well, branched out into the rice warehousing business by organizing the Comalig, Philippines Incorporated. The NU Corporation found it easy to open doors at the DBP, PNB, and SSS to restructure the indebtedness of the thousands of rice mill owners whose properties Bijos. 174. The conjugal dictatorship of Ferdinand and Imelda Marcos Corporation started acquiring. Benedicto concentrated on the foreclosed sugar mills. He was more cruddy in his operations. He simply entered into contracts with the Philippine National Bank for the management of the sugar mills. By such an arrangement, Benedicto assured himself of continuous funding of his management by the PNB. In one case, Benedicto took over the management of the foreclosed Pampanga Sugar Milling Company. This despite the fact that a French-backed Filipino corporation had offered to buy the Pasumal and relieve PNB forever off sinking in more in the enterprise. Lesser lights able to bask in the reflected notoriety of the new society also maneuvered for themselves. Anas Fonasire organized, with the backing of tourism secretary Jose D. Asperas, a corporation that took over the management of the debt-ridden Bayview Hotel, which had also been foreclosed by the DBP. During a Malacanang conference on the Bayview Hotel takeover by Fonasire's group, President Marcos personally directed that Asperas Bali *5 Jose Teodoro, be included among the investors in the hotel management firm. *5. A daughter of Asperas got married to the son of Teodoro. The truth of the matter is that the few people who can have a pipeline with President Marcos are engaged in unrestrained plundering of the public and private resources of the country. Military commanders have their own areas of responsibility. Brig. General Tomas Diaz, commander of the 1st Military Area, is in league with Major General Fabian C. Ver, commander of the Presidential Security Command and Director General of the Marcos Secret Police, in the smuggling of luxury items from the coastal area of Bataan, Zambales, and the Locos. This is not to say that there are no decent men who have managed to keep their noses relatively clean. Some of them are Presidential Executive Assistant Jacobo C. Clave and the late Presidential Assistant Guillermo C. de Vega. In the military, I could point only to Major General Fidel V. Ramos, Constabulary Chief, as the only relatively clean ranking officer of the armed forces. On a number of occasions, General Ramos and I have compared notes and cases of graft and corruption within the military and in the cabinet of the President which we have reported to Marcos. Ramos is especially irked by the activities of Benedicto and Cocoy, and the graft in the Department of Public Information. However, Clave, de Vega and General Ramos are just droplets of clean water in a bucketful of mud. At times, they have had to swallow their pride and junta principles to obey the orders of President Marcos himself, the First Lady and Cocoy Romualdez. Marcos has been unable to crack down on the racketeering military officers and the dishonest cabinet officials. I did appreciate his position while I was still working for him. Marcos could not just offend the military. He could not dismiss a cabinet member and run the risk of being exposed by his own man on his own graft and abuse of power. The only way Marcos has been able to show his displeasure to a cabinet member is to split the department he heads. This is what happened in the case of Secretary Tanco, whose department was split in toto, one for agriculture and another for natural resources. While the ranking armed forces and other lesser lights in cabinet and sub. 175. Cabinet levels of the martial regime are making hay, the lion's share still goes to the unholy trinity consisting of Ferdinand and Imelda, and Cocoy. Somehow Benedicto is nearing approximation of the degree of sophistication which the unholy trio had perfected in their insatiable drive for wealth, and more wealth from their bleeding countrymen. One of the finest moments for Cocoy and Benedicto came during these conned year of martial law. In May, 1974, the President unilaterally extended the parity rights for Americans in the Philippines. At the same time, he reversed the Supreme Court decisions in the Quasha case *6, nullifying all sales of private lands to U.S. citizens after 1945, and the Luzon stevedoring case *7, banning foreign directors in corporations engaged in Filipinized industries. In another area, at almost about the time that the American theater was left open for Cocoy's exploitation, Marcos made the Japanese theater of investment available to his business front man, Benedicto. Marcos ratified the Philippines-Japan Treaty of Amity, Commerce, and Navigation. Before this was done, however, Benedicto obtained his authorizations to corner for himself and the president all the arrangements by which Japanese investors might be allowed to avail of the most favored nation treatment in the lucrative Philippine market. The plunder of the Philippines by Marcos and his gang has been thoroughly planned. The plans are being executed with precision. It just defies comprehension when people ask what Marcos and his gang intended to do with their loot. They cannot take their wealth to their grave. Besides, we don't think they are enjoying their wealth as wealth should be enjoyed, people would say. The magnitude of thievery in which Marcos and his gang are engaged may never be assessed. Long after they shall have gone from this world, archivists and researchers would still be discovering bits of evidence of their wanton plunder of the country. *6. Republic vs. Quasha, 1972, 46 SCRA 160, Constitution, Article 17, Sections 11 and 12. 1*7. Luzon stevedoring vs. Anti-Dummy Board, L 972, 46 SCRA 479, 1973 Constitution, Art.14. Section 5. Chapter VIII The Unholy Trinity. Gaining national notoriety for his conviction as the gunman in the first known political assassination in Philippine history in 1935, sought by Filipino guerrillas in 1945 for allowing a Japanese convoy to pass his line unmolested, winning the presidency in 1965 and a re-election in 1969 through guns, goons and gold, absolute dictator of the Philippines by 1972 Ferdinand E. Marcos. A miserably poor, but good-looking barrio lass, salesgirl in a piano sale retail store in the early 1950s, made a personal beauty queen by a dazzling Casanova-like mayor of Manila, Gobernadora of the Greater Manila area, aside from being a meddling first lady in exact negation of Cardinal. 176. Woolsey's historical protest that power does not lie between the legs of a woman, the seventh richest woman in the world by 1975 Imelda Romualdez Marcos. A law graduate too scared to take the bar examinations, errand boy off newspaperman then being spoiled by ambitious politician Ferdinand E. Marcos thrown out of the supper club gambling casino of Ted Lewin for so many sabbat, unsettled gambling debts, husband-in-law to many husbands, both in the United States and in the Philippines, now among the wealthiest Filipinos and holder of gratuitously acquired equity shares in numerous foreign corporations established in the Philippines, absentee governor of his native province of Leyte, pretending to play the role of a Henry Kissinger for his brother-in-law President Benjamin Cocoy Romualdez. This is the trinity of power in Malacanang under the martial regime of Marcos. Someday, when Marcos kicks the bucket, Cocoy Romualdez will himself seek to fit into Marcos's shoes. Someday, Cocoy will seek to rule at the expense, physically, of Ferdinand R. Bongbong Marcos, Jr. Bongbong is the child and only son of the loose union of Ferdinand and Imelda. Ferdinand wants him to succeed to the presidency a la Chiang Ching-kuo of Taiwan. One of the factors Marcos considers in mind when he continually reminds Xi's abusive and arrogant cabinet members that the regime has not yet sufficiently stabilized itself is the ever-present threat of Imelda and her brother Cocoy, carrying out their plan to shove Marcos out of his tenuous Malacanang pedestal. The First Lady and Cocoy have a joint timetable for getting rid of, or liquidating, the president. They are moving rather cautiously now in the guise of doing everything for the greatness of de Sur. They find it most difficult to keep their motives, ambitions, and moves from the prying eyes of the local relatives and cronies of Marcos. All indications seem to point to a timetable that the sister and brother team might be working for their own joint rule of the Philippines, 1. In the event of Marcos' sudden demise through causes sans human intervention, or 2. When they perhaps might be able to knock off Marcos and rule on their own. This can be very evident in the voracious and insatiable drive of Imelda and Cocoy to amass jointly and separately as much wealth as they could. The plotting by Imelda and Cocoy on the throne of bayonets that Marcos has established in Malacanang is not without historical precedents. Imelda herself has absorbed so much of the lessons of ancient Rome when the Borghese families warred on each other, installing their own popes and emperors. Imelda and Cocoy are also developing, jointly again, the image of a top-notch sister-brother team adept at diplomatic troubleshooting team, although they seem to have separate, but similar culturally motivated objective, as in going to New York 3 or 4 times a year. Imelda goes to New York for her Israeli connection, Cocoy for his married queridas. On the home front, the Imelda-Cocoy operations also form parallel lines. Imelda cultivates the loyalty of the local officials by calling them one by one to the palace. Cocoy does it through the League of Provincial Governors and City Mayors, with the assistance of Secretary of Local Government Jose Rono. 177. So the gambit becomes evident. Imelda would emerge, upon the demise of Marcos, as the only logical successor, what with her being gobernadora of the biggest metropolitan area in the country, and Cocoy would provide advice and assistance to his sister. Or, they might feel one day that they are strong enough to knock off President Marcos so they can advance the timetable of their takeover of their ends of government. Then Imelda will be known as Queen Imelda, with complete freedom for her jet-setting parties abroad. Cocoy is developing his strength among the governors and city mayors by his handling of the mock referendum for Marcos. He also makes sure that presidential favors granted or sought for the governors and city mayor are so declared to the effect that they could not be given without his clearance. But I do maintain that the Imelda-Cocoy dream is impossible. Without Marcos, they are nothing. Their strength lies in Marcos's strength. Take Marcos out and the next minute Cocoy will be tied to the nearest lamppost by the angry Locanos. A number of Locanos are just waiting for the demise of President Marcos to get their hands on Cocoy. Igagapo sa langaman, to be tied to a post atop an anthill, is the term used by the Locanos, borrowing a term from the Tagalogs. One of them is former Congressman Roque S. Ablan, Jr. And, in the United States, Dr. Leonilo Malabed, and to a certain extent, even Ambassador Trinidad Q. Alcancel, are damn mad at Cocoy for his behavior towards the Locanos. Both Imelda and Cocoy are aware 01 the resentment that they have generated among the Locanos. That is the reason they make it a point to intrigue against every Locano of consequence who might be showing signs of leadership, or who may be capable of contesting their own plans to succeed Marcos. On top of their list are Secretary of National Defense Juan Ponce Enrile, Major General Fabian Crisologo Ver, Chief of the Marcos Secret Police, and Major General Fidel V. Ramos, Chief of the Philippine Constabulary. Nor are these three unaware of the machinations of Imelda and Cocoy. They have their own plans of neutralizing Imelda and Cocoy in the event of Marcos's sudden demise. My knowledge of this particular situation was gained by me owing to the particular advantageous relationship I have had with Marcos. Being one of just about 5 persons outside his immediate family who could see the president at any time, I was looked up to by most cabinet members who could not enter the palace without being called by the president as a reliable informant on the weather in the palace, i.e. what the mood of the president is, or what inside dope they could possibly use for their own aggrandizement. The cabinet members would invite me to see them in their offices for luncheon conferences as they try to find out just how they rate with the dictator, the first lady, or Cocoy. One cabinet member with whom I kept a regular luncheon date was Secretary Enrile. The secretary knew that although administratively he is the number 1 implementer of the martial edicts of the dictator, and therefore the number 2 man in the official ruling clique, his own stability in the defense office could very well be undermined by the First Lady and Cocoy, 2 members of the unholy trinity about whom he, Enrile, had adopted a realistic attitude. 178. That he could have only their neutrality, but never their support by way of putting in a good word with the president. Enrile just cannot swallow his pride and accept the fact that a woman and her brother could be sharing the vast powers of the dictatorship with President Marcos. It just isn't done. How long can the president stand for this government of laws, in-laws and outlaws? Enrile asked me one day when we were alone together in his conference room, his executive assistant, Rolando de la Cuesta, and senior aide, Col. Flor Aquino Jr., having just stepped outside to attend to some other matters of the defense establishment. As I pried into the mind of Enrile, I discovered his own ambitions of succeeding Marcos one day. But the resentment he has against the First Lady and Cocoy was very revealing. It was of such depth and magnitude that he could just engineer the assassination of the two members of the unholy Trinity. And this is not hindsight, either. I took action as early as that time to warn the president that some of his most trusted people were already planning to succeed him. I even supplied him a list of possibles among the AFP ranking officers, and even members of the Presidential Security Command, who might be sympathetic to Enrile in his expressed madness at the two officious members of the unholy Trinity. Whatever action the president took on my report, he did not see fit to so inform me. It has always been that way with us. When I pass on information to him, he would not tell me about the counteraction unless it directly concerned my department. Besides, the president must have thought at that time that it was just as well that Mrs. Marcos and Cocoy would have opposition on whatever plans that they might have concocted for themselves in the event of his demise. Enrile especially resents the attempts of the First Lady to act as the guardian of my morals. Enrile questioned her competence to be just that to him. What moral right has she got to meddle in my affairs, or to tell me with which woman I should go to bed with on my own time? She should first try to control her own husband's rampage on young women. Besides, she should watch her movements, especially when she is abroad. My intelligence officers and military attachés have turned in reports that, if shown to the president, would justify the old man's killing her with his bare hands. Enrile explode one day. Enrile turned his wrath on the First Lady, but I could sense that he was attacking her with Cocoy in mind, too. He voiced his own suspicions that Cocoy is working through presidential assistant Guillermo C. de Vega at the instigation of the First Lady to have him removed as defense secretary. On this point, Enrile turned on de Vega, stating that he was surprised at de Vega's posture of hostility towards him. It was from Enrile that I first learned one of the tried and tested tactics being employed by the brothers and sisters of Mrs. Marcos to get the president to make them presents, grant concessions, or yield in violation of established policies on certain contracts involving multi-million peso deals. *1. 179. The brothers and sisters of Imelda, Cocoy, Alfredo, Franciping, Alita, Mrs. Eden Yap, et al., have their own corps of spies which has only one mission, to spy on dictator Marcos to find out which woman he had taken, or plans to take to bed. If any of them makes such a discovery, the matter is usually not immediately reported to the First Lady. The bearer of the bad news usually waits for such time as when he or she had a fat government deal which only the president can approve or disapprove. After breaking the bad news to the First Lady, the particular spying brother or sister Cocoy is top-notch among them on such projects, asks Mrs. Marcos for the favor of having the president approve the deal in mind as quid pro quo for the vital piece of information furnished the scorned queen of the palace by the Pasig. The First Lady then raises hell with the dictator for his latest act of infidelity, and demands that appropriate propitiation be made. In addition, would the president kindly favor a neglected brother or sister with the approval of this particular government contract? A cornered president then reluctantly makes his peace offering, and to get her off his back and to cut off her nagging, yields to her importunings in favor of the brother or sister. One such concession could be permission for her to make another trip abroad to visit some potentate in the Middle East, or to New York to cavort with her jet-set crowds and display her multi-million-dollar jewelry collection. In the beginning, I treated the Enrile story on how the First Lady and her brothers and sisters terrorized dictator Marcos into yielding to their demands with some degree of skepticism. After all, Enrile was the kind of a man who was liable to utter anything in the heat of anger. Later, I personally confirmed this particular situation of terrorism perpetrated on the dictator by the Romualdezes. Information Secretary THIRD, Immigration Commissioner Edmundo Reyes and Airport Manager Luis G. Tabuna have also told me about this situation, but in a boastful manner as if to brag that they were privy to some of the mischiefs of their chief, Cocoy. I treated such boasting as part of the braggadocio of people out to prove a claim of closeness to the powers that be. For instance, about 2 months before martial law was proclaimed, Imelda boarded a Philippine Air Force Fokker plane for Tacloban City at about 8:30 am. On that particular day, several important people were scheduled to be received by Marcos. The appointments calendar was suddenly cancelled by Appointments Secretary Venancio Duca, on orders from Marcos. At about 10:00 am the First Lady suddenly materialized in the palace, and quite naturally, started looking for her husband who was nowhere to be found, or so the palace aides told the First Lady. At about 11 am, the President himself turned up in his study room, and started receiving, surprisingly, all the visitors whose appointments with him were suddenly cancelled just a few hours earlier but who nevertheless had gone to the palace, the notices of cancellation of their appointments having reached their offices when they were already on their way to Malacanang. As the President was giving an audience to a visitor from a foreign country, Mrs. Marcos barged into the study room, intentionally making her presence known by closing the door heavily behind her. The President, alert that he must undertake some peace offering, called out to her saying, "Darling, come and meet the representative of." The President was unable to complete his statement of invitation. He even failed to get the eye off First Lady, who breezed through the erect security people whom she 18 normally greets but this time did not. "Gajoy hindi pa ako nakakais, stupid, I haven't even left yet," shouted the First Lady, evidently meaning that Marcos the lover boy had not even bothered to wait until she was definitely on her way to Tacloban City before going about his sexual therapy with another woman. "Naali na naman si boss." "The President got caught again," whispered De Vega to Clave and me. What De Vega meant was that the President got caught again with his pants down by the secret police of Imelda. Later, Todded, without realizing that I was myself in the study room that noon while he was gallivanting somewhere else, called me to his inner sanctum at the old press office building and, in a patronizing manner, confided to me the study room incident. "The President," Todded said, "got caught by the intelligence network of Putti again." Cocoy was sometimes referred to as Putti by his cronies because of the premature whitening of his hair. I said I knew about the First Lady's discovering another case of infidelity on the part of her husband, but not Cocoy's part in it. Todded then explained to me that the First Lady was already airborne on her way to Tacloban City when Cocoy reached her pilot with a message that brought her back to Manila. Todded recounted that Cocoy and his agents spotted the President's whereabouts, in a most unlikely place obviously, at about the time the First Lady was barely 10 minutes airborne en route to Tacloban City. Todded added that Tabuna gave him the full details of the story of the President's being discovered in the company of another woman. It was just an incident, one of those things for which a man, the son of his father, really must be crowned. Marcos, however, was no ordinary man, neither were the circumstances around him. He was, and still is illegally this time, President, with scheming in-laws who use their sister, Imelda, after driving her to anger, to extort concessions from the ruler who is supposed to be dictating things to the other 45 million oppressed Filipinos. That particular incident must have, based on Enrile's story, yielded Cocoy some priceless rewards from the First Lady. In other aspects of government, however, one may observe the members of the unholy trinity working in harmony and close cooperation that one is liable to forget the fact that Imelda and Cocoy have a sword of Damocles hanging over the head of Marcos at all times. Imelda and Cocoy do have their own areas of operation where the President seems to have very little interest. For instance, Imelda and Cocoy mastered the politics of revenge, conducted in a very crude manner. Unlike Marcos, How could be exacting vengeance on former tormentors and yet make the victim feel and believe that Marcos is actually doing him a favor, and with a smile. Both Imelda and Cocoy have a common proclivity to wreak vengeance on people who had at one time or another oppressed or sneered at their lowly beginnings. They would force these people into a situation of eating off their palms. Such is the treatment Imelda and Cocoy are now dishing out to former Manila Times staff members, starting from former MT executive editor Jose Luna Castro. Cocoy has made it his personal business to exact vengeance on newspapermen who used to shout at him when he was doing errands for Marcos the candidate by now making them work as his lowly employees in the newly established Times Journal. Newsmen who unhappily receive such treatment are Castro, Manuel B. Salic, Bernie de Leon, and Julie Yap Daza. 181. Among others. In the case of the pre-martial law critic of Imelda in the old Manila Daily Bulletin, Imelda Razio Cruz, she was clamped in jail, too, along with other pre-martial law media critics of the president. As for Imelda, her obsession is to make the rich families who ignored, despised, or shied away from her when she was not yet the first lady of the land pay for their impudence by now forcing them to pay obeisance to her as Lady Dictator of the Philippines. Ladies forced into this humiliation belong to the affluent families of the Yulas, the Madrigals, Lopezes, Arenadas Cojuangcos, Felicianos, et al. Now, most of them are her blue ladies subject to her beck and call. After all, she is now more wealthy than all of them put together. But what they consider insufferable is the paranoiac fits Imelda goes into when, without warning, she would regale them with tales of men and women young and old, dirty and unwashed, swooning over her as she passes them. All these, she would claim, mean that the people have nothing but love and admiration and adoration for her. One of the reasons that eventually goaded the Marcoses to declare war on the Lopezes in 1971 was the resentment that had built up in Imelda over the continuing claims in public and private circles that the Lopezes were the principal power brokers that won the 1964 Nacionalista presidential nomination and the 1965 presidential election of Ferdinand. Imelda would not acknowledge the big role played by the Lopezes in the capture by Marcos of Malacanang. Wala naman talagang nachalong sa atin yan mga bosses mo, Tibo. Your bosses did not really help us. We had to pay for every minute of airtime that they gave us in 1964 and 1965 at the ABS-CBN radio TV networks, Imelda told me one day. Imelda insists that she was the vital difference in that heated 1965 election battle between President Macapagal and challenger Marcos, and because she is being disputed, nay belittled by the Lopezes, she would show the real power of a woman whose efforts the Lopezes were doing everything to denigrate. As for Cocoy, he has made a deal with Imelda that he would establish their power base among the officials of the local governments, who are more numerous than the members of the armed forces which they have written off as lost in the event of a power struggle with Enrile et al. Upon the disability or demise of dictator Marcos. Imelda and Cocoy realize that they cannot rely on the armed forces for support to any Ilocano leader of consequence in a post-Ferdinand power struggle for the simple reason that 70% of the manpower of the public armed forces are Ilocanos. Thus, Imelda and Cocoy are concentrating on the local officials, making them swear personal oaths of loyalty to them. As a matter of fact, a question included in the February 27, 1975, referendum asking the people to indicate their position on whether they would want to empower the president or not with the task of appointing local officials after the expiration of their term on December 31, 1975, was the handiwork of Cocoy. This was fed by Cocoy to the late Secretary de Vega and Secretary of Local Government Rono, a recommendee of COCOF, who formed draft of the questions for the referendum for submission by President Marcos to the Commission on Elections. Of course, the vote of the people was overwhelmingly in favor of granting the president the power to appoint. 182. The successors of the local officials. Subsequently, at the instigation of Cocoy, Dr. de Vega and Rono drafted the text of a letter of instructions, number 265, which created a 12-man performance audit team headed by, of course, Rono to make recommendations to the president on who among the local officials, provincial governors, city and municipal councillors should be reappointed or replaced, and who should replace those to be canned. It is a foregone conclusion that, outside the Lacano area proper, the recommendees of Rono will be the men handpicked by Kokoi. That is the kind of report that would suit the ambitions of Kokoi to gain control of the local governments away from Locanos and the military officials who would swing to the Locanos in the event of the president's demise. The operations of Kokoi, the third member of the Unholy Trinity, both in the Philippines and elsewhere abroad, is something to marvel about. When Kokoi is in the United States or anywhere else, nobody, not even Marcos can call him. Every time the president instructs the agent on duty at the study room's communication center to call Kokoi, the agent on duty has to call up somebody first, and then that somebody notifies Kokoi, who, in turn, contacts the president. "Don't call me, I'll call you," is the apparent posture of Kokoi. In the United States, it is Al-Mahmud, Kokoi's driver, bodyguard and confidant, who must first be contacted by the palace's agent on duty before the former notifies Kokoi. Kokoi is moving in rather hurriedly on local governments and other sensitive government offices, like the General Auditing Commission, the Bureau of Customs and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. His long-range objective is to solidify his hold on these offices so that he could draw on their support in the event of a confrontation with the military upon the removal of Marcos from the seat of dictatorship. Kokoi's influence right now with the civil arm of government is quite enormous already, and he seeks to expand such influence further by the methodical use of his vantage position and qualities as a compulsive intriguer. Men who otherwise should work for good government, like Clave, De Vega and others, both fear and hate him because he virtually runs so many things from behind the scenes, and without him, certain power structures in the martial regime would collapse. He acquired such influence because he had succeeded in leading government officials to believe that, if they did not cooperate with Kokoi, Imelda would go after them. The most telling example of this Imelda-Kokoi operation is the unceremonious dismissal of Undersecretary of Munitions Manuel Salience last September 21, 1975. Salience was known as the businessman of the Defense Department by reason of the fact that he is the overall arms and equipment buying official of DND. Salience incurred the ire of Kokoi when he summarily rejected a representation made by Imelda's brother that the DND buy its electronic equipment, worth millions of dollars, from a company designated by the late governor. Salience pointed out that another company had earlier offered a lower quotation for the DND requisition. Salience refused to bow to repeated demands of Kokoi that the DND official change his position on the procuremental deal, on pain of being removed from his vital DND position. The ruthlessness of this third member of the Unholy Trinity in Malacanang Primitivo Mijares 183 is known all over the country. It was his insolence of power that caused partial Lime disaffection with the dictatorship of Marcos. Teodoro F. Valencia, an institution in Philippine media, the free and the controlled, has had to suffer the insolence of Kokoi almost daily at the coffee shop of the Hotel Intercontinental in Makati, Rizal. The most surprising thing about it all is why Valencia has to stand Kokoi. I really wonder when Kaka, Valencia, would tell Kokoi to his facito go to hell. Kokoi, however, reserves some real harsh treatment for the former hirelings of Ted Lewin. He has never felt himself fully satisfied with the initial scolding he had given, right after the martial law proclamation, to Ted Lewin hirelings. Kokoi feels he can never fully avenge himself on Lewin's hirelings who threw him out of the Lewin-run supper club along Roxas Boulevard because he could not settle his gambling debts. If Kokoi's thirst for vengeance is unquenchable, his quest for power seems unending. And in doing so, he had somehow betrayed the little regard which he has for his brother-in-law, Ferdinand, in moments when he wanted to impress people around him on the power he could wield. Kokoi would tell them that he could get Marcos to do anything I want. Kayang kaya naming pakitan n Imelda si boss. Hawak naman yan sa bayag. Meldy and I can run circles around Marcos. We hold him by the balls. It is true that the in-laws and the close bloodkins of the President Aries cared of the Oppo. However, in-law Kokoi has managed to run circles around the President because he has developed an SOP for the agents and security people on duty to implement when Marcos looks for him. Why the intricate communications system involving Kokoi? One reason is that he wants to impress a lot of people. Another is that he does not want Tobe caught with his pants down in New York. Kokoi really has to hide from so many people, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation. He also has got a lot of things, tiny delicate two-legged creatures in the United States. I didn't realize that the president's brother-in-law, who amasses wealth by squealing gone the philandering of dictator Marcos to the first lady, has a harem in New York until my trip to that city in October-November, 1974. I discovered this from one member of his harem, now almost a neglected woman who in a moment of emotional need violated her fidelity to Kokoi, with my humble self as a co-conspirator. Kokoi's harem is supported by public funds, presumably part of it coming from the American taxpayers themselves who contribute to the tune of $100 million dollars by way of US aid to the Philippines. Kokoi has a girl in every major Philippine office or agency in the United States. They are at his beck and call whenever he travels to their respective areas. Kokoi has 2 girls in the offices of the Philippine Mission to the United Nations. One of them is a girl estranged from her husband in Manila who sometimes serves as an assistant to FAROA, the First Lady's girl Friday whenever Mrs. Marcos is in the New York area. The punning most often expressed among us who were working with and/or for Kokoi is that the girl was a doubly good secretary. In the morning, so the punning goes, she says, "It's morning already, sir," to Kokoi. And then a few minutes later says "Good morning, ma'am," to Imelda. Kokoi also has 2 girlfriends in the Philippine Consulate General in New Primitivo, Mijares 184. York, one of them also a married woman. Both of them are personally protected by Ambassador Escobedo Pineda, the Consul General, as part of his duties for Thesocles, governor of Leyte. He found another place where he could exile one of his Philippine girls when the Philippine Center was opened in New York in November. The girl, who used to be a receptionist in one of the big hotels in Manila, came to New York to work at the restaurant of Nora V. Daza in the Center. But the more notorious affair of Kokoi in New York is his involvement with MRS. Baby AF, wife of a doctor, son of a famous surgeon, who is residing in New York with her 5 children. Baby is the daughter of a millionaire now in self-exile in the United States, and also residing in New York. This international love affair of Kokoi with Baby AF is the one thing that forced Juliet Gomez, daughter of rich hacendados from Negros and Pampanga provinces, to leave the conjugal home she had built, largely from her resources, after they got married in 1958. Kokoi and Juliet met at the Lyceum of the Philippines where they both took up college courses. When in New York, Kokoi usually becomes very partial to Baby AF in comparison with other girls he maintains, or pretends to be in love with, in the great American city of New York. He does not even take pains to shield this affair from Filipinos in New York. Kokoi usually takes Baby AF out to dinner at Club 21, the Stork Club, and at times to the Plaza Hotel, in the company of Patty Araneda and Pishy Buprito. Pishy is usually accompanied by her American boyfriend when she goes out with the Kokoi pair, obviously fearful that Kokoi would not hesitate to annex her into his New York harem. At one time, when the group ordered expensive dishes from the Stork Club, the American boyfriend of Pishy, true to his upbringing, offered to pay part of the food bill to ease his conscience. Kokoi cut him off, saying, "You don't pay, the Filipino people pay for my expenses anywhere." Kokoi and Baby AF do not make any bones about their illicit relationship. They have openly made trips together to Las Vegas, San Francisco, and other beautiful spots in the United States as husband and wife. Kokoi even sleeps in Baby AF's apartment when he does not feel like taking Baby AF to his luxurious suite at the Hotel Carlyle. At one time, During a Christmas period, Cocoy was almost caught by A.F's husband in baby's apartment and he had to run through the back door to avoid an ugly scene with the Pendajo. A.F's band usually visits baby and her 5 children at Christmas time, and Cocoy just did not have that foresight to avoid baby's apartment at that time. Perhaps he had become so callous in a dramatic exemplification of the insolence of power that marks his personal behavior. It is the immorality of their respective lives, their bankrupt morals, that bind as a matter of fact, the 3 members of the unholy trinity in Malacanang. Just what is the rationale for the metamorphosis of a man into a dictator? In the case of Ferdinand y Marcos, it started from the time he decided to snuff out the life of Julio Nalandason, followed by his bitterness over his murder trial and the realization that he had failed to commit a perfect crime in shooting down Nalandason. Then, realizing that the ghost of Nalandason would continue to haunt him, along with the newer ghost of his scandals and misdeeds in the office of the president which he had demeaned, Marcos sought to cover up all these by a headlong plunge into dictatorship. 185. In the December 1975 issue of Cosmopolitan magazine, what had long been rumored in the Philippines was finally confirmed. An article reported that Imelda, 46, wife of Philippine dictator 58, is one of 10 richest women in the world. She was listed along with Queen Elizabeth of England, Queen Juliana of the Netherlands, Christina Onassis of Greece, the Duchess of Alba, Madeleine Dessault of France, the Begum or widow of Aga Khan, Barbara Hutton, Doris Duke and Dina Merrill. In the same month that the article came out, the Philippine celebrity, while basking under the glory of the report, flew back to New York City where columnist Earl Wilson reported on December 15, XXX playing it like a queen. Philippine First Lady Marcos gave costly baubles, diamonds and pearls, top party guests Monique Van Vuren, Rudolph Nureyev, and Van Cliburn. Between champagne. Nobody therefore can question the veracity of the Cosmopolitan magazine article on her wealth. That Imelda Marcos is indeed one of the world's 10 richest women, she herself has not denied. Being wife of a chief of state, illegally though in power he may be, it may seem natural to her fellow international jet-setters that she is a rich woman, but Filipinos who know her background, where she came from and how she's starved, this feeling is not shared. Manglapus, leader of the Philippine opposition in the United States, succinctly reported that if Imelda is the richest woman in the world today, it is because Marcos is the biggest thief. Indeed, if Marcos is the biggest thief, then he must also be the richest man in the world today. Which brings us to the big question, how on earth did Imelda Marcos amass such wealth? What is the story of her rise from rags to riches? In 1970, Chid Pedrosa, former staff member of the Manila Chronicle, after 12 years of research, provided part of the answer when she came up with a very revealing book, The Untold Story of Imelda Marcos. It traced Imelda Marcos's history, ancestry, and fabulous rise from the gutter to wealth and fame, complete with official records, eyewitness accounts, and family photos. For writing that book, the writer was sued for libel and hounded out of the Philippines. She is now living in exile in England, like a few other Filipino journalists who have incurred the wrath of the Marcoses and who are now also living in exile abroad. Imelda Marcos was always a big question mark from the time she was born on July 2, 1927, in Manila. Her baptismal certificate at the San Miguel Cathedral was unsigned by the parish priest. Until 1938, she lived in a garage in San Miguel district, just walking distance to Malacanang Palace, with her mother and kid brother Cocoy. Imelda's family tree goes back to her grandfather Daniel Rongildez of Pandacan, Manila, who married Trinidad Lopez of Ermita, Manila. They bore 3 sons, Norberto, Miguel, and Vicente. Norberto had a son Norberto Jr. who later became Secretary of Labor. Miguel produced 2 sons, Daniel who became Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Eduardo who is now Philippine Ambassador to the U.S. 186. While Vicente became the father of Imelda. Of the 3 sons, Vicente, or Imelda's father, was the poorest or the least known of the Romualdezes. Interestingly, Imelda was only a daughter of Vicente Romualdez by a second marriage. Her father's first wife, Acereta, of Leyte had died and left him 5 children, Vicente Jr., Lourdes, Dulce, Victoria, and Francisco. Later Vicente married Imelda's mother. Vicente's new set of children included, aside from Imelda, the now Leyte governor Benjamin Orcocoy, Alida Alfredo, Armando and Conchita. Under this mixed situation, Imelda's father was caught in the crossfire of family squabbles between his dominant children by the first marriage and his wife and children by the second marriage to which Imelda unfortunately belonged. In addition to this, Vicente Romualdez was buried in debts, his house being heavily mortgaged and unpaid. Inevitably Imelda's parents themselves quarreled, later became estranged, forcing her mother to move out of their house at General Solano in San Miguel, Manila, and live in its garage. There Imelda lived with her sick and fragile mother, her kid brother Cocoy and their ever-faithful maid from Leyte named Estrella, who took care of Imelda since she was born. Imelda underwent this kind of life as a child, sustained only by dwindling allowances from her father and what little her poor mother could earn outside despite her bad physical condition. Her mother worked like a slave to make both ends meet, aggravated by her continuing disagreements with her husband and his children by his first marriage. From this situation, Imelda, in effect, never enjoyed the love of a father, the warmth of home, and perhaps not even the personal care of her mother, who was always trying to make a living. It was their maid, Estrella, who spent more time with her, caring for her and attending to her needs. Then, as fate had it, one night her mother returned home to their garage with a high fever. Complicated by her emotional distress, the poor woman finally passed away. Imelda's mother died sick and heartbroken. That was in 1938, when Imelda was only 9 years old. Thus twice in a row, first her father's first wife Acereta, and now her own mother Remedios died. 2. The tragedy-stricken Vicente Romualdez, to try to forget his big family's sad fate, sold his General Solano house in Manila and returned to Leyte. He brought with him his 2 sets of orphaned children by his 2 marriages. Once again Imelda was forced to live with her dominant step-brothers and sisters older than her. What ran in Imelda's mind then, under such miserable family situation, was to be revealed years later when she grew up to be a woman. But somehow at the age of 16, Imelda, gifted with natural beauty, became the muse of Tacloban, Leyte. After she acquired her BSc degree from St. Paul's College there, she taught at a local Chinese high school. 187. At this time, she was said to have a rich Chinese boyfriend. But she dropped him when she returned to Manila, city of her birth and miserable childhood, and lived in the house of her cousin, Rep. Romualdez, who later became House Speaker. Now a ripe woman, Imelda first worked as a salesgirl at the P.E. Domingo piano and music store at the Escalta in Manila. She would stand inside and wait for customers. Her duty also included singing the lyrics of musical pieces to prospective patrons. During the time of Mayor Arsenio II, son of Manila, he sponsored her candidacy for Miss Manila, but she lost to the representative of the International Fair, Norma Jimenez. For some reason, the city executive protested the result of the beauty contest. As a compromise, it was amended with Imelda being awarded the Consolation Prize of Muse of Manila title. But the publicity over the beauty contest controversy put her in the limelight for the first time. Inevitably she had some suitors. Her ideal type was Justo Zebel, who had courted her in Leyte. He was tall, dark, and with deep-set eyes. Now that Imelda was in Manila, she finally settled for Ariston Nakpal, an architect, son of Juan Nakpal and the former Anitan noble, pre-war Miss Philippines, and brother of Aditan Nakpal, post-war Miss Philippines. Ariston studied at the Fontainebleau School of Fine Arts in France and was estranged from his wife, but Imelda accepted him as her steady boyfriend and they dated. Imelda landed a job at the central bank and received a salary of 250 pesos a month. She was assigned to the intelligence division. Her duty included filing cards, indexing and recording official documents. While off duty, she served as a governess and girl Friday of the Daniel Romualdezes. One late evening in 1954, while accompanying Mrs. Romualdez to Congress to fetch her husband, Speaker Romualdez, Imelda, and then Representative Ferdinand Marcos of Locos Norte, met at the Capitol building's cafeteria on the basement floor. To the young Licano it appeared to be love at first sight, although he had already acquired the reputation of a Lothario, being then a rising congressman who emerged from World War II as the country's allegedly most decorated soldier, but whose medals were said to have been obtained through forgery and misrepresentation. As narrated in his biographical book, For Every Tier A Victory, Marcos had himself introduced to Imelda by fellow Rep. Jacobo Gonzalez of Laguna, an old guerrilla buddy. "Would you mind standing up?" Marcos requested Imelda. Puzzled, the 36-2335 bundle of a woman complied. He stood back to back with her, measured their heights with his hand, and verified that he was at least a half-inch taller than her on low heels and unpiled hair. Suspicious of what the young congressman was up to, the Romualdezes quickly spirited Imelda away. The next day at her central bank office desk she received 2 red roses, one in full bloom and the other in tight bud. When she opened the note she 18-8. Learned it came from Marcos. It said, "Everything is so rosy. I wonder why." When her office mates saw the roses they teased her. They told her that in the Licano courtship custom the bud denoted her tightly closed unawareness of what was about to blossom, while the open rose symbolized his mature love and flat declaration of marriage. Without her knowledge then, the young Marcos was actually employing his now famous blitzkrieg tactics. He pursued her up to Baguio, where he refused to accept no for an answer. 11 days after they had met and following a whirlwind courtship, Ferdinand Marcos and Imelda Romualdez were married in Baguio City before Judge Jose Maria Chanco. But when they planned for their Catholic Church marriage, a hitch developed. They could not be wedded there because he was not a Catholic, having been born an Aglipayan. His father Mariano was a leader of Gregorio Aglipe, founder of their religious sect, Philippine Independent Church, or Aglipayan, for short. So arrangement was hastily made to have Congressman Marcos, at the late age, be formally converted to Catholicism. He was baptized a Catholic. Thus Imelda Marcos, whose own baptismal certificate was unsigned by the parish priest in San Miguel Cathedral Church in 1929, became the wife of Amon, whose baptism was made out of convenience. It was in effect a church wedding between a man and a woman whose religious upbringings were both a big question mark, if not a fraud. Is it any wonder then that when Imelda Marcos became the first lady of the land, and now wife of the first Filipino dictator, she would also lead a highly questionable life? Is it surprising also that although she started very poor, an ill-starred daughter of a sick and heartbroken woman who once lived in a garage, worked as a salesgirl, would now be what she is today, one of the world's richest women? As a footnote to Imelda Romualdez Marcos' rise from rags to riches, it is pertinent to mention here, in order to get a glimpse of her true character as a person, what happened after she became First Lady. Imelda returned to Tacloban, Leyte, where she grew up to be a young woman before she finally found her place in Manila. It was like a triumphal return. Now surrounded by her blue ladies and many other girl Fridays, of which once upon a time she was herself one, she failed or refused to recognize a now old woman named Estrella. The stranger approached her, wanted to greet her, if only for old time's sake. After all, she was the maid who used to take care of her when she was ackled. But Imelda did not recognize her, or refused to recognize her. She went about her way as if she had never seen Estrella, as if the very woman who took care of her never existed at all. Then there was Adoracion Reyes, a voice teacher at the Philippine Women's University in Manila, who used to coach her when she was studying how to sing. Reyes also was her constant companion when she aspired to be Miss Primitivo Mijares 18. Manila, getting pointers here and there. But when she became First Lady, did Imelda recognize her? No. She actually made some kind of a valid request for help. After all, Imelda owed her a favor. It was only fair that she got her help now that Reyes needed it and Imelda could afford it. But Imelda said no. So what kind of a person is Imelda Marcos? Perhaps the case of her own mother can provide a more convincing answer. Her grave at North Cemetery in Manila up to now reportedly remains unmarked and unmourned. Did Imelda Marcos, who now lives in her own Cinderella fairy tale, shut off her dark past? Was she ashamed of her own mother who was just an ingratiator kitchen helper? Could she not bear the thought that she once lived in a garage in a hand-to-mouth existence that eventually contributed to her mother's death when she was only 9? Have the tears long dried that now she has a heart like stone, perhaps even mad that she cannot be proud of her own dark past, that such a past is really embarrassing now that she is rich and famous? Or when Imelda Marcos came of age, with the bitter memory of her mother's death and miserable childhood fresh in her memory, like Scarlett O'Hara in David O. Selznick's American Civil War epic Gone with the Wind, did she vow then, "I swear I'll never go hungry again"? However, Imelda is not content with self-assurance that she would never go hungry again. She wants to acquire and display hard physical evidence on her magical transformation from a poor, wretched girl into a most affluent woman. She would undertake activities to demonstrate that, too. For instance, during the wedding of Princess Anne, to which Imelda wangled an invitation, the First Lady wanted to wear a diamond tiara atop her head, but she was told that she could not because she was not of royal blood. So Imelda ordered a chignon hairdo, nagpusad, and wore the diamond tiara behind her head. In her mad desire to behave as a royal-blooded conjugal ruler of the Philippines, Imelda makes it a point to attend all coronations of minor kings and other discarded royalties. She has succeeded in drawing world attention to her ill-gotten wealth. Witness this newspaper accounts. The Pearl of the Philippines. The chic thing to do just now is to nip off to Manila to visit Madam Imelda Marcos, wife of the President of the Philippines, who's wildly generous, if she likes you, and the very essence of hospitality. Madam Marcos practically flings Philippine pearls to her friends, and they get to keep everything they find in their closets upon arrival, clothes that somehow fit, gorgeous caftans, etc. After a stay like that, you leave these lands humming the scenery. The latest chums to visit Madam RCZ and Winston Guest and MRS. Henry Ford II, otherwise Christina, Imelda's bosom buddy. After 190. They've knocked off Manila, they and Madam Marcos will fly to Kathmandu, Nepal, in the Marcos private jet, to see the coronation of King Birendra. Who else? Or, this dispatch by Bernard Weinraub on the Birendra coronation, *3. If the coronation was a theatrical drama, King Birendra would, of course, be the star. But the two figures who virtually upstaged him were Prince Charles and Mrs. Marcos. The striking wife of the Philippine president arrived here with an entourage that included a secretary, a military aide, and a bodyguard, as well as Mrs. Ford and the Christian Anne Barnards, who had been in the Philippines for the opening of a hospital for heart surgery. Diplomats and journalists were somewhat awed and dazzled by Mrs. Marcos's flawless tactics for keeping herself firmly in the spotlight. At the morning coronation and at a tent on the parade group in the afternoon, she managed to sit beside Prince Charles. "She's certainly keeping Charles amused," said a British correspondent. "She keeps talking and Charles keeps saying, 'Really? Really?'" With the foreign press and many photographers behind a rope outside the tent, waiting, bored, for the king to arrive on an elephant, Mrs. Marcos abruptly decided to take a walk. She opened her white parasol with Princess Michiko, walked for several yards. They were soon joined by Prince Charles, and the photographers used up rolls of film. At these receptions, Mrs. Marcos always manages to arrive at the right moment, the most dramatic time, said the wife of one senior diplomat. "She's quite formidable, you know." Italics supplied. Popular San Francisco columnist Herb Kahn wrote of the event from another angle, thus, 4. San Francisco Chronicle, March 11, 1975, page 22. Add social notes. a conspicuous consumption award to Mrs. Ferdinand Marcos, wife of the Pres, of the Philippines, who attended the coronation of King Birendra in Nepal with an entourage of 80, including 6 hairdressers and Christina Ford, wife of the Santa Barbara playboy. The Marcos group arrived in 4 government jets, one of which flew back to Manila to pick up food for her group. Have I been underestimating Filipino fare all these years? If newsman Weinraub thought that the scene-stealing shows of Mrs. Marcos were abrupt decisions, he has another thing coming. All activities of Mrs. Marcos are pre-programmed as image-building moves, even the way she should dress up or move her hands and wave on given occasions are well rehearsed. For instance, Mrs. Marcos' appearance at the inauguration of the Philippine Center in New York on November 14 was well programmed. Event matter of neutralizing, the Manglapus demonstrations was planned with the cooperation of officials of the Miss Universe and at the MUP offices in New York. Coco y Romualdez, Secretary of Tourism Jose D. Asperas, Ambassador. 141. Ernest Pineda, Col. Baranon, Col. Romeo Achoco, Press Councilor Alejandro del Rosario and I attended the conference at the MUP offices. We came up with the following draft of a strategy to neutralize the Manglapus demonstration. Talk strategy with picketers. Friends would be strategically located on the east side of the street. Friends would approach the picketers and engage them in conversation. We will try to keep their attention away from the action across the street if necessary. Talk to newsmen. If local newsmen ask questions of the picketers, the friends would barge in and ask of the newsmen an American's opinion of the Philippines having returned from 5 weeks' visit. Contact news executives. News stations would do a story of pre-opening, pre-interview and opening, especially with the involvement of so important a personality as we are discussing. New York newshounds are a special breed and do not like to be led astray. The mere mention of at the opening there might be some clowns with pickets told in a straightforward manner and with security thrown in for good measure, might completely divert their attention away from the picketers to only the main story, the opening of the building. Package offered to the news executives. Pre-opening, a tour of the building with the First Lady on a pool basis or exclusive. The opening, if ribbon cutting outside between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. is still the desired approach, supplemental lighting would be required for the dusk on dark event. A small generator would be required for good picture quality of the celebrities. News film crews on a daily basis use sun gun equipment. This necessitates tight shots. News film crews would use sun gun equipment across the street questioning picketers, few people in picture, not full demonstration, due to darkness. Adding screen of vegetation. Adding large pots, same type as directly across the street, with Philippine national vegetation for the event would screen off the main event from the picketers across the street. Rush hour. The normal rush hour of buses, taxis, and other vehicles also screen off main event and picketers across the street not only by traffic but by noise level. Bus screen. Get permission to park special charter buses for dignitary arrival and departure in front of the building. 142. Cafe Manila visits. Friends can visit to try and overhear any discussion of the opening event. In so small a place hard to do, especially if the same people keep coming back. Actually, in the matter of gaining publicity mileage and an improved press image abroad, the unholy trinity in the Philippines would go to any length, spare no expense. They would wine, dine, and whatever visiting media people. An instance where the Philippine dictatorship had invested so much is that of Ms. Elizabeth Day. In the 2 trips that Ms. Day made to the Philippines while I was still with the Martial regime, I know that her transportation and hotel expenses were paid for by the Philippine government, specifically by the Department of Public Information. In turn, she has written a favorable book on martial law and a complimentary article in the Reader's Digest on Mrs. Marcos. The book that author Ms. Day produced on President Marcos was a form of propitiation or offering by Romulo to salvage his faltering image before the conjugal dictatorship. Ms. Day, a close and intimate friend of Romulo, went to the Philippines with all expenses paid by the government on their commendation of Romulo. The good general even recommended that Ms. Day be made a house guest of the conjugal dictatorship. But for some reason or other, the First Lady didn't think it wise to have her as a house guest. In any case, she was billeted in a handsome suite at the Hotel Intercontinental. Kokoi made sure that the Department of Public Information would foot Ms. Day's bill. Kokoi assigned me to attend to the requirements of Ms. Day on news gathering, but I soon found out that it was the desire of Secretary Romulo that they be left alone to attend to Beth. I decided to make the good Secretary of Foreign Affairs jealous or suspicious, at least. On the day Ms. Day had an 11 a.m. appointment to interview the First Lady, I prevailed upon Ms. Day to ride in my car to Malacanang instead of waiting for Romulo's car. I told her that traffic was awful this particular time of the day and that she might be late for her appointment with the First Lady. Since I only wanted to make Romulo a little jealous, but not kill him with it, I instructed the doorman at the Hotel Intercontinental in Makati, Rizal, to inform the secretary when he arrived that Ms. Day and I have gone ahead of him. We had been inside the Malacanang reception hall only about 10 minutes when I noticed Gen. Romulo panting his way up the stairs. He immediately grabbed Ms. Day's tape recorder from me and said he would carry it for Beth going into the music room for the interview with the First Lady. After the interview, the First Lady turned to Secretary Romulo and, with her usual play acting of touching her chest with her open right-hand palm and making a dejected look towards heaven, asked how she fared in the interview with Ms. Day. "Oh, don't worry Mrs. Marcos. I'll edit whatever she writes about you. In fact, I might write it myself from memory, Gen. Romulo quickly answered. As a matter of fact, anybody can write about what the First Lady said to Ms. Day, for there was really nothing spectacular in her answers. The truth, however, was that Ms. Day wasn't going to write anything about the First Lady. She only wanted to talk to the President and Mrs. Marcos too. 133. Acquire some scenario for the real thing, which brought her to the Philippines. An assignment from Reader's Digest to write a full-length article on the accident Romulo had a year before martial law, and his miraculous recovery. Romulo never told either the President or the First Lady about the real purpose of Ms. Day's trip to Manila. But she was candid about it to me. An irritated President Marcos sought to punish his foreign secretary for bringing in an American writer at the expense of the conjugal dictatorship to gather materials for a story that was just for the personal glorification of the general at a time when the main preoccupation of the propaganda machine was to deify the ruling duumvirate. Since he had also consented to an interview by Ms. Day the following day, Marcos gave specific instructions that Romulo was not to be admitted into the palace on the day of the interview. Ms. Day will interview me alone, the President told the appointments secretary. Following the President's cue, Secretary Tata then telephoned Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs Manuel Calantes to tell him that CPR was kept busy on something else somewhere at the time of the interview. It so happened that the President had a speaking engagement before a group which would discuss foreign policy among others, but which the President had previously assigned to Calantes. Tata told Calantes that it was the desire of President that he pass on the assignment to the unknowing Secretary of Foreign Affairs, just to keep him away from the palace during the day of the interview. But to make sure that CPR would not come barging into the palace after delivering the speech for the President, Dictator Marcos told the appointments secretary, Minister Mariano Ruiz, that he would have no callers for that day except Ms. Day. Romulo didn't attempt to get inside the palace that day, perhaps having sensed the conspiracy to separate him from Ms. Day, or that he just decided to be prudent, for which he was noted. In any case, he would have been turned down in the first century gate, if he had tried to get into the palace that day. Somehow, CPR got to find out that the first couple were sore at him over the day trip. Ever the adjustable diplomat, Romulo came up to the palace on another occasion to inform the President casually that he was deep at work on Miss Day, convincing her to write a full-length book on the new society. On her next trip around, Ms. Day was billeted at the Manila Hilton, all expense paid by the DPI again, as she gathered materials for her book, which was later on published under the title of Philippines, a shattered showcase of democracy. Chapter IX. Too late. The hero. Ferdinand E. Marcos has done nothing right for the Filipino people. His legal presidency, 1966 to 1972, and unconstitutional martial law reign have brought about nothing but a confused policy built on a quicksand of hypocrisy, double standards, plain lies, and corruption. 194. Marcos is just a tin-pot dictator whose lust for power knows no limit. Everywhere one may gaze, he would see nothing but a vast river of hypocrisy and deception about building of a new society. Democracy, to which Marcos pays lip service every now and then, is headed into a mist of might have been. In early years, we used to brand the communists as having a monopoly of the ability to prevaricate. Not anymore since the advent of Marcos. One must not be prepared to assume the sincerity of the statements of Marcos and his readiness to abide by the few fundamental rules of intellectual honesty. He has lied himself blue in the face to achieve a desired rhetorical effect. And lying is almost the best of the weapons he is prepared to deploy on behalf of his grim faith. And yet, because he is not an avowed communist, Americans are willing to take wildly optimistic assumption of his sincerity and intellectual honesty. One of the few persons who apparently foresaw the kind of life that Marcos would fashion out for the Filipinos was former Manila Mayor Arsenio H. Lacson. He preferred to die than see Marcos subjugate the Filipino people. Deputagid, Yawa. Damn that SOB. If that guy ever becomes president, God save the Philippines. Swore the irrepressible Lacson, the best mayor Manila ever had and the best president the Philippines never had. Why, Iho, what has come to you? You are swearing at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you haven't even had a drink yet. Asked the slowly awakening Lichi Lacson, wife of the Manila mayor. Lichi belonged to that rare variety of politicians' wives whose sense of delicadeza told her to maintain a prudent distance between her bedroom and the office of the mayor of Manila. She would not even recommend a simple job seeker to her husband, if it meant interfering in the affairs of the government at City Hall. Unmindful of Lichi's questioning, Lacson continued his early morning monologue. That bastard is crazy, if he thinks that people have forgotten that they killed Nalandason. I know that he did, and 10 angels and 10 fatherly laurels telling me that Ferdinand Marcos did not do it would not change my mind. Ich know it, I was a part of his defense panel. Lichi caught on the angry monologue, and herself asked rhetorical questions. You mean Ferdinand Marcos has declared that he is seeking the presidency of the Philippines? Did he say he was joking, Arsenio? At this point Lacson finally took notice of his wife, and faced her. Yes, Hija, that pug-nosed killer of Nalandason had the gall to come here and proposition me into teaming up with him for a crack at the leadership of this country. It was on an early morning in late March, 1957, hardly had a shocked and grieving nation buried its most beloved of all presidents, Ramon F. Magsaysay, when Ferdinand E. Marcos paid a visit to Lacson at the latter's residence on M. Earnshaw Street in Sampaloc, Manila. Marcos, then completing his second term as congressman for 2nd District of Ilocos Norte, said he was advised by Papa Laurel to propose to Lacson the formation of a dream presidential ticket which would have the support of the politically powerful Laurel clan. Yes, Padre, I will subordinate myself to you. I will be your vice presidential running mate on one condition, that you will pledge not to seek re-election, if team wins. Lacson quoted Marcos as having stated to him during their conference at Lacson's underground den at his M. Earnshaw residence. ID 5. Oh, no, wait a minute. Ferdinand. I really would want to serve this country as president one of these days. But, if the condition is that you will be my vice president, forget it. I love life, too, and I want to live a little longer, while serving me people. Don't ever think that I have forgotten the sharp aim of that man who felled Nalandason with a single rifle shot. In these days of the telescopic sight, my God, I may hardly have the time to take my oath as president before my own vice president guns me down with that deadly aim of yours. Oh, no Ferdinand, forget it. Padre, puro cabiro, et. Kalai mutan mona ian kalokoan nadan, nakarana ian, padre, you are always joking. Let's forget the past mischiefs, cut in Marcos. Lacson boomed, I am not kidding, Ferdinand. I will not do anything which would in any way help you become president of this country. As a matter of fact, I make you this promise. You can become president of this country only over my dead body. Lacson was still fuming mad over the Marcos proposition long after Thel Locos Norte congressman had left the M. Earnshaw residence. Salbahi talaga itong si Marcos. This guy Marcos is really a scheming deadly man. Just because I was ahead of him with Imelda, he wants to get even with me in a most complicated manner. Lacson would declare occasionally in recalling the Marcos visit to his house, and with a mischievous look on his Visayan face, would add, of course, if I should be president, and Marcos is my number 2 man, then maybe I can requisition the vice president's lady once in a while. Asterisk 1. At that time, the nation had just very little knowledge of the workings of the heart and mind of Marcos. The shot that catapulted Marcos for the first time into national notoriety was fired, according to a trial court, on September 21, 1935. Marcos, according to later findings of the trial court, gunned down re-elected Assemblyman Julio Nalandason. Nalandason was a perennial political rival of the father of Ferdinand Mariano Marcos. Julio Nalandason and Mariano Marcos, both of Batac, Locos Norte, were rival candidates for the office of representative for the 2nd district of said province in the elections of 1934. Nalandason was elected. The term for which Nalandason was elected was, however, cut short as a result of approval of the 1935 Constitution, under which the general elections for members of the National Assembly were by law set for September 17, 1935. In the general elections, Julio Nalandason and Mariano Marcos resumed their political rivalry and were opposing candidates for assemblyman in the same district. In the strife, Nalandason again came out triumphant over Marcos. In the afternoon of September 19, 1935, in celebration of Nalandason's victory, a number of his followers and partymen paraded in cars and trucks through the municipalities of Quirernao, Baue, and Batac, Locos Norte, and passed in front of the house of the Marcoses. One of the trucks in the parade was so made up. 146. As to appear like a hearse carrying the coffin of a dead Marcos, as if to proclaim that Mariano Marcos was politically dead, and to be buried. The parade was described as provocative and humiliating for the defeated candidate, Mariano Marcos. The assemblyman re-elect, Nalandason, was not, however, destined to reap the fruits of his political laurels, for on the night of September 21, 1935, he was shot and killed with a single rifle shot after brushing his teeth in his house in Batac. Newly elected President Manuel L. Quezon was greatly disturbed by the killing, as he sensed that politics was getting to be too heated, let alone the fact that Nalandason was his candidate against Mariano Marcos. Quezon subsequently sent a special team of prosecutors headed by then Fiscal Higinio Macadaeg to handle the prosecution of the accused in the killing for the crime of murder. The accused were Mariano Marcos, Pio Marcos *2 Ferdinand E. Marcos and Quirino Lizardo. The trial was presided over by Judge Roman Cruz *3. A brilliant lawyer, the late Vicente Francisco, headed the defense panel. 2 of Francisco's assistants then were young lawyers named Arsenio H. Lacson and Estanislao A. Fernandez. At that time, Marcos was a law student at the University of the Philippines and, after preliminary investigation, was detained at the Locos Norte provincial jail. Coming from a prominent family and looked upon as the up-and-coming personality from the north, young Marcos was given special treatments. *4. Fernandez turned out to be a brilliant lawyer, but he was better known for the elasticity of his spine. He opposed Marcos originally in the presidential elections of 1965 and then in the Constitutional Convention, but he later accepted an appointment to the Supreme Court, where he became one of the more ardent spokesmen of the Marcos dictatorship. The evidence, oral and physical, against the Marcoses and Lizardo, especially young Marcos, was strong. Young Marcos was a member of the U.P. rifle team. Although his own rifle was found in the gun rack of the U.P. ROTC Armory, the rifle of the team captain, Teodoro M. Cala, Jr., was missing at that time, and NBI had evidence that it was the one used in the shooting of Nalandason. Among the accused, only young Ferdinand Marcos had access to the UP Armory. Judge Cruz found Marcos guilty of the crime of murder and sentenced him to life imprisonment. When Marcos signified his intention to appeal, President Quezon assigned another young lawyer, an Atenean, Leon Ma. Guerrero, who was then with the office of the Solicitor General, to handle the government side. In the meantime, Marcos took the bar examinations and, in spite of being in jail, or perhaps because of it, he topped the results. With the bar top-notcher 197. Defending himself on a murder conviction by a trial court, and the most brilliant orator of his day, Leon Ma. Guerrero, prosecuting for the government, the Marcos murder case in the Supreme Court easily became the most publicized and followed case. Then as now, the feeling of people who had access to the matters brought into the record is that Marcos could not have escaped imprisonment, however lenient a court would have tried, for the murder of Nalandason. Fortunately for young Marcos, and unfortunately for Philippine democracy, an up-and-coming jurist, Jose P. Laurel, a native of Tanawan, Batangas, but a long-time resident of the district of Paco in Manila, was a member of the Supreme Court when the High Tribunal calendared the Marcos murder case for hearing and decision. Laurel displayed an unusual interest in the case of Marcos and eventually preempted whatever thoughts his colleagues might have on the case by announcing during a session in bank that he himself would pen the majority decision on the young Marcos case. Justice Laurel's behavior raised some quizzical eyebrows, but smiles of understanding later pervaded sessions on young Marcos's case, as some members of the court gathered it that old man Laurel was simply taking fatherly posture on young Marcos. After all, did not young Marcos present features similar to Justice Laurel, in height, shape of the nose, and eyes? The president has distinctive facial features, similar to old man Laurel, and yet not found among his sisters Elizabeth M. Kian, and Fortuna M. Barba, nor in his other brother, Pacifico, or half-brother, Mayor Rubio, of Pasaquin. At least, President Marcos and the First Lady, Imelda Romualdez Marcos, have this characteristic in common. Both the President and the First Lady possess physical features that their brothers and sisters after them do not have. And to stretch comparisons, neither does the firstborn of Ferdinand and Imelda have the features of her brother, Ferdinand Jr., or sister, Irene, neither does she look like her father President. Did not Marcos himself direct his own biographers to point out how sharply different he was from Mariano Marcos? To Ferdinand, Mariano was a restless, caged and frustrated man, Marcos of the Philippines states on page 27. The father had no sense of humor, which puzzled Ferdinand, whose humorous bent is sharply cultivated, a trait encouraged by his rollicking Edralin grandsire. Aside from whatever fatherly feelings which Justice Laurel had for young Marcos, a feeling which he displayed anew for the young man from Ilocos Norte during the Japanese occupation of the Philippines, there were other considerations that readily found acceptance amongst a skeptical people, even President Quezon himself. During his youth, Laurel figured in a much similar fiasco, a case of homicide. He was courting a local belle in his hometown of Tanawan but was having a difficult time winning the girl's favor. Actually, the young lass favored another young man, and to force the issue, Laurel embraced the girl while the latter was taking a stroll with the other young man at the town park. Thereafter, Laurel ran. About a week later, Laurel attended a party where the girl and her young man were also present. When the young man saw Laurel, he went after him with a cane. Laurel stood his ground, drew a balisong, Batangas fan knife, and stabbed the fellow, killing him. Laurel was tried and found guilty by a trial court of homicide. He appealed to the Supreme Court. At the time, an American jurist, George A. Malcolm, Dean of the College of Law, University of the Philippines, had just been appointed to the Supreme LH8 Court. Malcolm knew Laurel to be a bright young man, having been his student at the UP College of Law, and notwithstanding the evidence, urged his colleagues to acquit young Laurel. Laurel had always acknowledged his debt to society in this respect, and when the Marcos case came before him on appeal at the Supreme Court, he saw the opportunity to repay his debt privately to Marcos. Laurel saw also in Marcos, not just his own physical features, but a very promising man, perhaps a mirror of himself. Laurel thus went individually to all the members of the Supreme Court and pleaded in tears for the acquittal of young Ferdinand. Laurel succeeded, and thus Marcos was also acquitted by a benevolent Supreme Court, and in the same way that Laurel was given a chance by society, Marcos was given his. The difference is that while Laurel led his country heroically during a most difficult time under Japanese occupation, Marcos has decided to plunder an entire country which had given him a new lease on life. Marcos's path in life seems to have been smiled upon by death. The death or killing of certain persons provided the solutions to most of Marcos's problems. This is not to say that Marcos himself caused their deaths. The first case of a man's death favoring Marcos was Nalandacen's. If Julio had lived, Marcos would never have had a chance to rise in politics in Ilocos Norte. The still baffling death of Mayor Lacson is another. A Lacson alive would have done everything to stop Marcos from becoming president in 1965. As a matter of fact, Lacson could have been elected president in the 1965 elections. And then, a Lacson alive would have died fighting Marcos's imposition of martial law in 1972. Even after Marcos had won the Nacionalista presidential nomination in November 1964, he was still in a very precarious position within the NP itself. He was just a newcomer, having been a dyed-in-the-wool liberal until his defection to the NP in April 1964. However, the death of the venerable Don Euligio Among Rodriguez, Sr. favored Marcos anew. Some say the Among, who was the NP president, died of pain and sorrow because interloper Marcos had won his party's presidential nomination. As the party's presidential nominee, Marcos instantly became the NP titular head with the Among dead. Then, in 1969, when rival presidential candidate Sergio Osmeña, Jr. had succeeded in creating for himself the image of the American boy, former President Dwight D. Eisenhower died. This gave Marcos the opportunity to attend Eisenhower's funeral and to visit then-President Nixon at the White House. When he returned to the Philippines, Marcos said, he was Nixon's boy. The terroristic activities of Congressman Floro Crisologo and his private army in Ilocos Sur was proving to be a national embarrassment for Marcos in 1970. Crisologo himself was rebelling against Marcos's domination of the tobacco monopoly in the north. A solution came when the congressman was shot dead in November 1970 by an unidentified gunman. The assailant was reported eliminated right after the shooting while trying to collect his fee. Marcos was compelled, by circumstances, to support former President Garcia for the presidency of the Constitutional Convention in 1971. However, Marcos had difficulty convincing the former president to support his proposal. 144. To shift the form of government from the then existing presidential system to the parliamentary system. Marcos's problem was resolved when Garcia died of a heart attack on June 14, 1971, 3 days after his election to the Concon presidency. The real motivation for the Nalandacen murder can only be truly gleaned into at this time in the light of Marcos's own declaration. Marcos had nurtured his dream of becoming a dictator of the Philippines as early as his UP days, when he would tell Leonilo Nunning Ocampo, Felicissimo Ocampo, and Roberto's Benedicto about what they should get from marriage. For his part, Marcos said he would look for a girl coming from a rich and politically powerful family so he can short-circuit his travel to power. He actually sought baby Quezon, but things soured when he was accused on the Nalandacen murder. Nunning Ocampo was to comment Riley later, Ian Pala isang sales gerlang ang kailangan to become president. For all his planning, Marcos needingly assails girl to help him become president. For his tactless statement which had been relayed to the palace by Imelda's spies and courtiers, Nunning Ocampo has never been forgiven by the First Lady. The real motive then behind Nalandason murder was the goal of Marcos to become the dictator of the Philippines. When the father was defeated by Julio Nalandason, Marcos obviously saw what could have been a political eclipse for the Marcos family. As one who could coolly scheme in crisis, Marcos assessed the situation and decided on the ultimate solution to the big stumbling block to his political future: kill Nalandason. This was his first display of the overkill type of operation for which he has acquired notoriety. There seems to have developed for some time a nationwide Nalandason syndrome in the wake of first political killing in the Philippines. When people would talk about politics, the conversation would invariably turn to Nalandason's murder, and end with a joking statement that one should be careful about his political enemies. Baka ma Nalandason ka. You might be killed like Nalandason. And it seems to have possessed Marcos himself. Every time he would make a speech, Marcos would characteristically make a motion with his right hand, with the trigger finger pointing up straight. On any occasion, Arsenio H. Lacson and Ferdinand E. Marcos, then both freshman members of the House of Representatives, were engaged in a debate over President Quirino's suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus when Marcos showed his mannerism of the trigger finger pointed towards Lacson. Lacson, then already noted for his irrepressible character, addressed Chair, thusly: Mr. Speaker. What is the pleasure of the gentleman from the 2nd District of Manila? Mr. Speaker, I demand protection from the Chair. The gentleman from Manila should explain his demand for protection. Mr. Speaker, I demand protection from the gentleman from Ilocos Norte who reminds me, every time he points his trigger finger at me, of the murder of Nalandason. Marcos managed to shout, Anak ka ng tao, you son of a, before the entire hall and the gallery burst into uncontrolled laughter. Lacson was one of junior assistants of Vicente Francisco who handled the defense of Marcos et al. In the murder trial. Zoo. Marcos is a sophisticated con man. He had realized early enough that there were certain problems that nearly every Filipino, or any human being for that matter, was beset with. And his so-called magical or charismatic power were nothing but the ability to utter basic truisms to the right persons at the right time. Little did Filipinos realize that the shared madness he had for all those who followed him, out of conviction, necessity, or convenience, would lead to the establishment of the first imperial dynasty in Southeast Asia in this modern day and age. Marcos was not going to be the president of the Philippines on December 30, 1965. He did not even rate a slim chance of winning the Liberal Party presidential nomination from incumbent President Macapagal, much less the Nacionalista presidential nomination. By 1962, he was a colorful man, but Noon was considering him seriously for the presidency in 1965. True, in the year 1962, he received all his overdue war decorations from the Secretary of National Defense under a liberal administration. But most everybody considered him a dangerous man, having been a convicted murderer of Nalandason. Macapagal was determined to seek re-election. He didn't feel he should yield the LP presidential nomination to Marcos. And the Nacionalista candidate was going to be colorful Manila Mayor Lacson. However, things changed radically upon the death of Lacson on April 15, 1962, under very suspicious circumstances. At that time, President Macapagal was running amok against the Lopezes. What Macapagal did not know was that he was put up to it by Marcos, who had adopted, as part of his strategy, the promotion of a direct frontal clash between Macapagal and the Lopezes. Marcos recognized at the time the invincibility of the Lopez politico-economic machine. He had his timetable on making the Lopezes support him. The professional kingmakers that they were, the Lopezes, aside from seeking Macapagal's downfall for the harm done them, wanted to really find a candidate they could catapult to the presidency. I was called one day to give my political assessment to Don Eugenio Lopez. Others were similarly asked. Without hesitation, I told the old man Lopez that Marcos was the man who could beat Macapagal. Several months later, a conference was convened by Lopez, Roberto S. Benedicto and Claudio T. Honky, then both in the private practice of law and acting as legal consultants to the Lopez enterprises, thumbed down Marcos, saying the people would not accept Marcos because of his Nailandasan record. No, said Benedicto and T. Honky almost in unison, Marcos killed Nailandasan. People are convinced about that, even if he had won acquittal from Old Man Laurel. We should not have a murderer in Malacanang. It would be like aligning ourselves with the devil to achieve our objectives of toppling Macapagal. Benedicto and T. Honky were supported by almost all of those present in the conference, among them being then Senate President pro tempore Fernando Lopez, economist Alfredo Montalbano, Manila Chronicle editor-in-chief Ernesto del Rosario, and fellow political writers Ecobedo Zero, Granada, Benjamin P. Naranda, and Francisco de Leon. I argued alone in favor of Marcos. ZOL. One day, I got secret instructions from Old Man Lopez to work closely with Marcos. Manila Chronicle General Manager Rafael Salas received the same instructions. Since I was covering Marcos as part of my duties as Senate reporter of the Manila Chronicle, and having earlier offered him my endorsement upon the death of Lacson, I carried Old Man Lopez's instructions to cooperate with Marcos with gusto. Later on, when then Senate pro tempore Fernando Lopez found out about my working for Marcos, he demanded that I be fired from the Manila Chronicle. Lopez said, "How this Mijares works for the Chronicle, of which I am half owner, and he supports my opponent." Lopez, the politician, was himself a candidate for the Nacionalista presidential nomination in direct rivalry with Marcos. However, on direct instructions from his father, then Chronicle publisher Eugenio Geni Lopez, Jr. stood by me. When his uncle, Fernando, lost the NP presidential nomination to Marcos on November 17, 1964, Geni shed tears over the defeat of Don Fernando, and even gave me accusing looks for what happened. The ascension of Marcos to the highest position within the gift of the Filipino people gives us license to take a close look at the character and manner of life of the man. If Imelda Marcos is the richest woman in the world today, it is because Ferdinand Marcos is the biggest thief in the world today. This was the most applauded line in the speech of Manglapus, considered the Philippines' best orator in many languages and former foreign secretary during the third annual convention in Los Angeles of the Movement for a Free Philippines, of which he is the president. Manglapus was referring to the article in the December 1975 issue of Cosmopolitan magazine listing Imelda Marcos as one of the 10 richest women in the world and is rumored to be the richest woman in the world bar none. On May 11, 1975, 8 months before the Cosmopolitan expose of the incredible Marcos wealth, John Marks, co-author of the best-selling book CIA Cult of Intelligence, stunned an audience of scholars attending a seminar at Lutheran School of Theology in Chicago with the revelation that as early as 1969 Marcos had already amassed stolen funds ranging from not lower than several $100 million to $2 billion. Marks, former assistant in the Bureau of Intelligence and Research under Ray Klein in the U.S. Department of State, told his audience in Chicago that he was risking legal sanctions and jail by revealing the psychology profile prepared by the CIA on Marcos, which he saw while he, Marks, was still with the State Department in 1969. Marks said the document showed how incredibly corrupt Marcos was. The Marks expose elicited from the audience, according to newspaper reports from Chicago, whistling and head-shaking spiced by remarks such as Marcos could easily make $2 billion American before martial law with all those supposed checks and balances. One can imagine how much he and Imelda are able to milk from a Philippines now under their total control. In my own memorandum dated August 26, 1975 to the Fraser Congressional Committee on International Organizations, I reported, ZOZ. The greed of Mr. Marcos is such that he even pocketed the 300 million yen, $1 million, that the Japanese government sent as gift to the Philippines in reparation for the killing of Filipino civilians by Lt. Hiro Onita, the World War II Japanese straggler who gave up after hiding in the jungles off Philippines for 30 years. From all indications, Marcos may indeed be the biggest thief in the world, but this well-deserved title is nothing compared to the hoaxes and frauds he has perpetrated and continues to perpetrate on the world. However, he does not enjoy a perfect score in his game of fooling a trusting humanity. In the archives of official records in Washington, D.C. are the papers of the multi-million-dollar fake war damage claim filed by Marcos demanding payment for cattle he claimed he supplied starving American and Filipino troops during World War II in the Philippines. This claim of Marcos for war reparations was rejected as fake by the U.S. government. Marcos and his wife, Imelda, had also tried to pull a fast one on the newspapermen from all over the world then covering Pope Paul's visit to the Philippines by concocting the story that it was Marcos, using a karate chop, who saved the pontiff's life from the knife of a Bolivian would-be assassin. Not only did the Pope fail to acknowledge Marcos's supposed role in saving the papal life, but pictures of the incident showed that Marcos was hundreds of feet from the Bolivian knife wielder and it was, in fact, a Korean bishop who stopped the would-be killer. But the biggest fairytale from Marcos that the world seemed to have swallowed hook, line, and sinker is his claim to be the most decorated Filipino soldier of World War II who single-handedly delayed the surrender of Bataan by 3 months and saved Australia and New Zealand from Japanese conquest. Marcos had made so many specious claims on his war exploits. He has bloated apparent minor war exploits into a great saga. Unfortunately for Marcos, it is not his critics who have supplied the proof that he is a fake war hero. Probably from overconfidence or plain stupidity, Marcos's own Department of Public Information in September 1972 published and distributed to libraries all over the world the official pictorial biography of Marcos showing that the dictator, in fact, received his medals for wartime exploits in 1962, fully 21 years after the war. In other words, Marcos received his awards, which made him the so-called most decorated Filipino soldier in World War II, when he was already a member of the Philippine Congress. The late Macario Peralta, an authentic war hero who was then serving as Secretary of National Defense, told newsmen that Marcos had asked President Macapagal for the decorations because, according to Peralta, Marcos needed the awards as props for his re-election campaign to the Senate. For the supporting papers for the awards, Marcos persuaded a Filipino officer who fought with extraordinary heroism and bravery in Bataan, now an official of a Filipino veterans organization, to apply the affidavits containing some authentic details added the concoctions about Marcos. A notorious forger from the National Penitentiary was utilized to sign the signatures of deceased American and Filipino Army officers who were supposed to have testified to Marcos' wartime exploits before they died. 2.03 Epigenio Doroteo, a police officer in Canada and brother to a new member of Marcos's cabinet, revealed to delegates attending the 3rd Annual Convention of the Movement for a Free Philippines in Los Angeles the names of the people whom Marcos used in perpetrating his most decorated Filipino soldier of World War II hoax. To protect the persons involved by Marcos in the fraud from reprisals in Manila, I am withholding their identities in this book. If they survive and outlive the Marcos dictatorship, the world can get its confirmation of this incredible falsification of war records. Meanwhile, at great cost to his already impoverished country, Marcos has caused to be struck for worldwide sale gold coins honoring himself. In whole-page advertisements in the leading newspapers and magazines in the world, Marcos said this of himself. A tribute to a hero, the 1,000 peso gold coin is the first coin to honor Ferdinand E. Marcos, who this year celebrates his 10th anniversary as President of the Republic of the Philippines. President Marcos became a living legend as a World War II guerrilla leader and then, as lawyer, statesman, congressman, and senator and president, devoted himself to the development of the Philippines as an independent, strong, and stable nation. The Philippines' most decorated war hero, President Marcos won nearly every medal and decoration the Philippine and American governments could bestow on a soldier, including the U.S. Distinguished Service Cross, which was personally pinned on the Filipino hero by General Douglas MacArthur. In its September 13-19, 1975 issue, the Philippine News exposed this hoax of Marcos in an editorial entitled The 30 Pieces of Silver of Ferdinand Marcos. There is no report, paper, article, or book on World War II about or by any of the generals who fought that war in the Pacific. MacArthur, Wainwright, Willoughby, Whitney, Ferdig, or even Carlos, I saw the fall of the Philippines. Romulo, now the propaganda man of Marcos, which either supports the claims of Marcos nor mentions him at all, directly or indirectly, in spite of Marcos's claims to have delayed the surrender of Bataan by 3 months and to have single-handedly saved Australia and New Zealand, or that had he, Marcos, been born white instead of brown, would be counted as one of America's greatest heroes. See dedication of the Marcos official biography, For Every Tear a Victory.